As the future Dark Lord of Huaxia arrived at Hogwarts, Su Qingdai gazed at the platinum-haired young master before her, feeling a throbbing headache. This little rascal truly deserves a lesson. I must inform my father. Young master, you look exceptionally dashing today. I have always been quite handsome. Draco, do not weep. If you continue, it will not be a pleasing sight. I do not wish to take a life. But I have promised to protect you. No, please don't. As a Malfoy, one ought to embody the grace of nobility, should one not, young master? Damn grace. Chapter 1. The Dark Lord of Huaxia. Father, must this truly be done? Why must Qingdai leave Huaxia? The young boy's face bore a hint of anger. He could not comprehend why his father insisted on sending his sister to England, as in terms of strength and heritage, England was hardly worthy of comparison. Su Qingdai stood silently beside her brother Su Mo, then turned her gaze towards their father. She was acutely aware that her peculiar nature was the cause. Even she had begun to realize that she was increasingly prone to losing control. The head of the Su family looked at the siblings and sighed deeply. Qingdai is perilous. She could lose control at any moment. He gently stroked Su Qingdai's head. His eyes filled with tenderness. This matter was well known to all. Since the founding of the nation, the heavens had become increasingly harsh towards those wielding magic, and the creatures that had cultivated in nature for years were no longer afforded the chance to transcend. In the human realm, the utmost evil had also emerged. This was an inescapable reality for the magical world of any nation. It was a trial set by the heavens, and only through passing this trial could one hope to live a stable life. In the Western magical realm, the epitome of evil was Voldemort, while in the Eastern magical realm, it was Su Qingdai. This truth was known to the Eastern magical community, the Su family, and even Su Qingdai herself. However, knowing was one matter. Finding a solution was quite another. To resolve the trials set by the heavens required a price. If the aim was merely to eradicate the ultimate evil, one need only find the savior and sacrifice them and their family, and the problem would be effortlessly resolved. Yet, they did not wish to pursue such a path. The Eastern magical realm had always believed in the inherent goodness of humanity, and if possible, they sought to save more lives. However, this significantly raised the difficulty of the task. Father, will sending her to England truly provide a solution? The Dark Lord there has yet to be dealt with. Sumo's face bore a look of disbelief, his grip on Su Qingdai's hand tightening. The destructive power of that Dark Lord had been heard of by the Su family long ago. If such a dangerous figure existed in England, why would they send his sister to face such peril? The elder observed the celestial secrets days ago. Your sister can only hope for a sliver of survival in England. The Dark Lord there is a calamity for England, yet for your sister, it presents an opportunity to thoroughly rid herself of the uncontrollable power, a chance for Su Qingdai to continue living. After all these years, this was the only good news they had received. While the Eastern magical world believed in the inherent goodness of humanity, it would not indefinitely tolerate danger. This chance could very well be the only opportunity. As the Su family head spoke, he retrieved a package sent by the elder from his drawer. He did not open it directly but handed it to Su Qingdai. The elder specifically instructed that this package may only be opened by you. His final wish is for you to live well, to exist cleanly in the light. Su Qingdai looked up at the solemn expression of the head of the Su family, tears shimmering in her eyes. Father, this is all my fault. If I were not here, none of this would happen. No, Qingdai, this is not your fault. If not you, it would be another. Prepare yourself. Hogwarts is not comprised solely of good people. The elder will watch over you. I wish to accompany my sister. The young boy raised his small hand. Although it was likely that Su Qingdai would become a great antagonist in the future, for now she was simply his sister. No Amour. This must be a journey undertaken solely by Qingdai. The head of the Su family regarded Su Mo with a sense of comfort. Once this trial had passed, all would be well. The head of the Su family seemed to recall some unpleasant matters and did not intend to continue the conversation. He hastily conjured a few reasons to send the siblings back to their rooms. Chapter 2. The Admission Letter. The items left by the Grand Elder felt rather weighty. Young Su Qingdai struggled to carry them, refusing any offers of assistance. Her curiosity piqued. She wondered what could possibly warrant such importance from the Grand Elder. Unable to contain her anticipation, she hurried back to her room to unveil the contents. To her dismay, it was nothing extraordinary. Inside were merely some familiar magical artifacts. Though rare outside, they were quite common within the Su family. Doubting her findings, she searched meticulously until she discovered a sound transmission letter hidden within the layers of a mirror. Before she could even open it, her room was instantly enveloped by a protective spell, rendering even the most skilled practitioners outside incapable of peering within. The letter transformed into a humanoid figure, floating before Su Qingdai. It was the Grand Elder. Qingdai, by the time you read this letter, I shall likely no longer be among the living. Do not mourn for me. This is a much-deserved repose. I have always known you to be a wonderful child. Yet the taint upon you is something that instills fear in all. We must eradicate it perfectly at any cost, be it familial love, friendship, or even life itself. Please safeguard your own life. You are the purest soul I have ever encountered. Should anything happen to you, the taint will transfer to another. And I can scarcely conceive of anyone more deserving than you to bear it. Enough of this preamble. Remember Qingdai, you must attend Hogwarts. When darkness meets darkness, it does not always result in greater strength. It may very well cancel each other out. The key to eliminating the taint lies in legacy. As the voice faded, the transmission letter reverted to its ordinary form. Without hesitation, Su Qingdai picked up the letter and carefully unfolded the paper. Her brow furrowing as she realized the contents were not favorable. Just as she pondered the implications, a voice echoed from afar. Sister, sister, you have a letter. The voice drew nearer. Su Qingdai promptly burned the letter, as though nothing had transpired. Quickly, come see who sent it. It's rather strange that it was delivered by an owl, and the writing is odd. Su Mph, her younger sibling, rushed towards her, excitement evident in his demeanor. Su Mph had never learned English, and thus found it peculiar, while Su Qingdai, due to her unique circumstances, had been educated in it. Upon hearing her brother's words, she naturally began to speculate. Sure enough, the illustrious name of Hogwarts and the emblems of its 4 houses adorned the envelope. Glancing at Su Mph, she opened the envelope under his expectant gaze. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Dear Miss Su, we are pleased to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and supplies. Due to your unique circumstances, Professor Severus Snape will be sent to escort you from London Station on the morning of September 1st. We look forward to your reply. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. It appeared that the Grand Elder had already made arrangements with Hogwarts. Given her exceptional situation, she would be personally guided by Severus Snape. Must you really go? Su Mph gazed at Su Qingdai with concern. Yes, I have no choice. I am the chosen one from the entire Eastern magical lineage, Su Qingdai replied matter-of-factly. It was not a matter of whether she wanted to attend or not. The Grand Elder had been willing to sacrifice his life for this, leaving her with no grounds to waver. Then promise me you won't get hurt. This earnest brother was a first for her. Su Mph, who had always been mischievous in her eyes, was now serious, and it was during their parting moment. All right, she readily agreed. With the school confirmed, the list of preparations grew increasingly extensive. However, fortune smiled upon her as she was not the sole representative of the Huaxia people attending Hogwarts. As a diligent student, she had borrowed first-year textbooks from senior students early on, determined to excel. Time flew swiftly, and before she knew it, the appointed day had arrived. Upon her arrival in London, she encountered Snape, who was indeed strikingly different from the ordinary populace. Clad in a long black robe, with greasy hair and a brooding expression, he seemed to exude an irritable demeanor, causing Su Qingdai to hesitate in striking up a conversation. Strangely, the common folk around them appeared oblivious to this peculiar figure. Yet, he was not unkind. Noticing Su Qingdai lagging behind, he would awkwardly remind her, albeit in less than pleasant tones. This was certainly a far cry from her brother's gentleness. Mr. Snape, as if adhering to a routine, hastily guided Su Qingdai directly to the train station, preferring to minimize communication, speaking only when necessary. Sir, where are we headed? Su Qingdai inquired anxiously, keeping pace with Snape's long strides, her short legs struggling to keep up. Snape did not relent, his expression laced with disdain as he remarked, if Miss Su still possesses her faculties, she would not forget that today is the day she embarks on her journey to school. Does Miss Su wish to become a pitiful creature left behind by the train? And no, of course not, Su Qingdai stammered, her words faltering as she strove to keep up. Despite his brusque tone, she grasped his intent. Gradually, however, she could no longer maintain the pace, and just as she contemplated calling for a halt, she noticed Snape had already come to a stop. Sir, what is it? Su Qingdai hurried to his side, perplexed. Did they intend to board the train with the Muggles? Hadn't she heard that there was a Muggle Protection Act in the British magical community? Moreover, there was no train scheduled at 11 o'clock. Alas! Su Qingdai did not receive a reply from Snape, for she was abruptly pushed against a pillar. Ah, sir, she exclaimed, shutting her eyes tightly, sensing the surroundings dim momentarily, only to swiftly brighten again. She feared she might perish, but soon the sounds of others filled the air. Slowly, she opened her eyes to find herself before a long track, where the Hogwarts Express waited. Looking back, she saw the station had transformed. The numbers on the pillar now read 9 3/4. Oh, how marvelous! Sir? Professor Snape? Su Qingdai turned to seek Snape, but he was nowhere to be found. It seemed she would have to navigate the remainder of the journey on her own. Arriving at a time that was not particularly early, the train was already preparing to depart, and many young witches and wizards had found their seats. Su Qingdai quickly stowed her belongings into her enchanted bag, scanning for an empty spot. The train had yet to set off, and the sounds of young wizards bidding farewell to their parents filled the air, some joyful, others teary-eyed. This was the first step into Hogwarts, and it was indeed intriguing. Chapter 3, Harry Potter. Su Qingdai tentatively knocked on the door of the compartment before her, and it was swiftly opened. "Excuse me, do you have any vacant seats?" she inquired, peering in with her gem-like eyes. Inside, two boys turned to her, one with red hair and the other with black, both wearing bashful smiles. The table before them was laden with an array of snacks, likely purchased from a recent vendor. "Of course, come in," Ron warmly invited. Su Qingdai returned his smile, and unreservedly took a seat beside the black-haired boy, who bore a rather unfortunate-looking scar on his forehead. "I am Su Qingdai. You may call me Qingdai. Are you both also attending Hogwarts?" She gazed at the young wizards before her, finding Ron more approachable than the silent Harry. "Oh Qingdai, you're truly beautiful. Are you of Vila descent?" Ron exclaimed. "I'm Ron, and this is Harry Potter." Ron emphasized with fervor, but unfortunately, Su Qingdai, being of Chinese descent, showed no reaction to the name Harry Potter. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he shifted to another topic. "Look, this is my wand. I even learned a spell before coming here." Ron seemed eager to regale Su Qingdai with tales of his newfound magic. However, his enthusiasm was abruptly interrupted by a knock at the door, and in walked two young wizards, a boy and a girl. The boy was tall and appeared somewhat goofy, while the girl sported voluminous hair. "Has anyone seen Neville's toad?" "Neville's toad is missing," the girl declared, her head held high, exuding a rather rigid demeanor. Ron and Harry evidently recognized the boy, who approached them, and Ron's face displayed a hint of impatience. "We just spoke to him about this. We haven't seen his toad. Perhaps he should look elsewhere," he replied curtly. Unfazed by Ron's annoyance, the girl's gaze remained fixed on Ron's wand. "Are you preparing to practice magic? May I see it?" she asked boldly as she took a seat beside Ron, catching him off guard with her sudden approach. "All right," he relented, clearly pleased that someone else was interested in his new spell. "Daisy, Sweet Cream, and Sunlight, turn this fat rat yellow," Ron directed at his pet rat, Scabbers. However, moments passed, and Scabbers remained unresponsive. The girl promptly expressed her doubt. "Are you sure that's a spell? I've practiced several spells from my magic book and succeeded. Unlike you," she sighed, "unfortunately, no one in my family can perform magic. I thought I could spar with you. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Hermione Granger." "What are your names?" Her face held a hint of pride, clearly reveling in her ability to learn some magic before school, especially in contrast to Ron. "I'm Su Qingdai, a Chinese." "You're quite impressive. I still haven't learned a single spell," Su Qingdai replied, observing Hermione's proud demeanor, reminiscent of her brother Su Mo, who once shared the same pride and intellect. "I'm Ron Weasley," Ron mumbled, his mood visibly dampening. "Harry Potter," Harry added. "You're Harry Potter. I've seen your name in numerous spellbooks. It's incredible to meet you," Hermione exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. She hadn't anticipated encountering a figure from her textbooks. Yet, to her surprise, this character from the pages appeared to be just an ordinary boy. "Is Harry really that famous?" Su Qingdai inquired, her confusion apparent as this was her first visit to England, and she was oblivious to their excitement. "Harry is the savior of the wizarding world. He defeated Voldemort," Ron explained animatedly. "Defeated Voldemort? Voldemort is the dark wizard of the West, and Harry Potter is the savior." This revelation astonished Su Qingdai. So, the savior they spoke of was just an ordinary boy? She quickly masked her surprise with admiration. "Wow! How did you do it, Harry? You're truly remarkable." The other two were equally intrigued by this question since neither books nor rumors had disclosed how Harry had triumphed over Voldemort. "I don't know. I just learned that I'm the savior," Harry replied shyly, appearing sincere. The others lost interest in probing further, but Hermione seemed to recall something. "Have you all decided which house you want to join? I've heard Gryffindor is the best house. Dumbledore studied there too. Ravenclaw is quite good as well. Oh, I almost forgot. I need to help Neville find his toad." She stood up, preparing to leave. Su Qingdai quickly restrained her. This girl seemed to possess a wealth of knowledge that could help fill the gaps in her understanding. After all, it was just a toad. Before her arrival, she had only known the names of the 4 houses, and wished to avoid being utterly in the dark. "I think I can help." "What's the name of his toad?" "Trevor," the boy standing nearby answered rapidly, as if worried that speaking slowly would hinder their search. Su Qingdai glanced at Neville, who remained silent, and immediately cast a spell. Wind's return spell. Trevor, come here. A green incantation formed a bridge that swiftly summoned Trevor. However, whether due to her inexperience with the spell or otherwise, Trevor leapt from Neville's grasp before he could catch him. Oh no, my Trevor! Neville exclaimed, chasing after the toad and inadvertently leaving Hermione behind. Seeing his own spell fail while Su Qingdai's succeeded left Ron feeling dejected. This must be George's doing. Playing tricks on me. He surely knew that was a fake spell. Don't worry, Ron, we haven't even entered the school yet. Which house do you want to join? Harry clumsily diverted the subject, evidently attempting to uplift Ron's spirits. Gryffindor. My whole family is in Gryffindor. It's the best house. Though Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw are good too, as long as it's not Slytherin. You know, Slytherin is full of bad people. Once the topic shifted to something Ron found interesting, he perked up, rambling on. Slytherin? That's where Voldemort. Sorry, I mean where the Dark Lord studied, right? Harry queried. Voldemort? Is that a name we shouldn't say? Su Qingdai's mind was filled with questions. Indeed, Ron replied, slumping back in his seat, looking quite disheartened. Slytherin is a haven for Death Eaters. It's terrifying. Yes, I wouldn't want to be in Slytherin either, Hermione chimed in, seemingly aware of some insider knowledge. But if Slytherin is filled with all bad people, why does the school still keep that house? Su Qingdai pondered, her mind racing with confusion. Just as she was about to speak, Hermione made another move. Oh, perhaps there's a spell that would suit you. Hermione raised her wand towards Harry. Reparo. Instantly, Harry's broken glasses were restored to their pristine condition. Well, thank you, Harry expressed gratefully. Su Qingdai glanced at Hermione, ready to steer the conversation back to the topic of Voldemort, but before she could, another knock echoed through the door. Chapter 4. The first encounter with Draco. This time, the newcomers were not the expected Neville, but 3 boys. The one in the center sported a platinum blonde head, his face round and somewhat pale, yet strikingly handsome, exuding the aura of a young nobleman. Even Su Qingdai, with her distinctly Eastern sensibilities, was momentarily taken aback. So it's true, he remarked. The whole train is abuzz. Saying Harry Potter is headed to Hogwarts today. That's you, I assent it? The blonde boy's expression was one of condescension, and his tone carried an air of casual superiority, fitting for a noble. Yes, Harry replied earnestly, clearly oblivious to any underlying tension. Behind this noble boy were 2 burly companions, neither particularly handsome, but their size accentuated the boy's striking features. Oh, this is Crabbe, and this is Goyle. The boy gestured to his companions. Then with a flourish he introduced himself. I am Draco Malfoy. His face bore a haughty expression, radiating confidence in his lineage. Draco. Su Qingdai recalled, that means dragon in Latin. Draco Malfoy is one of the 28 sacred families, and the letter previously given by the elder contained information about them. Malfoy remains a prominent figure in society. To encounter him so soon was unexpected. Ron, lowering his head and covering his mouth, let out a soft chuckle. This action immediately caught Draco's attention. Draco Malfoy regarded him with a piercing gaze. Are you mocking my name? With your red hair and tattered wizarding robes. You must be a Weasley. My father has often remarked that the Weasley family is burdened with more children than they can afford to raise. He looked at Ron with disdain, yet his contempt did not diminish his desire to befriend Harry Potter. Potter, once you enter the wizarding world, you will discover that certain wizarding families are indeed of a superior class. Do refrain from associating with the undesirables. He extended his hand in what he perceived to be a congenial gesture, but it came across as an act of condescension. Unfortunately for Draco, Harry Potter possessed his own unique criteria for friendship, and chose not to acknowledge him. I beg your pardon, Mr. Malfoy, but I believe I know what kind of friends I should have. Draco's expression faltered, and he glanced at the others, momentarily pausing when his gaze landed on Su Qingdai, before swiftly turning to Hermione. He unleashed a torrent of insults upon her. Only filthy mudbloods would willingly associate with you lot. Harry, Hermione, and Ron immediately rose to their feet, clearly recognizing the malice embedded in his words. Hermione's face flushed with indignation. Su Qingdai, however, remained seated, struggling to comprehend the term mudblood, which she surmised was not a compliment. Draco wore a provocative expression, his platinum hair gleaming strikingly. I suggest you leave this place. You are not welcome here, Harry mustered all his courage to declare. Even Hermione raised her wand, as if preparing to cast a spell. Yet, Draco's mockery did not abate. Upon noticing Hermione's wand raised, he became even more arrogant and brazen. Filthy mudbloods. You must surely know that underage wizards are not permitted to use magic outside of school. Draco erupted into laughter, joined by his 2 lackeys. their cruel guffaws echoing throughout the carriage. Hermione's face turned crimson, her eyes brimming with tears. She had read more than most and understood the true weight of the insult mudblood. "Leave, please leave this place. There is no room for you here," Qingdai implored, her tone lacking the forcefulness one might expect. Furthermore, to remain invisible was not wisdom but cowardice. It was evident that Draco had no intention of backing down. "Goyle. They clearly do not welcome us. We must teach them a lesson." Goyle, ever the devoted henchman, lit up at Draco's words and charged toward the pile of snacks Harry had purchased. However, before he could lay his hands on the treats, a plump rat suddenly leaped onto Goyle's hand, startling them all. The rodent seemed to take a liking to the trio, clinging to them and prompting them to shake it off in haste, making a swift exit. In their frantic escape, they accidentally bumped into a chocolate frog, which leapt onto Qingdai's attire, causing her to furrow her brow in displeasure. As the trio prepared to flee, Goyle stumbled over something, crashing to the ground and taking Draco and Crabbe down with him. Poor young Malfoy was caught between the two hulking figures, appearing utterly disheveled. "Ha ha ha." Qingdai and her companions erupted into laughter. Draco glanced back at them, his eyes filled with a perplexed expression. Yet he said nothing as he and his entourage scurried away. "Well done, Qingdai," Harry remarked, though Malfoy and his cronies likely remained unaware of her involvement. In a moment of distraction, Qingdai had secretly cast a spell beneath Goyle's feet, causing his fall. "We are all friends, are we not?" She refrained from accepting Harry's compliment, instead using the incident to solidify their bond. "Of course," the three chimed in unison. As Qingdai surveyed the smiling faces around her, she felt a twinge of curiosity. The platinum-haired young lord could not possibly be unfamiliar with Harry. Moreover, she was astonished to learn that Ron was also one of the 28 sacred families. The Weasleys, as the elder had mentioned, were a fallen noble house. The Potter name seemed to also originate from a pureblood lineage, though that was no longer the case. Qingdai hesitated to inquire about Draco, but Ron's curiosity prompted him to ask directly, "Have you encountered Draco Malfoy before?" Harry hesitated but recounted his previous encounter with Draco. "I have also heard my father speak of their family. They are all Death Eaters, followers of the Dark Lord. They engaged in underhanded tactics, or else they would surely be imprisoned in Azkaban." Ron appeared ready to say more, but was interrupted by the train's announcement. "In 5 minutes, the train will arrive at Hogwarts. First-year students may leave their luggage on the train, as it will be delivered to Hogwarts by designated staff." The voice echoed through the carriage. The group quickly shifted their focus to packing. Ron busily gathered his belongings, not neglecting the snacks on the table. As the train gradually slowed, everyone disembarked in an orderly manner. Suddenly, a voice called out from a distance, first-year students gather here." A stout giant announced. At that moment, Qingdai sensed that Harry beside her had relaxed. Did they know each other? Yet, now was not the time to ponder that. Chapter 5. The sorting. The four of them sat in a small boat, gradually approaching the grand entrance of Hogwarts. Hagrid guided them to a stern-looking witch clad in a black hat, whose demeanor closely resembled that of Qingdai's family mentor. She swung the door wide open, as if inviting them to peer inside. Qingdai could not shake the feeling that a burning gaze was fixed upon her. The witch said nothing, merely leading the way in silence. Hogwarts was far larger than she had imagined. She had expected to walk directly to the classrooms, but the witch halted at a bend in the corridor. "Welcome to Hogwarts. The next event is the opening feast, but before that, we must conduct the sorting ceremony, assigning each young wizard to their respective house based on their unique traits. During your time at school, each student will live alongside their housemates. The school is divided into 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. One crucial point I must emphasize is that your behavior during your time at Hogwarts will either earn or cost your house points. At the end of each term, a house cup will be awarded to the house with the highest points, a prestigious honor indeed." With that, she departed, leaving Qingdai with a moment of respite. It was then that she began to search for the source of that intense gaze, only to find it belonged to the platinum-haired boy. Had he noticed what had just transpired? To start her journey at school by attracting trouble was hardly the mark of a wise individual. Yet the die was cast, and there was no turning back. She would take each step as it came. Qingdai did not ponder for long, as Harry's words immediately captivated her attention. "Ron, do you know how we should accurately be sorted?" Harry asked, his voice tinged with urgency. Having absorbed knowledge from his companions, he harbored a profound fear of being placed in Slytherin. Thus, he eagerly sought guidance from Ron, who appeared to be the most likely to know the sorting rules. Fred had mentioned that they needed to defeat a fire-breathing dragon. Ron furrowed his brow, his heart racing with trepidation. while Su Qingdai was unafraid of the test itself. The prospect of using magic posed a significant challenge, as she had yet to master even a handful of spells. The young wizards formed an orderly queue, gradually making their way to the dining hall. The witch guiding them, Professor McGonagall, was now preparing a piece of parchment. Suddenly, a tattered hat opened its mouth wide and began to sing a rather discordant tune. You may think me unremarkable in appearance, but do not judge by looks alone. If you can find a hat fairer than I don it, and I shall reveal to you which house you belong to, perhaps you will be a Gryffindor, or a Hufflepuff, or even join the wise Ravenclaw, or maybe you will find yourself in Slytherin. The song was lengthy, yet if one listened closely, even the Sorting Hat seemed to harbor a certain bias against Slytherin. As the hat song concluded, Professor McGonagall commenced the roll call. Hannah Abbott, Hufflepuff. Susan Bones, Hufflepuff. Terry Bolt, Ravenclaw. As names were called, the tension mounted among the students, for thus far, none had been sorted into Gryffindor. Hermione Granger. Hermione nearly sprinted to the stool, hurriedly placing the hat upon her head, sitting in silence as she awaited her fate. Gryffindor. The table erupted in applause. Ron Weasley. Ron appeared somewhat timid, resembling someone engaged in prayer, which struck an amusing note. Gryffindor. The two quickly joined the Gryffindor table, their eyes eagerly fixed on Su Qingdai and Harry, as if anticipating their arrival. Draco Malfoy. Even the typically self-assured Draco exhibited signs of nervousness. Being sorted into Gryffindor would surely lead to his expulsion from his family. Unexpectedly, just before the sorting hat even touched his head, it immediately declared the name he desired. Slytherin. The Slytherin table erupted in enthusiastic applause. The platinum-haired boy strode proudly towards the Slytherin table, his head held high, as if he were privy to some delightful secret. He glanced back at Su Qingdai, his eyes brimming with pride. Harry Potter. As Harry stepped forward, murmurs filled the hall. Clearly, the entire wizarding community of Britain was aware of Harry Potter's name. For reasons unknown, Harry's sorting seemed to take an unusually long time. Finally, the hat proclaimed Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted in fervent cheers. We have Harry Potter. It took a considerable time before it was Su Qingdai's turn. Qingdai Su. She walked slowly towards the sorting hat, and like Malfoy, the hat had barely touched her head when it exclaimed, Slytherin. Was this an indication of overflowing ambition? The Slytherin students were taken aback. A brief silence ensued before a smattering of applause broke out. Su Qingdai had hoped to find a more secluded spot to sit, but noticed a dark-haired girl waving at her. Without hesitation, she made her way over. Hello, I'm Stella Shafiq, the girl greeted warmly, then suddenly whispered, You're really beautiful. No wonder he likes you for a lifetime. What? Su Qingdai was somewhat perplexed. What do you mean, likes for a lifetime? I'm only 11. Oh. I just remembered something from a novel. My apologies. It's alright, I'm Su Qingdai, but you can call me Qingdai, she introduced herself. There were not many friendly faces in Slytherin, and she preferred not to feel isolated at school. Hmph. The girl's eyes sparkled, seemingly filled with admiration. Zing. All names had been called. Now listen closely, you fools. Crybabies. Dregs. Twists. As Dumbledore's voice faded, the plates before them suddenly overflowed with food, and the young wizards promptly closed their mouths, focusing intently on their meals. Su Qingdai scanned her surroundings and spotted the familiar figure of Professor Snape. She winked at him, but unfortunately, Snape showed no reaction, merely glancing at her before quickly averting his gaze. Observing closely, Su Qingdai noticed that Professor Snape's attention was fixated on Harry Potter. It was quite surprising that such a stern figure as Snape would harbor an affection for the savior. However, the sorting hat did seem to possess some wisdom. Judging by their manner of eating, it was clear that its placements were not erroneous. Now that everyone has dined, I must remind all first-year students of certain rules. Entering the Forbidden Forest is strictly prohibited. Dumbledore droned on for quite some time before hastily concluding the ceremony. Chapter 6 Targeted. First-year Slytherins, follow me, called the Slytherin prefect from beside the dining table. All the little green-robed figures stood up one after another, following him as they headed toward the Slytherin dormitory. The Slytherin dormitory, located underground, exuded a unique air of nobility. Honor, said the prefect, and with that word, the door to the Slytherin common room swung open. Remember this word. It is the key to the Slytherin common room for this week, and it will change weekly. The new word will be posted on the blackboard in the Slytherin common room. The prefect suddenly turned, casting a serious gaze over the little ones. I do not care where you come from. Upon entering Slytherin, you must take pride in being a Slytherin. You are here to bring glory to Slytherin. If I discover anyone who violates school rules and tarnishes Slytherin's honor, they will face the harshest punishment. The little ones were taken aback, silently watching the prefect depart. None daring to speak. Yet for some reason, Su Qingdai felt that the girl beside her bore an inexplicable smile after the prefect's speech. This girl seemed rather peculiar. What was there to find amusing? Before long, the leader Malfoy made the first move, eager to enter the Slytherin common room. To be honest, Su Qingdai was curious as well. She sensed that the platinum-haired boy had glanced her way, but then he turned to the dark-haired girl beside him. The dark-haired girl approached Su Qingdai as if summoned. With her short hair, she appeared to hail from a noble family, possessing a somewhat cute yet fierce demeanor, reminiscent of a lion dog. "Hello, I'm Pansy Parkinson. What's your name?" Pansy, accompanied by her entourage, blocked Su Qingdai's path. Despite her words of introduction, her demeanor was far from friendly. "Qingdai Su, but you can call me Qingdai." Su Qingdai thought she would find it unbearable if everyone insisted on addressing her by her full name. Upon hearing Su Qingdai's introduction, Pansy's followers immediately fanned out, encircling Su Qingdai like a protective circle. "Su, I've never heard of that surname. I suppose you're not pureblood? A Chinese? Surely, you're just a filthy mudblood." She spoke with a hearty laugh, and soon, those around her were swept up in her infectious mirth. Among them, the most exaggerated laughter came from the platinum-haired young master, who reveled in his delight, as if avenging a great grievance. Mudblood. What does that mean? This was the second time Su Qingdai had heard this term. The first was from that insufferable platinum-haired brat. Upon hearing Su Qingdai's inquiry, Pansy seemed to find it equally amusing. She raised her chin, looking down imperiously, and proclaimed, "Do your parents practice magic? Does your family have a lineage of wizards? A wizard born of muggles is a mudblood." Indeed, it was a convoluted classification. Su Qingdai hailed from a family of sorcerers, and while it could be said that her family did not practice magic in the conventional sense, she replied, "My parents are sorcerers. They do not practice magic. My family has been comprised of sorcerers for generations, and I am the only one studying magic. A filthy mudblood." The platinum young master sneered, his brow furrowed. Pansy immediately seized the opportunity to add, "Indeed, one wonders what the Sorting Hat was thinking, placing such a filthy mudblood in Slytherin. Such trash doesn't deserve to be in Slytherin. It is an affront to our noble bloodline." The surrounding onlookers cast disdainful glances at Su Qingdai, and she quickly realized the underlying hierarchy within Slytherin. If she failed to handle this situation adeptly, it could spiral into something dire. She instinctively glanced at Shafik beside her, who, for reasons unknown, appeared increasingly animated, as if anticipating a splendid spectacle. It seemed that relying on him was out of the question. It appears that Miss Parkinson is quite dissatisfied with the school's arrangements. Perhaps she should provide some feedback? Su Qingdai raised an eyebrow, her gaze fixed intently on Parkinson. One must inform the Sorting Hat, lest it indiscriminately place anyone into Slytherin. Rumor has it that Slytherin has held the House Cup for 6 years now, but this year. Su Qingdai cast a glance at Parkinson and her entourage, hissing softly, "I suspect it is rather precarious." Parkinson and her companions, trained in the ways of nobility, understood the nuances of conversation. As a sought-after noble lady, she was quick to retaliate against Su Qingdai's subtle jibe. "Your weapon, then." Parkinson brandished her wand, directing a spell toward Su Qingdai. It was uncertain whether it was due to her inadequate spellcasting or Su Qingdai's high magical resistance, but the incantation elicited no reaction from Su Qingdai, igniting Parkinson's fury. She gestured to her followers, who promptly raised their wands as well. However, Su Qingdai resolved not to grant them any further chances. Should even one of them strike first, her own response could be justified as self-defense. Thus, the instigators would never be able to accuse her. Thunderbolt. Su Qingdai immediately assumed the stance to cast a spell. Out of nowhere, bolts of lightning surged toward her, flickering with blue and violet sparks in her hands. With a flourish, she tossed the lightning balls left and right, causing chaos without injuring anyone, but leaving the floor in disarray. Initially, Pansy appeared intimidated, but upon witnessing Su Qingdai's haphazard display, she quickly regained her composure. "A mudblood is utterly useless," Pansy taunted once more. This time, Su Qingdai did not hold back, directing the lightning ball in her palm straight at Parkinson's robes. In an instant, Parkinson's garment ignited, the flames flickering out before anyone fully grasped what had happened. Staring at the singed hem of her robe, Parkinson felt a pang of fear but was uncertain how to respond. Speaking up might be interpreted as a pureblood bowing to a mudblood. The surrounding crowd was equally astonished by Su Qingdai's display of magic. Despite their pureblood heritage, not all families would readily teach their young witches and wizards the intricacies of such powerful magic. At that moment, the voice of Severus Snape, the head of Slytherin House, echoed sharply, Can anyone tell me which brainless giant has made this mess of the floor? Snape's words were unyielding, causing Su Qingdai's heart to skip a beat. Having just committed an act of mischief, being caught was far from a delightful experience. All eyes converged on Su Qingdai, including Pansy's, who wore an expression of malicious glee. Just as Su Qingdai was about to explain, the platinum young master intervened, his words lacking in charm. It was Miss Su who did this. She just bullied Pansy. Look at her robe. She burned it. Malfoy wore a smug expression, his brow raised as if relishing the unfolding drama. Those around them seemed to tacitly accept this narrative, as if Su Qingdai had indeed instigated the trouble. Su Qingdai felt her attention drawn to him, cursing Malfoy for his preemptive accusation. That little brat, just wait. Snape turned his gaze towards Su Qingdai, a hint of skepticism in his eyes. This was a predicament. She needed to devise a clever response. Su Qingdai did not wish to leave a poor impression on a teacher she was familiar with. In an instant, she widened her eyes, tears quickly pooling as she spoke in a tone laden with grievance, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Professor Snape, they called me a mudblood first, and they raised their wands to intimidate me. They wanted to hit me with their wands. Tears streamed down her face, accentuating her already lovely features, rendering her an image of pure vulnerability. As she wept, she subtly insinuated that Parkinson's wand was nothing but a tool for violence. Pansy, however, was not pleased. I did not. I was casting a spell, not trying to hit her. A lady would not act so rudely. Besides, she is a mudblood. I did not speak falsely. Her words tumbled out without thought, immediately countering Malfoy's earlier claims, leaving him nervously glancing at Snape, fearful of being implicated. Oh, so it was a spell? Su Qingdai swiftly turned to Pansy, her demeanor shifting from pitiful to malicious, smiling wickedly at her in the corner where Snape could not see. She was indeed beautiful but undeniably wicked, provoking Pansy's desire to retaliate. Just as Pansy prepared to retort, Snape's voice resounded decisively. Miss Parkinson, 3 days of detention. The sound was like music to Su Qingdai's ears, and her eyes sparkled with delight as she winked at Pansy and Malfoy. Ignoring their reactions, she turned back to Snape, her expression one of admiration. Ah, what splendid news! Those who sought to bully her should take heed. This is the consequence. Snape regarded Su Qingdai for a moment before continuing. Miss Su is pure blood. The Sorting Hat has never been mistaken in this regard. Indeed, the founder of Slytherin, Salazar Slytherin, was an advocate of blood purity, and the Sorting Hat would have no reason to place a muggle-born wizard in Slytherin. With this declaration, the animosity in the room diminished significantly, and the previously tense atmosphere softened, as if the conflict had shifted from a battle of social standings to mere childish antics. Even Pansy could not contain her glance toward Malfoy. Her willingness to take the lead stemmed not only from Draco's identity, but also from Su Qingdai's mudblood status, which she believed to be an original sin for entering Slytherin. Now the primary cause of her disdain had vanished. Malfoy furrowed his brow, indifferent to her blood status. He had yet to avenge his grievances. How dare she assist Potter? He would ensure Su Qingdai understood the might of Malfoy. As for Miss Su, for her transgressions against public property and bullying a fellow student, a week's confinement was deemed appropriate. After delivering the verdict, Snape departed without a glance at the small ones trailing behind. The little ones, upon hearing the punishment, swiftly lost interest and prepared to return to their dormitories. Though Su Qingdai recognized that Snape was, in fact, coming to her aid, she was acutely aware of her precarious position as a foreigner from Huaxia, having already incurred Malfoy's ire. Only through this heavy punishment could their animosity be quelled. After all, Draco was merely a child, and children's tempers are easily forgotten. This incident could serve as a means for her to fully integrate into Slytherin, free from the threat of bullying. Her tenure in Slytherin would be lengthy, and it was clear how to navigate it, as any Slytherin would know. Yet, despite her understanding, a frown marred her delicate features. She was about to face humiliation before the loathsome Malfoy. What a detestable little scoundrel he was. Alas! Poor Miss Su was to be confined for a week. Such a pity indeed. Malfoy chuckled triumphantly, his beautiful face held high, exuding a malicious delight. His 2 henchmen joined in the laughter. As Draco laughed, he produced a green apple from seemingly nowhere, meticulously polishing it with a handkerchief. His face still adorned with a smile. Look at our poor Miss Su, on the verge of tears, he remarked, gesturing for those nearby to observe. Su Qingdai's face flushed with rage. This little scamp truly deserved a lesson. She whispered to Miss Shafik beside her, he needs to be taught a lesson. Stella nodded vigorously, equally astonished. She had never imagined that the illustrious Malfoy had once been such a brat. No wonder he was handsome yet unmarried. There were reasons for that. Slowly, Su Qingdai approached Draco, with those around her instinctively parting to clear a path. Draco, however, showed no sign of fear. He was a Malfoy after all. His father a governor of Hogwarts. Stopping before Draco, she breathed deeply, her voice calm as she called out, "Malfoy." Draco glanced at her, perplexed, halting his apple consumption. "What is it, Miss Sue? Are you preparing to apologize to the noble Malfoy?" he inquired, still brimming with self-satisfaction. Just as he was about to continue, Qingdai snatched the meticulously cleaned apple from his grasp. Without hesitation, she took a hearty bite, savoring the fruit right before him. Draco's previously smug countenance morphed into one of utter shock. "What has she done?" he exclaimed. "So sweet. Your green apple is truly delightful," Qingdai remarked with a wicked smile, giving Draco's shoulder a playful shove. His expression turned dramatically. "I will tell my father," he declared, his eyes fixed on his apple, his youthful voice delivering the most indignant threat. How outrageous it was that she had stolen his apple, for he had yet to enjoy it after polishing it for so long. Qingdai halted, making a face at him while exclaiming how sweet it was, before turning on her heel and racing back to the girls' dormitory. "Ah, Qingdai." Draco's face flushed with anger, but due to his noble upbringing, he could not pursue her into the girls' quarters. Remember this. Chapter 8. Transfiguration Class. Fortunately for Qingdai, she found herself sharing a dormitory with the familiar Miss Hmph. Stella was a vivacious individual, ever eager to engage Qingdai in conversation. "Qingdai, what do you think of Draco Malfoy as a person?" Miss Hmph inquired curiously, having pondered this question for some time. In the autobiography of Minister Draco Malfoy, his romantic exploits were depicted as exquisite and enchanting. Yet when Stella encountered the historical figure, it seemed the reality diverged from Malfoy's narrative. Qingdai was indeed lively, as he had described, but the young Draco Malfoy exuded all the airs of nobility. Did they truly have a romantic relationship? "Malfoy, that insufferable little brat," Qingdai retorted, unwilling to discuss that scoundrel further. "With all his noble pretensions, he's just as spoiled as I am. We would only clash." "Perhaps he will improve," Stella suggested tentatively. After all, one destined to become the Minister of Magic should be considered to be on a path of improvement, right? However, Qingdai was reluctant to entertain such notions. "Malfoy, improve? What constitutes good or bad? What are the standards for virtue and vice?" She did not like Malfoy, but that did not mean she would hastily label him as wicked. "That is a question for another time. Perhaps tomorrow there will be class, and I assume you do not wish to arrive late for your first lesson," she quipped, turning over to sleep. Indeed, the beds in Slytherin were exceptionally comfortable, and it was not long before she fell into a deep slumber. Tomorrow promised to be a momentous occasion, as the Savior's grand entrance awaited. She could not afford to miss it. Witnessing history was a rare opportunity, and it would be a shame to let it slip away. Though Slytherins bore their biases against bloodlines, they took their studies seriously, and soon the Transfiguration classroom was filled to capacity with students, each grouping together, occupying every available seat. As Qingdai pondered her next move, she spotted that platinum-haired boy gazing at her with an air of pride. His expression seemed to convey, "Who told you to offend a Malfoy? Now look. No one wants to sit with you, how pitiful." She realized then that everything was aimed at her. While she had anticipated exclusion, Malfoy's taunts ignited her fury. She shot Draco a face similar to the one she had made the previous night, causing his smug smile to falter. Dealing with him would not be difficult. Should he provoke her again, she would simply take another bite of his green apple. "Hey, come here. I've saved you a seat." Miss Hmph beckoned, eliciting a furious reaction from Malfoy, whose face turned into a furious bun. He glared at Miss Hmph, but she seemed oblivious to his ire. Qingdai shot a triumphant glance at Malfoy and responded loudly, "Thank you so much." Oh, how delightful it was to see an angry Malfoy. The bell soon rang for class, and as Qingdai scanned the room, she did not spot Harry and Ron, but fortunately, she also did not see the teacher. The classroom only boasted a charming cat. For some reason, Qingdai felt that Miss Hmph's eyes were fixated on the suddenly appearing tabby cat. Was there something mysterious about this feline? Before she could contemplate further, Harry and Ron stealthily entered the classroom, glancing around nervously, relieved that the teacher had yet to arrive. The adorable cat leaped down, transforming into the familiar Professor McGonagall, startling both boys, their faces betraying sheer terror. Goodness, it felt akin to riding a roller coaster. Harry and Ron immediately lowered their heads, as though they had committed a grave offense, hoping this would mitigate their impending punishment. "Perhaps I should transform you all into alarm clocks affixed to the walls, so that you may remember the passage of time," Professor McGonagall remarked with a hint of sternness. Su Qingdai cast her gaze towards the two individuals, unable to discern their expressions from such a distance. Yet she noticed the platinum-haired young master casting a self-satisfied glance in her direction. He raised an eyebrow at her, his face adorned with a smirk of schadenfreude. Surely, he did not believe she was concerned about the so-called savior. Just look at his insufferably smug demeanor. Professor McGonagall was not overly harsh with them. She merely uttered one admonition before allowing them to return to their seats. Allow me to remind all young wizards once more that disorderly conduct is not permitted in my classroom. Should such behavior occur, I shall escort you out. Under the watchful eyes of her students, she swiftly transformed a desk into a pig, only to revert it back immediately. This display of transformation ignited a profound interest in transfiguration among all the students. Seizing the moment, she distributed a matchstick to each student, declaring it their task for the day to transform the matchstick into a sewing needle. Everyone diligently set to work. Soon the first fortunate success emerged. Ah, clever Miss Su, 5 points to Slytherin. This proclamation instantly captured everyone's attention. Indeed, Su Qingdai was the first student to accomplish the task in Transfiguration class. It was not that she was particularly intelligent. Rather, despite the significant differences between Eastern sorcery and Western magic, the essence of the arts remained interconnected. She had already studied similar techniques during her time in Huaxia, so now, learning transfiguration came quite naturally to her. That said, transfiguration still posed a certain level of difficulty. By the end of the class, only Hermione had managed to transform her matchstick. Even Malfoy could not make his matchstick change form. How amusing! It was imperative to tease the young master a bit. Surely, it would be entertaining to provoke him. Su Qingdai had always held grudges, so she did not rush to leave. She waited patiently until Malfoy passed her seat before rising and triumphantly patting Draco on the shoulder. Well done, Malfoy, she quipped, addressing him with a hint of sarcasm, as though insinuating that Draco had deliberately failed at transfiguration. Then, she made a face at him, bursting into laughter as she pulled Stella away. She didn't need to imagine. Draco's expression must have been quite entertaining. How delightful. What a fitting retribution for his incessant scrutiny and attempts to trouble her. She dares to mock me. To mock a Malfoy. Draco glanced at Goyle and Crabbe behind him, his face a mask of disbelief. Goyle and Crabbe, equally astonished, were at a loss for words. Draco was filled with regret, blaming himself for being too angry the previous day and not getting enough rest. It must have been his poor state that prevented him from being the first. After all, it was merely a transfiguration class. Next time, he would certainly claim the top spot and make her aware of the Malfoy prowess. His face flushed crimson. How could this be? He was a Malfoy. How could he lose to a Huaxia? Next time, he would emerge victorious. The next class was potions, his forte, and he would ensure to taunt Su Qingdai thoroughly. Quite infuriating indeed. Goyle, Crabbe, I think we should teach her a lesson, Draco muttered, leading Goyle and Crabbe as they conspired, though their scheme was likely anything but benign. Chapter 9, Potions Class. Hey Harry, Ron, how are you? Su Qingdai called out, approaching Harry with Stella in tow. Ron, a notorious Slytherin detractor, hoped his identity would not bring him undue inconvenience, for it was only in the company of the savior that one was most likely to encounter the Dark Lord. Stella next to her was starry-eyed, as if she had known Harry for ages. But that couldn't be right. If she knew him, the entire Western magical world would know Harry Potter. Yet, for admiration like hers, aside from the Weasleys, one could hardly find it among other pure-blood families. Not bad, Qingdai. How are things in Slytherin? Harry greeted warmly, despite his reservations about Slytherin, his prejudice not being overly severe. Harry, they are Slytherins, Ron interjected immediately. This was hardly a surprising revelation. Ron, aren't we friends? Su Qingdai replied with an expression of feigned hurt, as though he were a traitor. You have no idea how miserable I am. I was confined for a week upon arriving at Slytherin. Stella nodded in agreement. Oh, Merlin's trousers, Harry exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Poor Qingdai, Ron added, unable to suppress his sympathy. Evidently, Slytherin is not a pleasant place. No, Ron, I am a Slytherin too. And so is Stella. No more of that. We have Professor Snape's potions class this afternoon. Professor Snape is quite an exceptional individual. You will surely come to appreciate him. Observing the conversation shifting towards the scenario she desired, she decided not to linger further, exchanging a few casual words before returning to the Slytherin common room. After all, there was still Professor Snape's potions class to attend. True to his reputation as Slytherin's head, Snape's potions classroom was located in the dungeons, adorned with various animal specimens lining the lengthy corridor, accompanied by an array of peculiar scents. Having learned from their previous lesson, they arrived in class early. Unlike Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape did not arrive beforehand. Instead, he glided into the classroom like a great bat at the start of the lesson. You are here to learn potions. I do not wish to see any imbeciles brandishing their wands carelessly in my class, nor do I tolerate tardiness. It seemed he was subtly alluding to Harry, casting a glance in their direction, causing Harry's cheeks to flush crimson. I can teach you to brew glory, elevate your reputation, and even grant you immortality, provided you are not a fool. Snape exchanged a knowing glance with Malfoy, as if implying that Malfoy was precisely the type of student he sought. Malfoy, already proud, swelled with even greater arrogance at this. I have heard that a rather illustrious individual has joined us today. Snape paused, glancing towards Harry. Mr. Potter. What happens when you add daffodil root powder to wormwood infusion? Harry was taken aback by the sudden inquiry. While he had skimmed the book, it did not mean he could recall everything. Meanwhile, Hermione raised her hand high. I'm sorry, I don't know, sir. It seemed that fame did not equate to knowledge. Clearly, fame cannot substitute for knowledge, Snape remarked, casting a glance towards Qingdai. He seemed to have learned of her mischief regarding Malfoy's apple the previous day. One hoped Draco had not divulged it otherwise. Where might I find a piece of dung? Mr. Potter, can you tell me? I'm sorry, I don't know, sir. What is the difference between aconite and wolfsbane, Mr. Potter? I'm sorry, I don't know, sir. Perhaps you could inquire of Hermione. Snape glanced at Hermione, whose hand trembled. Put your hand down, you foolish girl. He then resumed his ridicule of Harry. Mr. Potter, it appears you have never opened a potions book before class. What is it? The Savior is exempt from attending lessons? Draco, listening intently, gazed at Snape with adoration, his eyes shining brighter, as if the entire cosmos were contained within them. Should anyone witness this sight, they would hardly believe that beneath this beautiful exterior lay a mischievous boy. Harry bowed his head, unsure of how to respond. Just when he thought the ordeal would conclude, Snape's gaze shifted to Qingdai. I would like to pose the same question to Miss Sue. The implication was unmistakable. Snape was admonishing Qingdai for her overt displays of confidence. Indeed, he was aware. Draco Malfoy, await my arrival. Very well, Professor. The combination of daffodil root powder and mugwort infusion constitutes a dose of the elixir of life. The dungstone is extracted from the stomach of a goat. As for the aconitum and wolfsbane, they are indeed the same plant, commonly referred to as aconite. Qingdai stood up, responding loudly. Fortunately, she had paid attention. These questions were familiar to her. Truly, the heavens favor those who strive relentlessly. She comprehended Professor Snape's words. Yet the platinum-haired young master was insufferably infuriating. She found it hard to contain herself. Snape paused for a moment, casting a meaningful glance at Qingdai before stating, Miss Sue answered splendidly, awarding Slytherin 5 points. Mr. Potter, due to your insolence towards the instructor, Gryffindor shall be deducted 5 points. He then turned to Harry, speaking sternly, Why haven't you taken notes? The classroom was immediately filled with the sound of rustling parchment. What had begun as an appetizer was merely a prelude. Their task for the day was to concoct a simple potion for treating boils, requiring each student to partner with one another. Miss Sue, you shall pair with Mr. Malfoy. Snape forcefully dismantled 2 preformed teams. The 2 exchanged glances, each detecting a hint of disdain in the other's eyes. However, under the professor's authoritative presence, they were compelled to sit together. Chapter 10, An Incident. Snails are not handled in such a manner. The platinum-haired young master frowned, snatching the tools from Qingdai's hands. Look at what this Chinese girl has done. If Professor Snape sees this, she will surely be reprimanded. He had no desire to embarrass himself in potions class. You do it. I shall assist you, young master. Qingdai gracefully retreated to the background. She truly lacked talent in potions. The distinctions between Western potions and Eastern elixirs were far too vast for her to navigate. Fortunately, Professor Snape had paired her with a knowledgeable young master. She certainly did not wish to face Snape's ire. Observing the unfortunate Gryffindors, nearly every one of them had been scolded, which was indeed terrifying. It must be said. The young master was remarkably professional, meticulously tending to the task at hand, his head bowed low, occasionally glancing at Qingdai, urging her to take note swiftly. His little face bearing a hint of seriousness. Well done, Mr. Malfoy, you have handled that snail exquisitely. This was the first and only praise bestowed by Professor Snape. Just as he prepared to demonstrate Draco's technique to the class, an accident occurred with Neville. He and Seamus had somehow caused their cauldron to hiss ominously, as though it were on the brink of explosion. Predictably, the cauldron's potion boiled over, erupting suddenly and splattering everywhere. Qingdai instinctively yanked Draco, pulling him back a full meter, effectively removing him from the disaster zone. Earthen shield. As the words left her lips, a small earthen barrier rose before them. However, due to insufficient magical prowess, the shield barely protected the two of them. Fortunately, the splattered potion was minimal, entirely contained by the earthen shield, sparing Malfoy's handsome visage from any harm. Foolish oaf. I imagine you neglected to remove the cauldron from the fire before adding the porcupine quills. Professor Snape roared, his wand busy clearing the scene. Much of the potion had splashed onto Neville, who was now sobbing, utterly forgetting to respond. This only served to further incite Professor Snape's wrath. You take him to the hospital wing, Snape directed at Seamus, then turned to Harry, who sat beside Neville. Mr. Potter. You were beside him. Why did you not warn him? Gryffindor loses another point. Harry attempted to retort, but was promptly silenced by Ron. Meanwhile, the young master was still in a quandary, unsure whether to express gratitude to his archrival. He could not lower himself to do so, merely casting a glance at Qingdai, remaining silent for a prolonged moment. Young master, your cauldron is on the verge of burning through. Qingdai remarked, tinged with a hint of jest. Draco shot her a glare but ultimately said nothing, hastily attending to his cauldron. He certainly did not wish to ruin his potion. After all, potions class was his favorite. Due to the earlier incident, the atmosphere in the classroom had grown somewhat peculiar, and it was not until an hour later that they concluded their potions lesson. Fortunately, they had completed the potion before class ended, thus adding another 5 points to Slytherin. Watching her classmates leave one by one, Qingdai sighed silently. She still faced detention. The thought of having to visit Professor Snape to confront her dismal potion-making skills weighed heavily on her heart. She certainly did not wish to be scolded. As she observed everyone departing, Qingdai lowered her head, trailing behind Snape. Oh, how miserable. I must endure detention and receive scolding. I am so hungry. Perhaps hearing the grumbling of her stomach, Professor Snape displayed unexpected mercy, permitting her to leave. Phew, I am famished. With her head bowed, Qingdai appeared somewhat dispirited. Yet she hurried towards the dining hall. Goyle Crab, what are you doing here? Upon lifting her gaze, she found the two hulking figures blocking her path. Surely this is not an attempt at bullying? What were Malfoy's minions doing here? Goyle scratched his head and said, we wanted to consult you. We've tried many times to master the transfiguration taught by Professor McGonagall in the last class, but to no avail. Consult me? What ist? I am so hungry. Fine, let me head to the dining hall first. I shall teach you after I have eaten. Qingdai readily agreed, but her hunger was pressing, and she needed to visit the dining hall first. No, you have a poor relationship with Malfoy. You surely wouldn't want to teach us. You must be deceiving us. Crabbe interjected, his tone quite forceful, as if her refusal to teach them would prevent her from leaving. It took a fool to realize they were there to provoke her. Qingdai was unwilling to prolong the encounter, especially considering that while Goyle and Crabbe might not be clever, they were undeniably imposing. Draco Malfoy, what brings you here? Qingdai suddenly exclaimed in surprise, as if she had spotted a familiar face. Upon hearing Malfoy's name, Goyle and Crabbe turned around immediately, but soon discovered it was merely a ruse. Before them, Qingdai had already turned on her heel and fled. Unfortunately, Goyle and Crabbe steadfastly blocked her path to the dining hall, leaving her in a dilemma. Ultimately, she had no choice but to begin teaching them transfiguration, which explained why even Draco was reluctant to instruct them. Had she known how challenging they would be to teach, Qingdai would have long since retreated to her dormitory. Hindsight is invaluable. Time slipped away quickly, and soon curfew approached. No more teaching. I am about to starve. I must go to the dining hall first. As she spoke, she seized the opportunity during the lesson to dash toward the dining hall. Perhaps having completed their task, they surprisingly did not impede her. The dining hall, at this hour, was rather empty. Though the lights remained bright, the long tables were devoid of food. From a distance, she could see only a platinum-haired young head at the Slytherin table. Before the young master lay a plate of apple pie, which remained untouched as he sat quietly. Miss Sue, it has been quite some time since your last visit. You appear somewhat disheveled. A hint of smugness graced the young master's face. Malfoy, did you send Goyle and Crabbe to intercept me? Qingdai immediately comprehended the situation. She had never been acquainted with Goyle and Crabbe, so they would not have sought her out on their own. I believe you owe a Malfoy an apology. Young Master Malfoy regarded Qingdai with an air of superiority, his eyes sparkling as he gazed upon her. Yet Qingdai was not one to be easily intimidated. Having gone hungry all night, she was already in a foul mood. Suddenly, she stood tall and serious, fixing her gaze intently in a single direction. Good day, Professor Snape, she proclaimed. As long as it served its purpose, it mattered not if it was second-hand. Moreover, Draco had always held Professor Snape in high regard. Without hesitation, He stood up, following Su Qingdai's line of sight. Upon seeing Malfoy turn, Su Qingdai swiftly snatched the apple pie from in front of Draco and dashed away with it. By the time Draco processed what had happened, Su Qingdai had already made considerable distance. She paid no heed to Draco's reaction and hurried back to the dormitory. Qingdai, you're incredibly late today. I didn't see you in the dining hall. I saved you some food. Stella greeted Su Qingdai as soon as she arrived. It was then that she noticed Su Qingdai cradling a whole plate of apple pie. She paused, recalling that the apple pie was the very first item made, which had been highly popular and long gone. Given the time Su Qingdai had spent outside, there was no way she could have obtained it. Where did you get that apple pie? She asked in astonishment. I snagged it from Malfoy, Su Qingdai replied, still seething with anger. She was far too full to eat anything more. That insufferable Malfoy. Care for a taste? I'm not really in the mood. She flopped down onto her bed, closing her eyes to rest. Stella, unbothered, decided to indulge, having missed out on the pie earlier. It's still warm. You're quite the little thief, Minister Malfoy, she murmured, her voice barely audible to Su Qingdai. What did you say? Did you know? Tomorrow we'll have flying lessons with Gryffindor. Stella quickly shifted the topic. With Gryffindor, you say? Oh, I hope Malfoy can keep quiet for a while, Su Qingdai thought, wishing to avoid further discussion, and soon drifted off to sleep. Chapter 11. Flying lessons. Everyone was brimming with enthusiasm for the flying lessons, having formed orderly lines on the playground well in advance. Draco appeared particularly excited. It was well known that he had a profound love for flying and Quidditch. Even Su Qingdai, his ostensible rival, had heard tales of his escapades on a broomstick. His joy was clearly evident on his face. The young master cast a smug glance at Su Qingdai, seemingly ready to retort to her previous jibe. Ignoring him, she nodded towards the trio from Gryffindor. Despite their differing worldviews, it was essential to maintain appearances. Their instructor, Madame Hooch, with her short hair and stern demeanor, arrived, prompting everyone to stand at attention, with Slytherin and Gryffindor positioned opposite each other. What are you waiting for? Quickly gather around a broomstick. Don't waste any time. The boys, fueled by their inherent excitement, rushed to find their preferred broomsticks, anxious to avoid selecting a faulty one. Unsure of how to choose, Su Qingdai simply stood next to Stella. To her surprise, Draco seemed determined to prove himself before her, standing right beside her. Stella appeared somewhat excited. Had Su Qingdai not known of her affection for a Hufflepuff upperclassman, she might have assumed her interest lay with Draco. After all, the little rogue's looks were quite deceiving. Place your dominant hand above the broomstick, Madame Hooch instructed, pacing back and forth. Then say up. Do you understand? Understood. The students eagerly chimed in. But not everyone possessed the same innate talent. Not all could summon their broomsticks on the first try. For instance, Su Qingdai struggled. No matter how she called, her broom would merely twitch, never quite reaching her hand. Meanwhile, Draco effortlessly grasped his with a single command, flashing a triumphant smile that revealed his baby teeth. Upon closer inspection, he seemed to silently communicate to Su Qingdai, "Well done, Miss Su." Ugh, that infuriating platinum head. Su Qingdai fumed, turning away from him, though her peripheral vision discreetly observed the other's progress. Harry, much like Draco, managed to summon his broom with ease, as did Stella, who required only 2 or 3 attempts. This left Su Qingdai feeling somewhat disheartened. She glanced at Hermione and Ron, finding a small measure of comfort in their shared struggle. Madame Hooch, while monitoring the students, began instructing those who had successfully obtained their broomsticks on the techniques of flying and key points to note. When I say 1, 2, 3, you will lift your broom 10 centimeters off the ground before bringing it back down. Do not attempt to rise too high all at once, Madame Hooch cautioned. Just as she prepared to count, Neville, anxious not to be left behind, had already lifted his broom. Lacking any experience or control, he shot upwards, spiraling into the sky. The sight left all the young witches and wizards pale, including their teacher, Madame Hooch. With no prior flying skills, Neville quickly lost control, plummeting back to the ground. Wind protection. Su Qingdai reacted swiftly, casting a spell, but Neville's weight exceeded her expectations. While her spell provided some resistance, it failed to keep him airborne. He landed heavily, sobbing on the ground. Madame Hooch rushed over to check on him, confirming he had not sustained serious injuries. Miss Su will earn 5 points for Slytherin. I must escort Mr. Longbottom to the hospital wing. If I return and discover anyone's broom is still soaring through the air, that individual will forfeit their chance to participate in Quidditch, Madame Hooch instructed urgently before leading Neville away to the hospital. The students murmured among themselves, only settling down once they were out of sight. That little rogue, seemingly intrigued by something, dashed towards the nearby grass. Everyone, come and see. Isn't that Longbottom's memory ball? Malfoy laughed heartily. I reckon if he had squeezed this memory ball before getting on the broom, his fall might have looked more graceful. His entourage erupted in laughter. A memory ball of Longbottom's? Su Qingdai had never encountered such an object in her homeland and, momentarily curious, spoke up without considering the situation. Miss Su, are you planning to defend Mr. Longbottom? Parkinson turned towards Su Qingdai, a malicious grin on her face. Who would have thought that our Slytherin Miss Su would take a liking to that bumbling giant, Longbottom? Give it here, Malfoy, Harry interjected, unable to tolerate Malfoy's antics any longer. Malfoy glanced between Su Qingdai and Harry, then declared, no, I shall hide it and let Longbottom find it himself. How about I stash it on the rooftop? With one hand clutching the broom and the other the memory ball, he mounted the broom and soared into the air. His ease of flight made it evident he had not been lying. He must have spent considerable time practicing on a broomstick at home. Come on, come and get it, Mr. Potter, he taunted, flying around while provoking Harry. Given Harry's youth and volatile temperament, Malfoy's provocations ignited his youthful spirit. Clenching his broom tightly, he prepared to take off. No, you cannot do that, Mrs. Hooch stated firmly. We are not permitted to misuse the flying brooms. Indeed. Hermione proved to be the most rational among them, grasping Harry's arm tightly. Unfortunately, she underestimated his resolve. With reckless determination, Harry soared into the sky, relying on his innate talent to barely keep pace with Malfoy. However, due to his lack of proficiency, he remained perpetually behind Malfoy. For reasons unknown, the two suspended in midair suddenly came to a halt. Their exchange was obscured but in a fit of anger. Malfoy hurled Neville's memory ball forcefully towards the direction of the school building. Like a headless chicken, Harry dove recklessly towards the edifice, drawing ever closer to a potential crash that could snap his neck against the wall. Yet, within the final 20 centimeters, he managed to seize the memory ball just in time, returning safely to the ground. The onlookers erupted in cheers, all of Gryffindor beaming triumphantly at Malfoy. However, it seemed their celebration was premature, for the commotion had drawn the attention of Professor McGonagall, who stormed out of the building, her expression severe as she regarded Harry. In all my years at Hogwarts, I've never encountered a young wizard like this, she remarked, incredulous. No, this is not his fault. Ron attempted to intercede on Harry's behalf. Yet McGonagall had no interest in listening, leading Harry away without further ado. Chapter 12. The duel among wizards. As a whole lesson passed without Harry's return. They had no choice but to disperse. What are you thinking about, Miss Su? Malfoy inquired as he sidled up beside her, flanked by his lackeys Goyle and Crabbe, one on either side of her, effectively trapping her. Su Qingdai suspected he was fearful, but she had no evidence. Ignoring his posture, she deliberately turned her back on Malfoy. You're not thinking about your dim-witted boyfriend Longbottom, are you? Malfoy nudged her shoulder lightly. Or perhaps you're fretting over that insufferable Potter. I dare say Professor McGonagall will surely expel him. A smug expression graced his face. Impossible, stop dreaming, Malfoy. Instead of worrying about him, you should fret about whether Madame Hooch will revoke those 5 points she just awarded. Su Qingdai felt a twinge of irritation, clenching her fists as she delivered a light punch to Malfoy and quickened her pace. Oh, Malfoy grunted, but he too hastened his steps to keep up with her. I will inform my father, he called after her, his pretty face adorned with a hint of menace. Yet Su Qingdai knew he wouldn't actually do so. He was merely a stubborn little lord. I doubt Mr. Lucius would care about such trivial matters. They hurried along, soon catching sight of Ron and Harry, who were whispering conspiratorially. Su Qingdai, wishing to avoid further entanglement with Malfoy, hastened her steps, hoping to sidestep Gryffindor entirely. Are you joking? You not only weren't expelled, but you've also become the Seeker, Ron exclaimed incredulously, his voice loud enough for all to hear. Harry's face bore a hint of pride. Yes. Wait a moment. Ron suddenly recalled something. That makes you the youngest Seeker in years. His expression was one of sheer astonishment. At least in a century. Ron was utterly flabbergasted, nearly bouncing with excitement. Harry hurriedly silenced Ron. Would said it's a secret. So I shouldn't tell anyone. Poor Harry, who still spoke of secrets, was oblivious to the fact that Su Qingdai and Malfoy had already eavesdropped on their conversation. Malfoy, already simmering with frustration, could no longer contain himself. He strode up to Harry and Ron, flanked by his minions, forming a wall that obstructed their path. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a shared sentiment that was difficult to articulate. Potter, what did you just say? You've become the Seeker for Gryffindor? How is that possible? You must be dreaming. Malfoy's expression was a mixture of disbelief and irritation. No, I'm not, Harry replied calmly. How could that be? First years are not allowed to participate in Quidditch matches. That's a school rule. Professor McGonagall would never break the rules for you. His face was a mask of incredulity. Someone with flying skills like hers hasn't made the Quidditch team, so why on earth would Potter, who is only just learning to ride a broom, be allowed to join? Malfoy was resolute in his belief that Potter was merely fabricating tales to save face. Malfoy, if you don't believe me, you can verify it with Professor McGonagall, Harry declared, gazing steadfastly at Malfoy, an air of schadenfreude gracing his features, a departure from his usual demeanor. He relished the thought of Malfoy's humiliation, for the mere sight of Malfoy reminded him of his cousin Dudley. To him, Malfoy was merely a more polished version of Dudley. Malfoy, who was evidently aware of Harry's reputation, knew he wouldn't dare jest about a professor. Instantly, his spirits sank. Potter had actually become the Seeker for Gryffindor. No first year had ever achieved such a feat, at least not in recent decades. What right did Potter have to be the Seeker, simply because he was the so-called chosen one? Malfoy, I expected you to be the first to join the Quidditch team. I never thought it would be Harry. It seems your flying skills are rather lacking, Ron jeered, reveling in Malfoy's discomfort. The proud young lord's face flushed crimson at Ron's taunts. Malfoy surveyed the reactions of those around him, pursing his lips. Regaining his noble composure, he straightened his posture and addressed Harry once more. Potter, I challenge you. If you have no objections, let us meet at midnight tonight for a duel between wizards, using only wands and no physical contact. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he taunted, oh, I forgot. You probably don't even know what a wizard duel entails. He was correct. Harry indeed had no knowledge of what a wizard duel was, but Ron was well informed. Over the past few days, he and Harry had become good friends, and he naturally abhorred the idea of his friend being bullied. Of course I know what it is. Who wouldn't he? Ron immediately retorted. I'm his second. What about you? Ron's face bore a hint of provocation as he glanced at Malfoy's lackeys. Malfoy followed his gaze, assessing his two companions before resolutely declaring Crabbe. He then turned back to Ron. Shall we meet in the trophy room? You know it's always open. Having said this, he paid no heed to the reactions of others and strode away with Crabbe and Goyle in tow. What exactly was a duel among wizards? Why the need for a second? Qingdai inquired. Oh, it means if a wizard dies, the second takes their place. Ron responded nonchalantly. Given their current skill levels, they wouldn't even be able to seriously injure someone, let alone kill. Yet Harry was evidently intrigued by this duel, pulling Ron into a lively discussion. Qingdai shared his interest, though regrettably, she was not in the same house as Harry, and thus her attention was entirely fixed on Malfoy throughout the day. As the curfew approached, the trio remained utterly still, with Crabbe and Goyle having retired early, seemingly indifferent to the prospect of a midnight duel. Miss Sue, you have been observing me all day, Draco Malfoy remarked, his gaze fixed intently upon Qingdai. His expression inscrutable, flushed with embarrassment at having been called out, yet unable to suppress her curiosity. She inquired, Malfoy, are you not supposed to duel with Harry tonight? Why is there no sign of it? To her surprise, Malfoy erupted into laughter upon hearing her words. Sometimes I truly wonder if you are a Slytherin. Slytherins never challenge the rules. Such folly is the province of Gryffindors. The sight of Qingdai's increasingly astonished expression filled Malfoy with delight as he swaggered back to the dormitory. Chapter 13. Charms class blast that insufferable platinum-haired brat for daring to claim he is not a Slytherin. Qingdai fumed internally. Hey Sue, what's wrong with you today? Stella asked as she noticed Qingdai's late return. Nothing, she replied, still stung by Malfoy's mockery, her spirits considerably dampened. Why were you staring at Malfoy? You're not developing a crush on him, are you? Aren't you supposed to be enemies? Stella queried, her voice tinged with confusion. What nonsense! How could I ever like Malfoy? Qingdai exclaimed, her eyes wide with incredulity. But everyone says so. They claim you have a secret crush on Malfoy. You should have seen how furious Parkinson was. Stella teased, her tone lighthearted. Pansy Parkinson? Does she fancy Malfoy? You must be joking. But Malfoy probably doesn't see it that way. Her unrequited love for him is a significant obstacle. It was said that she fell into despair over it, leading to a fierce backlash from the Parkinson family against the Malfoys. That insufferable reporter, Rita Skeeter, made quite a spectacle of it, nearly costing Malfoy his position as Minister of Magic. The entire wizarding community is aware of this scandal. Qingdai found the situation rather amusing, her mind already concocting revenge. Time had long passed midnight, and fatigue overcame even the most steadfast of individuals. Before Qingdai could devise a plan, she succumbed to slumber. The following morning heralded Professor Flitwick's charms class. After several sessions of diligent effort, He finally introduced the eagerly anticipated levitation charm. Harry and Ron appeared weary. Dark circles under their eyes, a clear indication of the Gryffindor spirit. They had indeed ventured to the trophy room. Not bad, that little brat's guess was quite accurate. Su Qingdai mused. Wait, no, I seem to have been led astray by his thoughts. Yet seeing their cheerful demeanor brought her a semblance of joy. Surely Malfoy's scheme from the previous night would not be in vain. Please remember, when casting the charm I just taught, pay attention to your hand movements, give it a little shake, and enunciate the incantation correctly. Do not mispronounce it. Professor Flitwick admonished the class. The young witches and wizards immediately began to practice with their wands, but charms are not as simple as one might imagine. Wingardium Leviosa. Su Qingdai intently performed the spell according to the professor's instructions. She possessed a remarkable talent for charms, and with a single attempt, the feather before her began to levitate. Well done, Miss Su. 5 points to Slytherin. This inspired the other students to strive harder. After all, no one wished to lag behind such an exemplary model. Ron, becoming increasingly agitated, flailed his wand like a windmill, shouting the incantation, Wingardium Leviosa. Hermione, seated beside him, watched in trepidation as his wand flailed dangerously. Fearing for her own safety, and quickly pointed out his mistake. You mispronounced the incantation. You must elongate and articulate the Gar in Leviosa properly. Young wizards are often sensitive about their pride, and tend to disregard well-meaning advice. Ron, unperturbed, retorted with a classic comeback. If you're so good, why don't you try it? Hermione, unbothered by Ron's provocation, directed her wand at the feather and intoned, Wingardium Leviosa. Unfortunately for Ron, the feather floated gracefully in response to Hermione's spell. Well done, Miss Granger. Professor Flitwick praised. Ron's mood soured considerably, his head bowed in irritation. Su Qingdai glanced in their direction, her brow furrowed, choosing silence. Turning her head, she spotted the platinum-haired boy grinning smugly, having also successfully cast the levitation charm. Noticing Su Qingdai's gaze, he lowered his head, scribbling something, and after a moment, folded a paper crane which fluttered towards her. Fortunately, Professor Flitwick had been summoned by Professor McGonagall for the Halloween feast, or else Slytherin would undoubtedly have lost points over this incident. Should that have occurred, Su Qingdai would have torn Malfoy apart. She shot a glare at Malfoy, but deftly caught the paper crane he sent her way, her expression one of curiosity as she unfolded it. If he dared to send her any foul language, she would certainly devour all his apples. Contrary to her expectations, the note contained not insults, but a moving illustration. 2 figures, one resembling Harry and the other Ron, stealthily approaching the trophy room before being caught red-handed by the ever-vigilant Argus Filch. The figures displayed expressions of terror upon seeing Filch, who apprehended them with ease. And the drawing abruptly ended there. Then, words penned by Malfoy appeared. Look at the poor savior. Ha ha ha. The writing was quite skillful, and the illustration amusing. Yet, what was its purpose? A warning, perhaps? Su Qingdai crumpled the drawing tightly in her fist. Hey, what did Malfoy just write to you? A love letter? Stella asked. Her face alight with mischief as she leaned closer to Su Qingdai. If Su Qingdai had lived in 2023, she would have recognized this as the spark of shipper-esque delight. Alas, she did not. Su Qingdai's expression was one of disbelief. She could not fathom why her roommate persistently sought to pair her with that platinum-haired young master. Couldn't she see the animosity between them? Truly, there was not a single sane person among the pure-blood families of the West. No, you don't understand what he hid in that paper crane. How could it be a love letter? Are you mad? If it were a love letter, it would be addressed to Potter and Weasley. Su Qingdai quickly refuted, even unfurling the paper to show Stella. However, it was in vain. Stella was lost in her own world. Slytherin's paper cranes only fly to their beloved. Even if filled with foul language, she recited, gazing at Su Qingdai earnestly. Yet Su Qingdai remained unmoved, finding the entire situation bizarre. Are you out of your mind? Fortunately, class ended, and she had no desire to discuss paper cranes any further. She dashed towards Harry and Ron, noticing that Hermione had left early, not accompanying the 2 boys. Stella silently watched Su Qingdai depart, uttering a remark behind her. The haughty Slytherins were perpetually adept at overlooking those they cherished most. Minister Malfoy claimed that he adored his beloved professor, as did Snape. Chapter 14, The Potion. Hey, why are you 2 together? Hermione, what happened? Su Qingdai gently tapped Ron's shoulder. Ron furrowed his brow, anxiety etched across his face. He wished to speak but found himself at a loss for words. Su Qingdai then turned her gaze to Harry. Harry, feeling guilty, rubbed his nose and murmured, "We just said some unkind words about Hermione. She overheard us and is ignoring us now." Harry spoke ill of Hermione? He hardly seemed the type. Su Qingdai glanced back at Ron, who was shamefully staring at the ground. Perhaps you ought to apologize to her. Gossiping behind someone's back is undeniably unchivalrous, Su Qingdai suggested. Yet Ron was already at his wit's end, burdened by guilt towards Hermione, struggling to suppress his growing impatience. Su Qingdai's somewhat reproachful tone only intensified his discontent. What constitutes chivalrous behavior? Only you Slytherins seem to uphold such lofty notions. Ron retorted. Calm down, both of you, Harry quickly interjected. Perhaps a moment of reflection would serve you well, Su Qingdai said coolly. Ron truly was a thoughtless individual. One could only wonder whether such a companion was a boon or a bane to the savior. Since they had their own troubles, she resolved to focus on her own matters. That insufferable rascal had truly aggravated her. He deserved a lesson. Su Qingdai navigated through the throng toward the dining hall. Thousands of crows circled overhead, while dark clouds danced ominously. The long dining table was laden with delectable dishes, reminiscent of the grand feast at the start of term. Many young witches and wizards had already secured their seats. Hogwarts had always been informal regarding seating arrangements. One could sit wherever they pleased, even at another house's table without objection. Su Qingdai was not one to rebel against tradition. Yet she wished to avoid proximity to Malfoy. The detestable Malfoy sat regally at the center of the long table, exuding an air of princely elegance. His unique platinum hair shone brilliantly in the dining hall. Su Qingdai casually chose a corner seat, contemplating how best to enact her revenge for the previous incident of hunger, which remained vividly etched in her memory. The platinum-haired young lord noticed her seated position and cast a glance her way, his expression betraying his thoughts. Without needing to see, Su Qingdai could tell he was mocking her inability to find a suitable spot. She acknowledged that Malfoy had indeed provoked her. Clenching her fists tightly, the paper she had been gripping crumpled under her grasp. Glancing down at the paper, a brilliant idea suddenly struck her. She lowered her head and began to draw on the paper, just as Malfoy had done in class. As she folded it, she hesitated, recalling Stella's words. She unfurled the already folded origami crane and refashioned it into an airplane. Mischievously, she sprinkled some potion powder onto the plane. Although harmless upon ingestion, it would transform into a sticky, viscous substance upon contact with skin, nearly impossible to remove without continuous washing. She noticed that Malfoy was indeed observant of her actions. When he glanced her way again, she mischievously waved at him and sent the paper airplane flying in his direction. Malfoy, is that your girlfriend? She asked. The prettiest girl in our house, Zabini teased from the side, preparing to intercept Su Qingdai's plane. Let me see what your girlfriend has written to you. Just as he reached out, Malfoy swiftly used his beloved wand to strike Zabini's wrist, deftly catching the incoming paper airplane. As he grasped it, he immediately sensed something was amiss. The unusual texture of the paper airplane felt strange against his fingertips. He surveyed the surrounding crowd and stepped back to a relatively empty area, a look of disdain crossing his face as he unfolded Su Qingdai's creation. A small figure appeared on the paper, unmistakably resembling Su Qingdai herself. The tiny likeness moved toward a figure resembling Malfoy, snatching an apple from its hand without hesitation. Then making a face at the miniature version of Malfoy. The replica of Malfoy uttered the most classic phrase, "I will tell my father." As the words faded, the scene abruptly halted, revealing a line penned by Su Qingdai. "Poor Mr. Malfoy, you've been had." Malfoy instantly registered the implication, looking down at his hand, which had become slick with an unidentifiable adhesive. His brow furrowed, his face contorted in disgust. "No," Malfoy coldly replied to Zabini. "What do you mean?" Zabini, taken aback by his response, stared at him in confusion. "She is not my girlfriend. She is a fool, a wretched nuisance." The young lord was seething with anger, his words practically grinding through clenched teeth. He had no intention of caring about anyone else's reaction. His foremost concern was ridding himself of the sticky substance on his hands. Malfoy disregarded his wand entirely, striding hastily toward the exit, his pace quickening. "Draco, where are you going? The feast is about to begin," Parkinson called out, halting him. Malfoy paused, casting a venomous glare in Su Qingdai's direction before continuing his departure without a word. Meanwhile, a triumphant Su Qingdai reveled in her small victory. She had calculated that this was merely an inconsequential prank. Even if his father, Lucius Malfoy, were to intervene, nothing substantial would come of it. Normally, when encountering Draco Malfoy, he bore an air of arrogance. Today, witnessing his irate expression brought her immense delight. Due to this incident, some Slytherins began to cast glances in her direction. Yet she remained unperturbed, joyfully indulging in the food before her. Perhaps buoyed by her good spirits, the meal tasted exceptionally delightful. However, Her joyous reverie was abruptly interrupted when Professor Quirrell burst into the hall, terror-stricken. A troll! There's a troll in the dungeons. I thought you all knew. He exclaimed before collapsing in front of Dumbledore's seat. A cacophony of screams erupted from the young witches and wizards. And even Dumbledore had to cast several spells to restore order. Heads of houses, escort your students back to their dormitories, he calmly instructed. Qingdai scanned the room, searching for the recently departed Malfoy. Typically conspicuous among the crowd, he was nowhere to be found this time. Oh no, this is bad. Chapter 15. The Troll. That fool Malfoy wouldn't have encountered the troll, would he? This was truly a disaster. Qingdai lowered her head, silently trailing behind the Slytherin students while casting furtive glances at the professors. Seizing an opportune moment when the professors were distracted, she slipped behind a stone statue and, once the coast was clear, hurriedly made her way down the empty corridor towards the boys' restroom. Please let that fool Malfoy be safe. His magical talent is quite decent. He should be able to hold out for a long time. If he dies, I will be the murderer. Qingdai's mind was flooded with chaotic thoughts. Yet her footsteps only quickened. She feared that because of her, something might happen to Malfoy. As she drew closer, an indescribable stench slowly wafted toward her. A scream echoed from the bathroom. It was Hermione. Qingdai rushed toward the restroom, taking 2 steps at a time. The closer she got, the clearer it became. A massive monster stood directly in front of the bathroom. The creature was enormous, nearly 10 meters tall, its body pockmarked with gravel and unidentifiable slime. In its hand, it clutched a giant wooden club that dragged along the floor, emitting a chilling sound. From Qingdai's perspective, the girls' bathroom had been utterly destroyed by the troll. Hermione was pitifully huddled in a corner, looking as though she might faint at any moment. Hermione. Harry and Ron had also arrived. They were momentarily stunned to see Qingdai there, but then nodded at her silently, none of them daring to speak for fear of alerting the troll. Harry and Ron watched Hermione nervously, mustering their courage, ready to charge forward at any second. The troll slowly advanced but, for some reason, halted in front of Hermione before turning toward the boys' bathroom. As the troll moved away from Hermione, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Harry quickly ran to Hermione and helped her up. Bang, bang, bang. The troll began smashing the walls of the boys' bathroom violently. The front wall was no match for its strength and collapsed with a thunderous crash after just a few blows. A platinum blonde head became faintly visible amidst the rubble. The poor young master had lost his usual arrogance, leaning against the only standing wall of the bathroom, his lips pressed tightly together. His brows were furrowed, and his usually starry eyes were filled with tears. His pale face was devoid of any color, and the wand he always cherished was nowhere to be seen. Malfoy. Qingdai gasped. Damn it, he really is here. Hearing her voice, Malfoy looked over, his eyes pleading. Later, whenever Qingdai recalled this incident, she felt she had been bewitched by his beauty. She was a Slytherin, and Slytherins were known for self-preservation. Why had she recklessly charged forward without a second thought? Qingdai. Qingdai. Harry and Ron called out to her, trying to stop her as she rushed forward. Arcane binding spell. Qingdai mustered all her magical energy, exerting every ounce of her strength to cast a immobilizing spell on the troll. The troll immediately froze, standing motionless in place. Draco. Qingdai carefully maneuvered around the troll's body. Her magic wasn't strong enough to completely immobilize such a massive creature. The spell would break instantly if the troll was touched. Usually, she found Hogwarts spacious and grandly decorated, but now faced with so much debris, she had to suppress the urge to curse. She crawled slowly, inching her way toward Malfoy. The rubble made it difficult to navigate, and she couldn't climb down. Malfoy, come here, let me pull you up. Qingdai stretched out her hand, almost reaching Malfoy. He seemed stunned, staring blankly at her without reacting. Why are you spacing out now? Draco, quickly take my hand. The troll outside is immobilized. It's safe now, don't be afraid. Draco. Without further hesitation, Draco took her hand and followed her out of the rubble. They cautiously made their way toward the exit, but suddenly, without warning, a stone rolled down from the pile and landed squarely on the troll's foot. The previously frozen troll began to move again. Run. All the young wizards present screamed in unison. The troll clumsily turned its body, one hand swiping around as if trying to figure out what these noisy little creatures were. Everyone rushed toward the door, but the troll, usually considered brainless, seemed to have gained intelligence today. It quickly moved to block the exit, standing firmly in their way. It was as if it were playing a game of cat and mouse, toying with all the young wizards present. We must come up with a plan, or we'll be exhausted before the professors even realize what's happening, Hermione said as she ran, her face still pale from the shock. Let me try to immobilize it again. I won't be able to hold it for long. Once it's frozen, everyone must attack it with the spells they know. Qingdai grittet härtigt. Having already cast a spell earlier, she was nearly out of energy. As she began the incantation, she was caught off guard and slapped to the ground by the troll's massive hand. Excruciating pain shot through her senses. Qingdai, Malfoy called out, rushing over with a look of urgency. But now was not the time for conversation. Qingdai grabbed Malfoy's hand, using his shoulder to pull herself up. Arcane binding spell. For some reason, Qingdai had a strange sensation. The moment the troll touched her, she seemed to absorb a significant amount of energy from it. This surge of power enabled her to cast the immobilizing spell once more. Wingardium Leviosa. Ron desperately recalled the key points Hermione had taught him and loudly pointed his wand at the troll, reciting the spell he had recently learned. The troll's club immediately floated into the air before crashing down onto its owner's head. Before the immobilizing spell could wear off, the troll fell unconscious. Well done, Ron. Harry exclaimed joyfully. Is it dead? Hermione asked, her face still etched with fear. I don't think so, Harry said. We need to get out of here quickly and find a professor to handle this. They likely hadn't realized just how much commotion they had caused until moments later, when nearly every notable professor in the school appeared before them. Chapter 16. The Conversation. Qingdai attempted to approach the troll's body, using her innate magical abilities. Sure enough, her intuition was correct. She could absorb energy from the troll, using it to enhance her own magical power. For now, the injuries she had sustained were nearly healed by the energy she had drawn from the troll. What kind of mischief have you been up to? Professor McGonagall coldly surveyed the scene. Qingdai had never seen Professor McGonagall like this. She thought McGonagall had been stern during Harry's flying lesson. But this was even more severe. Perhaps you should provide an explanation. Professor Snape glared at the 5 young wizards with a murderous intensity. They glanced at each other, unsure of what to say. At that moment, Hermione stepped forward and took full responsibility. Professor McGonagall, it was all my fault. I thought I could handle the troll on my own. You know how much I love reading. I've studied trolls extensively. They came to rescue me because they were worried I'd get hurt. Hermione looked around at the others and continued, if it weren't for every single one of them, I would be dead already. Yes, Hermione said, every single one. Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow upon hearing her explanation. Yet Hermione had always been regarded as a diligent student in the eyes of her professors. Given her assertion, they naturally chose to place their trust in her. However, Professor McGonagall, with a serious expression, admonished, silly girl, how can you possibly confront a giant beast of such magnitude all on your own? Concern was evident on her countenance. Professor Snape then redirected his gaze towards Qingdai and Draco. Now, I implore you both to provide me with a reasonable explanation. Mr. Malfoy, to my knowledge, you have had little interaction with the Gryffindor students. Are you also here to rescue Miss Granger? Professor Snape's tone was grave and incisive, clearly skeptical of their tale. At his words, Qingdai was momentarily taken aback. It was true that Draco had a strained relationship with Gryffindor, particularly with Hermione. Should she confess to the professor that she was the one who had implicated Draco? After all, she lacked a board member father to shield her from expulsion should the truth come to light. Yet Draco was indeed innocent. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qingdai resolved to speak up. Apologis, Professor Snape. It was all my doing. Draco mentioned that Mrs. Malfoy had sent him a beautiful new robe. I was unable to contain my curiosity and begged Mr. Malfoy to showcase it, only to arrive here and find Miss Granger and the troll. You are aware of what transpired thereafter. Qingdai inwardly chastised herself. Look at the words spilling from her mouth. This would surely extinguish any lingering rumors. She should have suggested it was a date, for that would have garnered even more belief. Draco looked at her in wide-eyed horror but remained silent, not exposing her fib. What nonsense are you spouting? Qingdai cast a guilty glance at Draco and immediately grasped the meaning reflected in his eyes. Overwhelmed, she could only lower her gaze, avoiding his stare. Professor Snape regarded Qingdai in silence for a moment before speaking again. Miss Granger, I regret to inform you that, due to your impulsiveness, Gryffindor shall lose 5 points. I am profoundly disappointed in you. Upon witnessing that the discord among Slytherin had largely subsided, Professor McGonagall turned to Hermione. The seriousness in her eyes was palpable. Hermione furrowed her brow. She understood McGonagall's intent. Nevertheless, the punishment was not overly severe. Thus it could be considered a favorable outcome. She lowered her head, adopting an expression of contrition. Fortunately, you are all safe now. In my many years of teaching, I have encountered few first-year witches and wizards brave enough to confront a troll alone. Therefore, I shall award 5 points to each of your houses. I will report this incident truthfully to Professor Dumbledore. I believe it is time for you to return to your respective houses. As the students are enjoying the Halloween feast in their common rooms, Professor McGonagall concluded with a note of reassurance and prepared to depart. Hermione glanced back at her companions, remaining silent as she followed McGonagall. However, Professor Snape halted, his gaze fixed intently upon Su Qingdai. Miss Su, I expect you in my office tomorrow evening. Su Qingdai's head snapped up to meet Snape's gaze, and as if recalling something, she quickly lowered her head. Yes, Professor. Only after they had left did the voices of her companions break the silence. Oh, we gained quite a few points this time, Ron exclaimed joyfully. Gryffindor only lost 5 points, while Slytherin gained 10, Harry added. Hermione is such a good friend. She took the blame for us, Harry and Ron chatted excitedly. Are you alright, Mischief Maker? Draco gently knocked Qingdai's shoulder. Given Su Qingdai's penchant for pranks, Draco had taken to calling her by that moniker, which seemed fitting. Did it not? Merlin's pants, you have it rough. You have to go to Professor Snape's office tomorrow, Ron grimaced, wearing a woeful expression. If it were me, I would rather have Gryffindor lose points than face Professor Snape. Same here, Harry nodded in agreement. Gryffindor, are you polite? Laughter erupted as Su Qingdai chuckled at their banter. The paths of Slytherin and Gryffindor's common rooms diverged quickly, and soon they had to part ways. See you tomorrow, Qingdai, Harry smiled as he bid farewell. All right. What troubles you, young master? Su Qingdai inquired, noticing the furrowed brow of Draco. I must inform my father that Hogwarts allowed a troll into the school. It is utterly unsafe. As he spoke, Draco tore off the soiled robe he wore, holding it with disdain. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Why does Professor Snape want to see you? Should I inform my father to assist you? Young Master Draco extended an olive branch, a hint of pride in his demeanor as he spoke in a relatively gentle tone. Why? Su Qingdai replied. Just moments ago. It had been inconvenient for her to disclose her reasons to Gryffindor, but now that it was only Draco, sharing this information seemed harmless. Professor Snape saw me, she whispered. What do you mean? Draco asked, perplexed as he glanced at Su Qingdai, recalling that Snape had also noticed him. Was it the case that anyone seen by Snape was summoned to his office? Draco was not one to conceal his emotions, and his confusion was evident on his face. Su Qingdai burst into laughter. Chapter 17 Guilt. What are you laughing at? Nothing, I merely meant to say that after you left the Halloween feast, Professor Snape saw me at the banquet. Su Qingdai met Draco's eyes, speaking calmly. Draco felt a tinge of embarrassment under her gaze, turning his head away. I know what you mean. I won't tell anyone. Even if Dumbledore finds out, what of it? My father says. Draco, full of energy, chattered on. The path to the Slytherin common room was not particularly long, and with young Master Draco's incessant chatter, it was far from dull. Before Su Qingdai could utter the password, Draco seized her arm. She looked at him with confusion. What is it? Draco seemed to be preparing to hold her accountable for something. Surely we can't do this here. What if someone from Slytherin's common room comes out? What is it? Draco's eyes widened in disbelief. You can't be thinking of entering like this. What's wrong? Is there an issue? Qingdai guirid, basil. Draco suddenly distanced himself from her, scanning her from head to toe with a critical gaze. One hand covering his nose while the other tugged at the robe she wore. Disdain etched on his face. Sometimes I truly wonder if you are even a Slytherin. Look at your appearance. How dare you even think of entering the Slytherin common room? Aren't you afraid someone will expose you? Young Master Draco remained true to his nature. Still rather unlikable. The Slytherins were always mindful of their appearances, and would never permit their disheveled state to be seen by others. It was considered a lack of decorum in their eyes. Su Qingdai shot him an annoyed glare, fully aware that Draco's words held merit. Yet that did not prevent her from retorting. Shut your mouth, Draco. She yanked at Draco's hand, flinging it away with indignation as she marched toward the girls' dormitory. Yet, just a few steps later, she turned back toward the young master. He was heading in the direction of the boys' dormitory. Hey, Draco. Will you return to the Slytherin common room afterward? Su Qingdai found herself inexplicably uttering Draco's name, perhaps out of a sense of guilt. She had never anticipated that today's little jest could have nearly cost him his life. Yet, she admitted to herself that she was genuinely afraid Draco might inform Mr. Lucius, and this was no trivial matter. Her home lay far across the distant lands of Huaxia. If she were expelled, how would she explain it to her family? The future Dark Lord, expelled for a paper airplane? The mere thought would lead others to believe that a paper airplane was some unforgivable curse. That would certainly invite ridicule. Yes, it must be for this reason. Draco turned, his platinum locks tousled with confusion. Even without words, Qingdai understood his inquiries. Was the Slytherin common room not entertaining? Why return? The Halloween feast held little allure. Did he wish to partake in Quidditch? Like Potter, she could assist him. Unbeknownst to her. This remark emerged from her lips as if bewitched, ensnaring Draco's attention like a siren's call. However, the young master remained skeptical. How could she achieve what even his father could not? What is this? He raised an eyebrow, his expression one of incredulity, believing her to be provoking him. At 10 o'clock, by the entrance of the Slytherin common room. If you wish to know, then come. Qingdai felt a rebellious urge, akin to that of Gryffindor, to challenge the school's regulations. She was becoming increasingly unrecognizable to herself. This phrase felt eerily familiar. It was reminiscent of something he had exchanged with Harry. You best not be deceiving me. Yet, without further acknowledgement of Draco's words, she turned and headed toward the girls' dormitory, leaving him standing alone at the entrance of the Slytherin common room. Lost in contemplation, Qingdai regretted her decision before she even reached the dormitory. How could she involve Draco in such reckless antics? Yet, to renege on their arrangement would be equally egregious. She had just inadvertently put him in peril. And now she was to toy with him? Anyone would be incensed. Her thoughts were a tangled mess. Qingdai, you're back. Was the troll amusing? Stara's large eyes sparkled as she looked at Qingdai, eager for first-hand accounts. Qingdai was equally astonished. Stara, always the most playful and gossipy, had not been present in the bustling Slytherin common room today. You learned already. News travels swiftly, does it not? Are the professors as gossipy as we are? How does the grapevine move faster than my footsteps? Stara urged her to recount their encounter with the troll, her excitement palpable. As Qingdai hurriedly changed, her mind was elsewhere. Ron used the levitation charm to lift the troll's club, and when it fell, it knocked the troll unconscious. Her description was stark and devoid of flair. But it was intentional. Should she embellish the tale, who knew how Stara might pester her further? Although she had yet to confirm her intent to meet Draco, it was better to avoid being ensnared in prolonged discussions, lest she change her mind. Stara immediately drooped her head. What a dull story. Shouldn't an adventure be filled with twists and turns? Indeed, I find it rather uninteresting too. Look at me, filthy from head to toe. I nearly earned Malfoy's disdain upon my return. Qingdai frowned, expressing her distaste. He still disapproves of you? Stara's eyes lit up at the hint of gossip. Qingdai cursed herself internally. Why had she mentioned Draco? Sometimes she questioned whether Stara was an ardent admirer of him. Whenever his name surfaced, Stara became animated. Ignoring Stara's inquiries, Qingdai wished to navigate away from the topic, but Stara seemed to sense her intent, and was unwilling to relent. Did anything heroic transpire, like a damsel rescuing a hero? Do tell. No, Malfoy is an exceptionally talented young wizard. He requires no damsel to save him. Qingdai responded in a tone reminiscent of an official statement. Is that so? Stara furrowed her brow, clearly perplexed, for Malfoy's autobiography did not reflect such modesty. Yet, you did commend his talents. Chapter 18, The Eighth Floor. Observing Stara's expression, Qingdai realized she was likely concocting a myriad of absurd thoughts. She paid no mind, diligently organizing her belongings as the clock approached 10. I am stepping out for a moment. Do not wait for me, she informed Stara. As roommates, while others might be oblivious to her return, Stara would certainly not be. At this hour, the feast must be nearing its conclusion. Are you going out to rendezvous with Malfoy? Oh, the first date of Minister Malfoy's autobiography is upon us. Stara mused, relishing the prospect of witnessing her idol's romance firsthand. What are you thinking? Silence, darling, Qingdai retorted, exiting the dormitory, her mind abuzz with Stara's words. She felt on the verge of madness. Damn Malfoy, he better not stand me up, or I shall have to give him a piece of my mind. Yet. Perhaps it would be for the best if he did. I have no desire to breach school regulations. If Mr. Filch were to catch me, it would not be a trifling matter. Upon arrival, she would wait for 2 minutes. Should Draco not appear, she would take her leave, thus avoiding the label of being stood up. As Qingdai ambled along, the Slytherin corridors lay empty, devoid of any company, as young witches and wizards continued their Halloween festivities. Before she reached the common room entrance, she spotted a striking platinum head waiting in the distance. Upon sighting her, Draco approached swiftly. Why are you so tardy? He questioned, a hint of reproach lacing his tone, his exquisite features adorned with mild complaint. What suspicions do you harbor? That I would stand you up? Qingdai's retort felt like a boomerang, subtly alluding to Draco's own doubts. No, he quickly diverted the topic. Did you not claim you would assist me in joining the Slytherin Quidditch team? What is your plan? Qingdai, having made her vow, had indeed devised a method. She rummaged through her pocket, producing 2 yellow talismans inscribed with red, chaotic symbols that appeared rather peculiar. In a moment, we shall each affix one of these. She displayed the talisman before Draco. Yet he hesitated, reluctant to accept it. After all, she had a history. What purpose does this serve? Draco questioned. Unfamiliar with the Huasian arts, unable to comprehend the significance of the yellow paper before him. This is an invisibility talisman, once affixed. Even the most divine beings would struggle to locate you. Soon, I will take you to a specific place. Draco, still unconvinced, remained unmoved. Allow me to demonstrate. Qingdai felt a surge of frustration. After all, she understood the consequences of losing trust. Surveying their surroundings to ensure safety, she pressed the talisman against her forehead. In an instant, she vanished before Draco's eyes. His expression widened in astonishment. Remarkable, he managed to utter after a prolonged pause. Enough chatter. We must hurry, Qingdai urged, slapping the talisman onto Draco's forehead with a crisp sound. You actually struck me. I shall inform my father. Draco blurted out his trademark phrase. Observing the blankness before her, Qingdai felt a twinge of exasperation. Be quiet, just tell me whether you're coming or not. Next time be gentler. Understood, she replied, her face radiating impatience. Hmph, there won't be a next time. Qingdai precisely grasped Draco's hand. Hold on tight and follow me. I cannot see you now. For a while, let us refrain from speaking. If we are discovered, the entire Slytherin house will be the subject of ridicule for breaking school rules. No sooner had she finished speaking than she felt Draco's grip tighten slightly. Where are we going? Are we really heading to the Quidditch pitch at this late hour? The sky outside is so dark, surely we can't practice Quidditch without lights. If they illuminate the area, we will undoubtedly be caught. He knew well that Qingdai was rather unreliable. The 8th floor, she responded. Draco, bewildered, was tugged along in the direction of the classroom building. Is there something special about the 8th floor? He inquired, curiosity piqued despite being dragged along. Be quiet, do not speak, lest Peeves discovers us. Could she really divulge to Draco that her first class had left her perplexed by the staircase mechanism, leading her accidentally to the 8th floor? And that her desperate desire to enter a classroom had resulted in the room of requirement conjuring one for her, nearly making her late for her first lesson? If she were to confess this, Draco would undoubtedly find it laughable, relishing the opportunity to turn her misadventure into fodder for conversation throughout the day. The two of them tiptoed toward the 8th floor, careful to make not a single sound. Perhaps due to the Halloween feast, Mr. Filch was not patrolling the castle. He was likely attending the feast with his cat, affording them a bit more freedom to proceed without fear. Thanks to their invisibility, no one could detect their presence. And they successfully arrived at the 8th floor. What is this? A wall? Is there something different about the 8th floor? Upon reaching the 8th floor, Draco faced a wall filled with emptiness, his expression darkening. Indeed, Qingdai had simply devised a new way to toy with him. You have quite a lot to say. Young master, she remarked disdainfully. Quickly close your eyes and think. I wish for a space to practice Quidditch. What on earth are you doing? Are we making wishes now? Hurry up and think, or I might just be compelled to strike you. Hmph. Although the young master feigned displeasure, he began to contemplate Qingdai's words. Before long, a large door materialized on the previously smooth wall. There truly is a door. Is this magic from the east? Draco exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Qingdai urged, firmly gripping his hand as she forcefully pushed the door open. Before them lay a spacious arena, thoughtfully equipped with Quidditch training balls and flying broomsticks. Draco, fuming, removed the charm paper from his forehead, a hint of displeasure evident on his face. Be more gentle. You've nearly crushed my hand. Qingdai, hearing this, promptly released his hand, irately removing the charm paper from her forehead. You're just too delicate, Draco. No. Draco retorted loudly. Stop your nonsense. We need to commence training, do we not? Qingdai quickly countered, acknowledging that she had indeed applied a bit too much pressure while grasping his hand, which was tinged with a hint of personal animosity. Chapter 19 Training. Draco's face was still pouting, displaying a reluctance to engage with her. Observing his sulky demeanor, Qingdai couldn't help but smirk slyly. You're pushing me to reveal my trump card. Did you know? Professor McGonagall gifted Potter a Nimbus 2000 during dinner, specifically for this year's Quidditch match. Qingdai watched as Draco's expression soured further, stoking the flames of her teasing. Truly, the savior is exceptional. He can participate in Quidditch as a first year. Although Qingdai's flying skills were lacking, her ability to be sardonic was unparalleled. Yet, after only a couple of remarks, The young master seemed to reach his limit, lowering his proud head. All right, what is your plan for training? Noticing the young master beginning to cooperate, Qingdai gradually unveiled her strategy. Young master, do you wish to be a chaser or a seeker? While the training methods for both are quite similar, my curiosity remains piqued. Upon mentioning something of interest, Draco's demeanor brightened noticeably. Of course, I want to be a seeker. Very well, but you are aware that Slytherin currently has a seeker who has not retired. If you aspire to become a seeker, you must defeat him, Qingdai stated calmly. Draco's expression grew solemn. As a first-year wizard, defeating an upperclassman with years of Quidditch experience would be no easy feat. Even the usually proud young master hesitated to claim he could achieve that. I know this, but I am not capable of it at present. If I could, I would have asked my father for assistance long ago. Draco's spirits dampened, uncharacteristically acknowledging his limitations in an area he adored. His head hung low. He appeared pitiful enough that Qingdai felt an overwhelming urge to tousle his hair. To become a seeker, one must possess two key attributes: keen observational skills and unparalleled speed. Observational skills necessitate long-term cultivation, while speed can be developed more rapidly. Qingdai explained her thoughts to Draco. However, Draco was clearly skeptical, having played on a broomstick since childhood. He had never witnessed anyone significantly enhance their speed in a short time. Sensing his doubt, Qingdai decided to conduct a simple experiment. Of course, there are special methods involved. If you don't believe me, allow me to demonstrate. This was her running without employing the special technique. Leveraging her physical abilities, she sprinted away, her form far from impressive, and her speed decidedly average. Draco, I am now going to run back using this special method. Be cautious. After stating this, Qingdai focused on harnessing the power of the wind, utilizing the subtle shifts in the air to propel herself forward with astonishing swiftness. What had been a visible speed transformed into a blur, leaving Draco astounded and momentarily forgetting to evade. With a resounding thud, they collided. The formerly standing platinum young master was knocked to the ground beneath her. That hurt. Could you not have dodged? Qingdai exclaimed, scrambling to rise from atop him. And what about you? Why did you not watch where you were going? Draco retorted, indignant at being blamed. The two exchanged glances, both huffing in unison, turning away from one another. The atmosphere in the room of requirement became decidedly peculiar. Yet Qingdai's method was simply too intriguing. Not long after, Draco lowered his proud head. Please don't be angry. Quickly tell me how you achieved that method. His expression was somewhat awkward, filled with a strange discomfort. Observing Draco's bowed head, Qingdai descended the ladder. If you wish to know, then you must bring it to me. She extended her hand toward Draco, adopting a demeanor that suggested she would not teach him unless he complied. Bring what? Draco was perplexed by her request. You've secretly stashed an apple. I felt it earlier. Qingdai wore a countenance of petty triumph as she addressed Draco. Since you have chosen to apprentice, how could you possibly forego presenting a token of your gratitude? Draco's face immediately contorted with annoyance. Why was it that every time he brought an apple, it was snatched away? Why must you always pilfer my apples? Perhaps I should dub you Little Apple instead. Enough with the chatter, hand it over. Draco cast a reluctant glance at Qingdai, his brow furrowed in evident reluctance as he fumbled in his pocket. Very well, Little Apple. Qingdai ignored his words, perceiving them merely as a desperate struggle. Stop lounging about and stand up straight. She seized the apple he had been unwillingly clutching and took a decisive bite. Our methods differ from yours. While flying, we do not rely on broomsticks. Instead, we harness our individual perceptions of the wind. With her hands clasped behind her back, she adopted the demeanor of a little teacher. Draco, lacking formal training, remained utterly perplexed. Close your eyes and attune yourself to the subtle changes in the air. Qingdai recounted her father's teachings, attempting to guide Draco anew. However, she had forgotten that they were indoors, where no wind existed, rendering it an unsuitable environment for a novice wizard to experience the allure of the breeze. But there is no wind, Draco exclaimed, exasperated as he gazed at Qingdai, utterly baffled by her insistence on something he could not perceive. Realizing her oversight, Qingdai discreetly glanced at Draco, silently apologizing before redirecting her focus back to him. I have never encountered anyone so obtuse. Very well, I shall reveal my ancestral secret. With an air of feigned confidence, she produced a special elixir, disregarding Draco's protests, and unceremoniously thrust it into his mouth. It has a delightful apple flavor. I know you enjoy apples. Draco grimaced as he chewed the potion, which indeed tasted of apples. Upon finishing the elixir, he suddenly became aware of the air around him in motion. A subtle change imbued with a certain rhythm. I can feel it. Draco beamed at Qingdai, his pale gray eyes sparkling as if filled with stars, evoking an overwhelming desire to lose oneself in their depths. Then hurry and grip your broom tightly. We must prepare for takeoff, Qingdai said with a mischievous smile. Although Draco did not fully grasp her meaning, he instinctively tightened his hold on the broom. 3, 2, 1 launch. Qingdai cast a spell on Draco's broom, which immediately propelled him into the distance with alarming speed. Ah! Curse little apple! He shouted, while she laughed heartily. No, you are the little apple. Chapter 20, Special Training. The room of requirement lived up to its name, for the space within seemed to stretch infinitely, devoid of any visible boundaries. Initially, Draco's voice could be heard, but soon it faded into silence, leaving Qingdai increasingly anxious. Draco! Draco! What on earth are you doing? She called out, yet received no reply. Surely this cannot be happening again. In a state of urgency, she dashed toward the direction where Draco had vanished. After a brief sprint, she faintly heard a sound. Phew! I'm back! The young master returned, riding his broom with an air of smug triumph, his face radiant with the joy of newfound accomplishment, as if he had unearthed a treasure. A closer look revealed that he was now surrounded by a faint breeze, indicating he had grasped at least the rudiments of the skill. See? My speed has improved considerably, Draco boasted, eager to showcase his progress. Surely my methods are effective. And what did you call me just now? It was rather hurtful. Having witnessed Draco's triumphant return, Qingdai could not resist teasing him once more. Draco huffed in response, choosing silence as he focused intently on his practice, spiraling through the air without uttering a sound. Oh, you ungrateful little scamp, Qingdai murmured, munching on Draco's apple while leisurely leaning against the wall, enjoying the sight of his clumsy maneuvers. As she observed him gradually mastering the wind and increasing his speed on the broom, a mischievous thought crossed her mind. Hey Draco, I think your current progress is unsustainable. It is entirely due to the elixir. Its effects will soon wane, and if you do not master this technique before then, you will be unable to join the Quidditch team. Do not forget, Professor Snape is also a Slytherin. He will not hesitate to uphold the rules. Draco, who had been reveling in his successes, suddenly froze. What do you suggest I do? Qingdai immediately adopted an innocent smile, glancing between the ground and the sky. Her intentions clear, before stating, just fly a few more times. Draco's expression darkened. He acknowledged that this would indeed accelerate his learning, yet it did not mean he relished the idea. He hesitated, circling in the air, refusing to descend. Come on darling, hurry, she urged playfully. Reluctantly, Draco swooped down, his demeanor resembling that of someone wearing a mask of despair. Ready, set, go. They repeated the takeoff, and this time, Draco's demeanor was markedly improved. After several more attempts, his progress became evident, yet Qingdai grew weary. No more practice. I'm utterly exhausted, she called out to Draco, her fatigue bringing tears to her eyes. However, Draco was far from tired. In fact, he was brimming with excitement. But you promised to help me join the Quidditch team. You cannot leave now. The season is about to begin. Qingdai cast a weary glance at him, her eyelids growing heavy. I have class in the morning. The young master gazed at her with a pitiful expression, embodying the quintessential Slytherin, having realized that Qingdai was more susceptible to gentler persuasion. True to form, she succumbed to his charm. I must go. If I linger too long, Stella will worry, but I can leave you with some items. Qingdai remembered the inquisitive girl in her dormitory. If she discovered that Qingdai had spent the night away with Draco, she would never hear the end of it. Will you be alright returning so late? It's fine. I informed Zabini that I would be settling scores with Pritchard tonight. Very well. As she spoke, Qingdai rummaged through her bag for items. This is a charm for swift flight. This is a potion to help you sense the wind's direction. And this is the invisibility charm we just used. She hastily thrust everything into Draco's hands before departing without a backward glance. The hour was indeed late, and upon returning to her dormitory, she found Stella already fast asleep. The moment Qingdai touched her bed, sleep overcame her. And had it not been for Stella's timely awakening, she would surely have been late. As was her custom, she arrived early to class, waiting for some time without sight of Draco. Could he still be in the room of requirement? Surely he wouldn't be so foolish. She did not wish for her hard-earned secret base to become common knowledge. Just before class began, Draco finally sauntered in, allowing Qingdai to breathe a sigh of relief. He bore the marks of a sleepless night, dark circles under his eyes. Fortunately, today's lesson was Professor Bin's History of Magic, a subject most young wizards found dull. Draco, in particular, settled into the back of the classroom, using the lecture as an opportunity to catch up on sleep. In the realm of diligent young wizards, few can be found, yet Hermione stands as one, alongside Su Qingdai. Hermione is driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge, while Su Qingdai, a native of Huaxia, finds herself compelled to learn due to her lack of understanding. Were it not for necessity, she would prefer to forego her studies, as the lessons often bore her to tears, particularly during the latter half of class. An intense gaze perpetually affixed upon her from behind induces a sense of restlessness. Without even needing to think, Su Qingdai recognizes it as Draco's scrutiny. This relentless attention leaves her unsettled, and she hopes Draco can provide her with a reasonable explanation. At last, the class concludes, and Draco, unable to contain himself for even a moment longer, swiftly pulls Su Qingdai away to a secluded spot. When shall we inform Professor Snape about joining the Quidditch team? After yesterday's training, he feels a newfound confidence, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to showcase his skills before everyone. Ideally, he wishes to triumph over Potter in a resounding fashion. Are you certain you're ready? Shouldn't you practice a bit longer? Su Qingdai understands his urgency, yet she questions whether he is truly prepared, having only trained for a single evening. Professor Snape is not easily deceived. I assure you, I am significantly stronger than before. Besides, if we delay informing Professor Snape, the Quidditch matches will commence before we know it. Su Qingdai grasps the crux of the matter. This is indeed the focal point. Very well, I shall be visiting Professor Snape tonight, and we can discuss it together. But let me make this clear. Professor Snape may wish to assess your abilities. Should you fail, do not shed tears. Amused, she is relieved at the prospect of not facing Professor Snape alone, especially after the shadow cast by last week's detention. Nevertheless, she remains cautious, for while Draco possesses talent, he has only practiced for a single night. Understood. I have no classes this afternoon. After dinner, I will await you in the Slytherin common room. Chapter 21, The Godfather. Are you planning to practice this afternoon? Su Qingdai inquires, observing the weariness etched upon Draco's face. What else would I do? Would you care to join Little Apple? Do not let anyone else discover that place, understand? Su Qingdai contemplates utilizing the room of requirement as a library during finals. One person per room would be sheer bliss. Should others intrude, it would cease to be a sanctuary. I wouldn't he dream of it. Draco's face immediately contorts with annoyance, his enthusiasm dissipating as he turns to leave. Though Draco is somewhat spoiled, he is not devoid of intellect, a fact in which she has faith. She merely hopes he does not lose track of time during training. Although Hogwarts is a school of magic, the workload is indeed substantial. Just when she thought she could rest in the afternoon, evening arrives in the blink of an eye. Su Qingdai hastily consumes a few bites before setting off towards the Slytherin common room. Draco's matters can wait, but tardiness to Professor Snape's office is not an option. After dinner, young wizards typically return to their respective common rooms. The platinum-haired troublemaker is easily identifiable, seated with Goyle, Crabbe, Pansy and Zabini, alongside an unfamiliar girl. This group is known for their tight-knit camaraderie, and it is not out of the question to speculate that Pansy harbors feelings for Malfoy. At the long table, Draco occupies the center, flanked by Goyle and Crabbe on either side, opposite Pansy, who is next to another girl, followed by Zabini. Coincidentally, Su Qingdai shares a contentious history with Pansy, which only fuels her irritation. As the young wizards dutifully focus on their assignments, they remain oblivious to Su Qingdai's approach from behind Draco. The timid young master is sure to be startled. She intends to surprise them, yet unbeknownst to her, Zabini glances up and flashes her a smile, causing her to abandon her plan. Come on, Draco, Su Qingdai gently taps him on the shoulder. The young master frowns and turns to her. You're incredibly slow. I'm nearly finished with my work. As he gathers his belongings, she finds it peculiar that visiting Professor Snape feels akin to a family visit, complete with gifts. Su Qingdai, distracted by Pansy, fails to notice Draco's irritation as he observes her staring intently at Pansy, prompting him to exclaim, "What are you looking at? Why haven't you left yet? Hurry up." Draco, now finished packing, turns to find Su Qingdai still locked in a gaze with Pansy, and his frustration mounts. "I know," she retorts, offering Pansy a dazzling smile imbued with a hint of provocation. In her eyes, she plays the villain, stealing Pansy's boyfriend, while Pansy is cast as the vulnerable victim. The thought brings her joy, yet she neglects to recognize her own flaws. With a visage akin to a stunning flower, her beauty appears innocent unless viewed through a specific emotional lens. Otherwise, her smile radiates harmlessness. "Let us go, stop dawdling." Draco yanks Su Qingdai by the hand, pulling her toward the door. Reluctantly, she follows, casting a final taunt at Pansy. What is with her today? Why does she keep smiling at me? Pansy questions her companions. Perplexed, Daphne hesitates before replying, I think she might fancy you. I think so too. Zabini chimes in, a mischievous grin on his face. You've stolen Malfoy's girlfriend, Pansy. Are you two jesting? Pansy queries, bewildered by their words, though her laughter is quite charming. Meanwhile, Qingdai and Draco arrive at Professor Snape's door yet hesitate to knock. Quickly, Draco urges, casting desperate glances at Qingdai, silently imploring her to take the initiative. No, why don't you knock? Qingdai retorts, pushing Draco toward the door. Professor Snape is calling for you. Draco immediately retreats behind Qingdai. I believe your Quidditch aspirations take precedence. You should be the one to knock. Thus, they engage in a playful tug-of-war, inadvertently catching Professor Snape's attention. Who is outside? Enter. It is I, Professor, Qingdai replies, gently pushing the door open. Her face adorned with an appropriately stiff smile. I thought Miss Sue's mind had been ensnared by the rackspurt, causing her to lose track of time. Professor Snape, as ever, begins his venomous tirade. My apologies, Professor. Qingdai's smile grows increasingly awkward as she shoots a mischievous glance at Draco, hoping he might share the burden of Snape's wrath. True to her expectation, Snape follows her gaze. Draco, what brings you here? Qingdai subtly observes Draco, her eyes carrying a hint of apology. I'm sorry, Draco. No one can withstand Professor Snape's venom. It's a matter of survival. I will be sure to express my gratitude later. Godfather. My mother sent me to deliver some biscuits. Draco dutifully presents the prepared gift from behind him. When has he ever been so obedient? Is this truly Draco? Or has someone assumed his identity? No, wait. What did Draco just call Professor Snape? Godfather. Could it be that she misheard? Qingdai stares wide-eyed at Draco. What a coincidence. Draco looks back at her, his beautiful eyes brimming with mischief. He has surely orchestrated this. How infuriating. Indeed. Professor Snape acknowledges. Draco obediently places the items on the desk before expertly retrieving his homework, settling down to work in the office. Professor Snape had long since grown accustomed to such scenes, treating them as commonplace occurrences. Miss Sue, your task today is to manage these slime eels. The bucket of eels, though not particularly numerous, appeared quite viscous and unappealing, rendering Qingdai utterly reluctant to engage, her visage adorned with a mask of anguish. She cast frantic glances at Draco, yet he remained unresponsive. Perhaps her hesitation had lingered too long. Even Professor Snape could no longer tolerate it. Miss Sue, do you have any questions? Professor, I have a matter of great importance to discuss with you, pertaining to Harry Potter, Qingdai replied. She deliberately mentioned Harry, as it was evident to anyone with keen eyesight that Professor Snape harbored a palpable animosity towards him. Her intention was to capture Snape's attention, hoping to pique his interest in her words. Oh. Chapter 22, it's done. Qingdai steadied her thoughts and continued, recently, Harry Potter was exceptionally permitted by Professor McGonagall to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team, despite the school rules prohibiting first-year students from participating. Why was Harry granted this exception? Professor McGonagall even gifted him a broomstick, which is forbidden for young wizards. This has caused quite a stir among the students. A hint of discontent graced Qingdai's features. Professor Snape regarded her with a grave expression, his face devoid of any emotion as he inquired, is it the students who are discontented, or is it you, Miss Sue? It is Draco, your beloved pupil, who is dissatisfied. Do not lay the blame upon me, Qingdai thought, internally exasperated, but outwardly she offered a somewhat panicked explanation. Of course, it is everyone. I am aware of my own broomstick skills, yet there are several formidable young wizards in our Slytherin first-year class, such as Malfoy. Upon uttering his name, she glanced at Draco, who was diligently engrossed in his homework. Upon hearing his name, Draco revealed a complex array of emotions, initial shock, followed by a hint of confusion, and then a trace of pride. Blimey, Draco, you're quite the actor. How dare you play this card? Draco? Professor Snape eyed him with disbelief. Qingdai glanced at Snape and then at Draco, showing no inclination to defend him, instead merely standing by to witness the unfolding drama. Professor, I am indeed displeased. We are all young wizards, and Harry is using a broomstick for the first time. Why should he be allowed to join Quidditch simply because he is the chosen one? Must everyone compromise their principles for him? Draco vented, pouring forth his grievances as if a dam had burst within him. He was no stranger to Professor Snape, and this time he spoke his mind freely. It was unclear what stirred Professor Snape, but he fell into a contemplative silence, his thoughts inscrutable. After a moment, he emerged from his reverie. Very well, you two. Articulate your desires. Qingdai and Draco exchanged a glance, unperturbed by Snape's ability to discern their little ruse. After all, They were still young. And such matters might very well have been a part of his own youthful antics. They had already arrived at their conclusion regarding this issue. Professor Snape. We humbly request that you grant Draco an opportunity to join Quidditch. We are aware that the current seeker for Slytherin has not retired. But we implore you to allow Draco a chance to challenge him. Su Qingdai and Draco both cast imploring gazes at Professor Snape, fully aware that their fate rested upon this pivotal moment. Tomorrow afternoon at the Quidditch pitch, Snape stated enigmatically, igniting a surge of exhilaration within the two. Had it not been for Snape's presence, they would have celebrated exuberantly. Miss Su, perhaps you have not forgotten your professor's directive, Snape interjected. I still have to deal with the slime eels? Spare me. Su Qingdai cast a pleading glance at Draco. Not only Su Qingdai but even Professor Snape turned their gaze toward Draco. Yet Draco paid them no heed, his head bent over his assignments, exuding an air of indifference as if the chaos of the world had no bearing on him. That insufferable little brat, using me and then discarding me, Su Qingdai thought. Steeling herself to tackle the task at hand. Time slipped away, and it was only after what felt like an eternity that Professor Snape mercifully allowed her to leave. As she stepped out, she felt utterly drained. Are you all right? How about an apple? Draco inquired, producing a green apple from his pocket. Where did you get this apple? Su Qingdai asked, wiping her hands clean before unceremoniously accepting the apple and taking generous bites. Believe it or not, it's quite sweet, she remarked. From my godfather. He replied nonchalantly. The mention of his godfather irked Su Qingdai. Snape was his godfather, and his words carried more weight than her own. It felt entirely unjust. That little rascal had no need for guilt. Don't you dare tell your father about my predicament, she warned, alluding to the incident with the paper airplane. Draco understood her implication. Su Qingdai had assisted him in gaining entry into Quidditch, and they were now even. But why then did he refuse to let her triumph? Tomorrow after dinner, I'll be waiting for you in the Slytherin common room, Draco stated, shifting the topic. What for? Su Qingdai tortith. The remaining tasks were ones Draco could manage alone. Her presence wouldn't guarantee his success. With Hogwarts' academic load being so burdensome, wouldn't it be better for her to rest? We're going to the Quidditch pitch together. You've eaten your apple. You won't back out now, will you? Draco remarked, his face a mix of confusion and mild disdain. Su Qingdai was taken aback, glancing at the apple in her hand, unsure whether to swallow or spit it out. Your apple is truly unpalatable. Draco recognized her intentions to evade their agreement. It was a classic case of where their essay will, their essay way. I'm heading to the 8th floor. Do you wish to accompany me? The platinum-haired young master extended an invitation for training. No, I'm going back to rest. Why would Draco assume she would join him? Was she out of her mind? She had no interest in Quidditch training. Rest days were far more appealing. You truly waste no time at all, Su Qingdai conceded, secretly admiring Draco's fervor for Quidditch. If it were her, she would have long since given up. I must teach that insufferable git a lesson, Draco explained with restrained patience. He was well aware of Su Qingdai's disinterest in accompanying him to the 8th floor, and he thought nothing of it. With a shrug, Su Qingdai took a separate path from Draco, muttering to herself all the while. I believe Starla must have been mistaken. Draco and Harry are the real pair. Aren't they? This must be what it means to love and hate in equal measure. The following day, Draco was in high spirits, skipping the Slytherin common room entirely, and instead waiting for Su Qingdai in the dining hall. Fearful she might inadvertently slip back to her dormitory, he boldly seized her hand, leading her toward Professor Snape's office without a second thought. Professor Snape maintained his usual grim demeanor, yet he did not retract his previous agreement. True to his word, he escorted them to the Quidditch pitch, where the Slytherin Quidditch players were already assembled, their faces betraying a hint of dissatisfaction. However, due to Draco's status as a Malfoy, they refrained from expressing their discontent openly. Chapter 23, The Contest, Part 1. Professor, are these the 2 new recruits preparing to join? Marcus Flint spoke first. He is the current captain of the Quidditch team, making him the most suitable to voice these sentiments. His tone bore a hint of sarcasm, yet it was considerably tempered due to Professor Snape's presence. However, should this situation be mishandled, Draco may find himself in an undesirable position. Even if he secures a place on the Quidditch team, the other players kept their eyes fixed intently on the two, as if they harbored some irreconcilable enmity. 2. Draco suddenly turned to Su Qingdai, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if he felt utterly deceived. This startled Su Qingdai, who quickly waved her hands. Mr. Flint, you are mistaken. Only Mr. Malfoy has come to participate in the tryouts. Moreover, whether he can join the team will depend on Mr. Malfoy's abilities. Professor Snape. as the head of Slytherin, would never allow anyone to compromise the interests of Slytherin. Su Qingdai hastily attempted to smooth over the situation. Her emphasis was unmistakable. There was no chance of misunderstanding. Tryouts? Flint inquired, puzzled, glancing at the players behind him. Seeing their equally perplexed expressions, he immediately turned his gaze back to Professor Snape. Indeed, tryouts. Mr. Malfoy's eligibility depends on his prowess, Professor Snape replied, casting a glance at Su Qingdai and speaking in a slightly gentler tone, likely due to the presence of all Slytherins. What will the tryout entail? Terence Higgs asked. As this year's Seeker, he was aware, based on Professor Snape's information, that Malfoy was to take his place. Although he was uncertain of Malfoy's skill level, he felt compelled to approach this with caution, given its implications for himself. Professor Snape did not respond but looked towards Su Qingdai. Goodness, none of you were prepared? Professor Snape, are you not Draco's godfather? Are you really going to throw him in without any preparation, not fearing the whispers of favoritism? The content of the tryout is quite straightforward. Mr. Malfoy specializes in the position of Seeker, so I propose that Senior Higgs engage in a match against him, Su Qingdai interjected immediately. When helping someone, one should see it through to the end. The match will be simple. Whoever catches the golden snitch first wins, best of 3. Flint and Higgs exchanged glances, and upon seeing Higgs nod, it appeared they were in agreement. Given the nature of Quidditch matches, which typically involve bludgers, Flint suggested, why not release all the bludgers during the match for an added challenge? He had considerable confidence in Higgs's abilities, but wished to introduce a degree of difficulty to avoid any unexpected outcomes. After all, Higgs had participated in several Quidditch matches and had gained some experience with the bludgers, whereas, to his knowledge, Malfoy had never set foot on a Quidditch pitch. Captain Flint, your experience speaks volumes. I defer to your judgment. Su Qingdai and Draco exchanged knowing glances, and she understood Draco's intent, promptly agreeing. After finalizing the rules, they began to prepare the equipment. Meanwhile, Su Qingdai pulled Draco aside. Are you ready? I'm genuinely concerned that you might falter and embarrass yourself. I have bent quite a few school rules for this. Of course. I am a Malfoy, the young master assured, thumping his chest. Be serious. You must win this match. And do so convincingly. Otherwise, even if you make the Quidditch team, it won't be pleasant. Understood. The match begins, Flint announced. As he spoke, he released the bludgers and the golden snitch into the air. True to its nature, the golden snitch vanished from sight the moment it was let go. Higgs and Malfoy ascended immediately. With his experience, Higgs deftly maneuvered to evade the bludgers while occasionally taunting Malfoy. With skills like yours, how dare you even consider Quidditch? I wonder how you convince Professor Snape. Tell me, if you lose, will you cry? Malfoy, already a proud young lad, found himself irked by Higgs's provocations. His focus split. I believe it is you who will be crying, he retorted, casting aside Su Qingdai's earlier advice and engaging Higgs in a war of words. The two soared on their brooms, appearing less like competitors in a Quidditch match and more like participants in a quarrel. Seeing Draco's disarray, Su Qingdai would have turned away in frustration, had she not noticed Professor Snape still present. Just as the banter reached a fervor, the golden snitch suddenly came into Higgs's line of sight. Higgs feigned a dodge from a bludger, and though Draco had not initially noticed the bludger, he mimicked Higgs's movement. Unbeknownst to them, Higgs seized the opportunity and darted toward the snitch. By the time Draco realized what was happening, he had fallen behind Higgs. Just when everyone expected the snitch to be claimed by Higgs, Draco swiftly implemented a previous tactic, racing toward the snitch. After 2 days of training, Draco was no longer the same. His speed had significantly improved. Originally, Draco was not a slow flyer, but now, with the wind at his back, he reached an impressive velocity. 10 meters, 5 meters, 2 meters. Draco quickly closed the distance, and just as Higgs was about to grasp the golden snitch, Draco snatched it first. His flying speed is astonishing, Flint exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise, and he looked at his teammates. They nodded in agreement, their eyes conveying their acknowledgement of Draco's abilities. Even Professor Snape was taken aback by Draco's remarkable progress. Having witnessed Draco's broomstick skills before, Snape had considered him a gifted young wizard, yet he had never imagined he could achieve such speed. Draco won this round. The referee promptly announced the outcome, and the two participants descended slowly. As fellow Slytherins, they maintained a semblance of decorum, and shook hands amicably before stepping aside for a brief respite. How did I perform? Quite well, wouldn't you say? Draco boasted to Su Qingdai, his face alight with pride, his platinum hair glistening in the sunlight. The expression on his face seemed to scream for praise. If only you could have said less during your match with Higgs. Chapter 24. The Match, Part 2. Draco did not receive the response he desired, and a flicker of displeasure crossed his face. He shot a glare at Su Qingdai, his expression sulky, before returning to his broomstick in preparation for the second competition. This time, Higgs had shed his earlier contempt. This young wizard's ability to achieve such speed at his age warranted respect. However, given the stakes of his Quidditch position, he felt a growing urgency after losing the first round. Malfoy, you handle that broomstick quite well, Higgs commented, preparing to employ a different strategy to outsmart Malfoy. Yet perhaps due to Su Qingdai's prior warning, Draco remained unresponsive, maintaining silence as he observed his surroundings. The bludgers continued to dart back and forth, but thanks to Draco's flying prowess he managed to cope. Seeing Malfoy growing increasingly adept, Higgs began to feel restless. He surged toward Malfoy on his broom, his speed catching Draco off guard as he tried to evade the bludgers. Draco, compelled by circumstances, lowered his broomstick, only to be struck fiercely by a rogue bludger that had just whizzed past. Instantly he lost his balance, his hands clinging desperately to the broom. A look of terror flashed across his youthful face. Draco! Su Qingdai could not help but exclaim in alarm, perhaps in an effort to avoid humiliation before her. Draco summoned an unexpected surge of strength and swiftly regained his position atop the broom. He earnestly searched for the golden snitch, snatching it from the air before Higgs could locate it. In this round, Malfoy emerges victorious, Flint announced with authority. Only then did Draco descend, still reeling from the adrenaline. It was not until he was entirely grounded that Su Qingdai caught sight of the timid young lord once more. In her understanding, such a lad would have been rendered utterly flustered by the earlier incident, perhaps even shouting in panic. This composed Draco was a revelation to her. It must be the allure of Quidditch at play. Well done, Draco, Su Qingdai exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement, and she rushed forward to embrace him warmly. Draco, with a proud smile, reciprocated her embrace. Perhaps due to his fondness for apples, he exuded a delightful scent reminiscent of the fruit. After two impressive displays, even the Quidditch team members were left speechless. Clearly, Draco's entry into the Quidditch team was a foregone conclusion. Welcome aboard. I am Marcus Flint, captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team. Flint extended a friendly hand, his demeanor markedly different from before. As captain, he had always been indifferent to the identities of his teammates, accepting anyone who could enhance the team's prospects. Hello, I am Draco Malfoy, he replied amicably, engaging in friendly banter with Flint. Professor Snape, however, had no time to indulge in their pleasantries. Having seen the matter concluded, he flitted away like a great bat, disappearing from view. Su Qingdai had never been particularly fond of Quidditch, but as she was there to support Draco, she begrudgingly remained in the Quidditch pitch, hoping their conversation would not linger for too long. Perhaps exhausted, Draco briefly discussed the next training session with the others and, without much delay, took Su Qingdai's hand as they departed. Did you see how splendidly I soared through the sky today? Draco could scarcely contain his joy as they stepped off the Quidditch pitch, his enthusiasm illuminating his features. Indeed, you flew remarkably well. Otherwise, Professor Snape and Flint would not have simultaneously chosen to welcome you to the team, Su Qingdai replied, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. She understood that, true to Draco's nature, he would dwell on this achievement for the entire day. I must tell you, the brooms used by Slytherin are terribly outdated. When I flew, it felt as if the broom was on the verge of collapsing, Draco lamented, furrowing his brow. Were it not for this antiquated broom holding me back, I could have soared even faster. He belittled the broom while simultaneously elevating his own flying prowess, presenting himself as somewhat conceited and juvenile. I must insist that my father procure the latest Nimbus 2000 for me. Such decrepit brooms could jeopardize Slytherin's chances of winning the championship. Hand in hand with Su Qingdai, he strolled back, his heart resolute that Slytherin would undoubtedly claim victory. Yet, as Su Qingdai observed, they were clearly heading back to the classroom. You truly do not rest for a moment. Are you heading to the 8th floor today? She inquired, surprised that the young lord had already joined the Quidditch team, and was so determined to excel. Of course, I intend to defeat Potter, he replied, his interest in vanquishing Harry Potter palpable. Before attending Hogwarts, he had always been the center of attention, but now all eyes seemed to focus on Harry. Even Draco himself admitted to feeling a tinge of jealousy towards Potter. If he could triumph over Harry in Quidditch, he would prove to everyone that even the so-called savior was not extraordinary, and could reclaim the spotlight for himself. Well then, I wish you the best of luck, Su Qingdai said, not wanting to involve herself in their rivalry. By the way, why don't you join the Quidditch team? Given your mastery of the wind, you would surely excel. Draco had long pondered this question. If he could achieve such speed on a broom with only a rudimentary understanding of flying, Surely Su Qingdai could surpass him by a considerable margin. If both of them participated in the Quidditch matches, Slytherin would undoubtedly clinch the championship. I do not enjoy brooms. Nor do I possess any talent for flying, she replied, which was indeed peculiar. Although she could manipulate the winds, she struggled with the unruly broom. Moreover, she had no inclination towards such combative pursuits. We will have our first training session on the Quidditch pitch tomorrow. You must remember to come and watch. Draco invited her eagerly. This would be his inaugural training session, and for reasons unknown, he wished for Su Qingdai to be present. Understood, she affirmed readily as it was, after all, a shared endeavor. She then released Draco's hand, parting ways as she headed toward her dormitory. Despite having spent the afternoon at the Quidditch pitch, she felt quite fatigued. Chapter 25. The first training session. Su Qingdai was uncertain how long Draco would be training. He had not specified a time. After her class, she returned to her dormitory to rest, completely losing track of time. It was only when Stella inquired that she recalled the day's events. Didn't Malfoy join the Quidditch team yesterday? I heard they have training today. Are you going to watch? Stella asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Draco was rather impatient, making his announcement known to all so soon. This behavior did align with his character. Go ahead. After all, I promised I would, and if I don't show up, he might create some sort of fuss, she replied. All right, I'll go with you, Stella beamed, linking arms with Su Qingdai as they made their way toward the Quidditch pitch. The path was sparsely populated, but ahead, they spotted Hermione, Ron and Harry. Qingdai, where are you headed? Harry greeted warmly, clutching the Nimbus 2000 gifted to him by Professor McGonagall. We're off to watch the Quidditch training. Are you joining us? Yes. Today is Harry's first training session with the Nimbus 2000, and we're all here to support him, Hermione responded. Su Qingdai remained unfazed by this revelation. But Stella was evidently perturbed. Isn't this afternoon reserved for Slytherin's Quidditch training? Why are Gryffindors here? However, she refrained from voicing her concerns. As they continued their conversation, they soon witnessed a commotion as Gryffindor and Slytherin members began to quarrel. Upon seeing the Slytherin group, Su Qingdai instinctively distanced herself from the trio of Gryffindors. What's going on? Harry asked anxiously, stepping forward to inquire. Upon seeing Harry approach, Wood set aside his frustrations and answered patiently. Today, it was clearly scheduled for Gryffindor's Quidditch practice, yet inexplicably, this group of Slytherins decided to invade the Quidditch pitch. However, Slytherin had their own justification. We possess Professor Snape's signature, granting special permission for today to serve as a training session for Slytherin's new seeker. Flint promptly presented the signed note before them. It was evident to anyone with an ounce of sense that he was being deliberately provocative. You've actually recruited a new seeker? Harry exclaimed, astonished. The Slytherins immediately parted to create a path, and from the throng emerged a platinum-haired young lord, his face radiating the pride of someone who had just won a significant accolade. Malfoy. Harry nearly cried out. It was indeed he, one of the most loathed individuals in the entire school. Yes, it is I, long time no see, Harry Potter. I shall undoubtedly defeat you, Draco proclaimed, adopting the demeanor of a quintessential villain as he boasted to Harry. Perhaps due to his handsome features, he did not appear menacing. Rather, he seemed somewhat endearing. Oh look. They're all equipped with the latest Firebolt 2000. Ron exclaimed in admiration. In truth, Su Qingdai had noticed the Slytherin team's arrival earlier. They were remarkably swift. Just yesterday afternoon, Draco had been lamenting to her, and today he was already sporting new gear. Indeed, these are funded by Draco's father, Flint declared with evident pride. Previously, Slytherin had dominated the Quidditch Cup, and now, with the latest brooms, they were poised to soar even higher, surely making the Gryffindor lions tremble in fear. Indeed, Weasley. This is but a trifling expense for my father. Draco sneered, relishing the opportunity to taunt Ron. However, this rivalry was a legacy of their families, and Su Qingdai felt there was little to say, especially since Ron often mocked Draco himself. At least we entered on merit, unlike some who rely on backdoor dealings. Hermione boldly defended Ron. She clearly insinuated that Draco lacked any real talent, and merely relied on his connections. This assertion would have provoked ire from anyone, let alone Draco, who had diligently trained for days to earn his place on the Slytherin Quidditch team. For this reason, he had lost count of how many apples Su Qingdai had snatched from him. Moreover, being inherently proud, Draco found Hermione's words to be a direct affront. Su Qingdai intended to clarify for Draco, but before she could, he interjected. Filthy mudblood, no one here seeks your opinion. His insulting words pierced through Hermione's already vulnerable heart like a dagger. Ron, who had just befriended Hermione, immediately leapt to her defense. Eat slugs. Mudguard. Simultaneously, 2 spells were cast, both countering each other. Draco glanced at Su Qingdai but remained silent, turning back to Ron with a distinctly smug expression, which only fueled Ron's anger further. Qingdai, are you really siding with Malfoy? Ron questioned, feeling betrayed upon seeing Su Qingdai's involvement. Malfoy earned his place on the Quidditch team through trials, not by backdoor means. Professor Snape can attest to that, she explained, attempting to justify her support for Draco. But it was clear that Ron remained unconvinced. Resorting to violence here will only cost Gryffindor points, she added. You know how reckless those lions can be. Malfoy. Su Qingdai called, her intent clear. She wished for Draco to remain calm and not escalate tensions. However, if the young lord were to easily lower his proud head, he would no longer be the young lord. Hmph. Draco disregarded Su Qingdai's good intentions and led the others toward the Quidditch pitch. This action unexpectedly allowed Su Qingdai to regain her composure. She acknowledged her impatience, having rashly intervened in their affairs. The Gryffindors understood that reclaiming the Quidditch pitch today was futile, and had to retreat. Su Qingdai also needed to contemplate how to navigate her choices. If she chose to align herself with the Savior, she could gain insight into the Dark Lord and the inevitable connections between them, which was one of her objectives for coming to Hogwarts. She had viewed Potter as her target from the beginning, and abandoning this pursuit now would mean squandering her efforts. Conversely, aligning with Draco would grant her further understanding of the legacy mentioned by the Elder, which was crucial for ridding herself of the stains of her past. Chapter 26. The Quidditch Match Part 1. In the following days, Su Qingdai refrained from meddling in their affairs, focusing instead on her studies. She was uncertain of how to approach Draco. They were unsure if they qualified as friends. Qingdai, why are you still here? I just saw Draco looking everywhere for you. Stille protetier. Looking for her? For what purpose? Su Qingdai questioned, somewhat perplexed, for the Quidditch matter seemed resolved, and there was little left to discuss. Today is the Quidditch match. You haven't forgotten, have you? It's Gryffindor versus Slytherin. Stella exclaimed, her face brimming with astonishment. Su Qingdai indeed had forgotten, as she had never been particularly invested in Quidditch, and now she even overlooked the match's timing. Come on, what are you thinking? Gryffindor and Slytherin are already at the Quidditch pitch. You're the only one left here. This was true, for reasons unknown. The entire Western magical community was particularly invested in Quidditch. Few remained in the classroom, and among those from Gryffindor and Slytherin, only she and Stella lingered. Su Qingdai stayed behind out of disinterest, while Stella was motivated solely by the absence of the main character in the much-anticipated embrace, which dampened her enthusiasm for gossip. Furthermore, Draco had fervently requested her to find Su Qingdai, prompting her arrival. All right. Su Qingdai quickly gathered her books. However, her eagerness paled in comparison to Stella's, who seized her arm and hurried her toward the Quidditch pitch. By the time they reached the Quidditch pitch, it was already packed with spectators, curiously arranged according to their respective houses. There was a sea of red, a wave of green, a splash of yellow, and a burst of blue, with hardly any mingling of colors. The mingling of red and green was utterly implausible. As they arrived at the Quidditch pitch, they spotted Hermione and Ron already positioned in Gryffindor's cheering section. Hermione and Ron greeted Su Qingdai warmly upon her arrival, but she merely nodded in acknowledgement and refrained from engaging in conversation. Given the prevailing discord between the two houses, Su Qingdai opted not to join Gryffindor's viewing area. Such folly was unbecoming of anyone. Hey, I see Goyle and Crabbe. Stella exclaimed excitedly. Pansy, alongside Daphne, a remarkably enthusiastic pureblood aristocrat, also greeted Su Qingdai with warmth, inviting her over. Oh, is Pansy here to watch Malfoy play Quidditch? How intriguing. Su Qingdai's mind raced furiously. She could never forget that it was Pansy who had initially led the bullying against her. After enduring Malfoy's torment, it was now Pansy's turn. Seeing the enthusiastic greetings exchanged among the others, Su Qingdai did not hesitate to position herself beside the Slytherin students. Today, Madame Hooch served as the referee for the match. For today's game, I expect everyone to compete fairly and justly, Madame Hooch declared, casting a meaningful glance toward Marcus Flint, as if issuing a subtle warning. The two young players who had just taken the field, Draco and Harry, appeared somewhat unsettled, frantically scanning the ground below as if searching for something. Su Qingdai noticed that Harry paused when he spotted the Go Harry banner raised by the Gryffindor supporters. Draco, however, did not stop. He continued to search the Slytherin spectator area. Was he looking for someone cheering specifically for him? As a recent addition to the Slytherin Quidditch team, with only a few days of preparation before the match, very few were aware of his participation. Consequently, there were not many dedicated supporters for him. Astoria. Hold my books for me, Su Qingdai said, handing her books over. Of course, Astoria replied. As someone privy to the romantic undertones between Su Qingdai and the Malfoy heir, Astoria understood exactly what was about to unfold, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Su Qingdai then performed a spell toward the sky, illusory fireworks of silver and gold. Instantly, several fireworks erupted around the Slytherin section, soaring upward in unison and exploding with a resounding boom. The words "Go Draco" emblazoned across the Quidditch pitch's sky. Su Qingdai had come to a realization. Regardless of whether she and Draco were friends, she had witnessed his diligent efforts. Having acted as a mentor to him in some ways, she felt it only right to offer her support during his match. If others had cheerleaders, then Draco deserved no less. The entire crowd gazed upward in unison, gasping in astonishment, before beginning to search for the source of the spectacle. Some even glanced toward Lucius Malfoy in the stands, though he did not appear to be the one behind the magic. However, Chinese mystical arts differed significantly from Western magic. Aside from Draco, who had been observing Su Qingdai, and the nearby Slytherin students, no one else realized that she was the one who had cast the spell. Astoria whispered to Su Qingdai. Pansy and Blaze both turned their eyes toward her but remained silent. Su Qingdai smiled gently and waved toward Draco on the Quidditch pitch, who was still watching her. The previously disheartened young Malfoy heir immediately straightened his posture, as if he had already secured victory. Mount your brooms, Madame Hooch commanded. The players from both teams promptly mounted their brooms, ready for action. Without further delay, Madame Hooch blew her silver whistle, and all Quidditch players soared into the air, forming a striking contrast of red and green. Everyone quickly dispersed according to their prearranged strategies. Today, Harry's strategy involved casually patrolling the pitch while continuously searching for the golden snitch. Due to his speed, Marcus Flint had instructed Draco to closely shadow Gryffindor's seeker. Oh, the first quaffle has been seized by Angelina Johnson. She immediately passes it to another Gryffindor chaser. What a brilliant pass. Flint is closing in, look. The commentators' excitement rivaled that of the players on the field. Well done, Gryffindor scores. The stadium erupted in cheers from Gryffindor supporters, mingled with sighs of disappointment from Slytherin. Flint has taken the quaffle. What a magnificent shot. Slytherin scores again. The score remained tightly contested. Just then, Harry caught a glimpse of gold flashing near Adrian Pusey's ear and swiftly darted toward the snitch. However, his broom began to shake violently, nearly throwing him off. It was unmistakable that someone had cast a spell on it. Su Qingdai frowned, carefully scanning her surroundings. At the teacher's podium, Professor Snape continued to mutter incessantly, though it was unclear what he was saying. While her attention should have been on Snape, she found herself inexplicably drawn to Professor Quirrell, who was seated behind him. A single phrase echoed relentlessly in her mind. Go on, consume it and you will grow stronger. Chapter 27, The Quidditch Match Part 2. Su Qingdai struggled to control her desires, silently reciting a mantra to clear her mind. Meanwhile, Draco, who had also spotted the golden snitch, paused to taunt Harry. What's the matter, Potter? Can't even handle your broom? And you dared to join the Quidditch team? Harry had no time to retort, fully occupied with stabilizing his broom. Draco continued to jeer, even drawing disapproving looks from Pansy and others below. Shouldn't Malfoy be seizing this opportunity to chase the snitch instead of bickering with the chosen one? Suddenly, a commotion arose from the teacher's podium. Professor Snape's robes inexplicably caught fire, and he leaped up to extinguish the flames, inadvertently causing Professor Quirrell to tumble down behind him. Only after Quirrell fell unconscious did the overwhelming attraction finally cease. Su Qingdai gradually emerged from her trance, realizing that there was something profoundly sinister about Professor Quirrell. Based on her self-awareness, she knew that he must be harboring something deeply evil that called out to her. The malevolent energy within Su Qingdai typically drew power from absorbing wickedness and negative emotions. The darker the surroundings, the stronger the pull. She had never encountered such an intense attraction before. It was at this moment that Harry managed to regain control of his broom, carefully climbing back on, and swiftly recomposing himself. He became intensely focused, as if preparing for a decisive showdown with Draco. Seeing Harry's renewed determination, Draco ceased his mockery and began earnestly searching for the golden snitch. Suddenly, a flash of gold streaked past both of them. They immediately took off after it. Thanks to his recent intensive training, Draco's speed slightly surpassed Harry's, allowing him to take the lead. Harry pursued relentlessly, and even Draco had to admit that Harry's flying skills were remarkably impressive. Without his newly acquired techniques, Draco might have been outmatched. This realization prompted Draco to devote his utmost concentration to the match, aware that a loss would not only severely impact Slytherin, but also likely be attributed directly to him. After all, Slytherin had consistently emerged victorious in previous years. If they were to lose now that he had joined the team, the consequences would be significant. Unexpectedly, the golden snitch abruptly plunged downward toward the ground. To capture it, one would have to dive recklessly toward the earth, a move requiring immense courage, as a misstep could result in a catastrophic collision, potentially breaking one's neck. This left Draco somewhat hesitant, for in Slytherin's lexicon, there exists no such valor as sacrificing one's life for a match. Yet behind him, Harry Potter charged forward recklessly, heedless of danger. It remains a mystery what psychological impetus drove Draco to accelerate towards the golden snitch as well. The reckless actions of the two captured the attention of all present, even causing Lucius Malfoy in the stands to rise in astonishment. Draco, how dare he? With a muffled grunt, Draco was forcefully thrown to the ground. Yet he triumphantly held aloft the golden snitch he had so firmly grasped. Dust speckled his face, but his excitement was palpable. The Slytherin seeker had captured the golden snitch. Slytherin had triumphed. The referee declared with fervor. The score instantly soared to 220 points to 20. Slytherin achieved a resounding victory. It was no surprise that Slytherin, having secured consecutive victories over the years, maintained its regal demeanor. Draco! 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 The cheering erupted from the Slytherin supporters section, instantly elevating Draco to the status of a celebrated star. He jogged over, shaking hands with familiar faces in the Slytherin stands, seemingly intent on reaching Qingdai. Little Apple, Draco darted towards Qingdai like a small cannonball, enveloping her in a tight embrace. I won. I told you I could defeat that Potter. The chosen one is not so formidable, is he? His mind was awash with joy, while Qingdai's thoughts were consumed by Pansy. According to Stara, Pansy had affections for Malfoy, and provoking her at this moment would certainly be entertaining. After all, the first person Draco embraced upon descending was not Pansy. Qingdai directed a radiant smile towards Pansy's area, yet for reasons unknown, she felt that Pansy did not comprehend her intention. Pansy, Daphne, and Zabini exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mixture of confusion. Their gazes towards Draco shifted to a rather nuanced state. Draco, Lucius Malfoy called from the stands, summoning his son. Draco immediately released Qingdai and obediently stepped away from the crowd. It was unclear what Mr. Malfoy conveyed to Draco, but soon enough, he struck Draco's hand with his cane. Tears instantly welled in Draco's eyes. His small hands turned crimson as he lowered his head, being led away by Mr. Malfoy from the Quidditch pitch. Poor Malfoy, Stara lamented nearby. Qingdai glanced at Stara. How should I put this? Stara hesitated for a moment before explaining, unreservedly revealing the reason to Qingdai. The Malfoy family, though long engaged in commerce, upheld a doctrine of familial supremacy. Despite Malfoy's victory in the Quidditch match today, he had risked his life to achieve it. I assure you, Mr. Malfoy will impose punishment upon him when they return, Stara sighed. Her heart still fond of the Malfoy family, not solely because Draco was destined to become the future Minister of Magic, but also due to the family's values. They are among the few cohesive families within the pureblood lineage, and compared to other united families, theirs is particularly affluent. One can only imagine how many will claim the title of Mrs. Malfoy in the future, illustrating the desirability of the Malfoy family. However, the majority of the Malfoy family supports pureblood supremacy and harbors disdain for Muggle-born wizards, which has deterred many. The only exception, Draco Malfoy, is a romantic at heart and remains unmarried. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Stara cast a yearning glance at Qingdai, feeling a bit unnerved under her gaze. Qingdai made her way towards Harry. Chapter 28. Conspiracy Theories. Hey Harry, how are you? Qingdai approached the Gryffindor section, finding Harry still looking despondent. After days of rigorous training, Harry had hoped to emulate his father and become an exceptional seeker for Gryffindor. Yet he was defeated by none other than the Malfoy he despised most. His entire demeanor radiated disappointment, his head hung low. Alright. What happened with your broom? Qingdai speculated that Harry might possess some insight into the matter, perhaps shedding light on Professor Quirrell's shortcomings. After all, the Chosen One was invariably intertwined with the Dark Lord. Harry remained composed, but Ron and Hermione were anything but. It was Snape's doing, Ron exclaimed, his anger palpable. The fact that he had abandoned the title of professor made Qingdai frown in discomfort. No way, Professor Snape isn't like that, she refuted, unable to believe it. Given her unique circumstances, she could perceive malice in people's auras. The trivial malevolence displayed by Draco towards Harry and Snape towards Harry was nearly imperceptible. Even when Draco and Pansy had conspired against her previously, there had been no overt dark energy emanating from them. During today's Quidditch match, she had observed Professor Snape closely, and she was quite certain he would not resort to harming Harry. Conversely, the seemingly dull-witted Professor Quirrell seated behind Snape exuded dark energy. It must be him. Hermione and I both saw it. When Harry's broom malfunctioned, only Professor Snape was murmuring incessantly, Ron insisted. Hermione nodded in agreement with Su Qingdai, affirming that Ron spoke the truth. How could that be? Then why would Professor Snape do such a thing? Suvingta interjected, "Epressing her skepticism." There is no reason for it, she added. Professor Snape doesn't favor Harry, Ron attempted to convince her. However, this reasoning felt rather flimsy. Disliking someone does not equate to wishing them dead. Yet, Professor Snape harbored disdain for all Gryffindors. If he aimed for Slytherin's victory, he should have targeted Wood instead. Su Qingdai immediately countered Ron's argument, considering Wood was indeed the captain. The recent Quidditch match clearly demonstrated that targeting Harry would not impact Slytherin's chances of winning. Observing the Seekers from both teams, it was evident that Malfoy's flying skills far surpassed Harry's. Thus, Professor Snape had no need to interfere unnecessarily. The trio exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was Harry who spoke to Su Qingdai, because Professor Snape was trying to steal a treasure from the 4th floor, but we caught him. Stealing treasure? What could possibly be so valuable at Hogwarts that a potions master would risk exposure? This notion was undeniably thrilling. In that case, Professor Snape does seem somewhat suspicious. Su Qingdai mused, outwardly appearing swayed by their words, yet inwardly, she remained steadfast in her judgment. Saying something is one matter, but acting upon it is entirely different. Nonetheless, she was reluctant to concede defeat, redirecting the conversation back to Professor Quirrell. I have another observation that I wonder if you noticed. During today's Quidditch match, I detected a significant malice in Professor Quirrell's gaze directed at Harry. Su Qingdai swallowed hard, her face contorted with fear as she continued. It was as if he wanted to kill Harry. How terrifying. Clearly, the trio was unaware of this revelation, gazing at Su Qingdai in alarm as she pressed on. It is quite possible that Professor Quirrell and Professor Snape are in cahoots. I have heard that high-ranking wizards such as them are known to employ silent incantations. If I were a villain, I would certainly refrain from such acts in full view of the public. Su Qingdai expressed these misleading thoughts to the trio, leaving them momentarily stunned. Yet, Professor Snape proceeded to act in just such a manner. Can you guess why? If he directly shared his suspicions with the trio, they would undoubtedly dismiss him, potentially even assuming he favored Professor Snape, due to their affiliation with Slytherin. This would only hinder his ultimate objective. It would be more prudent for them to deduce the truth themselves. The malice emanating from Professor Quirrell was glaringly apparent, particularly directed at Harry, who is renowned as the savior of the Western world. This would suggest that Professor Quirrell's true identity is glaringly evident. Even if he is not the Dark Lord of the West, he is undoubtedly connected to him. As for Professor Snape, he is, after all, a renowned master of potions, and Su Qingdai presumed he would not be swayed by the petty antics of these children. The trio exchanged glances, and suddenly, Hermione blurted out, "It's to provide cover." A sudden realization struck her astute mind. Professor Snape must be shielding his accomplice, Professor Quirrell. Consider this. If we were to witness Professor Snape casting a spell on the Quidditch pitch, our ire would naturally be directed at him, causing us to overlook Professor Quirrell. This would indeed place Harry in genuine peril. Su Qingdai observed Hermione aligning with her line of thought, a smile creeping onto her face. Indeed. Little did they anticipate that while targeting Professor Snape, he would inadvertently collide with and incapacitate the lurking Professor Quirrell, ultimately safeguarding Harry. Thus, the logic formed yet another closed loop. However, since the malice attributed to Professor Quirrell was articulated by Su Qingdai, the Gryffindor trio did not distinctly perceive his malevolence, leaving Ron somewhat skeptical of Su Qingdai's reasoning. But Professor Quirrell seems rather foolish and harmless. He doesn't strike me as a villain. If I were a wrongdoer, I certainly wouldn't choose someone like Quirrell. He appears to be more of a hindrance. Ron's words quickly garnered agreement from the others. Just as the conversation seemed to revert back to its original trajectory, Su Qingdai interjected, "How about this? We split into 2 groups. You 3 investigate what treasures are concealed within Hogwarts and the true nature of Professor Snape, while I will delve into the mysteries surrounding Professor Quirrell." Without hesitation, Su Qingdai extended the invitation to the trio. By meticulously examining every detail, we can surely stifle the villains in their infancy. Agreed, Harry solemnly replied. He too sensed that something was amiss with Professor Quirrell, though he could not ascertain what it was. Since Su Qingdai had proposed it, they must thoroughly investigate. After some deliberation, the group parted ways. Chapter 29, The Discontented Young Master. Ever since parting ways with Harry and the others, Su Qingdai had not sought them out. Curiously, Draco, who had triumphed in the Quidditch match against Gryffindor, had also lapsed into silence. Although one could occasionally spot Draco practicing his flying skills alone on the 8th floor, news had surfaced a couple of days prior that he would not participate in the final showdown between Slytherin and Hufflepuff. Stella had attempted to inquire about the situation, but had gleaned no favorable information. As Christmas approached, Hogwarts was graced with a rare heavy snowfall, blanketing the entire school in a thick layer of snow, creating a picturesque scene. However, Su Qingdai was not there to admire the beauty. She sought a secluded space to quietly ponder the peculiarities surrounding Professor Quirrell. Along her journey, students frolicked and engaged in snowball fights, which she avoided by venturing deeper into the less frequented areas. She had hoped such a retreat would yield the solitude she desired, only to unexpectedly encounter an unanticipated figure. Draco, what brings you here? What was this young master doing in such a place? Was he not one to revel in the company of others? Even when the spotlight had been shifted from him due to Harry Potter, he would sulk for quite some time. Today, however, he seemed to have retreated into this quiet corner. Something was certainly amiss. Since the conclusion of the Quidditch match, he had become increasingly peculiar. Upon noticing Su Qingdai's presence, Draco remained silent, brushing the snow off the adjacent seat to offer it to her. Su Qingdai accepted without hesitation and sat down. The snow at Hogwarts truly was beautiful. What troubles you, young master? Have you been wronged? Su Qingdai was unaccustomed to Draco's sudden silence. Typically, he would be the one speaking vigorously while she listened. Today, however, the roles had unexpectedly reversed. After a lengthy silence, Draco finally spoke. My father forbade me from participating in the Quidditch match between Slytherin and Hufflepuff. His expression bore signs of disappointment and a hint of grievance, his head bowed low, seemingly devoid of enthusiasm. That Lucius Malfoy forbade Draco from playing was quite astonishing. Yet, it was not entirely unexpected. Mr. Malfoy is only looking out for your best interests. Consider how reckless you were in the last match against Gryffindor. You startled us all with your fervor. Su Qingdai surmised that anything she might say at this moment would be ill-timed, so she tactfully changed the subject. Rummaging through her enchanted bag, ever since she had pilfered an apple from Draco, she found them quite delectable and had stored a few in her bag. Aware of Draco's discontent, she discreetly retrieved one and pressed it into his hand. You have no idea how worried Mr. Malfoy was. Had your actions been any swifter, I believe he would have rushed in to drag you out himself. You always say I don't act like a Slytherin. I think you resemble a Gryffindor more. As Su Qingdai spoke, she gestured for Draco to take a bite of the apple. Hearing her words, Draco's attention was momentarily diverted. He took a fierce bite of the apple in his hand, his face still tinged with irritation as he retorted. You are the Gryffindor. Do not conflate me with that bunch of foolish lions. His previously sullen expression transformed into one of indignation, which brought a sigh of relief to Su Qingdai. He was still willing to converse. Evidently, this was not a grave matter. I merely lament not being able to participate in the final Quidditch match for Slytherin. After all, I have finally joined the Quidditch team, yet I cannot help Slytherin secure victory. Su Qingdai glanced at Draco, whose face bore traces of regret, leaving her uncertain whether he was expressing genuine sentiment or merely putting on a facade. What is there to lament? Slytherin has claimed the championship for so many years. Surely, a Hufflepuff cannot pose a threat? You must have faith in Flint. Su Qingdai silently extended her apologies to the Hufflepuff Quidditch player. Circumstances dictated her actions, and she felt somewhat remorseful. Besides, wasn't your initial aim in joining Quidditch to defeat Potter? You have already accomplished that. You should have seen how disheartened Potter appeared that day. The young master, being but a child, could not help but beam at the thought of his rival's misfortune. The earlier gloom evaporated entirely. Indeed, that Harry Potter cannot hold a candle to me, Draco exclaimed proudly, lifting his chin. For a brief moment, she seemed lost in thought before her gaze fell again. Yet, there was no yet to consider. I truly believe that Mr. Lucius had acted rightly in teaching you a lesson, to see if you would dare to risk your life for a golden snitch again. As Su Qingdai spoke, she retreated into the snow, stealthily crafting a small snowball. With a swift motion, she hurled it at Draco's coat. Alas, her aim was regrettably off. Her expression bore a hint of disappointment as she spoke. This immediately captured Draco's attention, prompting him to mold a snowball of his own and launch it back at her. Ahaha, don't run. You're cheating. How can you make two at once? You even used magic to block it. Draco, don't run. Let me show you how to bully you. Oh, go ahead and boast. The two frolicked, laughter echoing through the air, unaware of how long they had been playing until exhaustion set in. leaving them sprawled on the ground. Little Apple, can we now consider ourselves friends? Draco lay in the snow, his eyes fixed on the sky. What else could we be? Haven't we always been friends? Oh, did you not consider me a friend before? Su Qingdai retorted, playfully pouncing on Draco and tickling him. Ha ha ha, let go, ha 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 ha. Draco, unable to escape, chuckled as he scooted a bit farther away from her. Christmas is approaching. I shall gift you something, but you must remember to gift me in return. His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed at Su Qingdai. Christmas? I've heard that there are holidays in the West for it, though unfortunately, the duration is quite short. I may not be able to return home. Well, that's fine. However, I haven't yet procured an owl, which might pose a bit of a challenge. Draco furrowed his brow at this, but soon his face brightened again. No worries. That minor issue is for me to handle. Just make sure you don't forget. The two, having played late into the evening, returned to their dormitory with smiles on their faces. Chapter 30, Homeward Bound. As Christmas drew near, the young wizards could hardly contain their excitement, each eager to return home. Yet some were different, like Su Qingdai, whose home was far away in China, making the few days of holiday insufficient for a round trip. Then there was Harry, who found his stay at his aunt's home rather dismal. If given a choice, he would prefer to remain at school. Surprisingly, Ron also decided to stay at Hogwarts. As Christmas approached, the chill in the British air intensified. While other classes were bearable, Professor Snape's potions class was held in the chilly dungeon. Some young wizards, unfamiliar with the warming charm, could be seen exhaling clouds of breath, silently wishing for time to pass quickly. Ever since Su Qingdai and Draco were paired together, they had become inseparable partners. Draco possessed a natural talent for potions, which effectively compensated for Su Qingdai's shortcomings in the subject, with Draco usually taking the lead while Su Qingdai assisted. Today, for reasons unknown, as soon as Professor Snape stepped out for a brief moment, Draco began to exhibit an unusual demeanor. He suddenly turned to Crabbe and Goyle behind him, saying, I truly feel pity for certain individuals. A mocking expression adorned his face. Who would have thought that someone would choose to remain at school for Christmas? I can only assume their families no longer want them. As he spoke, he cast a glance towards Harry. To Draco's surprise, Harry's decision not to go home presented a splendid opportunity. However, Harry paid no heed to Draco's provocation, believing that staying at school was no misfortune. If possible, he would rather not return to his aunt's home. Seeing Harry's sudden silence, Draco assumed he had struck a nerve and contemplated further insults, only to be halted by Su Qingdai, who pinched his arm. Ouch! Draco yelped, his face reflecting a mix of grievance and confusion as he looked at Su Qingdai. Look at him spouting nonsense. I am not going back either, Su Qingdai replied coldly, her expression far from pleasant. Just days prior, they had been questioning each other about their friendship, and now she was showing him a frosty demeanor. Men, she added with a hint of disdain. Draco, taken aback by this revelation, quickly attempted to clarify, that was not my intention. I didn't know you were also staying. I meant Harry. Su Qingdai shot him a piercing glance, silencing him instantly. Professor Snape returned, and Su Qingdai had no desire to converse with Draco, her face still tinged with annoyance. Even after the potions class concluded, Draco trailed behind her, looking rather dejected. Just a few steps into their departure, they encountered the Gryffindor trio. Ron was engaged in conversation with Hagrid, the topic of which was unclear. Draco, already in a sour mood, directed his irritation toward Ron, who had a history with his family. Could you please move aside? You're blocking the way. He scrutinized Ron and Hagrid, his tone sharp. I suppose you're hoping to make some pocket money, Weasley? I can just see you aspiring to graduate and work as Hagrid's assistant in the Hogwarts grounds. After all, Hagrid's hut must seem like a palace compared to your dilapidated house. Draco's sarcasm was at its peak, and he seemed to unleash all his frustrations on Ron, dashing up to him like a cannonball, with Su Qingdai struggling to keep him in check. Enough of this, she thought. Their animosity was a matter for them to resolve. She would do well to let things unfold naturally. If there ever came a day when Draco would lower his head and apologize to the Gryffindor trio, he would no longer be the same Draco. The mere thought was chilling. Ron, seizing Draco by the collar, clenched his fist, ready to throw a punch. However, hitting the face would be unsporting. After all, Draco's most attractive feature was that very face. Just as Su Qingdai prepared to intervene, she heard Professor Snape's voice. Weasley. He halted Ron's movements. It was Malfoy who provoked him, Professor Snape stated, with Hagrid hastily interjecting to clarify. Snape then turned his gaze to Su Qingdai, making her heart skip a beat. Why did she always find herself in the midst of such turmoil? Miss Su is present as well? Snape's tone was flat, yet it was clear he sought her account of the events. Being a Slytherin, She was expected to discern what should or should not be said. Apologies, Professor. But there indeed was a conflict between Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Weasley, Su Qingdai confirmed, asserting that a conflict had occurred while skillfully avoiding the question of who instigated it. She managed to frame the altercation as mutual. Nonetheless, she affirmed Hagrid's statement. Regardless, according to Hogwarts regulations, any form of physical altercation results in point deductions. Snape glanced at Su Qingdai before continuing, Mr. Weasley, due to your actions, Gryffindor will lose 5 points. You should consider yourself fortunate that it isn't more. Should this happen again, the consequences will be significantly graver. With that, Professor Snape swiftly departed, leaving Draco to gloat before the Gryffindor trio. It seemed he had more to say. Su Qingdai exchanged glances with Harry and Ron, took Draco's hand, and led him away. Fearing that Draco might still be preoccupied with his issues concerning Ron, she swiftly introduced a new topic. Draco, you previously mentioned that Mr. Malfoy forbade you from participating in the Quidditch match between Slytherin and Hufflepuff. Will you still be able to partake in Quidditch matches afterward? Draco had only mentioned that he was suspended from one match. He had not clarified whether this meant a complete ban on future participation or merely a warning. Upon hearing Su Qingdai bring up his painful memory once again, Draco lowered his proud little head. I am uncertain. My father did not discuss it with me. However, I have an idea, though I am unsure if you would be interested in hearing it. Su Qingdai transformed once more into Draco's strategist, concocting audacious plans. Pray tell. Draco replied, his tone tinged with excitement. I've heard in the Eastern magical community that Mrs. Malfoy and the head of the Malfoy family are usually harmonious. Why not take the initiative and weep before your mother? Perhaps she could persuade your father. This suggestion left Draco momentarily stunned. Having been pampered by his parents since childhood, he was well versed in exploiting their weaknesses. He knew that if his mother intervened, his father would likely acquiesce. Yet he pondered at his age. How could he still dare to cry before his mother? Hesitation flickered across Draco's face. Do not overthink it. It is for Quidditch. Very well. I shall give it a try. Chapter 31 Christmas. Time flew by swiftly, and the young wizards soon completed all their lessons before Christmas. All the students preparing to return home hurriedly packed their belongings. Draco insisted that Su Qingdai accompany him for a farewell. After the young master departed, a serene silence enveloped the surroundings. The world seemed to quiet down, with all the students eagerly awaiting the arrival of Christmas. On the eve of Christmas, 2 white owls flew to Su Qingdai's dormitory. Upon seeing the 2 snowy owls, she felt a headache coming on. She had never been particularly fond of such creatures. Could this be from Stella? She knows no one in England. Could it be a gift from the young master? Strangely, only one of the owls bore a letter. Indeed, it was a message from Draco. Dear Su Qingdai, I hope you have been well these past few days. The method you suggested to me worked wonders. My mother agreed to discuss the Quidditch matter with my father. Although there was a minor hiccup, my father ultimately consented, allowing me to continue participating in Quidditch for years 2 and above. However, I was unable to partake in this year's Slytherin vs. Hufflepuff match. I recalled you mentioning that you lacked an owl, so I specifically chose one, which I purchased alongside this owl. The pet shop owner informed me that the 2 were the closest of friends, so I acquired them immediately. The other one is a gift for you. It is not a Christmas present, but I had the owl deliver it before Christmas so that the Earl would not miss the occasion. I named the owl Earl. You must remember to send me a gift in return. Yours, Draco. The young master's letter maintained his usual tone, both proud and verbose. This was Su Qingdai's first close encounter with an owl, as owls were not typically used for delivering messages in her homeland. She had not anticipated that her first owl would be a gift from Draco. The owl behaved itself, unlike the aggressive chickens and ducks from her home, allowing her to lower her guard. Draco's Earl grew increasingly impatient, urging Su Qingdai to write him a letter. However, Su Qingdai was at a loss for words and merely sent him a casual greeting. In truth, she had already prepared Draco's Christmas present, a sizable plush toy resembling a western dragon. She deliberately selected one in the same hue as Draco's hair. Although she initially intended to deliver it immediately, she whimsically embroidered Draco's name on the bottom of the plush's foot. Little did she know, Earl did not return immediately after collecting her letter. Instead, he engaged in affectionate antics with another white owl nearby, prompting Su Qingdai to raise an eyebrow. Are they truly best friends? Surely Draco has been deceived. With no alternative, Su Qingdai sought a new enchanted bag to store Draco's plush toy, securing it to Rose's foot to ensure it accompanied Earl to Draco. Indeed, Rose was the name Su Qingdai had given to the owl. Admittedly, she was quite lacking in creativity when it came to naming. After naming the owl, Qingdai joined her friends Harry and Ron at Hogwarts for some holiday revelry. The trio, alongside the Weasley twins, engaged in a fervent snowball fight. After a full day of exhilarating play, they were utterly exhausted, and when they awoke the next day, it was already noon. Upon rising, she discovered a pile of gifts at the foot of her bed, which took her by surprise. She had never expected anyone besides Draco to send her gifts, perhaps just him and Stella, but why were there so many? Curiosity piqued. Qingdai eagerly approached the gifts to uncover their origins. As anticipated, the first was indeed a present from Draco. One glance confirmed it. For there could be no other at Hogwarts who would send a green gemstone apple pendant. It was unmistakably Draco. Stella's gift was a bottle of perfume, befitting her status as a devoted fan of Draco, as it bore a subtle apple scent. Surprisingly, it was quite pleasant. Hermione sent her a box of chocolate frogs, which was utterly astonishing. Qingdai had surmised that these three would be the ones to send her gifts, and she had promptly prepared some in return. However, who could the remaining gifts be from? Harry? Ron? She dismissed the notion as impossible. Harry was still residing with his aunt, making it unlikely he could send a gift. As for Ron, that was even less feasible. This piqued Qingdai's curiosity. To her astonishment, the remaining three gifts were from Pansy, Zabini, and Daphne. At times, she truly wondered if she had committed some grave offense. Were they not her adversaries? Yet they had sent her gifts, surely not some prank items? Though apprehensive, she unwrapped their gifts. Zabini had sent a pair of sunglasses. For reasons unknown, Qingdai felt he was hinting at something. Did he believe her vision was impaired? Pansy's offering was more traditional. A gemstone bracelet, elegantly embodying the grace of pure-blood aristocracy. A royal purple that exuded nobility. Daphne, on the other hand, opted for simplicity, gifting a beautiful brooch that was likely a mere token exchanged among pure-blood families. This predicament was dire. Qingdai had not anticipated that the three of them would present her with gifts. Failing to reciprocate would surely be considered rude. Better to send something than nothing at all, she thought, casually selecting a few gifts to return to them. Just as she contemplated stepping out, she noticed Draco S. Earl had returned with another letter. Dear Qingdai, I absolutely adore the gift you sent. This plush is simply marvelous. My mother loves it too. She remarked that, like me, it resembles a little golden dragon. Subsequently, my father gifted the little dragon to my mother. Tell Xiaolong to keep my mother company. After all, this is my gift. That insufferable father of mine. How vexing. Do you like the apple one gifted you? I painstakingly selected this particular style. Yours, Draco. Draco prattled on about many things. Indeed, his family seemed to be quite harmonious. Although Narcissa and Lucius were united through an arranged marriage, it genuinely appeared as if true love had blossomed within that union. Upon reading Draco's letter filled with grievances, Qingdai could not help but chuckle. While laughing, she sought a new gift for Draco, a golden western dragon, but this time, it was not merely a cushion, rather a hidden pendant. She hoped that this time, Draco would not have his gift snatched away by his mother. Chapter 32. The Mirror of Erist. In the initial days of the holiday, Qingdai felt truly joyful. But as time passed, a sense of boredom gradually crept in. Each evening, she found herself sitting in the corridor near the library, lost in thought. The school was devoid of familiar faces, and Ron and Harry were in different houses from her. The Slytherin house was largely populated by aristocrats, who returned home first for Christmas. The entire Slytherin dormitory felt desolate. Bored in the common room after dinner, Qingdai ventured outside to play with the owl Draco had gifted her. The owl was rather intelligent, responding promptly to its owner's commands. As she played, an unsettling feeling washed over her from behind. She scooped up a snowball from the ground and hurled it in that direction. Who goes there? Step forward, she said sternly. Harry, cloaked in invisibility, was taken aback by the sudden impact. Oh, it's just me, he quickly revealed, shedding the cloak. Qingdai's eyes widened in astonishment as she glanced at Harry, and then at the cloak in his hands, her expression reflecting an intriguing mix of emotions. Wow. Is that thing capable of rendering someone invisible? How remarkable. It seems far more effective than my own invisibility charm. Yes, it was a gift I received during Christmas. Said to be a family heirloom from my father, Harry replied earnestly. He then inquired, what are you still doing here? Aren't you heading back? Slytherin is dreadfully dull. There is hardly anyone around. It's better to come out and have some fun. Besides, Professor Snape is on patrol tonight. Even if he sees us, it won't matter. He can't deduct points from his own house. Worst case scenario, we might just face a few days of detention. It's a holiday after all. Boredom is boredom, and detention is merely detention, she thought, though she did not voice these thoughts. instead responding to Harry. Why are you still here at this hour? We discovered someone named Nicholas Flamel is connected to something on the 3rd floor. And I was planning to borrow some books from the library to look for records about him. Would you like to join me? Harry asked. Seeing that Su Qingdai was equally bored. The invisibility cloak was surprisingly spacious, accommodating both of them comfortably as they cautiously made their way toward the restricted section. However, midway, Harry stumbled upon something that emitted a peculiar noise, prompting the voices of Mr. Filch and Professor Snape to echo nearby. This forced the two of them to retreat step by step until they found themselves in a room they had never encountered before. The vast chamber was empty, save for a conspicuous mirror inscribed with words, Eris stra eru oit ubekafru oit on woes. What an extensive name. They both cautiously covered their mouths, listening intently to the sounds outside. If it were only Su Qingdai, she could have been less cautious. However, the fact that she was with a Gryffindor made her more vigilant. After what felt like an eternity, the outside noises faded, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, just as Su Qingdai exhaled, she glanced at Harry, whose face had transformed into one of sheer terror, his eyes fixated on the mirror, inching closer as if something within it was irresistibly drawing him near. Mom, Dad, Harry exclaimed, unable to contain his voice, his tone tinged with a hint of longing. He gazed in awe, unable to tear his eyes away, his voice laced with an undeniable sense of grievance. Curiosity piqued. Su Qingdai wondered what the legendary savior's parents might look like, following Harry's gaze toward the mirror. To her dismay, she saw no sign of Harry's parents. Instead, the reflection revealed her father, brother, mother, and several elders who cherished her, and upon closer inspection, a platinum-haired young boy hiding in the corner munching on an apple. Draco appeared to be in a dispute with someone, turning his back, yet his striking platinum hair made it unmistakable who he was. This mirror was decidedly peculiar, profoundly so. It seemed to reflect one's innermost desires. Su Qingdai stared at the departed figures in the mirror, taking considerable time to pull her gaze away. When she turned to look at Harry again, she found him with tears in his eyes, having gazed at the mirror for quite some time. We should leave, Harry. Let us come back tomorrow, she urged as fatigue began to envelop her mind. Qingdai, did you see? That's my dad. That's my mom, Harry exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the figures in the mirror. Yet Su Qingdai looked again and saw nothing of his parents, only differing circumstances. I cannot see what you see, but I've heard that your mother, Lily Evans, was the most beautiful Gryffindor. She had red hair and green eyes. Utterly exquisite, she replied, not wanting to witness the disappointment that might cloud Harry's face. Yes, my mom is truly beautiful, with red hair and green eyes. She even smiled at me. I look so much like my dad, Harry said, his eyes glued to the figures in the mirror, excitement bubbling within him. This is the first time I've seen my parents. Just at first glance, I know they are my parents. He grew increasingly animated, akin to an addict seeking a high. I think it's time for you to go, Harry. We can return tomorrow. After all, the mirror will still be here. You can gaze for as long as you wish. If you neglect your health for the sake of a fleeting moment, your parents would surely be saddened, Su Qingdai advised. It is indeed challenging not to question the capabilities of a savior lost in an illusion. Harry looked at Su Qingdai, his eyes reddened, and fell silent for a moment. He then wiped his tears with his sleeve and nodded in agreement. Let us go. Harry retrieved his invisibility cloak once more. However, just as they approached the exit, he added, I will return. Of course, as long as the mirror remains, you may visit whenever you wish. It was indeed late, and Harry, having finally extricated himself from the mirror's allure, felt utterly exhausted as he led Su Qingdai back toward the dormitory. I'll walk you back, Harry offered, despite his own weariness, acknowledging the distance between Gryffindor and Slytherin. No need, I can manage. Look at yourself, you appear utterly drained. Hurry back to rest. You'll want to be alert for tomorrow's visit to the mirror. How can you enjoy it if you are not well rested? Su Qingdai declined his kind offer, feeling a sudden pang of sympathy for the burdens of being a savior. Fortunately, she is not a savior. Upon saying this, the two parted ways. Chapter 33, Slytherin vs. Hufflepuff. The holiday swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, school was upon them once more. The little rascal surprisingly returned early the day before classes commenced. Though his demeanor was far from cheerful, he mentioned that Mr. Lucius had urged him to come back, and that his mother was quite concerned for him. Whether that was true or not remained uncertain. As soon as school resumed, he began to vent his frustrations, and it was rumored that Gryffindor's Neville had already fallen victim to his bullying several times. The first significant event of the new term was the Quidditch match between Slytherin and Hufflepuff. Su Qingdai had discussed this matter with the young master, whose attitude towards the match was rather difficult to encapsulate. He yearned for Slytherin to triumph, being a member of the house himself. A victory would enhance their chances of claiming the coveted House Cup, a prestigious honor. Yet paradoxically he also wished for Slytherin to lose. For only in defeat could they truly recognize the significance of Draco as their seeker, revealing to all that he was the linchpin of Slytherin's success. It was anticipated that Draco would abstain from attending the match against Hufflepuff, but to everyone's surprise he not only showed up but also invited Su Qingdai to accompany him. As Draco's first friend, Su Qingdai felt it was only appropriate to oblige. Yet upon her arrival, she was greeted by the sight of Draco Goyle and Crabbe ganging up on Neville. As a Slytherin, Su Qingdai was adept at assessing situations and choosing the most advantageous position for herself. Logically, she would prefer to avoid witnessing such a brutal spectacle. In truth, who Draco chose to bully and who fell victim to him was of little consequence to her. However, the scene unfolded before her, leaving her with no option to retreat. From a distance, she observed Draco mischievously poking Ron on the head. Ron immediately lost his balance, tilting forward uncontrollably. "Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Weasley. I didn't see you there," though Draco uttered words of apology. His expression was one that invited a punch. He glanced at Crabbe and Goyle behind him, who promptly understood his implication and wore provocative smiles. This time there was no Gryffindor match. It was unclear why he was so eager to taunt. Draco relentlessly provoked Ron, and as Slytherin scored again, Draco's expression became increasingly animated, launching into a tirade against Ron. Clearly, Slytherin's Quidditch players are far superior. I wonder how Gryffindor selects their players. Perhaps they simply recruit the most pitiful among them. For instance, that Potter, orphaned. And your two brothers, lacking funds. As Draco spoke, he turned to Neville. "Longbottom, you must strive harder. I believe the Gryffindor Quidditch team would consider you, for you possess little common sense." From afar, Su Qingdai could discern the fury etched on Ron and Neville's faces. However, she also noticed Ron and Hermione exchanging knowing glances. Based on her understanding of Draco, such bullying was likely not a first for him. Observing Ron and Hermione's demeanor, it seemed they had devised a strategy to counteract Draco, who was likely in for a rude awakening today. Neville, his face flushed with anger, summoned his courage and approached Draco. "I am stronger than you. I am stronger than a dozen of you combined, Malfoy." Neville stammered, standing tall. Draco Goyle and Crabbe erupted with laughter, as if they had heard the grandest of jokes, while simultaneously mocking him. "Mr. Longbottom, if brains were gold, you would be poorer than the Weasley family. Does that not illustrate the point?" Perhaps learning from Su Qingdai, even Draco adopted a mocking tone. Suddenly, Hermione called out to Ron, who tensed like a predator ready to pounce. Clearly, they were prepared. "Draco," Su Qingdai interjected, halting the actions of the others. "What are you doing? Did we not agree to watch the match together? Is this how you treat Mr. Longbottom?" Su Qingdai spoke in a remarkably calm tone. Yet for some reason, it filled Draco with a sense of shame, despite the truth of her words. She gradually approached him, positioning herself between Ron and Draco. "It appears you have a leaf on your head," she remarked with a puzzled expression, reaching out to help remove it. Draco, without suspicion, obediently lowered his head. Su Qingdai swiftly disheveled his hair, transforming his once sleek platinum locks into a wild, frizzy mane. "See, this looks much better. You shouldn't always style your hair that way. You should be wary of going bald in the future." She had long desired to do this, and finally, she found her opportunity. Such a beautiful platinum head of hair would be a tragedy to lose. As they walked away, she held Draco's hand, frequently glancing back at Ron, signaling with her eyes toward Professor Snape. She clearly conveyed that, as today's referee, he was observing this altercation, and any reckless actions could result in Gryffindor losing points. With another glance, she urged Ron to take Neville away. "My hair has been ruined thanks to you," Draco grumbled, frowning, yet he did not shake off Su Qingdai's hand. Obediently following her from the scene, he attempted to restore his hair to its former state, but inexplicably one stubborn strand remained defiantly upright. Look! Slytherin is about to win." Seeing Draco's conflicted expression, Su Qingdai found it amusing. However, since she was the cause of this predicament, she swiftly sought to change the topic. Observing the young master's evident impatience, she couldn't help but chuckle. The young master, devoid of any emotional intelligence, made her wonder how his father, Mr. Malfoy, a man of such sophistication, could have produced such a blunt child. "If only I could take to the field, I would undoubtedly outperform Higgs," Draco lamented, a hint of despondency in his tone. "It's not a matter of urgency. Besides, next year, Hufflepuff will surely grow stronger, and defeating a formidable opponent is far more rewarding." Suddenly, the Quidditch pitch erupted with cheers as Slytherin emerged victorious in the final match. The members of the Slytherin Quidditch team, upon spotting Draco, eagerly waved at him. Draco glanced at Su Qingdai, who nodded encouragingly, and he waved back before sprinting towards the Slytherin Quidditch team. Chapter 34, Hagrid's Hut. As Su Qingdai prepared to head back, she noticed the Gryffindor trio searching for her, gesturing frantically with their eyes. What had transpired? Without delay, she hurried over. Upon seeing her approach, Harry could no longer contain himself, and immediately spoke up. It appears your suspicions were correct. Professor Quirrell and Professor Snape are indeed in cahoots. I saw them conspiring to steal something from the 4th floor today, Harry stated gravely, a hint of fear still lingering on his face. What should I do now? No. After some casual speculation, it unexpectedly turned out to be true, leaving Su Qingdai filled with bewilderment. Although Professor Snape has a notoriously foul temper, he does not appear to be that kind of person. His malevolence towards Harry is evident, yet it lacks the overt hostility exhibited by Professor Quirrell. However, I have heard that the treasure will be moved next week, so as long as we can delay until then, we should be fine. Ron suggested with an innocent expression. What if we inform Professor Dumbledore? Hermione proposed, considering it the most prudent course of action. That would not be wise. We currently lack evidence. And Dumbledore would not believe us, Su Qingdai immediately countered. How about this? As everyone struggled to reach a consensus, Harry suddenly had an idea and proposed it to them. Earlier, we discovered that Hagrid has some knowledge regarding the treasure's guardianship. Perhaps we should visit Hagrid's hut tonight to see if we can glean any information? Very well. It is settled. There are no better options at present. After their discussion, they stealthily dispersed like thieves. Just as Su Qingdai returned to the Slytherin common room, she was intercepted by Draco. Little Apple, come here quickly. My mother has prepared some delightful pastries. Come and taste them. Draco, along with Pansy, Daphne, and Zabini, were gathered together in the Slytherin common room, sharing the delectable treats brought by Mrs. Narcissa Malfoy. As Draco spoke, he pulled out another newly packaged pastry from his bag. A new flavor, Malfoy? Let me have a taste. Zabini reached out to grab the treat. Draco frowned and pulled the pastry back, refusing to let Zabini touch it. No. This is specially reserved for me by my mother. He firmly rejected Zabini's request. While saying this, he gestured for Su Qingdai to join him. He then unwrapped the pastry and shared it with her. Su Qingdai, unreservedly, began to enjoy Draco's exclusive cookie. The green apple flavor was delightful. Indeed, Mrs. Malfoy knows her son well, and it was quite delicious. The others exchanged glances, and Zabini appeared somewhat displeased, nudging Pansy with his shoulder. Pansy frowned, casting a glance at Zabini, before turning to Su Qingdai and asking, "Could you spare one for me?" Her face bore a hint of impatience, revealing her discontent. Oh dear. Su Qingdai was internally shocked. Pansy, are you feeling jealous? How pitiable, being such a wicked woman. Alas, I could be even more wicked. Su Qingdai assumed Pansy was referring to Draco, glanced at him, yet found him unresponsive. Resolutely, she picked up a cookie and placed it beside Pansy. Such a level of provocation could not be achieved without having binge-watched countless palace intrigue dramas. Pansy stared blankly at the cookie beside her, remaining silent for a considerable time. It seemed as though she was heartbroken, and even Su Qingdai felt a twinge of sympathy, almost wanting to intervene. Just then, the trio across the table exchanged knowing glances, and turned their inexplicable gazes toward Draco. Draco, feeling somewhat bewildered by their stares, furrowed his brow, and was about to speak when Goyle and Crabbe entered from outside. They leaned in close to Draco, whispering something, and he immediately became agitated. Hey, what's going on? Su Qingdai asked, puzzled, genuinely fearing that Draco would stir up trouble again, as this little rascal was notoriously adept at finding fault. Draco suddenly looked at Su Qingdai, pausing for a moment. For some reason, he felt that she had a good relationship with the Gryffindor savior. He was reluctant to share this matter with her. It's nothing, Goyle and Crabbe said. Neville tripped on his way back. The others exchanged excited glances, then frowned. Is that really worth getting worked up over? Silly Malfoy. However, they refrained from further comment, returning to their snacks brought by Malfoy. Yet for some reason, Draco appeared somewhat distracted, but Su Qingdai chose not to dwell on it, as she had made plans to visit Hagrid's hut that evening. Once the curfew arrived, they stealthily slipped out while no one was watching. Upon reaching Hagrid's hut, Su Qingdai found the trio from Gryffindor already waiting there. Upon spotting her, they waved excitedly and together knocked on Hagrid's door. Hagrid initially appeared cautious but, upon seeing Harry, he warmly opened the door to let them in. What brings you here to inquire, young wizards? This was not their first intrusion upon Hagrid, who was well aware of their intentions. Do you know if there are any other enchantments guarding the Philosopher's Stone besides Fluffy? Harry asked straightforwardly. This directness made Qingdai, a Slytherin, quite uncomfortable. She seldom encountered someone who spoke so bluntly from the outset. Indeed, Draco's assertion that Gryffindors are akin to reckless lions held some truth. No. I can't say, you already know too much. By the way, how did you come to know about Fluffy? Hagrid's refusal was expected. And Qingdai showed no surprise at his response. Then do you know who set the enchantments to protect the Philosopher's Stone? Hermione, being quite astute, inquired indirectly. Well, I suppose it's not a problem to tell you. I heard many professors were involved, like Professor Sprout, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Professor Quirrell, and Professor Snape. Upon hearing Hagrid's reply, their eyes widened in shock as they exchanged frantic glances. No way, no way. Only a few individuals set the enchantments. And 2 of them are among our suspects. It appeared that the task of protecting the Philosopher's Stone was indeed formidable. Just as they were lost in thought, Harry suddenly pointed at a fireplace and exclaimed, "Oh Hagrid, what is that?" Instantly, everyone turned their attention to the dark, mysterious egg beside the fire. Chapter 35, Report. That. Hagrid appeared somewhat flustered, unsure how to explain the situation. Where did you acquire this? Ron approached the egg by the fireplace, pointing at it. Perhaps due to his background, his first reaction was to focus on its value. That must have cost quite a bit. Hagrid's face brightened with pride as he recounted. I won it. I was playing cards with a stranger who was eager to get rid of it, and I ended up winning it. But what will you do when it hatches? Hermione, being practical, immediately highlighted the serious issue. Clearly, Hagrid had not thought this through. But the egg beside the fire was already beginning to stir. Hagrid promptly placed the egg on the table, watching intently as it began to hatch. All the young wizards were witnessing such a scene for the first time, gathering in a circle to watch. Suddenly, the egg cracked open, and a tiny foot emerged, followed by a head and eventually wings. To everyone's astonishment, it turned out to be a dragon explicitly prohibited in the Western magical world. Even Qingdai marveled at Hagrid's audacity. She had always perceived him as a bumbling giant, but appearances can be deceiving. Having spent so much time with Slytherins, she realized she had developed biases in her judgments. She is beautiful, isn't she? Hagrid, while speaking, reached out to stroke the little dragon's head. The baby dragon, seemingly irked by his gentle yet firm touch, promptly bit down on his finger. However, the newly hatched creature's teeth were not particularly sharp, causing Hagrid only a mild discomfort. Nevertheless, it effectively deterred the other young wizards who were eager to touch it. Look, this Norwegian Ridgeback recognizes her mother, Hagrid excitedly explained to the young wizards. While those around were still entranced by the dragon, Qingdai distinctly sensed an unusual gaze from the vicinity. Grabbing a nearby cup of water, she prepared to hurl it in that direction, yet hesitated, sensing it might be someone she knew. But she had forgotten a vital adage. Hesitation leads to defeat. Indeed. She soon heard Hagrid exclaim. A little boy had peeked through the window, and was now sprinting towards the classroom. This was the first time the young wizards had engaged in mischief, and upon being caught, they hurried outside to investigate. The platinum-haired young master stood out conspicuously in the night. Even from a distance, one could easily recognize him. Oh no, we're doomed. Knowing Draco as I do, he will surely report the savior for breaking school rules, Qingdai thought in despair. Oh my goodness, the thought alone is overwhelming. The group momentarily lost interest and dejectedly turned back. However, they still clung to a glimmer of hope that Draco might not inform the professor. Alas! Reality quickly dashed their hopes as they stepped into the building only to encounter Professor McGonagall and Draco approaching. Draco wore a proud smile, but upon seeing Qingdai, his expression shifted to one of awkwardness. I truly appreciate this, Draco, she thought. Professor McGonagall immediately adopted a stern demeanor, addressing all the young wizards gathered below her. I've previously stated that regardless of the circumstances, no young wizard is permitted to wander the grounds during curfew. Due to your actions, I will deduct 50 points from each of your houses. McGonagall's gaze was serious as it swept over everyone. The prospect of losing 50 points was terrifying. Draco's eyes widened in shock. Excuse me, Professor McGonagall, perhaps I misheard you. Did you say everyone? The smile on Draco's face was on the verge of slipping away. Indeed. You heard correctly, Mr. Malfoy. Although your intentions may have been noble, you too have violated school rules and must face consequences. All 5 of you will have detention. With that, Professor McGonagall departed, leaving the 5 young wizards in stunned silence. True to her word, Professor McGonagall was a witch of her word. The following day, all of them were indeed assigned detention. Observing the dejected expressions of her peers, Qingdai, who had always shared a good rapport with Draco, couldn't help but chuckle. Look at what you've gotten into. We're all in trouble now. Draco, unable to meet her gaze, felt conflicted. While he relished the idea of tormenting Harry Potter and the Gryffindors, he did not wish to turn against his friends, of whom he had so few. Qingdai, in a fit of anger, marched up to Draco and playfully tousled his hair once more. Perhaps feeling guilty, Draco remained silent, simply watching her. You ought to consider how you will explain to the Slytherin house about the 100 points we've collectively lost in one night, Qingdai lamented, her head throbbing at the thought. They had been detained immediately after class, and while Slytherin had not yet taken any action, the future remained uncertain. I don't care. If the Slytherins say anything, you must help me explain, she insisted. Draco, equally troubled, replied quietly, I understand. His voice bore an undertone of grievance. Qingdai then turned towards the Gryffindor trio lingering behind, who were still snickering. Stop laughing, Mr. Filch is coming. Sure enough, as soon as she spoke, Filch entered, lantern in hand, looking rather menacing. I can hardly believe there are so many of you today, he grumbled, leading the young wizards outside. I truly miss the old punishments. Young wizards like you used to be hung on the castle walls, their pitiful cries echoing through the night. Filch, reveling in his own tales, sought to frighten them further. Draco, already timid by nature, clutched Qingdai's hand tightly. She glanced at him, attempting to break free, but when she couldn't, she resigned herself to the situation. However, being tethered like this was not ideal. She needed a solution. Mr. Filch, did you come alone today? Is Madame Norris with you? You simply must see how beautiful she is. Qingdai began to engage Filch in conversation. You cannot fathom how noble and elegant Madame Norris truly is. It seemed wise to approach a cat lover through their feline companion. Initially, Filch appeared uncomfortable, but as Qingdai showered him with compliments, he became increasingly flustered, transforming from a fearsome figure into a soft-hearted cat enthusiast. The other young wizards gazed at Qingdai with wide, fearful eyes, but she merely cast them a glance before pulling her hand free from Draco's grasp. Hey Hagrid, these youngsters are in your care now, Filch instructed. He then turned to Qingdai and added, if you, Miss Sue, have an interest in Madame Norris, I welcome you to visit her. The young wizards expressed their astonishment. Wow, she's so cool. She managed to charm even the notoriously difficult Filch. Unfortunately, Filch's newfound amiability towards Qingdai did not extend to the other young wizards. Noticing their astonished expressions, he mistook them for mockery and quickly reverted to his stern demeanor. Listen up, young wizards. You don't think you're here for fun, do you? Your purpose today is to venture into the Forbidden Forest. The mention of the Forbidden Forest sent a shiver through all the young wizards. The Forbidden Forest? Draco whispered, gripping Qingdai's hand even tighter. Professor Dumbledore expressly forbids first-year students from entering there, especially since there are Draco hesitated, casting a glance at Qingdai before reluctantly uttering the word werewolves. Amused by Draco's evident trepidation, Filch seized the opportunity to further intimidate him. You should have thought of those werewolves before stirring up trouble, shouldn't you? Yet Filch was not the only authority present. Hagrid, overhearing the exchange, felt compelled to intervene. Filch, this is not the place for you to lecture the students. Unfazed, Filch retorted, I will return at dawn to collect your remains. With that, he swayed off into the darkness with his lantern. As they watched Filch recede into the distance, Draco turned to Hagrid and declared, I won't enter the Forbidden Forest. And neither will Qingdai. Hagrid, known for his understanding nature, seemed more amenable. Upon hearing this, Qingdai was at a loss for words. While she could call him cowardly, he had indeed made sure to take her along. It was evident that his words could not sway Hagrid's decision. If you wish to remain at Hogwarts, you must venture into the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid stated bluntly. Those who err must face their consequences. A hint of indignation flickered across Draco's face, as if he had more to say. Without needing to hear him, Qingdai could surmise his thoughts. Hastily, she placed a piece of candy in Draco's palm to prevent any unpleasant remarks. She then inquired, Mr. Hagrid, what purpose do we serve in the Forbidden Forest today? Hagrid glanced at Qingdai and replied, follow me. He led the group of young wizards along the winding path into the depths of the forest. The nighttime Forbidden Forest was shrouded in darkness, filled with an array of unsettling sounds, the source of which remained a mystery. Do you see that pool of silvery blood on the ground? Hagrid pointed out. That is the blood of a unicorn. It appears a unicorn has been gravely injured. I discovered a deceased unicorn last week. Our mission today is to locate this wounded creature and alleviate its suffering. Qingdai and Draco exchanged glances before speaking in unison. Mr. Hagrid, if this is a recent occurrence, it stands to reason that someone has done this deliberately. What shall we do if we encounter the malevolent individual responsible for harming the unicorn? After all, We are merely first-year wizards. A look of concern creased Su Qingdai's brow as she shared a glance with the other young wizards, who also bore expressions of fear. Rest assured. As long as you remain with me or Fong, no creature in the Forbidden Forest will dare to harm you, Hagrid assured them, before announcing a shocking decision. From now on, you shall split into 2 groups and follow the trail of blood. Remember, do not stray from the path. He glanced at Draco, who was tightly gripping Su Qingdai's hand, then turned to Harry and continued, Malfoy, you will accompany Miss Sue and Harry, while Hermione, Ron, and I will form the other group. Draco shot Hagrid a look and blurted, I want Fong. Very well, but I must warn you, Fong is rather cowardly, Hagrid replied, causing Draco's expression to falter. Whoever finds the unicorn shall signal with a green flame. If anyone encounters trouble, they must signal with a red flame, and we will follow the signal immediately. With that final instruction, Hagrid led them deeper into the forest. As they moved towards the direction of the unicorn's blood, the 2 groups separated. Perhaps due to his timid nature, Draco held a lantern in one hand while clutching Su Qingdai's hand with the other. Su Qingdai attempted to pull her hand free, but was swiftly reprimanded by Draco. It's dark here. Hold on tightly, he complained as he carried the lantern. This is servant's work. I shall inform my father. Since Draco was somewhat unwilling, Su Qingdai tried to tug at his arm to take the lantern from him. But he refused. Draco, you're not afraid, are you? Harry teased from the side. Despite the evident fear on Draco's face, he maintained a facade of bravery. Afraid? What are you talking about, Potter? He scoffed, though his grip tightened. Unbeknownst to him, their hand-holding had dislodged the Slytherin crest from his robe. Oh, Draco. Go on ahead. My crest has fallen. Let me find it, Su Qingdai said, withdrawing her hand. Despite his composed appearance, Draco's palm was clammy with sweat. He hesitated, not wanting to go first, but Harry had already taken several steps ahead. After a moment of contemplation, he left Fong behind and strode forward. Hurry up. You can always buy another crest, Su Qingdai called out as she searched for her Slytherin badge, which was quite elusive in the dark forest. After a considerable effort, she finally located her crest when suddenly, she heard Draco and Harry scream in the distance. Su Qingdai sprang to her feet, only to be swept off her feet by an unknown creature charging towards her. Little Apple? Are you alright? She exclaimed, realizing that the creature was none other than Draco. I'm fine. Just as she was about to inquire about the commotion, Draco seized her and fled. They ran for quite a distance before stopping. What's wrong? Su Qingdai asked, puzzled. I just saw the culprit who is killing the unicorns, Draco replied, still shaken. What about Potter? Su Qingdai inquired. Draco's eyes widened as realization dawned on him, and they both exclaimed, Signal. You red, I green. Signal. You green, I red. Chapter 37, Review. Hagrid and the others soon arrived, bringing back a stunned Harry, who was overwhelmed by a torrent of jumbled words. However, he refrained from mentioning any further splitting of groups. They endured the night, and though the curfew had ended, the impending final exams loomed over the young wizards like a dark cloud. Su Qingdai found herself in a dilemma as both her flying and potion classes posed significant challenges. In recent days, she had taken to sneaking up to the 8th floor whenever she found herself alone. Much to her surprise, she encountered a familiar face today. Draco? What are you doing here? Su Qingdai exclaimed upon spotting the platinum blonde head, unable to contain her surprise. What does Draco want? Hasn't he the Quidditch match concluded? Is he here to compete with her for the room of requirement? Well, if that is the case, he should not blame her for being unkind, she thought. I'm here to teach you potions, little apple. I'm not saying this out of malice, but just look at your atrocious potion work. You wouldn't want to fail, would you? The young master tilted his head back arrogantly. Phew, thank goodness he is not here to steal the classroom, she mused. However, Draco's notorious temper could easily lead one to misinterpret his intentions as provocative. I, Draco Malfoy, have no friends who enjoy failing classes. Therefore, I shall begrudgingly tutor you, he declared as if fate had serendipitously aligned their paths. Well, thank you to our dashing, intelligent, and undoubtedly the best friend in the world, Mr. Draco Malfoy, Su Qingdai said, showering him with exaggerated praise. A smile crept across Draco's face as he strutted through the door to the room of requirement. Let us get started. I hope your mind isn't filled with fluff, he quipped, mimicking Professor Snape's tone. The two exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. You must admit, you do bear a resemblance to Professor Snape, Draco, Su Qingdai remarked, causing him to blush slightly as he quickly changed the subject. Let us not dawdle. I want to see your skills. Very well, Professor Malfoy. Usually aware of Su Qingdai's lackluster potion skills, Draco was unprepared for just how dismal they truly were. Even the most rudimentary potion seemed to explode in her hands. Had they not been partners in potion class, he would have suspected she had never attended one. Why is your work so poor? Little Apple, you've got the order of the ingredients wrong. Little Apple, stir clockwise. Qingdai, remember to turn off the heat. Qingdai, you've used the wrong ingredients. It's exploded. Miss Sue, the slugs must be twisted, he exclaimed, having lost count of how many times he had repeated himself. Ah, you're going to drive me insane, Qingdai. Despite years of noble training, Draco found it increasingly difficult to suppress his frustration. There is perhaps nothing more terrifying in this world than tutoring someone on their homework. Even if the pupil is Su Qingdai, the situation remains daunting. At this moment, Draco suddenly comprehended Professor Snape's acerbic nature. Faced with a cadre of young wizards who grasped not, who could possibly suppress their temper? Certainly not he. Have mercy on me. I feel as though I might perish from exasperation, he declared, raising his hands in surrender, collapsing onto the nearby sofa in a state of utter defeat. With a dramatic kick of his legs, he resigned himself to the futility of the moment. It was simply too overwhelming. Yet, how could he let this opportunity slip? A free tutor had come to his aid, and as the most proficient in potions among the first-year students, it would be a disservice to himself to forego the privilege of tutoring from a brilliant scholar. Please don't be upset. Teach me again. I've memorized the material. Just demonstrate it once, and I shall commit it all to memory, Su Qingdai implored, massaging Draco's shoulders and offering a plethora of compliments. I beseech you. You are my only hope. Fortunately, Draco had no intention of entirely disregarding her. After a brief respite, he gathered his wits once more. I shall demonstrate once. You must remember, the young master insisted, furrowing his brow. He meticulously arranged all the potion ingredients in order, and pointed them out to Su Qingdai. This ingredient is added first, followed by this one. Alas, his student was rather dim-witted, compelling him to resort to rudimentary teaching methods. Hurry and jot this down. Draco exclaimed in frustration when he noticed Su Qingdai still in a daze. Oh right, she replied, obediently retrieving her notebook. You recognize all these ingredients, yes? After a moment's hesitation, she nodded. Then tell me, what are they? This one, that one. Draco's face contorted in agony as he slapped his forehead, embodying despair. Never mind, I'll start from the beginning. It is my fault for allowing you to find potions so enjoyable. Thus, Draco commenced his instruction anew, detailing each step with excruciating precision. Yet, Su Qingdai's lack of aptitude was evident. It took Draco 3 full demonstrations before she finally grasped it. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the sofa, utterly drained and disinclined to move a finger. Su Qingdai observed him lost in contemplation, contemplating the futility of wishing for a horse to run without the need for it to graze. This was a singular occurrence. Perhaps it was better to entice Draco with a new challenge. Draco, let me teach you a spell. This is a closely guarded secret from our homeland. I would not share it with anyone else. In truth, Draco's spellcasting was not particularly impressive. He could achieve an A, but an O is still out of reach. Su Qingdai playfully squeezed Draco's shoulders, adopting the demeanor of a devoted servant. Rise, you are hardly embodying a noble image in this state. Draco immediately shot up, casting a disgruntled glare at her. Fine, speak plainly. How should I practice? His interest piqued. He recalled the last time Su Qingdai had shared a tip that had notably improved his flying speed, enabling him to best potter. If he could learn yet another trick, he might achieve an O in the next spell class. As per the usual, try a spell at random and feel the fluctuations of magic within you. Now, it was Su Qingdai's turn to be the teacher, and truth be told, being a student was hardly a pleasant experience. If you cannot perceive it, you may try this. Su Qingdai promptly produced a small pill from her bag. It lacks an apple flavor, but there is a strawberry one to sample. Draco did not refuse. He understood its value. He grimaced as he chewed, finding it not entirely unpleasant. Closing his eyes, he earnestly began to sense the magic coursing through him. However, it was evident that this technique was considerably more challenging than the last. Throughout the day, he found himself unable to make any progress. Thus, Draco endured several more days of being Su Qingdai's unwitting teacher, until the end of the semester examinations, at which point this arduous chapter finally concluded. Strangely, as time passed, he began to feel a sense of enjoyment amid the toil. A curious blend of pain and pleasure. Chapter 38. The Philosopher's Stone, Part 1. Su Qingdai could scarcely recall how she navigated the final examinations. However, the results were unsurprising. Draco proved to be quite effective, elevating her lowest 2 grades to an A. He himself performed admirably, ranking first in his year, though not the sole top scholar, for he shared the honor with Hermione. This news vexed him for several days. particularly as Lucius Malfoy, a governor of the school, had learned of Draco's results early on. According to Draco, his father was quite displeased, feeling it disgraceful for his son to be outperformed by a mudblood. Consequently, Draco became increasingly morose, often retreating to the room of requirement, his whereabouts a mystery. Qingdai dared not intrude, fearing for Draco's pride. Yet, this incident sharpened his focus on the trio from Gryffindor, intent on uncovering their weaknesses. Suddenly, Draco leaned in conspiratorially, whispering to Qingdai, "My informant in Gryffindor has informed me that today, Harry Potter, Weasley, and that mudblood are acting strangely. Shall we lie in wait for them?" Draco, with a spy in Gryffindor, had certainly grown. However, the peculiarities surrounding Harry and his companions likely related to the treasures on the 4th floor, which piqued Qingdai's interest as well. "But Draco, isn't today your birthday? Do you really want to spend it lurking after them?" Indeed, it was Draco's birthday, coinciding with the end of the term, a time that should have been filled with joy. Alas, due to his disappointing grades, he was far from cheerful, and those around him hesitated to disturb him, offering only gifts. What better surprise than to consider this a birthday gift? Draco's expression was inscrutable, a blend of emotions difficult to decipher. "Very well," Qingdai replied. Suddenly, Draco appeared to receive joyous news, excitement radiating from him. "Follow me." He led the way, positioning himself at the exit of the Gryffindor common room. Perhaps due to his experience, this spot served as an excellent hiding place. Those exiting the common room could not possibly see them. They waited for what felt like an eternity before Draco was on the verge of giving up when, unexpectedly, the door to the Gryffindor common room creaked open. Yet no one appeared. Something was indeed amiss. Both Draco and Qingdai, well versed in such situations, exchanged knowing glances, their smiles revealing mutual understanding. Clearly, Potter and his companions possessed an invisibility cloak. Qingdai promptly produced 2 invisibility charms from her bag, affixing them to their foreheads. Hand in hand with Draco, she advanced, closely trailing the figures that had emerged from the common room, leading them to the 4th floor. Although Draco could not see Harry and the others, Qingdai could certainly sense them. A forbidden door on the 4th floor was pushed open, then quietly closed behind them. "They've entered," Draco whispered. Qingdai gazed toward the direction in which the Gryffindor trio had vanished. A long-forgotten voice echoed in her mind once more. "Hurry down. There are wondrous things below. Go and partake of them." Glancing again, the once tranquil corridor was now shrouded in an ominous aura, visible only to Qingdai. Could it be that Professor Quirrell was down there? They are indeed in a perilous situation. I hope they can endure a little longer. Let us linger here for a moment, and see if they emerge promptly. Qingdai reassured Draco. Her thoughts attuned to the scene below where it appeared a game of wizard's chess was unfolding, suggesting it might take a while. With her head bowed in contemplation, she seemed lost in thought. "Draco, you should inform a professor, Professor McGonagall, your godfather, or even Headmaster Dumbledore would suffice," she suggested, seeking to distract him. She was acutely aware of the intriguing object below, one she greatly desired. Yet suddenly, another thought struck her. "You know how to articulate this, don't you?" Qingdai was keen to avoid any mishaps due to Draco's notorious temperament that might jeopardize their advantageous position. "How should I say it?" Draco's perplexed expression made it clear to Qingdai that he was indeed a pampered young master, utterly unaccustomed to the art of complaint. "When you encounter your godfather, simply speak your mind. However, if you meet Professor McGonagall or Headmaster Dumbledore, make sure to convey the necessary details," she added with a hint of amusement, observing Draco's bewilderment. "Today, I had planned to accompany you to Professor Snape's office to celebrate your birthday, and I happened to spot an invisible figure push open a door on the 4th floor. Previously, Hagrid had mentioned a mysterious individual hunting unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. You suspect that this invisible person might be utilizing some artifact to conceal their form, likely hiding in a special room on the 4th floor. Thus, after our deliberation, I shall remain stationed outside this special room while you report to a professor, ensuring we capture the culprit and eliminate any future threats. It is imperative we do not incur any point deductions. Understood, Draco?" Qingdai grasped Draco's hand firmly, feeling him affirmatively shake it in understanding. Now that curfew had fallen, they needed a clear explanation for why they were wandering about, lest they incur a 100-point penalty once more. They might as well shift the blame entirely onto Professor Snape. Given that Draco was his protégé, and logically, Snape would not betray him. Even if he happened to be within that room, he would be unable to expose their ruse. "All right, I shall remember," Draco replied, releasing her hand. Suddenly, Qingdai recalled something important. "Since we were permitted to be out by Professor Snape, Draco, you should remove the invisibility cloak from your head." If anyone questions why you suspect someone is utilizing an invisibility item rather than just the wind, you can present the cloak as evidence. Let us hope this young master does not botch the situation. Oh, and if possible, try to avoid seeking out Professor Snape. It would be wiser to approach another professor, preferably Headmaster Dumbledore. If it turns out that Professor Snape is indeed the thief of the Philosopher's Stone, wouldn't that be an entrapment? Although Su Qingdai wished to send Draco away, she had no intention of putting him in harm's way. I will be swift. Take care of yourself, Draco said, pulling off the invisibility cloak. A dashing platinum-haired young gentleman immediately appeared before her, exchanging a few brief words with Su Qingdai before sprinting off. Watching him disappear into the distance, Su Qingdai pushed open the forbidden door without a second thought. To her surprise, she encountered the trio from Gryffindor, led by Ron. Though as one of the chosen talents of the Chinese magical community, she was equipped with artifacts to handle the situation. Without even needing to cast a spell, the pressure from one of her magical items caused the intruder to collapse to the ground, immobilized. There was no time for hesitation. Su Qingdai descended into the special passage. Sensing that a battle had already commenced on the other side, she hoped they could hold out a little longer. She couldn't let all her careful planning yield nothing. Each challenge was one that Harry and his friends had overcome, and now, as she traversed the same path, she knew the way through, making everything seem effortless. Chapter 39. The Philosopher's Stone Part 2. Su Qingdai pressed onward and soon spotted Hermione carrying Ron. Qingdai, what are you doing here? Hermione exclaimed upon seeing her. You should have called for me when faced with such danger. Su Qingdai feigned concern, yet made no move to assist Hermione with Ron. I noticed Malfoy watching you intently, so I followed him down, she replied. Malfoy. Hermione gasped. If he were to learn of this, Gryffindor would surely face further deductions. The previous loss of 150 points had already subjected the three of them to scorn within Gryffindor House. Yes, I just saw him dash towards the headmaster's office. I feared for your safety, which is why I came down to assist you. Su Qingdai couldn't help but marvel at how useful Draco was as a tool. Given Ron's severe injury, perhaps you should take him to the hospital wing first, then hurry to the headmaster's office to catch Malfoy. You mustn't allow him to tarnish your reputation before Dumbledore. Hermione nodded in agreement. Malfoy had always looked down upon the three of them, and allowing him to reach Dumbledore first would surely lead to disastrous consequences. They had intended to do good, but with Malfoy's interference, it could easily turn into a misfortune. And Harry was still awaiting their rescue. And what about you? Will you join us in the headmaster's office? It's far too dangerous here. Hermione expressed her concern for Su Qingdai's safety. I'll stay back to assist Harry. After all, I am a Slytherin. I wouldn't know what to say if I were to join you. And besides, you are well aware of my spellcasting abilities. I can be of more help to Harry if I remain here. Hermione was swayed by her reasoning and nodded in understanding. You must promise to keep yourself safe. I will, Su Qingdai reassured her. After Hermione shouldered Ron and moved cautiously towards the exit, Su Qingdai watched them until they gradually disappeared from sight. Before she too began her journey towards the battle, with the grace of a leisurely stroll, she crossed the inferno, where on the other side, Harry and Professor Quirrell were already locked in combat. Seeing only Harry and Quirrell present, Su Qingdai felt a wave of relief wash over her. She certainly did not want Professor Snape to become a target of her wrath. Standing nearby, she observed as Quirrell grasped Harry's throat, pinning him to the ground. Suddenly, as if seared by intense flames, Quirrell uncontrollably released his grip. In that moment, Harry understood that contact with Quirrell would invoke a magical backlash. He charged forward, covering Quirrell's face with his hands, prompting the professor to struggle violently, on the verge of collapse. However, at that critical moment, Harry was struck unconscious by an unknown spell. The Dark Lord, lurking behind Quirrell, possessed an acute sense of awareness. Despite Su Qingdai employing techniques from her homeland, Voldemort's keen perception detected her presence. A Chinese? He rasped, his voice dripping with malice. I sense the essence of kinship within you. Kinship? Look at the worthless wretches you have possessed. You can't even defeat a first-year wizard. Yet you dare speak of kinship? Su Qingdai approached Quirrell, who was now unable to rise, collapsing helplessly to the ground. She invoked her unique powers, resonating with the voice that had persistently echoed in her mind. With a forceful surge, all of Professor Quirrell's magical power and life force were forcibly absorbed. The already weakened Professor Quirrell's body immediately split apart, turning to ashes. The once safely possessed Voldemort was also compelled to drift out. Damn you! Look at you! The formidable Dark Lord, now reduced to a wretched, stray dog. Voldemort, incensed by Su Qingdai's taunt, prepared to charge towards her. In response, Su Qingdai swiftly gestured, and thunderclouds began to gather ominously above Hogwarts. Sensing this threatening atmosphere, Voldemort ceased his advance. He unmistakably felt the peril, aware that even if he survived, it would not be without suffering, as his very soul felt adrift. Once Voldemort's presence vanished, Qingdai did not relax. Instead, she exerted every ounce of her strength to cast the most potent spell she could muster. Thunderous wrath. Lightning cascaded down, astonishingly piercing through the walls of Hogwarts, striking precisely where Professor Quirrell's body had dissipated. Where there had once been only a pile of ashes, a conspicuous mark, evidently scorched by lightning, now stood. Exhausted from her exertions, Qingdai's curiosity piqued. What could possibly be concealed here that even the Dark Lord coveted? She promptly picked up the magical stone still lying on the ground, examining it meticulously, yet no discernible differences emerged after an extensive period of scrutiny. When she attempted to use her own techniques against it, she found that the magical stone exhibited no reaction whatsoever, perhaps due to the disparity between Eastern sorcery and Western magic. Just as she continued her experimentation, she suddenly sensed movement from the 4th floor, compelling her to halt her efforts and tuck the magical stone into her pocket. She then cast a sleeping charm upon herself. When Qingdai awakened again, she found herself in the hospital. Surrounding her were fellow patients Harry and Ron. Beside her bed lay several gifts left by visitors from Slytherin House, and a platinum-haired young gentleman was engaged in a heated argument with Hermione and Ron. Qingdai, you're awake. How do you feel? I heard you and Potter defended the magical stone. Do share. Draco, unable to contain his curiosity, eagerly took a seat beside her. How long have I been asleep? Qingdai replied, while assessing her own magical energy. Indeed, ever since absorbing Professor Quirrell's power, her own strength had been surging. This unearned sense of empowerment was exhilarating. It was no wonder that every Dark Lord from her homeland had succumbed to the allure of power. You tell me, with such rapid growth, who could withstand it? Not long, perhaps half a day. After I woke up, I stayed here for about 2 hours before you stirred, Draco remarked. Seemingly recalling something, Professor Dumbledore said that once you and Harry wake up, you should visit his office. Qingdai nodded, and just then, Madame Pomfrey entered the ward. She examined several patients, nodding to indicate they were fit for discharge. Draco, still clamoring for Madame Pomfrey to check Qingdai again, was gently restrained by her, and after a few soothing words, he returned to the Slytherin common room. Qingdai then accompanied Harry to the headmaster's office. Chapter 40. Who is Gellert? My dear children. You seem well, Dumbledore said kindly to Qingdai and Harry. Harry appeared rather agitated as he recounted. It was Professor Quirrell. He stole the magical stone. Since awakening, Harry had been searching for the stone, having fainted during his confrontation with Professor Quirrell, leaving him unaware of the stone's whereabouts. He had assumed that Quirrell had absconded with it. Do not be alarmed, my child. The magical stone is right here, is it not? Dumbledore replied serenely, while discreetly casting a glance in Qingdai's direction, his eyes sharp and penetrating, as if capable of discerning the thoughts of others. Aware that Dumbledore might surmise the stone was in her possession, Qingdai, without hesitation, retrieved it from her pocket. Harry, fret not. I have recovered the magical stone. Qingdai disregarded Dumbledore's gaze, understanding that her voluntary disclosure was a stark contrast to being coerced by him. With an air of satisfaction, she presented the stone before Harry, who instantly brightened, visibly relaxing. Very well, children, you may now tell me what transpired that day. Qingdai's unexpected appearance had completely disrupted Dumbledore's plans, igniting his curiosity about the events that had unfolded. Could it lead to a butterfly effect, altering his grand design? Exchanging glances with Harry, she gestured for him to explain. That day, we discovered someone was attempting to steal the magical stone, and so Hermione, Ron, and I set out to thwart him. Hermione and Ron were injured in the earlier trials, so they returned, leaving me to confront Professor Quirrell. For some reason, whenever he touched me, I felt an excruciating burn, as if engulfed in flames. I employed this to my advantage, yet unexpectedly, I lost consciousness. Headmaster, you must understand. Professor Quirrell bore a peculiar face on the back of his head, which he referred to as his master. Harry's account aligned perfectly with Dumbledore's suspicions. Yet a critical question lingered. Who had incapacitated Harry? Could it have been Voldemort? Or perhaps this seemingly harmless Eastern maiden before him? Dumbledore's mind raced with conjectures. When I arrived, I found Harry unconscious on the ground, and Professor Quirrell was attempting to seize the magical stone. I summoned one of the most powerful Eastern spells, a thunderous strike, which obliterated Professor Quirrell. Exhausted from the spell's toll, fearing the stone might be taken again, I concealed it in my pocket. Dumbledore had meticulously examined the scene, and confirmed the veracity of Su Qingdai's account. Moreover, when I vanquished Professor Quirrell, I noticed a strange shadow emerge. However, I fainted immediately afterward, so I cannot attest to its truth, Su Qingdai added promptly. Dumbledore's demeanor suggested skepticism, and rather than allowing him to linger in doubt, she resolved to provide him with something to occupy his mind. Harry too was puzzled. If the magical stone had not been seized, then Voldemort, no, the mysterious figure. What should they call him? Let us refer to him as Voldemort. One must confront their fears, Dumbledore stated. Harry nodded, continuing, can Voldemort rise again? And why could Professor Quirrell not touch my body? Indeed, he continues to seek a suitable vessel. Once he finds one, he will surely return, Dumbledore replied candidly. As for Professor Quirrell, this is the love your mother bequeathed to you. An invisible power, not a scar or a mark. Dumbledore's words were enigmatic, reminiscent of an Eastern mystic. Harry's mind brimmed with questions, desperately seeking answers from the most likely source, Dumbledore. Why did Voldemort seek to kill my mother? Why did he attempt to kill me? His confusion sought an outlet, turning to Dumbledore for the clarity he craved. However, today Dumbledore did not intend to answer Harry's inquiries. Rather, his concern lay more with Su Qingdai and the experiences she had endured. I am sorry, Harry, but this matter cannot be disclosed to you at present. You shall come to know in due time. As he spoke, Dumbledore retrieved a box of fizzing honey candies from his drawer. Would you care for some fizzing honey candies, Miss Su? No thank you, sir. I have a toothache, she replied. Dumbledore once again redirected his attention to Su Qingdai. As the foremost figure in the Western magical community, he felt an obligation to ensure its safety. Better to mistakenly eliminate an innocent than to let a villain slip by. This principle not only applied to the wicked, but was also incumbent upon him as a paragon of light magic. Dumbledore, renowned as a master of mental extraction, caused Su Qingdai to feel as though she was being scrutinized with a mere glance. However, prior to this encounter, her family had already conducted a thorough investigation into Dumbledore, and the Su family had sealed certain taboo aspects of Su Qingdai's memories. Despite Dumbledore's prowess as a master of mental extraction, he found himself hindered by the specific seals targeting him. It was well known that the Su family was a famous lineage of sorcerers, and it remained a mystery as to why they would send one of their own to distant England, far beyond the borders of Europe. This question baffled the entirety of the British magical community, for the Su family's stature in China far surpassed that of the 28 sacred families. Moreover, Su Qingdai was one of the 2 heirs of the Su family, and within a magical lineage boasting a complete system of its own. There was simply no justification for sending one of their heirs abroad. Almost all magical families in England harbored suspicions about their motives, yet they were compelled to acquiesce due to the substantial offers made by the Su family. Sensing Dumbledore's scrutiny, Su Qingdai employed her unique methods from China to delve into Dumbledore's memories. However, despite having absorbed Professor Quirrell's magical essence, the disparity between her abilities and Dumbledore's was glaring, and she could only glean fragmented glimpses of words and images. Among them, one name resonated deeply. Unable to answer Dumbledore's question, Su Qingdai posed an inquiry of her own. Professor Dumbledore, who is Gellert? This was one of the most significant pieces of information she had captured from Dumbledore's memories. Miss Su, your skills in mental extraction are commendable, he replied. He was the former Dark Lord of Europe. You might recall him if you have purchased chocolate frogs. Dumbledore's response was evasive, and Su Qingdai could distinctly sense his discomfort while addressing the matter. It was indeed unreasonable for such a distinguished wizard to deflect questions posed by others. Indeed, it is the headmaster's commendable instruction, she mused. Upon hearing her response, Dumbledore visibly relaxed, for it was evident that while Su Qingdai had discerned some truths, she had not delved too deeply. He had no inclination to continue conversing with her, and needed to start paying attention to the magical arts of China. As a master of closed mental faculties, the fact that his memories could be extracted, albeit in fragments, indicated that Chinese magic held significant merit. Nonetheless, as a first-year witch, Dumbledore chose not to hold her accountable. Do take your leave and rest well. You have both worked hard these past few days, Dumbledore said, unceremoniously issuing a dismissal. Harry seemed to have numerous questions still lingering in his mind, but was obedient enough to follow Su Qingdai out. Chapter 41. The House Cup. This evening marked the final and most significant House Cup banquet of the academic year. Slytherin had already claimed victory for 6 consecutive years, and barring unforeseen circumstances, they were poised to triumph once more. The banquet hall was adorned with silver and green ribbons, and a large banner bearing the Slytherin crest hung prominently at the back. All Slytherin members felt a swell of pride, and the young master had summoned all his friends early to await the festivities within the hall. Soon Dumbledore arrived. And a hush fell over the crowd. The year is coming to a close, and I am delighted to see that everyone is eager to hear an old man's words. Dumbledore declared cheerfully. First, we shall announce the house points that each house is most concerned about. The specific standings are as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor with 312 points. 3rd place, Hufflepuff with 352 points. 2nd place, Ravenclaw with 426 points. And 1st place, Slytherin with 472 points. Upon hearing the standings, everyone except for Gryffindor erupted in cheers. The Slytherin students were particularly boisterous, their applause resounding throughout the hall, drowning out all other houses' celebrations. Indeed, Slytherin has consistently performed admirably, Dumbledore remarked before introducing a twist. However, some recent events must also be factored into the equation. All Slytherin students, being astute, understood Dumbledore's implication, and the smiles on their faces began to fade. Let me see, I have a few points yet to distribute. Adjusting his glasses, Dumbledore opened his notebook and continued. The first recipient is Mr. Ron Weasley. Upon hearing his name, Ron's face flushed crimson, clearly at a loss for words. The gazes of Slytherin students shot towards him like arrows. He executed the most remarkable game of wizard's chess since Hogwarts was established, and for this I award Gryffindor 50 points. The cheers from Gryffindor erupted instantly, as if they might bring the roof down, with the twins and Percy launching into a grand display of sibling pride, exclaiming to all that Ron was their brother. In stark contrast, the Slytherin and Hufflepuff students wore sour expressions. With the addition of those 50 points, Gryffindor had surpassed Hufflepuff, who had previously not been at the bottom, and now found themselves in last place. It would indeed be peculiar if the Badgers were to find joy in this, they thought. The second recipient is Miss Hermione Granger. She faced the flames with remarkable composure and logical reasoning. For this I shall award Gryffindor an additional 50 points. The roar of Gryffindor's cheers surged again, and even Ravenclaw listened in astonishment at the accumulation of points. The third recipient is Mr. Harry Potter. At this moment, the banquet hall fell silent. Apart from Gryffindor, no other house bore a pleasant expression. If this point were awarded, Ravenclaw would instantly drop from 2nd to 3rd place. He demonstrated unparalleled bravery and extraordinary courage. For this, I shall award Gryffindor 60 points. Upon hearing this, the astute young wizards began tallying the scores. According to the previously announced points, these three would equal Slytherin's total. The Slytherins, who had initially planned to remain aloof, suddenly wore expressions of dismay. The fourth recipient is Mr. Neville Longbottom. Upon this announcement, all eyes were on Slytherin, eagerly anticipating their reaction. Although other houses, save for Gryffindor, had dropped in rank, the prospect of dethroning Slytherin, who had dominated the House Cup for 6 years, elicited joy among the crowd. After all, an enemy's enemy is a friend. To confront foes requires exceptional courage, and to stand firm with friends necessitates unwavering resolve. Therefore, I award Mr. Neville Longbottom 10 points. Ah! The cheers from Gryffindor erupted once more. They have defeated Slytherin. They have defeated Slytherin. This time, it was certain that they had secured the House Cup. Cheers erupted from the other houses. Huzzah, someone has vanquished Slytherin. The faces of the Slytherins grew exceptionally sour. Draco and Qingdai exchanged glances, each perceiving the indifference in the other's eyes. The young master frowned, visibly aggrieved. Dumbledore had better have a clever twist in store. Otherwise, one might wonder if the fish would perish, but the net would surely tear. Only Slytherin truly understood the lengths they had gone to for the honor of the House Cup. Hermione, Ron, and Harry could receive points. But why should Neville also be awarded? If Headmaster Dumbledore could not recognize the efforts of the other Slytherin students, then perhaps creating a bit of trouble for him could elucidate the true essence of his role. Qingdai resolved to rise and address all the students of Hogwarts, not wishing for Dumbledore to speak again. The fifth award I wish to bestow is for Miss Qingdai, who through her keen intellect and extraordinary will, safeguarded the property of the school, thereby granting Slytherin 60 points. If I am not mistaken, the House Cup remains with Slytherin this year, so let us congratulate them. With such a significant turn of events, the Slytherins immediately relaxed. Then, a fervent cheer erupted from the Slytherin seats, as all momentarily abandoned their professed elegance, seemingly intent on venting their pent-up discontent. Observing the disgruntled Gryffindors nearby only heightened their delight, with nearly everyone unable to restrain their mocking glances towards them. Nevertheless, Slytherin maintained a sense of decorum, swiftly returning to their noble demeanor. Everyone raised their goblets in a distant toast towards Qingdai, who promptly reciprocated. It was only after consuming that cup of juice that she gradually regained her composure. Fortunately, the outcome was as desired. Otherwise, had the situation been too humiliating, she might not have been able to remain at Hogwarts. After all, Dumbledore was the greatest white wizard of the current century, and his influence was beyond measure. As Su Qingdai sipped her juice, she pondered. Beside her, Draco embraced her tightly. Hey, we won again this year. You were fantastic, my little apple. Of course. It was also thanks to you. If you hadn't taken me there, I certainly wouldn't have secured those 60 points. Su Qingdai replied to Draco. Both were involved in the matter. She had received points while Draco had not, and she feared this imbalance might jeopardize their friendship. After all, many things are troubled not by scarcity, but by inequity. Of course, who do you think I am? The platinum young master puffed up with pride, tilting his face skyward, embodying an air of superiority. Due to the house cup, everyone was in high spirits. Even though they were to depart the following day, most took the opportunity to exchange simple farewells with Su Qingdai. Chapter 42, The Peculiar Stella. Just as they had arrived, they returned aboard the Hogwarts Express. Predominantly composed of nobility, Slytherin students often had their own compartments, and today Su Qingdai shared one with Stella, perhaps due to recent tumultuous events. Stella had been in low spirits since the house cup, always feeling as though something remained unresolved. This left Su Qingdai, her dorm mate, at a loss. Uncertain of how to alleviate her friend's distress, the two sat in silence in the same compartment, with Su Qingdai feeling a tinge of awkwardness. Had she not feared embarrassing Stella, she would have surely joined Draco in his compartment. What do you think of Malfoy? Stella raised her head, looking at Su Qingdai. The more she interacted with them, the more she sensed many discrepancies in the autobiography of Minister Malfoy. People often claimed that Draco Malfoy was domineering from a young age. How could he possibly let go? He is very much a Slytherin, Su Qingdai replied, her words barely conveying any substance. This was entirely in line with her diplomatic nature, which avoided leaving anyone with ammunition against her. Few could ever hear her speak ill of others behind their backs. Stella evidently sought more than this superficial response. Let me ask you something, hypothetically speaking, she inquired, struggling to contain her curiosity. She had come here primarily because of Draco, and now her mind was inundated with questions. If she didn't voice them, she felt she might suffocate. If Malfoy were to fall deeply in love with an owl, but that owl favored another, do you think Malfoy would willingly give it away to someone he despises? Su Qingdai furrowed her brow at Stella, her expression suggesting, isn't that a ridiculous question? How can you ask something so foolish? If he were capable of relinquishing, would he still be called Malfoy? Certainly not. How could he be that kind of person? He would rather confine the owl than part with it for someone he loathes, not to mention giving it to someone he dislikes immensely. I struggled to snatch a few green apples from him, let alone an owl. Su Qingdai found herself bewildered by the peculiar queries plaguing Stella's mind. What? Does she wish to engage in a tragic romance with Malfoy? Surely that cannot be right. Isn't she but 12? Is she even in middle school? This was the peculiar nature of foreigners. Merely pondering it was daunting. I find it implausible, but what if he himself said it? Stella posed yet another hypothetical. Then it must be mere gossip, Su Qingdai promptly countered. What is there to ponder? Malfoy has never been known for his magnanimity. Otherwise, how could he relentlessly target Harry Potter, due to a lack of attention from others? He did so for an entire year. What if it were his own diary? Stella suggested once more. The layers of speculation were beginning to give Su Qingdai a headache. Was this the imagination of an obsessive fan? Truly terrifying. Diaries can be forged by others as well. And besides, Malfoy has a peculiar habit concerning his journals. At this point, Su Qingdai fell silent. What was troubling Stella today? Why was she fixating on Draco again? Hadn't she recently been lamenting about her beloved idol, claiming Draco was a temperamental child? Why had her opinion shifted so abruptly? What peculiar habit? Do share, Stella pressed, her conviction that the autobiography she possessed was a fabrication by another writer. The book claimed he was a charming and amiable child, but the Draco in reality bore little resemblance to that description. It also stated that he was well-liked, yet in his first year, he had quarreled with Gryffindor more times than one could count. Based on her experiences over the past year, many inconsistencies leapt out at Su Qingdai, particularly in terms of character traits. She hesitated, unsure whether to speak. However, this was hardly a secret among Malfoy's acquaintances. He enjoys creating a small compartment at the end of his books. You wouldn't believe it, but when I last had his potions book, the compartment was filled with insults directed at me. It infuriated me. She had discovered this while reviewing. Upon realizing it, she had even revisited Draco's other texts. Who would have thought that he was such a Draco? What did he say? Stella inquired, her curiosity piqued. Glamsi, or Fistroul, su Qingdai replied. Her face devoid of expression. She knew that Draco was harboring a great deal of resentment over the tutoring sessions. Hmph, such childishness. At that moment, Crabbe approached her. Miss Sue, Malfoy has been looking for you. Su Qingdai cast a glance at Crabbe, then at Stella. After seeing Stella nod, she followed Crabbe toward Malfoy's compartment. Once they had walked away, Stella immediately pulled out the autobiography of Minister Malfoy, the very tome that had caused her to traverse dimensions. To her astonishment, she discovered that the final page of the autobiography concealed a hidden compartment. Carefully prying it open, she found a letter of confession from Draco nestled within. Eagerly, Stella began to read, but with each line, an overwhelming impulse surged within her. Before she could act upon it, a sharp pain gripped her heart. Perhaps a consequence of revealing too much to Su Qingdai earlier. Everything before her blurred, and she was engulfed in darkness. Meanwhile, within the confines of Malfoy's compartment, a veritable gathering of Draco's entourage was taking place. Crabbe, Goyle, Malfoy, Pansy, Daphne, and Zabini were all present. Pansy and Daphne were engrossed in a discussion about jewelry and perfumes, topics that held little interest for Su Qingdai. Zabini was regaling Crabbe and Goyle with tales of newly acquainted girls, which also failed to capture her attention. Consequently, she found herself gravitating towards the equally solitary Malfoy, exchanging trivialities. Draco was keen to uncover what had transpired that day, but Su Qingdai was reluctant to divulge, knowing that speaking too much could lead to complications. Instead, she was left to meander through a conversation with Draco. Perhaps it was the prolonged absence from home that made Draco particularly animated. He seemed to overlook the mundane details. Although he could indulge in cookies sent by his mother while at his godfather's, he still preferred to enjoy them with her, even inviting Su Qingdai to join him at Malfoy Manor during the holidays to savor the delicacies together. They maintained this equilibrium for some time, until the train reached its destination. Su Qingdai promptly returned to Stella's compartment to prepare to disembark, only to find that Stella was no longer there. According to those nearby, Stella had succumbed to her old habits, and exited the moment the train arrived. Peering through the train window, Su Qingdai spotted Stella standing beside her parents, clutching a hefty book. Despite her formidable perceptive abilities, she could not discern the title. As if sensing her gaze, Stella turned back, wearing an expression that Su Qingdai could not decipher. After a brief pause, she departed with her parents. Su Qingdai dismissed the thought, cheerfully attending to her luggage in preparation for her return. Ah, the culinary delights of Huaxia, I am coming back. Chapter 43. Book shopping. The holiday always seems tragically brief. In the blink of an eye, it was time to return to school. And Su Qingdai had arranged to go book shopping with Draco. Being of Huaxia descent, she planned to stay at Malfoy Manor after their shopping trip. Perhaps for some inexplicable reason, the Liheng bookstore was particularly crowded. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Su Qingdai exclaimed upon spotting the trio. Hermione rushed over, embracing Su Qingdai. I can't believe I see you here. Aren't you from Huaxia? What brings you here so early? Have you figured out where you'll stay? Hermione, ever the pragmatist, quickly deduced Su Qingdai's predicament. Su Qingdai certainly had a plan, but she could not disclose to the Gryffindor trio that she intended to reside at Malfoy Manor. Anyone with a modicum of sense would refrain from such a provocative act. Of course, I have it all figured out, Su Qingdai replied, deftly redirecting the conversation to the trio. What about you? When did you meet? Harry and Hermione exchanged glances, remaining silent, but Ron could not contain himself. You don't know. Qingdai, how awful Harry's uncle is. Thankfully, we rescued him from his plight using my father's flying car. This revelation made Su Qingdai realize that Draco was not the only one with a sense of self-importance. Boys everywhere shared the same trait. Oh, splendid. You've finally arrived. Mrs. Weasley greeted the Gryffindor trio with enthusiasm. The press conference is about to begin. Suddenly, Mrs. Weasley noticed a small girl with dark hair and eyes beside the trio. Oh. Ron, who is this? Given their close demeanor, it was evident they were classmates. Yet Mrs. Weasley had never encountered Su Qingdai before. This is Qingdai, our good friend. She's the one who helped Harry protect the Philosopher's Stone. She's the finest Slytherin I've ever known, Ron exclaimed excitedly. He glanced at Harry and Hermione for validation, anxious that his mother might disapprove of Su Qingdai's Slytherin affiliation. Hello, Mrs. Weasley, I am Su Qingdai. I've heard Ron speak of you as the best mother in the world. The scarf you gave Harry last time was truly beautiful, Su Qingdai said promptly. Compliments are always a safe bet. What a lovely child. Come in, we are about to see him, Mrs. Weasley warmly invited, her eyes glimmering with a curious light. This light was something Su Qingdai had only witnessed in Stella. She looked up to see what was different about the Liheng bookstore today and immediately noticed a conspicuous banner. Gilderoy Lockhart's autobiography, Me the Wizard, on sale. Gilderoy Lockhart? The new defense against the dark arts teacher? Is he quite famous? Su Qingdai, being from Huaxia, was somewhat out of touch with such matters. Gomein, Mrs. Weasley urged, leading the way as the little ones followed one after another. This was not Su Qingdai's first visit to Li Heng bookstore, but it was certainly the first time she had encountered such a crowd. Among them stood a flamboyant peacock, a sight that would insult even actual peacocks. This must be the new defense against the dark arts teacher, Gilderoy Lockhart. Finding the scene before her rather dull, she idly scanned her surroundings, only to spot Draco leaning against the railing of the second floor, wearing a displeased expression, lost in thought. The young master, who had grown significantly since she last saw him, exuded a sense of aloofness and independence. Su Qingdai instinctively slowed her pace, creating distance between herself and the Gryffindor trio. She cheerfully waved at Draco. The moment Draco noticed her entrance, a smile broke across his face, instantly dispelling his previous aristocratic demeanor. He hurried down the stairs, a large stack of books in hand. "Little Apple, you're finally here. Have you got it?" "I've already purchased all the books for this term," he said, handing the stack to Su Qingdai. When she reached out to accept them, he shot her a warning glance. "Foolish. How heavy are these books? Don't you have a magical bag? Just put them in." Chided, Su Qingdai found no offense in his words and continued to smile as she retrieved her magical bag, stuffing all the books inside. They began to chat amiably, but perhaps due to Harry's presence, she sensed that Draco was not entirely focused on their conversation. His attention seemed to be divided, fixated on Harry. At times, Su Qingdai even questioned whether Draco truly harbored feelings for Harry, for after all, childish boys often bully those they fancy. Observing Draco's disinterest in their dialogue, they both opted to watch Harry's comical antics instead. As a celebrated savior of the wizarding world, Harry had just been swept into the crowd by Gilderoy Lockhart upon his arrival. After a considerable amount of effort, he finally managed to utter a few words. His face flushed crimson, revealing his profound embarrassment. Harry surmised that he had not anticipated being intercepted by Draco just as he had mustered the courage to speak. "You must relish this, Harry Potter," Draco remarked with a hint of sarcasm. The illustrious Harry Potter making headlines even for a mere visit to a bookstore. Su Qingdai observed Draco, unable to discern whether his words were laced with mockery or envy. "Stay away from him," Ginny interjected, positioning herself protectively in front of Harry upon witnessing the derision directed at him. A lovely young girl with flaming red hair, presumably a member of the Weasley clan. She appeared youthful, likely the sister of Ron. Draco cast a glance at Ginny, his tone dripping with derision as he inquired, "Well done, Potter. Is this your new girlfriend?" Just as he was poised to continue, he was interrupted by the arrival of Mr. Lucius Malfoy. Now, Draco, be cordial," he admonished in a condescending manner, unmistakably characteristic of the Malfoys. Upon seeing his father, Draco instinctively stepped aside, positioning himself protectively in front of Su Qingdai. "Harry Potter, I am Lucius Malfoy. It is a pleasure to finally meet you," he said, drawing Harry closer upon noticing the scar on his forehead. "That scar is quite legendary. A remnant of a formidable wizard." As soon as he uttered those words, Su Qingdai scrutinized both Lucius and Draco, arriving at a disconcerting conclusion. The Malfoy family was aligned with the Dark Lord's camp, or at the very least had close ties with it. "There is nothing remarkable about it. Voldemort murdered my parents. He is merely a criminal," Harry retorted, rejecting Lucius's assertion. "Avoiding his name is not a wise course of action. Fear only deepens your dread," Hermione immediately countered. Lucius seemed to have only just noticed Hermione, casually stating, "I presume you must be Miss Granger," glancing at Draco, who nodded in affirmation. "Draco mentioned your parents. They are Muggles, I believe?" he continued, casting a gaze toward Hermione's parents. Lucius, ever the cunning and shrewd figure, delivered a single remark that rendered Hermione utterly speechless. Chapter 44. Malfoy Manor. Ron Weasley, upon seeing the crowd gathered, promptly approached, accompanied by George and Fred. "Look, isn't that Arthur Weasley?" Lucius Malfoy jeered. The animosity between the two families was palpable, igniting a sharp exchange upon their encounter. Draco, unfazed, seized the opportunity to discreetly slip an apple to Su Qingdai from a hidden corner behind the crowd. Su Qingdai smiled as she accepted the apple, unhesitatingly taking a bite, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Hearing the crisp sound of the apple, Draco shot a glance at Su Qingdai, silently urging her to temper her enthusiasm, and shifted his position to obscure her from view. "Mr. Weasley," Lucius Malfoy remarked darkly, "long time no see, old chap. I hear the Ministry has been working you hard. Have they compensated you for the extra hours?" The rivalry between the two families became even more pronounced amidst the adults' barbed exchanges. Nonchalantly, He picked up a book from Ginny's basket, smirking. It appears they have not, dear fellow. Being a disgrace among wizards has not afforded you any advantages, has it? Mr. Weasley's face reddened, surpassing even that of Ginny and Ron, as he felt ashamed for his inability to provide a better life for his children. Not due to the so-called disgrace among wizards. We believe that you are different from the disgrace among wizards, Malfoy, he retorted. Indeed, quite different. Lucius Malfoy surveyed his surroundings, scowling at the presence of muggles. You have sunk so low as to associate with them. How far you have fallen. With that, Lucius Malfoy departed, his disdain evident, as though remaining in their presence for even a moment was an affront to his dignity. We shall see you at school, Draco echoed, hurling a parting shot at Harry. Hurry up, Draco, came Lucius's voice. Draco, not wanting to linger, took Su Qingdai's hand and made his way out. With one hand grasping the apple and the other holding Draco's, Su Qingdai found it difficult to maneuver, so she waved goodbye to Harry and the others with the hand that held the apple. However, in that fleeting moment, she noticed a dark mist emanating from Ginny's basket. A voice echoed in her mind, questioning the sudden change. Had Lucius Malfoy been responsible? Lucius, noticing Draco had lagged behind, glanced back and, perhaps due to prior discussions with Draco, showed no surprise upon seeing Su Qingdai. He regarded her thoughtfully and nodded in acknowledgement. Draco, take your friend home quickly. Your mother is waiting, Lucius said with a serious expression. Father, what about you? Draco inquired. I have matters to attend to at the ministry. I must depart, Lucius replied, turning away without a backward glance, confident that Draco would not stray far. As Lucius receded into the distance, Draco suddenly burst into laughter. What is so funny? Su Qingdai asked, puzzled. Oh, nothing. I'm sure Mother has prepared some delightful treats for us at home, Draco replied, omitting the fact that his parents had quarreled the previous day, and his mother had forbidden his father from returning home. He speculated that his father had likely gone to his mother's favorite candy shop, a place notorious for its long queues. The Malfoy residence was vast, and a disapparition restraining charm had been cast, ensuring a lengthy journey from the entrance to the interior. Fortunately, they had arrived by carriage. What are they doing here? Su Qingdai wondered aloud, pointing through the carriage window at a small creature resembling a house elf. Having encountered house elves at Hogwarts, she was taken aback to discover that Draco's household also employed one. That's my house elf. Don't you have one? Draco exclaimed in disbelief. No. I always thought house elves were exclusive to the school. All the chores at home are divided among the older students, she replied. As the carriage came to a halt, Draco gallantly opened the door for Su Qingdai. Just as they arrived at Malfoy Manor, a house elf approached, bearing a tray of pastries. Dobby, stay back. Draco admonished the elf sternly. Upon hearing Draco's command, the elf named Dobby immediately began to bang his head against a nearby pillar. Remarkably, despite his self-punishment, nothing from his hands spilled. Don't do that, Draco, Su Qingdai gently interjected. May I try the treats you brought, Dobby? Upon receiving the request, Dobby ceased his self-inflicted punishment and presented the pastries to Su Qingdai, his eyes filled with a hint of anticipation. Among the offerings was a pumpkin pasty that appeared rather greasy, prompting Su Qingdai to wrinkle her nose. She then picked up a piece of candy placed nearby. Thank you. This is a candy I brought from Huaxia. Please accept it, and could you kindly prepare a cup of tea for me? Su Qingdai said, retrieving several sweets from her bag, and placing them on Dobby's tray. Dobby glanced apprehensively at Draco, but upon seeing no further reaction, he beamed, exclaiming, of course. You are the guest of the master. With that, he darted away in a flash. Why should one treat house elves with such courtesy? Draco found himself utterly perplexed by this behavior. In the upbringing he received, house elves were regarded as mere slaves, who would extend such politeness to their own servants. His education led him to question Su Qingdai's actions. In truth, Su Qingdai had witnessed such conduct numerous times within Slytherin, and she understood that this was a deeply ingrained notion in the Western magical community. While she respected their beliefs, she preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. Just look at you, one harsh word, and Dobby is already butting his head against the wall. What a waste of time. It dampens the mood, and it would be far better to speak with a bit more courtesy, saving everyone the trouble. After all, it's merely a matter of words. It wouldn't cost anyone anything. Draco nodded, somewhat understanding but not entirely. He was easygoing and chose not to dwell on it further, instead leading Su Qingdai directly to find Mrs. Malfoy. As Draco had mentioned, Mrs. Malfoy was in the kitchen, baking delightful pastries for him. Famished, the two hurried into the kitchen, eagerly awaiting their treat. They had been tantalized by the aroma for quite some time, yet they ultimately left without tasting the pastries. Lucius had returned home. Upon his arrival, he immediately reprimanded Draco. Draco, school starts tomorrow. Have you packed your belongings? Have you reviewed your books? The answer was, of course. No. Draco was inherently playful. It was a feat for him to focus on even half a book, let alone read them all. Torn between the allure of the pastries and his father's stern admonitions, Draco cast a forlorn glance at Mrs. Malfoy. However, Lucius obstructed his view, and with no rescue from his mother, he had no choice but to sulkily escort Su Qingdai back to his room, all the while complaining. I don't even like apple-flavored pastries, and yet I'm not allowed to eat them. Hmph. The atmosphere in the Malfoy household was relatively pleasant. Mrs. Malfoy was gentle and gracious, always eager to prepare treats for Draco, while Mr. Malfoy was somewhat more strict. Despite Narcissa often making pastries, Draco had rarely had the chance to enjoy them. Nevertheless, Mr. Malfoy was quite amiable towards Su Qingdai. However, the following day took an unexpected turn, as the Malfoy couple went out for an outing, leaving Draco to go to school alone. It was evident to anyone with eyes that Draco was not pleased. Chapter 45. Gradually spiraling out of control. Su Qingdai felt awkward calling out to Draco, so she followed him to the Hogwarts Express. Draco's little entourage, as always, instinctively seated themselves in the exclusive compartment reserved for the Malfoys. Perhaps due to their maturation, Pansy had unexpectedly become particularly warm towards Su Qingdai. Upon their first meeting, she gifted her a bag of pastries. I look forward to your kindness in the future. Pansy maintained her usual serious demeanor, acting as though she was being quite earnest. Was there a mold for all Slytherins? Why did their attitude when gifting seem so uniform? Yet Su Qingdai could not decipher Pansy's intentions. It felt peculiar, as if a weasel were extending New Year greetings to a chicken, certainly not with good intentions. Su Qingdai glanced at Draco, her face filled with confusion. Fortunately, Draco was not wholly absorbed in his sorrow. Part of his mind was still attentive to the unfolding situation. He quickly explained to Su Qingdai, recently, the Ministry of Magic has been conducting extensive searches for dark magical artifacts. The Hmph family was reported, leading to frequent inspections at their residence, where some items were discovered. Draco frowned as he spoke. The ministry personnel often searched the Malfoy manor as well, and he found their presence quite bothersome. It was not a grave matter, merely that the Hmph family had been found in possession of dark magical artifacts, causing the ministry to keep a close watch on them. The head of the Hmph family, weary of the scrutiny, relocated the entire household to Germany, prompting Miss Hmph to transfer from Hogwarts to Durmstrang. Such convoluted circumstances made Su Qingdai furrow her brow. Stella transferred? So, she pondered, harboring some suspicions but reluctant to voice them. Due to my father being a member of the Board of Governors. He learned in advance that your roommate for the new term would be Pansy. He asked me to inform you, but I forgot, Draco admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It's all that wretched father's fault. How could he whisk my mother away on the first day of school, leaving me in a foul mood? And now he forgets to tell little Apple. Draco hung his head, sulking again. Su Qingdai was taken aback to discover that her first roommate had transferred for such a reason. She felt a twinge of sadness. Her best friend in Slytherin had left, leaving only Draco by her side. Stealing a glance at Draco, she noticed he remained with his head bowed, whether in anger towards Lucius or himself was unclear. Yet, the fact that her next roommate was Pansy, with whom she had previously had some playful rivalry, left her wondering what Hogwarts was thinking in pairing the two adversaries together. Long time no see, Pansy. She realized they might have to cohabit for another 6 years. It was prudent to maintain a cordial facade. With a bright smile, Su Qingdai greeted Pansy and presented her with a gift from her homeland. Pansy began to consciously attempt to include Su Qingdai in her little clique with Daphne. But Su Qingdai had no interest in their discussions about perfumes and jewelry. She could only empty her mind and gaze out at the passing scenery. Suddenly, she thought she heard some screams. That voice sounded remarkably like Harry and Ron. Acting on impulse, Su Qingdai immediately extended her awareness to locate Harry and Ron. To her astonishment, she discovered a flying car circling the train. Despite her extensive experience, she could not suppress her astonishment. "What's wrong, little Apple?" Draco inquired. His expression had been one of perpetual discontent, and Su Qingdai, troubled by the sight of such a dashing young boy in distress, felt her hesitation deepen. She glanced at Draco, fell silent for a moment, then took his hand and led him to a more open area. "Let me show you something amusing." "What is it?" Draco asked, bewildered. "What could possibly be outside the compartment that requires us to step out?" "Look out the window." Draco complied, displaying less of the deep-seated suspicion he once bore, as they had become friends by now. 3, 2, 1. Su Qingdai counted seriously, and as the countdown concluded, a flying car zipped past the window. "What on earth is that?" Draco exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise, his brows knitted in confusion. It looks like Potter and that red-haired Weasley. How can they be so reckless as to not fear being seen by muggles? Do you like flying cars? I'll ask my father to modify one for me when I return. No. Draco was about to say more but soon found himself laughing at Harry and Ron's comical predicament. Ha ha ha, just look at their faces. It's absolutely hilarious. A smile broke across the young master's face. Had it not been for his limited magic, he would have certainly played a prank on the two of them. Seeking to vent his pent-up frustration. I must inform the conductor about their antics, Draco declared with enthusiasm, eager to report them. Yet Qingdai swiftly pulled him back. How dull. What good would it do to tell? By the time you report them, they could have flown off to who knows where. The journey back to Hogwarts was still lengthy, and Qingdai hoped they would not encounter too much trouble along the way. As she spoke, she rummaged through her magical bag, retrieving some food. Are you really going to send them food? Isn't it better to let them go hungry? Draco could not fathom Qingdai's actions. Qingdai furrowed her brow, remaining silent. Having spent considerable time with her, Draco began to grasp her intentions. Very well. He conceded with his head bowed. After exchanging a brief glance, Qingdai promptly utilized her magical perception to control Harry and Ron's car, guiding it step by step towards the window. Not only that, but she also greeted them warmly, using a unique spell from her homeland to deliver food directly to their vehicle. Harry and Ron, initially fearing they would perish from thirst, were pleasantly surprised by Qingdai's timely assistance. Their hearts brimmed with joy, their faces lighting up with radiant smiles. Without a second thought, they waved enthusiastically toward her through the window. However, unbeknownst to them, Draco had stealthily emerged, positioning himself behind Qingdai, and with a triumphant grin, clicked the shutter of his camera. Harry's previously jubilant expression froze, and their flying car spiraled out of control, careening haphazardly until it vanished from sight. Look how amusing they are, Draco exclaimed, reveling in his mischief, nearly flinging the developing photo into a whirlwind. The young master, who had been fuming, suddenly appeared flushed with excitement. Let me see? Qingdai inquired with genuine curiosity. Draco, without hesitation, handed over the camera along with the photo. To his surprise, Qingdai didn't even glance at it. She simply stuffed it into her magical bag. What are you doing? I wanted to take it to school and mock them properly. Alright, you've already played with them once. As long as you're happy, there's no need for more. Your camera is lovely. It's confiscated, she assured him soothingly, akin to comforting a child. Realizing her own odd behavior, she smiled at Draco before turning back towards their compartment. Understanding Qingdai's aversion to causing trouble, Draco felt no anger. He merely pouted, noticing the server pushing a small cart beside him, and approached to purchase a box of chocolate frogs. He knew that ever since Qingdai returned from the headmaster's office, she had been yearning for them. Perhaps this would uplift her spirits, given her current displeasure. Once seated, Qingdai regained her composure. Though it was unclear whether it was due to absorbing Professor Quirrell's teachings, she began to feel a gradual loss of control, occasionally harboring mischievous thoughts. This sensation was particularly pronounced in the West. Today, she had even allowed Draco to tease Harry and Ron, which was entirely contrary to her principles. She needed to reflect deeply and regain her calm. Chapter 46, A Slytherin-Style Apology. Realizing her predicament, Qingdai became increasingly hesitant to approach Draco. Aware that he himself was a bit of a rogue, together, they might become the bullies of Hogwarts. Throughout the entire freshman party, she kept her distance. Fortunately, Pansy joined her, and though their shared topics were limited, they engaged in light conversation. Meanwhile, Draco, amidst the throng, appeared somewhat distracted, casting glances in Qingdai's direction. Even during the lively sorting ceremony, he seemed indifferent. Malfoy, what's wrong with you today? Did you two have a spat? Zabini remarked, unable to tolerate Draco's brooding demeanor, which was quite unappetizing. Draco shot a glare at Zabini but remained silent, his gaze still fixed on Qingdai. Was she truly angry? Should he apologize? No. By the way, it's not just you who seems off today. Have you noticed that Gryffindor's savior and his little sidekick are absent? All of Slytherin was particularly attentive to Harry's whereabouts, and even Zabini was no exception. They haven't been taken outside by Professor Snape, have they? He mused, a hint of schadenfreude dancing on his features. Draco was well aware of the situation, likely connected to his experiences on the train. Yet, perhaps due to his own gloomy mood, he lacked the inclination to join Zabini in mockery, quietly approaching Qingdai from behind, gently tapping her shoulder. He offered her the chocolate frog he had purchased on the train, without uttering a word. Qingdai was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the chocolate frog. Fine. Today was indeed her fault. Unjustly distancing herself, Draco was completely innocent. Observing Draco's furrowed brow, she understood the situation and decided not to overthink it. She still trusted in her self-control. Directly addressing Draco, she declared, I was just discussing you with Pansy. I plan to visit a wonderful place. Would you like to join me? Qingdai beamed at Draco, and without waiting for his response, she took his hand and stealthily made her way to the kitchen. This is Hogwarts kitchen? How did you know about this place? Draco inquired, perplexed. As the son of a Hogwarts governor, he had been unaware of its location. I won't tell you, Qingdai replied with a smile, then expertly directed the house elves to gather the ingredients she needed. Draco frowned, clearly not fond of kitchens. You have no idea how vastly different British cuisine is from that of my homeland. After a year of eating British food, I've nearly grown tired of it all. Qingdai pouted slightly, looking quite pitiful in the corner. My mother makes delightful pastries. Next time she sends me some, I'll share them with you. Draco, being a native Brit, was accustomed to British food and could not comprehend Qingdai's lament. However, seeing her pitiable expression, he was willing to share his mother's best pastries with her. Thank you so much. Today, I must let you experience the delights of my homeland. The house elves swiftly prepared the flour and minced meat. What are you planning to do? Are you making meat-filled cookies? Draco asked, bewildered. This is a national delicacy from my homeland, dumplings. Come here, Draco. Qingdai exclaimed, introducing him as a wicked idea formed in her mind. Draco, intrigued, approached without any suspicion. Curious about how such a simple dish could be entertaining, Qingdai dipped her finger into the flour and swiftly painted a comical pattern across Draco's face. Haha, you look just like the cat your mother raised. Draco, completely taken aback by her antics, furrowed his brow, displaying an expression of amused bewilderment. He then feigned a pitiful demeanor to lure Qingdai closer, and when she was distracted, he dipped his hand in the flour, leaving a white handprint on her robe. Ha ha ha, the Malfoy brand wizarding robe. My clothes. My face. They exchanged incredulous glances, glaring at each other before turning away in unison. Yet, within 3 seconds, they burst into laughter. Enough of this nonsense. I still need to make dumplings for you. Qingdai, adept at turning the tables, continued her playful banter while Draco chuckled beside her. With her hands seemingly magical, the previously loose flour was swiftly kneaded into a cohesive dough. She then divided it into small portions, shaping each into a perfect sphere as if crafting art. Wow, you're amazing, Draco exclaimed, utterly captivated. His flattery was inconsequential. Once he praised her, Qingdai immediately realized that she had yet to utilize a valuable asset. Have you grasped it? The remainder is yours. I shall prepare the filling. She exhibited no concern regarding Draco's potential mischief, as she busied herself with the filling preparations. How could Draco, having only observed once, manage? Furthermore, he was notoriously clumsy in the kitchen. Not only was it a struggle for him to roll the dough into a circular shape, even forming it into a simple strip proved to be a challenge. The dough was utterly unyielding. Gazing at the misshapen mass he had created, Draco appeared flustered, casting an innocent look towards Qingdai. Observing this dire situation, Qingdai frowned in disbelief. Goodness, there exists someone even more inept than I. If you cannot roll it, why not use a tool to flatten it? Oh, I see. Noticing Draco's earnest efforts, Qingdai felt reassured and continued with the filling. However, upon her return, she found Draco still grappling with the singular piece of dough. What are you doing, Draco? After all this time, is that the only one you've managed? But it simply cannot be made round. He presented her with the singular, decidedly non-circular piece of dough. Isn't this quite round? Qingdai was perplexed. Look here. And then look there. This is clearly not a standard circle. As Draco spoke, he gestured emphatically, his arguments surprisingly rational. I appreciate your effort. Now please amuse yourself elsewhere. Draco. Qingdai dismissed him, swiftly rolling out the dough to perfection, her fingers deftly crafting exquisite dumplings as if they were blooming flowers. Let me try one. No need. Qingdai resolutely declined Draco's request, fearing that if he lingered any longer, they might miss curfew. As each dumpling was lowered into the pot, the kitchen was soon filled with an irresistible aroma that made one's mouth water uncontrollably. Draco, ever the embodiment of noble decorum, sat rigidly in his chair. Yet his eyes betrayed him, irresistibly drawn to the dumplings. Come, do taste. Qingdai promptly placed the first batch of dumplings on the table. Draco glanced at her, confirming it was not a prank, and then without hesitation devoured them. Whether they were delicious or not remained unknown, for Draco was too engrossed in eating to utter a word. The two indulged in dumplings for some time, and finding the quantity overwhelming, Su Qingdai shared some with the house elves in the kitchen before each packed a box for their dormitory. Chapter 47, Herbology Class. At this moment, the freshman soiree had concluded, and Su Qingdai took advantage of the departing crowd to return to her dormitory. However, it was no longer the same dormitory. It had transformed into something entirely different. Unlike her previous modest yet vibrant quarters, this room had been lavishly adorned by Pansy. Upon entering, one would be struck by an overwhelming sense of wealth. Qingdai, you're back. Did you enjoy your time with Malfoy? Pansy, perched on the edge of her bed engrossed in a book, casually inquired upon Su Qingdai's return. Ever since learning that Pansy was to be her roommate, Su Qingdai had taken to investigating the romantic entanglements of several individuals. Initially, it was because they had been the instigators of her bullying that she desired to retaliate. However, she had since settled the score and wished to steer clear of any involvement in Draco and Pansy's affairs. To her surprise, the results of her inquiries were quite unexpected. Among their little clique, save for Zabini, no one seemed to possess any sense. My goodness. It appears all the theatrics I performed were for naught. It's manageable. However, Malfoy truly is quite clumsy. Su Qingdai was at a loss for words, offering only a nonchalant reply. Pansy regarded her with a complex expression that seemed tinged with sympathy before returning her focus to her book. Suddenly recalling the food she had brought back, Su Qingdai decided that since they would share 6 years together, fostering a good relationship was paramount. I just returned from the kitchen and brought you some snacks. Would you care to try? Initially, she had merely intended to share the surplus food she could not consume, but framed it as a thoughtful gesture for Pansy. Do try. I made them myself, delicious delicacies from our homeland. Su Qingdai adopted an enthusiastic demeanor, presenting the dumplings to Pansy, her eyes sparkling with delight, her smile particularly enchanting. Pansy found herself momentarily dumbfounded, forgetting to decline, and by the time she regained her composure, she had already taken a bite. Quite delightful. Pansy promptly praised. We have class early tomorrow. Do get some rest. Pansy maintained her aristocratic aloofness while still offering Su Qingdai a warm reminder. Su Qingdai found Pansy's tsundere attitude all too familiar, and observing her haughty demeanor, she began to understand Pansy's character. This realization brought her a profound sense of relief, allowing her to drift off to sleep peacefully. After all, having an unpleasant roommate would mar her 6 years of happiness. The following morning marked Professor Sprout's herbology class, and all the little witches and wizards arrived promptly at the greenhouse. This was not their first encounter with the subject. Compared to the previous year, everyone had matured somewhat, with no one daring to arrive late for class. Today, our task is to repot the mandrakes. Who can tell me about their characteristics? Professor Sprout queried the young students. Su Qingdai and Hermione immediately raised their hands. Among second-year students, none surpassed their knowledge. Very well, Miss Granger, please enlighten us. Hermione exchanged a glance with Su Qingdai, nodded, and began to speak. Mandrakes are a powerful restorative agent, capable of returning transformed individuals, or those affected by curses, to their original state. The cries of a mandrake can be fatal. Hermione performed admirably, and Professor Sprout generously awarded points to Gryffindor. Su Qingdai, however, paid little heed, for she noticed Draco glaring at Hermione with such intensity that it seemed he might kill her. This struck her as amusing. All right, children, let us don our ear protection. Professor Sprout instructed, and upon ensuring all the students complied, she proceeded with the demonstration. She uprooted a mandrake from the soil, its roots resembling a small child, accompanied by an ear-piercing wail. Even the students wearing ear protection found it overwhelming. Neville even fainted. Professor Sprout meticulously demonstrated the key points of repotting before allowing the students to practice. As they repotted, the greenhouse was engulfed by the cacophony of the mandrake's screams. Observing these adorably grotesque creatures, Draco found them rather intriguing, and a peculiar thought crossed his mind. He wondered whether the mandrake's mouths were indeed functional, or merely ornamental. Tentatively, he reached toward the mandrake's mouth, only to be unexpectedly bitten. The sharp pain in his finger left him astonished, and he quickly yanked his hand away in disgust, angrily stuffing the mandrake back into its pot. When Draco looked up, he caught Su Qingdai watching him with a mischievous grin. Oh no, I've been discovered. Feeling a sense of grievance, he thought, I've been bitten, and she still laughs. What a terrible friend. Does it hurt? Qingdai maudto Draco. He responded with a pitiful expression. Yes, it does. Unable to contain herself, Su Qingdai's smile broadened, becoming somewhat audacious. Draco maintained a sulky demeanor until the end of class. Su Qingdai was aware that she was at fault this time, so she hurried over to him. Don't be upset, don't be upset. Let me see what happened, she said, disregarding Draco's protests as she removed his glove. Su Qingdai had anticipated a serious injury, yet to her surprise, there was not even a single tooth mark left. The young master's hands remained as fair and delicate as ever. Amused, Su Qingdai playfully pinched his hand a couple of times. How unfortunate, not even a tooth mark. In response, Draco withdrew his hand with a huff, concealing it behind him, and then changed the subject. Tomorrow is defense against the dark arts class. You should prepare yourself mentally. What's wrong? I heard from Mrs. Malfoy that Mr. Lockhart has been specially invited to be your tutor. What do you think of him? How does he compare to Professor Quirrell? Last semester, Su Qingdai had learned nothing from defense against the dark arts. She thought it unlikely that anyone could teach worse than Professor Quirrell. As long as he was not worse than Quirrell, she could accept it. However, she noticed Draco frowning, wearing an expression of indescribable discontent. What's the matter? Is it hard to describe? Draco nodded in agreement. I can only say that the Malfoy family has wasted another sum of money. He appeared utterly disenchanted, as if the mere thought of Lockhart induced a headache. In any case, it won't be as you imagine. If I must compare him to Professor Quirrell, I can only say they are roughly on par. Draco spoke slowly, as if squeezing out each word. This immediately instilled a sense of foreboding in Su Qingdai. That evening, she read all of Lockhart's books cover to cover. She had to admit they were quite well written. Yet, she could only hope that nothing would go awry the following day. Chapter 48. A chaotic defense against the dark arts class, perhaps due to the dismal performance of the previous Professor Quirrell. All the young witches and wizards, save for Draco, exhibited great enthusiasm for the defense against the dark arts class. They arrived at the classroom early, while Draco's little entourage slinked in like a languid tail. Before long, Lockhart made his entrance with the flair of a celebrity walking the red carpet, his entire being reminiscent of a flamboyant peacock. In their second year, he had many admirers, and upon his appearance applause erupted. Quiet, quiet, we are in class, Lockhart feigned authority, striking some exaggerated poses. He held up one of his books, pointing to the image of himself, and arrogantly proclaimed to all the young witches and wizards, I, Gilderoy Lockhart, holder of the 3rd class Order of Merlin, honorary member of the Society for the Protection of Magical Creatures, and 5-time recipient of the Most Charming Smile Award, do not consider myself the type to flaunt my accolades. Although he claimed this, his actions suggested otherwise. Su Qingdai glanced at Draco beside her, who was evidently growing impatient, his eyes nearly rolling to the back of his head. I hope you have all read my complete works, for now, we shall have a little quiz. Lockhart, seemingly remembering his duty as a teacher, began to assess the students. This provided a sense of reassurance to the students below. After all, a teacher who enjoys quizzes must at least be a teacher. Su Qingdai felt somewhat relieved. As it appeared, Lockhart was not as dreadful as Draco had suggested. However, when she glanced back at Draco, she noticed his expression had soured even further. She thought that if possible, Draco would surely flip the table and storm out. It was only when she received the quiz paper that Su Qingdai understood the source of Draco's frustration. The first question read, what is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? The second, what are Gilderoy Lockhart's aspirations? And the third, what is Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement? What on earth was he thinking? Why was the entire quiz about him? Not that Su Qingdai was unaware, she had read all his works just the night before. Yet, if she were to write about it, she would find it quite distasteful. Nevertheless, in pursuit of extra points, she diligently filled in all the answers with the correct information. Draco, on the other hand, refused even to pretend to participate. Not even writing his name. Were it not for his impeccable noble upbringing, he would likely have slumped down to sleep. Observing Draco's agony, Su Qingdai decided to snatch his paper. She wrote her name on his quiz, and then inscribed his name on her own. Draco didn't even glance at her. When the papers were collected, he simply handed in the blank one that bore Su Qingdai's name. After collecting the papers, Lockhart began to review each one. You have all disappointed me. The only students who answered all my questions correctly were Draco Malfoy and Hermione Granger. The rest of you didn't even know that my favorite color is lilac. Let us award 10 points each to Slytherin and Gryffindor. Well done, you two. He winked at them as he spoke. Draco, utterly astonished, realized he had filled in nothing. How could he possibly have received full marks? He immediately turned to Su Qingdai, the only one who could have manipulated the situation. It was utterly vexing. Who would want to claim those 10 points? Who cared? Su Qingdai giggled at Draco's resentful gaze. All right, everyone, let us return to the matter at hand. Lockhart seemed to momentarily embrace his role as a teacher. He bent down from the podium and retrieved a cage draped in dark cloth. Do not be alarmed. I shall lead you to confront the most terrifying creatures in the world. However, rest assured, as long as I am here, you shall not be harmed. Do not scream. Asit mai provokathem. As Lockhart spoke, he built suspense. Instantly, all the young witches and wizards clamped their mouths shut, satisfied with the scene before him. Lockhart swiftly pulled off the covering of the cage. A Cornish pixie. Seamus could not contain his voice, exclaiming in surprise. Indeed, a freshly caught Cornish pixie. Lockhart suppressed his voice, attempting to create a menacing atmosphere. Yet the front row student, Seamus, burst into laughter. You must be joking, Professor. You know they are not dangerous. His laughter seemed to mock Lockhart's ignorance. Harry chimed in, echoing Seamus's sentiment. Please do not be so certain. Lockhart, flustered and embarrassed, retorted. Sometimes they can be quite devilish. Yet the students remained unfazed, leaving Lockhart utterly humiliated, his teaching authority forgotten. Very well, since that is the case. Let us see how you handle these pixies. Lockhart boldly flung open the door of the cage. The pixies, previously crowded inside, immediately swarmed out. They wreaked havoc. Some appending ink bottles and splattering ink everywhere, while others shredded books, paper flying about. Even more audaciously, they seized Neville by the ears, hoisting him up and dangling him from the chandelier. Meanwhile, the teacher, Gilderoy Lockhart, remained at the podium, nonchalantly jesting. Come now, gather them up. They are merely a bunch of pixies. With that, Lockhart began to demonstrate his magic, pescapixie pasternomy. However, the surrounding pixies showed no signs of halting their antics. Clearly unaffected by his spell, the little sprite seized his wand, compelling him to flee in every direction. Just as he was about to make his escape, Qingdai could no longer contain herself. Binding spell freeze. Having absorbed Professor Quirrell's magical essence, Qingdai was no longer the same individual she once was. Now, she possessed the power to immobilize all the little sprites, and with a wicked gleam in her eye, she also bound her teacher. Additionally, she cast a silencing charm on Lockhart, rendering him mute for a time. Everyone hurry outside. My spell won't hold for long. Qingdai cried out to all the little wizards, who promptly dashed towards the exit, rescuing Neville from the ceiling as they left. Once all the little wizards were gathered, Qingdai swiftly secured the classroom door. At that moment, the sprites within the classroom sprang back into action. Where did Professor Lockhart go? Hermione, ever the devoted fan, was the first to recall him. I don't know, perhaps he fled first, Qingdai replied innocently. The surrounding classmates echoed her sentiments. Due to the sprite's presence, none of the students dared to re-enter the classroom, remaining at the door until class was dismissed before departing. Are we really just going to keep him locked up like this? Draco inquired, drawing closer to Qingdai's ear when they were alone. No. The door will open once we are far enough away, she assured him. Draco merely smirked, remaining silent. He was indifferent to such matters. His only concern was that the situation wouldn't escalate. After all, Lockhart was a teacher. Was it you who tampered with my test? He suddenly recalled, addressing Qingdai. She smiled, saying nothing, her demeanor suggesting acquiescence. Ignoring Draco's irritation, she walked ahead to greet Pansy. Pansy and Zabini were engaged in lively conversation, laughing together over something unbeknownst to the others. Hey Pansy, heading back to the common room? Upon hearing Qingdai's voice, the two turned around, and Zabini's face broke into a grin upon spotting Draco. Well done Qingdai, he exclaimed, approaching her for a celebratory high five. I've wanted to do that for ages. You've avenged us all. Malfoy, aren't you supposed to be at Quidditch practice this afternoon? Zabini, intrigued by Quidditch, had heard that Slytherin was recruiting new chasers, and was eager to try out, despite the consensus that his flying skills were inadequate. Undeterred by their skepticism, he pursued this endeavor solely to meet more attractive girls. The group continued their banter as they made their way toward the Slytherin common room. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, halting Qingdai. Qingdai. It was Harry. The group turned as one, exuding an aura akin to a horde of Slytherins preparing to bully a lone Gryffindor. Mr. Potter, what brings you here? Draco initiated his mocking tone. Harry hesitated, appearing somewhat embarrassed as he spoke. Professor Lockhart said you disrupted the class, and he's punishing you with a day's detention. Detention? All the other Slytherins turned to Qingdai, their eyes filled with sympathy. They had all sensed Lockhart's unreliability since the first lesson, uncertain if he might conjure further chaos during detention. However, Qingdai had anticipated this consequence. While Lockhart might be oblivious to who had locked the classroom door, he certainly knew who had immobilized him. It was hasty of her, driven by anger at the moment. He had acted unethically as a teacher. All right, Harry. Thank you for the heads up, Qingdai replied, her expression unwavering, maintaining her gentle demeanor. It would be unkind to exploit Harry's predicament. Surrounded by Slytherins, He was already in a vulnerable position. To have him suffer further because of her actions would be a grave injustice. The awkward atmosphere prompted Harry to find an excuse to leave, and he quickly made his exit. "Shall I accompany you this evening?" Pansy suggested tentatively. "No need. It's just a minor inconvenience. I can manage," Su Qingdai promptly declined. Daphne mentioned she would share a new craft her mother taught her tonight. "Be sure to pay attention. And when I return, you can teach me." Pansy nodded in agreement, and the group fell silent as they continued toward the Slytherin common room. The afternoon swiftly passed, and the dreaded detention hour approached. Su Qingdai recalled her previous detentions with Professor Snape, where she had spent an entire week dealing with slime. Then there was the time she had ventured into the Forbidden Forest to search for unicorns, and encountered a mysterious assailant. She hoped this detention would be less complicated. Upon arriving at Professor Lockhart's door, Su Qingdai spotted Harry already waiting outside. "Are you in detention too?" she asked curiously. Harry nodded, looking rather pitiful. They exchanged no further words, and pushed open Lockhart's door together. Upon seeing them, Professor Lockhart's face brightened, entirely devoid of anger. "Ah, you finally arrived. Look at my classroom. I've been inundated with letters from fans, and I can't keep up," he lamented, feigning helplessness. Yet he offered no opportunity for interruption as he continued. "I am a magnanimous teacher, and would never wish to make things difficult for you. Today, your task during detention is to assist me in replying to these letters from my admirers. Once you've completed that, you may leave." With that, he produced a towering stack of letters and placed them before the two. Truly, he was the most popular author of the time. The sheer volume of fan mail was staggering. Is this not making things difficult? With so many letters, how long will this take? Harry and Su Qingdai exchanged a glance, both donning expressions of despair. "Very well, Professor," they replied in unison, promptly taking their seats to begin the arduous task of replying to the letters. Meanwhile, Lockhart settled onto a nearby sofa, sipping tea while enjoying their pained expressions. As if merely savoring tea would suffice, he regaled them with tales of his illustrious past, repeating the same few anecdotes throughout the evening until Harry, initially intrigued, became thoroughly numb to it all. The two transformed into letter-writing machines, losing track of time until they finally completed the last of the correspondence. "Oh, I didn't realize so much time had passed. Thank you for your help. You may go now," Lockhart declared, surveying the finished letters with satisfaction. Relieved, they prepared to leave, but Lockhart called out to them once more. "Should you wish to assist me again with fan mail in the future, you are always welcome in my office." Harry and Su Qingdai halted, exchanging looks of disdain. "No need for that," they replied politely, suppressing their irritation. Nodding in acknowledgement, they hastened their steps, eager to exit Lockhart's office before he could summon them again. Once they reached the hallway and closed the door behind them, they exhaled deeply, breaking into laughter. "Shall I walk you back to Slytherin?" Harry offered. Su Qingdai did not refuse and followed Harry for a while. However, Harry's expression grew increasingly peculiar. "Did you hear something?" he inquired of Su Qingdai. His brow furrowed as if he had perceived something dreadful. "A sound?" "I don't think so," Su Qingdai instinctively replied. Yet, observing Harry's bewildered demeanor, she sensed he was not one to deceive. Promptly, she extended her magical consciousness. Indeed, she discerned some unfamiliar noises, though there were no words spoken, merely a hissing sound, reminiscent of a pet snake. Such pets were not uncommon in Slytherin, thus it struck her as unremarkable, and she dismissed it as perhaps someone merely wandering with their pet. "Hey, little apple." After walking a bit further, they encountered Draco, who had been waiting nearby. Upon seeing Harry, Draco's brow slightly knitted. "Were you waiting for me?" Su Qingdai asked curiously. "Didn't Draco have Quidditch practice this afternoon? How is he still so energetic after practice?" "Of course," Draco replied, casting a knowing glance at Su Qingdai. Though she did not comprehend Draco's intentions, she bid farewell to Harry and followed Draco down a different path. Chapter 50. Harry is captured. "What's the matter, Draco?" Su Qingdai inquired. What could possibly be troubling them at this late hour? Yet, she felt a genuine delight at his arrival to escort her. "I heard that a clever house elf at Hogwarts has learned to make Chinese dim sum. Didn't you mention you were tired of British cuisine?" Draco declared, eager to share this news he had gleaned during lunch from Pansy. "Really?" Su Qingdai exclaimed, her anticipation for the Chinese delicacies finally coming to fruition. After enduring British food for so long, she had genuinely grown weary and was unaccustomed to it. Now, to discover that the house elf could whip up her hometown's cuisine was an opportunity she could not pass up. Let us hurry. Su Qingdai could hardly contain her joy as she tugged at Draco to head towards the kitchen. However, as they proceeded, an unsettling realization dawned upon her. The number of people around them seemed to multiply, all moving in a singular direction. What could be happening? Su Qingdai's curiosity surged. Is there a large gathering? Why is everyone heading the same way? What are they up to at this hour? Why hasn't any teacher informed us? Draco appeared equally perplexed, his expression mirroring her confusion. Shall we go take a look? Draco suggested. With no better options at hand, they pondered the possibility of missing an important gathering, which could cost Slytherin dearly in points. They had already learned the hard way the consequences of a 100-point deduction. They overlooked the fact that they were in Hufflepuff territory, which may not necessarily be hosting a meeting. All right then, Su Qingdai thought, though her mind still lingered on the prospect of Chinese cuisine. I can always ask the house elf tomorrow at noon. There's no rush. Perhaps giving them an extra day will enhance their culinary skills. Draco reassured her. Together, they followed the throng towards the gathering point. To their surprise, the assembly was not in the hall or classroom as they had anticipated, but rather in a corridor. However, the atmosphere did not suggest a meeting. It felt more like something alarming had transpired. Su Qingdai glanced around at the Hufflepuff students and sensed they were not there for a conference, but rather resembled onlookers in a scene of intrigue. The Gryffindor trio stood at the center of the crowd, with a cat suspended in front of them. The feline appeared somewhat familiar, resembling Mrs. Norris, Filch's beloved pet. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Beware of the air, Draco read aloud from the graffiti on the wall. The commotion had drawn not only Draco and Su Qingdai but also the distraught Filch. What is happening here? He exclaimed, his face paling upon seeing the throng of students gathered. Are school rules being disregarded at this hour? I must see who has gathered them here. As Filch peered into the center of the crowd, panic washed over his features. My cat, what has happened to Mrs. Norris? He shrieked, looking at the Gryffindor trio with wild eyes. He appeared slightly deranged. Everyone knew he was a devoted cat owner, and it was only natural for him to be frantic at the news of his pet's misfortune. Su Qingdai sometimes wondered whether Potter was a savior or merely a jinxed soul, as it seemed truly unfortunate to be caught in such a predicament. Seeing this, Su Qingdai rushed forward and delivered a punch to Harry's shoulder. The blow was not light, causing Harry to stagger and momentarily freeze in place. Harry, tell me, who caused Mrs. Norris's demise? Su Qingdai demanded fiercely. You wouldn't claim it was you, would you? You, a second-year wizard. When did you learn the Petrificus Totalis? Did you score an outstanding in charms? Upon hearing Su Qingdai's words, the Gryffindor trio quickly grasped the implication. Now, everyone was suspecting Harry to be the culprit behind Mrs. Norris's current state. However, he was merely a second-year wizard. They had not even formally learned the Petrificus Totalis, and given Harry's upbringing in the Muggle world, he certainly had no exposure to it. His lack of knowledge of the spell was one of the best defenses he could offer, as being misunderstood by everyone was no trivial matter. Enough with the jest, Qingdai. Potter has lived in the Muggle world his whole life. He wouldn't even be proficient with the levitation charm, let alone the Petrificus Totalis, Draco interjected, having pieced together the situation, albeit slightly annoyed. Yet he could not resist mocking Harry in his signature Malfoy manner. After delivering his remarks, he erupted into laughter. Their words held a kernel of truth, and many in the crowd began to waver in their hostility towards Potter. Mr. Filch, other students have reported that Harry and his friends were the first to arrive here. Perhaps you should question them for clues. You might uncover the true culprit, Su Qingdai suggested, turning to Filch. In such circumstances, completely exonerating the trio was impossible, but it might be feasible to clear them partially. Before Filch could respond, Professor Dumbledore's voice rang out from behind them. Indeed, Filch, fret not, Mrs. Norris has merely been petrified. Professor Sprout recently acquired a batch of mandrakes, and once they mature, an antidote can be brewed to revive Mrs. Norris. Dumbledore sought to reassure Filch, though it did little to alleviate his sorrow, merely calming him slightly. The priority now is to identify the true culprit. As for the rest of you, heads of houses, please escort your students back to their dormitories, Dumbledore instructed the gathered young wizards. Just when everyone thought they could leave, believing the matter was half resolved, Dumbledore called out to the Gryffindor trio. You three remain. He glanced in Su Qingdai's direction, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided against keeping her. On their way back, Draco appeared quite exhilarated, reveling in the spectacle they had just witnessed. However, Su Qingdai remained perplexed, pondering the nature of the Chamber of Secrets. Draco, do you know what the Chamber of Secrets truly is? She observed with great seriousness that when everyone laid eyes upon the term Chamber of Secrets, even the long-tenured professors Dumbledore and McGonagall exhibited a momentary lapse in composure. Clearly, the chamber held significant importance, perhaps even an element of terror. It was shrouded in mystery, rumored to be the lair of Salazar Slytherin, and each time it was opened, it purportedly purged the school of Muggleborns. However, Draco assured Su Qingdai that there was no cause for concern regarding the chamber. It was merely unfortunate that they had missed out on today's refreshments. Initially anxious, Su Qingdai couldn't help but laugh upon hearing his words, realizing that she was not the only one preoccupied with the snacks. Chapter 51. Ridiculous Suspicions. Due to the incident involving Madame Lorelei, the entire academy was engulfed in a state of unease. Many were privy to the news of the chamber, exacerbated by the glee of some Slytherins. All Muggleborn and half-blood wizards felt a palpable sense of dread, fearing that they might inadvertently fall victim to the chamber's wrath. Even Hermione from the Gryffindor trio was particularly anxious. The following day commenced with Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class. Building upon the foundation established in their first year, she introduced new knowledge. 1, 2, 3, Transfigure. With the incantation, an animal was instantly transformed into a splendid goblet. Professor McGonagall patiently guided the students through the nuances of the spell. Su Qingdai, indeed the most gifted in spellwork, was the first to master the incantation, earning Slytherin an additional 10 points. Under normal circumstances, such points would have garnered attention, but presently, all minds were preoccupied with the chamber. Even the diligent Hermione found it hard to contain herself. After a moment's hesitation, she raised her hand. "What is it, Miss Granger?" Professor McGonagall inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Hermione, usually the epitome of academic excellence, appeared unusually perplexed by such a simple spell. Was it possible that her explanation had not been clear? "Professor, could you possibly share some information regarding the Chamber of Secrets?" Upon her utterance, the previously jovial classroom fell into a profound silence. With every gaze fixed intently on McGonagall, each student yearning for the answers they sought. Professor McGonagall pondered the expressions of her young wizards for a moment before acquiescing. "Very well. I believe all of you are aware that Hogwarts was established over 1,000 years ago, by 4 great wizards. This much is common knowledge. Yet the connection between the founders and the chamber remains elusive. 3 of the founders coexisted harmoniously, while one, Mr. Slytherin, sought to redefine the criteria for admission to the magical institution. He believed that only wizards of pure bloodlines were worthy of learning magic, which is to say, pure-blooded wizards." At the mention of pure blood, Draco nodded approvingly, seemingly proud of his lineage. However, his views did not sway others, leading to his departure from Hogwarts. According to legend, Slytherin constructed a secret chamber, where he sealed away a fearsome creature. Yet prior to his departure he ensured that the chamber was concealed. The lore states that once the chamber is opened, the creature within will emerge to eliminate all wizards of non-pure blood. The non-pure blood wizards present immediately recoiled in fear. The previous day's inscription indicated that the chamber had been opened. Did this not suggest imminent danger for them? Professor McGonagall, observing the trepidation among her students, sought to reassure them. There is no need for alarm. Over the centuries, the school has dispatched numerous individuals in search of this so-called chamber, yet it has never been located. After all, this is merely a legend. Nevertheless, her words did little to assuage their fears, especially in light of Madame Lorelei's unfortunate fate. Who could guarantee that they would not be next? Hermione pressed on, "Professor, does the legend reveal what exactly is imprisoned within the chamber?" This question even left Professor McGonagall at a loss. "I'm afraid the legend does not elaborate. It merely states that it is a most dreadful creature, one that can only be controlled by Slytherin's heir." Despite Professor McGonagall's efforts to console them, the young wizards remained unsettled. The Gryffindor trio frequently glanced toward Draco, seemingly suspecting him as Slytherin's heir. Su Qingdai found the notion amusing. Yet she hadn't anticipated that the Gryffindor trio genuinely believed this. As soon as class ended, they stealthily beckoned her over, akin to thieves fearful of being discovered by Draco. "What's the matter, Harry? Why did you call for me?" Qingdai inquired. Perplexed as to why they had summoned her so urgently, Harry furrowed his brow, unsure of how to begin, but it was Hermione who spoke first. "We suspect that Malfoy is Slytherin's heir." "Draco as Slytherin's heir? Is their suspicion truly justified?" Although Draco could be rather unpleasant, he was essentially just a spoiled boy. Su Qingdai mused that he wouldn't dare harm a cat, let alone commit something so heinous. He simply lacked the courage. Furthermore, it was doubtful he even knew the petrification spell. Observing the serious demeanor of the Gryffindor trio left Su Qingdai somewhat baffled. "Malfoy? Surely not," she exclaimed. "Why do you think it is Malfoy? His family has been Slytherin for generations, and they even allied with the Death Eaters. He must be a villain," Ron remarked. "His bias evident." "What are Death Eaters?" Su Qingdai asked, having heard Ron mention the term before. Death Eaters are the Dark Lord's minions. They are responsible for countless misdeeds. Ron replied vehemently. I believe you should keep your distance from Malfoy. He will undoubtedly lead you astray. Though Ron's advice was well-intentioned, Qingdai had no intention of heeding it. As if, who else would I befriend in Slytherin if not Draco? The Gryffindors? Do they wish to ostracize me from my own house? I understand your perspective, but on the night Madame Lorelei was attacked, Draco was with me. We had agreed to go to the kitchen for snacks, and we only made it to the common room after seeing Hufflepuff students heading this way. Draco couldn't he possibly have used the disillusionment charm to chat with you while simultaneously petrifying Mr. Filch's cat? That seems implausible, she argued. He might have released the creature in advance. Slytherin had Quidditch practice that afternoon. If it were me, I would have rested early. It's unlikely he would have ventured out at such a late hour, Harry countered. His skepticism met with agreement from the others. Fine if you're so convinced. I'll find a moment to ask Malfoy. We have a decent rapport, and I doubt he would deceive me, Qingdai replied, though internally, she held little faith in the idea. Poor Draco, merely attempting to assist her, was being misjudged. Previously, when Qingdai had inquired about similar matters with Draco, he had been rather vague, clearly not privy to the details. Seeing that Qingdai had acquiesced, the Gryffindor trio ceased their inquiries and returned to their own common room. Chapter 52, Heart-Pounding Quidditch. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, Qingdai chose to disregard Harry and his companions' concerns. In the subsequent days, Draco was nowhere to be seen. According to Pansy, he had gone straight to the Quidditch pitch for practice after classes. He truly wasted no time, consistently rushing to the pitch at noon, and later heading to the 8th floor in the evening. To locate him was quite simple. Wherever Quidditch training occurred, there he would be. Draco's fervor for Quidditch was undeniable, as even the news of the Chamber of Secrets opening did not hinder his relentless pursuit. Thus, on the morning of the Quidditch match, Draco and his little entourage were well prepared, arriving early at the pitch. Today marked the clash between Slytherin and Gryffindor, a rematch between Draco and Harry, with both sides having diligently honed their skills. Unlike their previous encounter, where they were unprepared, the Slytherin team had unfurled banners in support of Draco well ahead of time. Harry appeared particularly anxious, having suffered a decisive defeat to Draco before. Without any ambiguous tactics involved, he could scarcely fathom the expression on Wood's face should he falter again. After all, he was the seeker recommended by Professor McGonagall. And since his joining, Gryffindor had not secured a single victory in Quidditch. He felt he had let down both Professor McGonagall and Wood. In contrast to Harry, Draco exuded a much more relaxed demeanor. Having tasted victory previously, he possessed a degree of experience and naturally felt at ease. As the crowd entered the Quidditch pitch, cheers erupted from all around. Given that Slytherin had dominated the Quidditch championship for far too long, students from other houses fervently hoped for Gryffindor's triumph over Slytherin. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw even resorted to jeering at Slytherin. Once again, Madame Hooch was the referee, who surveyed both teams and declared, "Listen for my whistle. 3, 2, 1. As the signal sounded, all the young wizards soared into the air. The formations from each house unfolded instantaneously. Harry, feeling the weight of his nerves, scanned the surroundings for the elusive golden snitch. Meanwhile, Draco, appearing much more at ease, circled around Harry on his broomstick. "Are you all right, Scarhead?" he taunted, flaunting his speed while relentlessly mocking Harry, attempting to destabilize his mindset. Just then, a rogue bludger hurtled towards Harry from an unknown direction. With all his might, Harry narrowly evaded it. "Are you okay, Harry?" George inquired anxiously, trying to knock the bludger away, but for some inexplicable reason, it seemed to have a mind of its own, persistently targeting Harry. Even those on the ground noticed something amiss. Qingdai quickly surveyed the area, employing her senses to meticulously search the vicinity. Indeed, she discovered an unexpected figure. Dobby. Was he targeting Harry? Was this Draco's command? It made little sense. Draco was faster than Harry, and barring any significant misfortune, his advantage was evident. There was no need for Dobby to pursue Harry. It was clearly an unnecessary endeavor. Qingdai's mind was in disarray, yet her actions were swift as she retrieved the camera she had seized from Draco last time, and snapped a photo in Dobby's direction. Then, disregarding Dobby, she focused her worried gaze on Harry. The Weasley twins swiftly surrounded Harry, striving to fend off the troublesome bludger. But it was evident that this bludger was behaving unusually. They had no choice but to request Wood to halt the match. Although the game was paused, the bludger continued its relentless assault on Harry, leaving them utterly helpless. At that moment, Madame Hooch approached again. With no options left, they had to resume the match. To evade the persistent bludger, Harry zigzagged wildly through the air, leaving Draco utterly baffled. Was this truly the best strategy to catch the golden snitch? What trickery was Gryffindor up to this year? Are you practicing ballet, Mr. Potter? Draco mocked Harry. Yet he failed to notice the coveted golden snitch hovering just above his head. Had he reached out, he could have easily seized it. Unfortunately for Draco, his entire focus was fixated on Harry, convinced that Gryffindor was concocting some scheme, and he refused to shift his gaze from Harry for even a moment. This fixation caused concern among the spectators below. Malfoy, what on earth are you doing? Zabini exclaimed in frustration. He envied Draco's participation in the Quidditch match while he himself lacked even the qualification to be a reserve player. His disappointment in Draco was palpable. Just as Zabini was about to voice further grievances, he caught sight of Su Qingdai casting him a fierce look, prompting him to promptly shut his mouth. Although Su Qingdai had no clear understanding of Draco's antics, as his friend, she was determined to defend him. Meanwhile, Harry refused to abandon the pursuit of the golden snitch. Even as the bludger struck his arm, yet he pressed on swiftly towards his goal. What are you doing? This scene felt eerily reminiscent of the tactics Higgs had once employed against Draco, causing him to instinctively evade. This very evasion caused Draco to fall behind Harry by 2 broom lengths. Following the golden snitch into an unseen corner, Draco caught sight of it and immediately gave chase. However, the frenzied bludger showed no signs of relenting. Despite their invisibility, the chaotic bludger still influenced their movements. Realizing he was lagging, Draco propelled himself forward. But just as he was on the verge of grasping the golden snitch, the madly careening bludger struck his broom with tremendous force, sending him crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, Harry Potter seized the opportunity created by Draco's misstep and successfully caught the golden snitch. Although he had captured it, the pain in his arm caused him to tumble to the ground. Instantly, everyone rushed toward the two of them. Draco, are you alright? Does it hurt? Su Qingdai dashed to Draco's side without hesitation. She shoved her healing potion into his mouth. Draco nodded, speechless. Given their relationship, he had no reason to doubt her and began chewing the potion. However, the taste was so unpleasant that he scrunched up his face almost immediately. Nonetheless, he had to admit that Su Qingdai's potion was remarkably effective. The pain he had been feeling diminished significantly after just a few bites. Draco, are you okay? Mr. Lucius Malfoy, who had been watching the match, rushed over upon seeing Draco's injury. Though his tone was stern, concern was evident on his face. Upon seeing his father, Draco nodded vigorously. Hmph. Lucius carefully examined him, confirming that Draco was indeed not gravely harmed, and assisted him toward the hospital wing. With Lucius present, Su Qingdai felt it inappropriate to accompany Draco, and could only turn her attention to Harry, who had also sustained a considerable fall. Chapter 53. The Wronged Draco. Harry, are you alright? Su Qingdai asked with genuine concern. Due to Harry's victory, he was surrounded by a throng of admirers. Su Qingdai refrained from joining the crowd, opting instead to watch quietly from the sidelines. Inside, Professor Lockhart was still engaging in his antics with Harry, leaving Harry too preoccupied to attend to Su Qingdai, who could only offer him a nod. Initially, she had intended to express a few more sentiments, yet she found herself bewildered by the peculiar enchantment that Lot had cast upon him, rendering his hand akin to a piece of rubber. The ensuing chaos prompted everyone to hastily escort Harry to the hospital. Taking advantage of the situation, Su Qingdai accompanied him as well. Upon entering, she immediately spotted Draco, along with Crabbe and Goyle, situated on a nearby bed. They engaged in quiet conversation, though Draco's demeanor appeared rather discontented. The moment he laid eyes on Su Qingdai, he resumed his lamentations, which might have led an unsuspecting observer to believe his injuries were grievous. Madame Pomfrey, upon witnessing Harry's unfortunate condition, rushed over, her brow furrowed in concern. However, seeing Draco's pitiable expression, Su Qingdai chose to forego attending to Harry, confident that he was surrounded by enough company. She quietly approached Draco's bedside. What troubles you, Draco? Does it still hurt? Has Madame Pomfrey prescribed you any medication? Su Qingdai's inquiries left Draco momentarily flustered, rendering him speechless as he could only respond with a woeful nod. Yes, it does hurt. Meanwhile, Madame Pomfrey, who was still engaged in discussions with Harry, addressed Draco, urging him to stop his wailing, assuring him that his injuries had healed and he was free to leave the hospital. This revelation caused Su Qingdai, who had intended to offer Draco an apple, to halt her actions abruptly. Observing Draco's forlorn visage, she couldn't help but stifle a laugh. You still find this amusing? Am I not pitiable enough? Draco retorted, his initial expression of distress swiftly transforming into indignation. Let's go. Disregarding Draco's protests, Su Qingdai laughed as she pulled him up from the bed. Staying in the hospital, inhaling the scent of potions, what a peculiar pastime you have. She jested, playfully bantering with him. Draco, who had initially been willing to share a laugh, gradually lost interest, his mind preoccupied with a myriad of thoughts. You should return. My father has some matters to discuss with me. As he prepared to leave, Draco abruptly recalled something and bid farewell to Qingdai, neglecting to take Crabbe and Goyle with him. Today Mr. Lucius Malfoy indeed attended Draco's Quidditch match, but Qingdai paid it no mind, heading straight back to her dormitory. Little did she know, she would not see Draco again that evening. Inquiring with Crabbe and Goyle, they confirmed that he had not been present at dinner, suggesting he might have gone home with Mr. Malfoy. Such reasoning might suffice for others, but it was evidently unconvincing to Qingdai. Anyone who had visited Malfoy Manor and met the Malfoy couple would not utter such words. If given the choice, she believed Mr. Malfoy would prefer to keep Draco away from his mother. Where else could he have gone? Considering the current tumultuous season, she worried he might encounter danger. After contemplating her options, she searched all the usual places they frequented, yet there was no sign of Draco. Could he have gone to the 8th floor? The thought struck her suddenly, prompting her to sneak away from the crowd and make her way there. Standing before the door to the 8th floor, she pondered what room Draco might have sought if he had indeed entered the room of requirement. After all, if she requested the wrong room, she might never find him. After a moment of silence on the 8th floor, she declared, "I wish for a room suitable for Quidditch practice." In response to her voice, a door materialized before her. Upon entering, she indeed found the proud young master practicing on a broomstick in the classroom. His eyes were red, indicating he had likely been crying. Immersed in honing his flying speed, he remained oblivious to her presence. Qingdai stood quietly, observing Draco as he trained, refraining from interrupting. As time passed, his practice grew increasingly intense, shifting from speed to a relentless pursuit of velocity. Several times, he fell from his broom due to the excessive speed. Yet he showed no signs of yielding, a stark contrast to the delicate young master she knew. Unable to contain herself any longer, Qingdai called out, "Draco, I've brought you some apples. Would you like to try one?" She smiled brightly, cradling a generous handful of apples. Hearing her voice, Draco halted abruptly, his face betraying a hint of embarrassment at being discovered. "When did you arrive?" He swiftly dismounted from his broom, unceremoniously taking an apple and sitting down to rest. "I just got here. I didn't expect our young master to be so diligent. You're becoming quite adept on that broomstick," Qingdai remarked, striving to ease Draco's discomfort. "What good is flying fast if it doesn't help me defeat Potter? Clearly, I'm just not fast enough." As he munched on the apple, his sense of grievance deepened, curling up in the corner with reddened eyes. Yet, in the presence of another, he managed to hold back his tears. "It's so unfair. I've worked so hard and still, I lost. This is not your fault. Everyone at Hogwarts knows you fly faster than Potter. That is beyond dispute. You were merely struck by that unexpected bludger." Qingdai knelt before Draco, attempting to console him. "If I could have just been faster, I would have reacted in time. And I wouldn't have been hit by that bludger. You don't understand, little apple. My father attended the Quidditch match today, and I disappointed him." Draco kept his head down, silently gnawing on the apple, which had turned difficult to swallow in his mouth. It felt as if a lump lodged in his throat, preventing him from breathing freely. "I admit I may have underestimated Potter, but I never anticipated this outcome. I truly trained hard. It wasn't solely to taunt Potter. I feared they might plot something devious. I didn't let the golden snitch slip away on purpose. I swear I didn't." Hearing Draco's words, Qingdai realized he was entangled in his own thoughts. Her first instinct was to wonder if someone had whispered something hurtful in his ear. "What have they told you?" "It was merely a game. You can win it back next year." If every match were a victory, it would lose its charm, Qingdai speculated, suspecting that perhaps the Quidditch team members had said something unkind, knowing how proud Draco was and how he couldn't bear such remarks. Was it Flint? Or Higgs? "No. I am a Malfoy. They even sent me gifts while I was at the hospital." Draco replied with conviction, indicating that indeed, no one had insulted him, though he was placing an immense burden on himself. "Since no one has, everyone surely believes you will lead the team to victory in the next Quidditch match. If you succumb to despair, you would betray everyone's trust in you." "You're right. Besides, Potter has previously been your subordinate. You have experience in defeating him," she encouraged. "If you truly give up, that insufferable Potter will rejoice, knowing no one can ever defeat Harry Potter again. That wretched scarhead." The young master quickly wiped his eyes with his sleeve and looked up at Qingdai, his eyes slightly reddened, possibly due to the fabric. "Does it hurt?" Qingdai inquired, unable to resist the sight of his distress. Draco brushed off the dust from his robes and calmly stated, "It doesn't hurt, not at all. I absolutely cannot allow Scarhead to have his way. Let us practice together. Your method is utterly incorrect, and you are only injuring yourself in the process. If you return like this, Aunt Narcissa will surely think I'm the one who harmed you. And what a pity that would be for me." As Su Qingdai spoke, she began to devise the next steps of their training alongside Draco. Observing Draco as he regained his determination, and continued with his exercises.
Su Qingdai lovet hergæse tog her enchanted bag.
She recalled the photograph she had taken at the Quidditch pitch, and cast a glance at Draco, ultimately deciding against retrieving Dobby's picture. After all, Dobby had initially targeted Harry. If it was indeed Mr. Malfoy who had given the orders, then Draco would only be further saddened. Perhaps it was best to avoid unnecessary complications. Draco's mood appeared to have improved considerably, so she opted to refrain from adding to his troubles. That evening, Su Qingdai accompanied Draco in training for the entire day. Concerned that the thoughtless remarks of others might affect Draco's spirits, she had prepared herself in advance. Thanks to last year's heroic efforts in the House Cup and her adept handling of situations, most of the Slytherin students held her in high regard. She skillfully utilized this favorable impression to steer the sentiments within Slytherin. Consequently, each time Draco returned to Slytherin, he was often met with sympathetic classmates who offered him comfort and berated the cunning Potter. However, since then, Draco had taken to practicing on the 8th floor for extended periods. Gradually, his emotions stabilized. Yet troubling news soon emerged from the school. Colin, the first-year Gryffindor fascinated by photography, had been petrified. His notoriety within Gryffindor only exacerbated the already unstable atmosphere at Hogwarts. The Gryffindor trio sought out Su Qingdai, unanimously believing that Draco's distress had led to Colin's misfortune, reasoning that he had vented his frustration on Colin, resulting in the latter's petrification. They further speculated that Draco's recent nocturnal disappearances were indicative of his search for new prey. They sought Su Qingdai's assistance, but being privy to the truth, she had no intention of aiding them. It seemed they had sensed some discrepancies, as they busied themselves with matters unknown to her. Before long, December arrived, and the decision regarding whether students would remain at school was imminent. To everyone's surprise, Draco chose to stay, a decision that astonished many. Yet Su Qingdai refrained from inquiring, respecting his privacy. December remained notorious for potions class. After the arduous experience of the last remedial session, Draco was resolute in not permitting Su Qingdai to assist him any longer. She was hardly there to help. Her presence was akin to indulgence, and she had learned nothing. Hadn't he already subjected her to enough pain last semester? He certainly did not wish to endure such torment again at the semester's end. However, today they were concocting a swelling solution, which was not an overly complex potion. He felt entirely comfortable allowing Su Qingdai to manage it alone, especially with Professor Snape monitoring nearby. Yet he may not have been aware of the saying that life is full of surprises. After the Quidditch match, he encountered Harry once more. Due to the match, he couldn't help but cast a challenging glance in Harry's direction. "Draco, how should we proceed?" Before he could contemplate further, Su Qingdai called him back. She was well aware of his capabilities when it came to causing explosions. She and Seamus were the only ones who could rival her. As Su Qingdai patiently guided Draco back, her peripheral vision caught Harry crouching down, seemingly plotting a prank. Sure enough, in the next moment, the swelling solution concocted by Goyle erupted behind them, splattering everywhere. Were it not for Draco shielding her from most of it, she would surely have been drenched. Despite Draco's efforts, some of the potion still splattered onto her, causing her arm to swell grotesquely like a turnip. This incident only intensified Su Qingdai's resentment toward the instigator. It was undoubtedly Harry's doing. She had no doubt in her mind. But why would he resort to such actions? Surveying the room, she quickly noted the absence of Hermione, who was usually close to Harry. It seemed she was complicit in this scheme. "Draco, are you alright? Does it hurt?" Poor Draco was drenched in swelling solution, his face marred by the potion as well. He turned his back, wishing to conceal his embarrassment from Su Qingdai. "Hmph. It doesn't hurt," he muttered. "Liar, it must hurt terribly. That wretched Potter." Su Qingdai glanced at her arm, and then at Professor Snape, who had been attentively overseeing the classroom. She did not believe for a moment that he had failed to notice Harry's antics. As expected, Professor Snape was glaring at Harry, who feigned innocence, yet the professor's gaze remained unyielding. However, lacking evidence, Professor Snape could take no action. He could only hastily address the matter, symbolically deducting points and issuing a stern warning. It wasn't until the effects of the swelling solution had fully subsided that Draco was willing to converse with Su Qingdai again. "If I ever catch that troublemaker, I will make him pay dearly, Draco declared furiously. Perhaps fate truly had heard Draco's plea, for news soon spread that the school would be establishing a dueling club. Though they were still young wizards, the innate combative spirit within them could not be quelled. Upon hearing of the dueling club, everyone was elated. Even the typically composed Slytherins displayed their excitement openly. Thus, come evening, everyone gathered in the great hall well in advance. Chapter 55. The Dueling Arena. They had initially assumed that the professor for this course would be Professor Flitwick, given his history as a former dueling champion. Yet to their astonishment, it was the flamboyant Lockhart who took to the stage. Come closer, everyone. I have something to say, Lockhart called out as he ascended the stage. Just recently, Professor Dumbledore granted me permission to establish a dueling club to teach you all combat techniques, preparing you for any potential dangers. While I will do my utmost to protect you, it is imperative that you all endeavor to learn the art of combat. He then introduced his assistant, Professor Snape. Next, Lockhart announced that he and his assistant would demonstrate a duel, assuring the students that he would return their potions class intact. With an inexplicable confidence radiating from his countenance, he stood in stark contrast to Professor Snape, whose expression was devoid of emotion, seemingly questioning the very nature of Lockhart's existence. As we have demonstrated, we raise our wands and count to 3, casting our spells simultaneously. 1, 2, 3. Expelliarmus. A flash of red light erupted, and Lockhart was sent flying, while Professor Snape remained firmly planted in place. Oh dear, what a grand embarrassment. The Slytherin students erupted into applause at the sight of their head of house's prowess, while Lockhart, his composure faltering, attempted to salvage his dignity. It must be said, as demonstrated just moments ago, that Professor Snape's recent maneuver was nothing short of ingenious. I could have intervened to halt your actions, yet considering the students, I allowed you to proceed. Snape's countenance grew increasingly frosty, and it seemed that Lockhart had taken note, refraining from further trivialities and proceeding directly to the matter at hand. Very well, it is now your turn, form pairs. Professor Snape, would you be willing to assist me? Lockhart surveyed the room, his gaze fixating on Qingdai for reasons unbeknownst to him. His intent was unmistakably clear. Perhaps he still harbored a grudge, as Qingdai had humiliated him on the very first day of class. Ladies first, we shall summon Miss Granger. Lockhart appointed her with certainty, aware that Hermione was renowned for her formidable spellcasting in Gryffindor. Professor Snape, too, acknowledged Lockhart's gaze, unreservedly signaling to Qingdai. Miss Sue, please step forward. Very well, Professor. Qingdai promptly accepted Snape's invitation, keen to settle the score from their previous encounter. She was not one to let bygones be bygones. She exchanged a smile and a nod with Hermione, who maintained a serious demeanor, returning a slight nod of acknowledgement. Though Hermione's spellcasting prowess was indeed formidable, she felt a twinge of insecurity, recalling that Professor Flitwick had deemed Qingdai the top contender during their first-year examinations. This opportunity to officially duel Qingdai was a splendid chance to gauge the disparity in their abilities, and thus she steeled herself with utmost determination. Ready. 1, 2, 3. Expelliarmus. Expelliarmus. Both cast their spells simultaneously. Hermione's accuracy was undeniably formidable, yet Qingdai had no intention of evading. She was struck squarely by Hermione's spell. However, its force was limited, merely dislodging Qingdai's wand without achieving the dramatic effect characteristic of Professor Snape. In contrast, Hermione fared poorly, being thrown backwards, colliding violently with a nearby pillar, a pained cry escaping her lips. Are you alright, Hermione? Qingdai rushed to assist her. I didn't know my spell was so powerful. I didn't mean to. Qingdai stammered, somewhat flustered. Hermione shook her head and, using Qingdai's arm for support, managed to rise. Although she had escaped serious injury, the pain was still evident. Professor Snape cast a discerning glance at Qingdai, seemingly perceiving her ruse, yet chose not to expose it. Enough, Miss Sue. Your duel has concluded. Please step aside and do not obstruct others. Snape's tone was stern, his expression tinged with displeasure. Yes, Professor. Lockhart, discontented at seeing his chosen student lose, sought to reclaim his pride by selecting another participant. This time, he chose the illustrious savior of the wizarding world, Harry Potter. Harry, it is your turn. Lockhart seemed to believe that Snape could scarcely find another student to rival Qingdai. Malfoy, step forward. Let the renowned savior Harry Potter ascertain his own capabilities. Following the recent Quidditch incident, Draco was already simmering with frustration, and hearing the professor call his name only heightened his excitement. He glanced at Qingdai, momentarily quelling any thoughts of acting prematurely. Very well. His spells had been specially trained. After all, he was merely facing Potter. 1, 2, 3. With the command, Draco immediately cast his spell at Harry, the force of it flipping Harry over. This elicited a laugh from Draco, who showed no restraint. The savior, nothing more than this. Harry, unwilling to accept being bested by Draco, retaliated with a spell of his own. Yet, Draco, still reveling in his triumph, found himself flipped over by Harry's counterspell. It was perplexing. This was supposed to be a duel, yet it had devolved into a turn-based exchange. Harry appeared to tacitly accept this format, observing as Draco regained his footing and refrained from launching another attack, seemingly waiting for Draco to make his next move. Suddenly, a serpent appeared upon the stage, swiftly darting towards Harry. "Do not move, Potter," Professor Snape commanded, observing Harry frozen in place, locked in a stare with the snake. "I shall handle it." Yet Lockhart was unwilling to forego this moment of glory. "Allow me," he declared, raising his wand and attempting to subdue the serpent. Yet his efforts were futile, inadvertently directing the creature towards the crowd. As the snake prepared to strike, Harry shouted in desperation. However, the words that escaped his lips bore no resemblance to his intent. To the onlookers, it merely sounded like hissing, akin to the language of serpents. The serpent halted its advance, and seizing the moment, Professor Snape swiftly dispelled it. Harry had anticipated that upon raising his gaze, he would be met with admiration and gratitude from his peers. Instead, he found himself encircled by a palpable void. Everyone recoiled, retreating 3 steps as though eager to distance themselves from him, their faces reflecting fear and ridicule. Even Ron could no longer tolerate the scene, pulling Harry away. Chapter 56. Retribution against Harry. As Harry departed, a collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd, and chaos ensued. The young wizards chattered incessantly, and even Professor Snape's authoritative presence proved insufficient to restore order. The duel gathering seemed destined to dissolve, and it was decided that everyone should return to their respective quarters. Qingdai exchanged a glance with Draco before departing the crowded area. What was Harry just hissing about? Why did everyone suddenly become so fearful? Qingdai was baffled by the inexplicable dread surrounding Harry. Was he not the savior? How could he be treated in such a manner? That hissing, in Qingdai's estimation, must have been an attempt at communication with the serpent. She had witnessed individuals in China capable of conversing with snakes, yet had never seen anyone fear such people. This ability is known as Parseltongue, a skill allowing one to converse with serpents. Draco recognized that Qingdai was likely unaware of its implications and patiently explained. It is said that Salazar Slytherin possessed this ability, and his descendants inherited it as well. In light of the Chamber of Secrets incident, the entire school was rife with anxiety, speculating on who the heir might be. Harry's revelation of his Parseltongue ability would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Draco scoffed at Harry's actions, simultaneously loathing the heir of Slytherin while revealing his own Parseltongue talent. Did that scar-headed fool not find it laughable? To flaunt such a dubious skill in these sensitive times was utterly foolish. "So Qingdai naditsotfelli. Do you believe Harry Potter could be the heir of Slytherin?" While the trio from Gryffindor cast suspicion upon Draco, Qingdai was curious about whom Draco suspected. Did he harbor doubts about Harry, as everyone else did? Potter? What nonsense! If Salazar were aware that his lineage had intertwined with Gryffindor, he would surely be enraged. If he were indeed the heir, he would not be found at the scene of the crime, nor would he have been caught. The scar-headed one, though a fool, was unlikely to commit such a blunder. Draco believed he had a fair understanding of his adversary, and would never presume that Harry could be the architect of such turmoil. The notion that the heir of Slytherin's founder could be a Gryffindor would certainly not delight any member of Slytherin. There was a modicum of truth in that sentiment. Qingdai nodded with a smile. "I plan to visit that place shortly. Would you care to accompany me?" Draco refrained from uttering the name of the room of requirement, silently gazing at Qingdai, his eyes reflecting a hint of yearning. "No, I intend to confront Potter. He caused us a great deal of trouble during our last potions class, and I am curious to discern their intentions," Qingdai replied, recalling the unpleasant experience of being splattered by the swelling solution. She could not fathom what pressing matter compelled them to engage in such audacious behavior. "Is Potter involved with that Muggle-born?" Draco inquired. He knew Qingdai was always adept at knowing her boundaries, even when joking with others. She maintained a sense of propriety. Moreover, her command of spells was typically precise, making today's debacle improbable unless it were intentional. "Indeed. Such audacity. Are you not afraid of being discovered?" "I could handle it next time. After all, I have my own grievances with them. Professor Snape is my godfather, and my father is a governor. Being caught would surely be less troublesome for me than for you." Draco promptly dismissed Qingdai's suggestion. "Noted, your father is a governor, and your godfather is the headmaster. I shall remember that for the future, Su Qingdai replied with a smile, though it bore a hint of insincerity. I shall ask you once more. Are you certain you do not wish to accompany me? I shall not go. Quidditch practice? Let whoever desires to attend do so. I would rather not participate, Su Qingdai stated resolutely, while Draco, despite frequently tumbling from his broomstick, remained fervently enthusiastic about Quidditch. Very well. Should you require anything, remember to seek me out. I shall be on the 8th floor. All right. The two parted ways, having differing destinations. Upon finding the trio of Gryffindors, Su Qingdai discovered them embroiled in an argument. Ron and Hermione were both contemplating the possibility that Harry might be the heir of Slytherin, even questioning him directly. However, Harry found himself at a loss for a retort. Harry, is your Parseltongue an innate ability? Su Qingdai interjected, attempting to uncover any inconsistencies. Qingdai, do you also doubt my status as Slytherin's heir? Harry responded, his sensitivity apparent as he recoiled from her inquiry, hurt etched across his features. He simply could not accept that his friends would consider him capable of such deeds. Of course not. I do not believe a Slytherin heir would manifest amongst Gryffindors. You are aware of the enmity between Slytherin and Gryffindor. If Slytherins were to discover that you are Salazar's heir, they would not take kindly to it. But Harry speaks Parseltongue, Ron countered, still bewildered. There are many remarkable individuals in our culture who can communicate in various animal languages, including that of snakes. Mastering the language of serpents is not an extraordinary feat. It does not imply anything sinister, does it? Su Qingdai swiftly clarified. Harry was the first to hear Su Qingdai's defense of him, and he appeared somewhat agitated, eager to approach her. Yet, as he took a step forward, he miscalculated and stumbled down the staircase, tumbling into a nearby snowbank, looking utterly disheveled as he struggled to rise. Harry, Ron closest to him, promptly assisted him to his feet. Be cautious. The ground is quite slippery with all this recent snowfall, Su Qingdai said gently, maintaining her warm demeanor towards Harry. Unfortunately, their attention remained fixed on him, preventing them from noticing the indifference glinting in Su Qingdai's eyes. By the way, what exactly transpired in your last potions class? Harry. The swelling solution you concocted splattered the entire class. Having settled the score, Su Qingdai unhesitatingly hit them with a direct question. The four exchanged glances. And it was Hermione who finally spoke up. We thought that knowing Professor Snape might provide insights into the Chamber of Secrets. So we resolved to seek clues in his office. It was a last resort, Hermione explained. Harry and Ron exchanged incredulous looks, unable to suppress their disbelief. It was evident to anyone with functioning eyes that they were fabricating their story. Since they were unwilling to communicate openly, Su Qingdai resolved to let time reveal the truth. You are being utterly unreasonable, making all your classmates bear the consequences. They recognized their fault and bowed their heads in shame. Just then, they spotted Hagrid approaching, carrying a dead chicken. Mr. Hagrid, are you heading to the kitchen? Su Qingdai could not help but think of food upon seeing the chicken. It seems several chickens have died recently. I intend to inform Professor Dumbledore, Hagrid replied, frowning. Harry, are you all right? He observed Harry's disheveled appearance and inquired with concern. I am fine, Hagrid. Harry quickly brushed off the snow. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they parted ways, returning to their respective dormitories. Chapter 57, The Ailing Ginny. However, events were far from over. Harry found himself in a precarious situation, having been caught at the scene of petrification. Moreover, the individual who had been petrified was one of those who had spoken ill of him days prior. This incident cast further suspicion on Harry being the heir of Slytherin, leaving even Hermione and Ron at a loss for excuses to defend him. In stark contrast to the gloomy atmosphere enveloping Gryffindor, the Slytherins were jubilantly preparing for Christmas. As customary, a grand Christmas feast would take place on the day itself, with nearly every student remaining to partake. This year, Draco's group largely stayed behind at the castle, opting not to return home. They claimed that the Ministry of Magic was behaving like a pack of rabid dogs, incessantly raiding their residences. Their families felt the uncomfortable atmosphere and insisted they remain at school. Though parents had heard whispers of the Chamber of Secrets, its implications were primarily directed at wizards of Muggle descent and half-bloods, leaving pureblood families relatively unscathed. Despite the ominous shadow of the chamber looming over Hogwarts, enthusiasm for Christmas remained high, with students eagerly seated and indulging in a feast. Su Qingdai glanced towards the Gryffindor table, where the trio appeared to be huddled in hushed deliberation. However, her attention was swiftly captured by a small girl with red hair seated behind them, who looked rather disheartened, reminiscent of her state upon last encountering Professor Quirrell, as though vitality had ebbed from her. Lost in her thoughts, it seemed as if her soul had drifted far away. Su Qingdai recalled that Lucius had handed her something sinister in the bookstore. Could that be the cause of her evident distress? Uncertain, she hesitated. Knowing she could not entirely distinguish Western faces. What if she were mistaken? She nudged Draco beside her. Who is that girl with red hair? Sitting with her head bowed at the Gryffindor table? She appears quite lovely. Draco immediately halted his actions, following Su Qingdai's gaze, and promptly furrowed his brow. Beautiful. What is this? The one with the crimson hair appears to be Harry's girlfriend, from the Weasley family. If I am not mistaken, her name is Ginny Weasley. Draco had little desire to discuss the Weasley clan, and hastily sought to divert the topic. Weren't you previously ruminating over the delicacies of our homeland? Today, the house elf has prepared a special dish for you. Why not indulge, instead of fixating on the Weasley girl? As he spoke, Draco directly offered Su Qingdai the plate of pastries in front of him. No, I merely find that the young lady seems rather listless. Su Qingdai replied while accepting the pastries. My father mentioned that the Weasley family often struggles to provide for their children. Perhaps she is hungry. He held no interest in the intricacies of the Weasley situation. The two engaged in casual banter when Pansy suddenly called out to Su Qingdai. Daphne and I are heading to the kitchen to whip up some snacks. Would you care to join us? It was rare for Pansy to extend an invitation to Su Qingdai, and their camaraderie had blossomed since they became dormitory mates. Sure, right now? Qingdai responded. Once you've finished your meal, we shall go. Pansy instinctively glanced at Su Qingdai's plate, which contained only a meager amount of food left. In truth, she had nearly finished. Had Draco not insisted on offering her some, she would have completed her meal earlier. You two go ahead, I know the way. I will join you shortly. She reassured Pansy, her mind preoccupied with a pressing matter that required her personal verification. All right. Pansy nodded, taking Daphne with her as they departed. Shall I accompany you? Draco inquired. No need. This is a gathering for girls. Su Qingdai decisively declined Draco's offer, considering his clumsy demeanor. Once was sufficient. There was no need for a second encounter. Quickly clearing her plate, she opted not to head to the kitchen immediately, instead making her way towards the Gryffindor table. Ron. How have you been lately? This marked one of Su Qingdai's rare instances of directly addressing Ron. He appeared somewhat flustered, as if caught off guard while contemplating a private secret. Oh, it's you, Qingdai. What's the matter? I wanted to inquire about your little sister. Has she been unwell? She seems rather lacking in vigor, perhaps struggling to adapt to the school environment? As Su Qingdai spoke, she cast her gaze towards Ginny. Upon noticing Su Qingdai's attention, Ginny immediately shrank back as if scalded. Ron also glanced in Ginny's direction, then smiled at Su Qingdai. Perhaps she is simply adjusting. I shall ask her shortly. However, Ron's thoughts were elsewhere, and his concern for Ginny was notably insufficient. After Su Qingdai's prompting, he did indeed notice Ginny's pallor and promptly approached her for a conversation. Observing the two, Su Qingdai felt assured and refrained from further interruption, hastily departing towards the kitchen. Meanwhile, Draco, noticing Su Qingdai's departure without him, began searching for Crabbe and Goyle, who were nowhere to be found in their pursuit of food. With Draco's absence from the table, the Gryffindor trio exchanged glances before stealthily slipping away. After an extensive search, Draco finally located Goyle and Crabbe in the corridor, entangled in a discussion with Percy. Why are you two here? I've been looking for you. Seeing Goyle and Crabbe ensnared by Percy, Draco stepped in to extricate them. Pathetic. You can't even handle a single Weasley. Weasley, what are you doing loitering around here? Despite Percy now being a prefect, Malfoy showed no restraint in his derision. Please rectify your attitude, Malfoy, Percy admonished Draco with utmost seriousness. Draco, unperturbed by the Weasley's warning, scoffed and gestured for Crabbe and Goyle to follow him. He cared little for Percy's reaction. Weasley? Who cares? Goyle, when did you start wearing glasses? Draco suddenly remarked, noticing something out of the ordinary. I am preparing to read, Goyle stammered, perhaps even aware that his answer was flimsy. Reading? I didn't even know you could read. Draco regarded Goyle with incredulity, prompting Goyle to hastily remove his glasses. Be cautious of that Weasley. I've noticed him wandering around here lately. It seems he is searching for the heir of Slytherin. He recognized that his two dim-witted companions needed some guidance, and offered them a warning. Chapter 58. Polyjuice Potion. What was the password today? Draco abruptly halted and turned to Crabbe and Goyle behind him. The two froze, stammering and unable to articulate a response, nearly breaking into a cold sweat. Oh. It's pure blood. I remember now. Fortunately, Draco quickly recalled it himself, which relieved both of his companions. The Slytherin common room was sparsely populated, with students engrossed in quiet discussions, their curiosity minimal, never meddling in others' affairs. Take a seat. I have something delightful to show you. Draco led Crabbe and Goyle to their usual spot, then produced a newspaper from an unknown source. Look at this. My father recently sent it to me. That insufferable Arthur Weasley was fined 50 galleons by the ministry for illegally modifying a car. I wonder if the already impoverished Weasley family will be reduced to eating dirt. The previous howler received by that Gryffindor Weasley was due to this incident. How amusing, wouldn't you agree? Crabbe and Goyle exchanged awkward glances, their forced smiles evident. Crabbe even clenched his fists, uncertain of his own motives. Arthur Weasley is truly a disgrace among purebloods. If he loves muggles so much, why not let him snap his wand and blend in with them? Draco unapologetically echoed his father's disdain for the Weasley family. At this, Crabbe could no longer contain himself. His eyes reddening with anger, hands clenched tightly as if ready to spring into action against Draco. Noticing their agitation, Draco promptly inquired, "What's wrong, Crabbe?" I have a stomach ache," Crabbe mumbled, lowering his head, his teeth clenched. They could not reveal the information they sought, not yet. Draco, unfazed, recognized their unreliable demeanor, a trait that had persisted for quite some time. "Did you know? The Daily Prophet has failed to report on recent events. I suspect Professor Dumbledore has suppressed it. My father believes that appointing Dumbledore as the headmaster of Hogwarts was the worst decision made in 100 years. Draco had evidently made a slight improvement, remembering to add Professor before Dumbledore's name, yet still exhibited his usual audacity. Now it was Goyle's turn. He immediately retorted angrily, "No, that's not right. What's going on? Today my two lackeys are acting particularly strange. Do you really believe there is anyone worse than Professor Dumbledore?" Draco countered without hesitation, questioning Goyle's sanity. Goyle paused momentarily, then suddenly struck upon an idea. Harry Potter. Draco had never harbored a fondness for Harry Potter, and upon hearing Goyle's words, a smile immediately graced his face. St. Potter, frolicking all day with a muggle, and yet people dared to believe he would be the heir of Slytherin. How utterly absurd. He was among the few who did not regard Harry as the heir, which made Crabbe and Goyle clutch at this notion as if it were a lifeline. "You must know who the heir of Slytherin is, right?" Goyle inquired eagerly. "How many times must I tell you? I do not know. My father refuses to divulge the specifics of the chamber's opening. All I know is that it was opened once 50 years ago, and a Muggleborn died then. If the chamber opens again, I sincerely hope the next victim will be Miss Granger." As Draco spoke, he picked up a small gift that was left on the table, oblivious to its origin, but it belonged to their group nonetheless. He gestured to Crabbe and Goyle across from him. Upon seeing them shake their heads, he promptly tucked the small gift into his pocket. "My father has instructed me to steer clear of such matters. Even if Slytherin's chamber truly opens, the ones he intends to cleanse are those Muggleborns, and it has nothing to do with us. You wouldn't believe how the Ministry of Magic has been acting recently. They're like rabid dogs, scouring everywhere. Just last week, they searched Malfoy Manor. Draco was quite the chatterbox, babbling incessantly. Suddenly, the door to the Slytherin common room swung open once more, and Qingdai entered, carrying a pile of cookies. "Draco, Crabbe, Goyle, what schemes are you three concocting?" Qingdai immediately noticed the trio engaged in hushed conversation, and smiled as she inquired. Draco swiftly produced the small gift he had just hidden in his pocket and asked her, "Little Apple, is this yours?" "Yes." It was a lovely gift from a Hufflepuff sister. Qingdai placed the specially packaged snacks on the table before Draco. "Care to try? They taste delightful, made by Pansy and Daphne." "Where are they?" "They've gone to find Zabini and Not." With that, she moved toward another spacious table, and nearby Slytherin students greeted her warmly. Everyone eagerly approached Qingdai to share the treats she had brought, appearing quite familiar with her. "Is she this popular in Slytherin too?" Crabbe couldn't help but ask Draco. Draco gazed in Qingdai's direction, and fell silent for a long while before finally speaking. "Yes. Everyone adores her. She seems to have a natural talent for making friends. Slytherins like her, as do Hufflepuffs, Ravenclaws, and even Gryffindors. She has friends everywhere." Draco looked at the small cookie Qingdai had just handed him, and for reasons he couldn't quite articulate, he slammed it down on the table in silence. "You like her too?" Goyle asked, as if stumbling upon a great secret. Crabbe and Goyle exchanged glances, confirming their thoughts. No one could possibly dislike her, right? Even the most loathsome Potter has befriended her. Draco instinctively refrained from answering the question, neither affirming nor denying it. However, Crabbe and Goyle began to appear increasingly uneasy, their faces displaying expressions of sheer terror. A lightning-shaped scar inexplicably appeared on Goyle's face, while Crabbe's hair turned a vivid shade of red. Realizing something was amiss, the two bolted for the exit. "Where are you two going?" Aren't you going to have some snacks? Draco called out upon noticing their furtive movements. Crabbe and Goyle paid no heed to his words, and dashed out of the Slytherin common room. Draco felt a twinge of confusion, but was promptly called back by Qingdai. I need to discuss something with you. Do you have a moment? Let us go to our usual spot. All right. Chapter 59, Lucius's Secret. Due to the situation surrounding the Chamber of Secrets, the young wizards largely refrained from wandering about. Professors accompanied them even to and from classes. Thus, Qingdai and Draco made their way to the 8th floor with remarkable ease. I need a comfortable room. As the words left her lips, the door to the room of requirement materialized, and the two entered the room with familiarity. Qingdai, what do you need to talk to me about? Draco was utterly perplexed, having no idea why Qingdai sought him out. Do you remember the beautiful little sister I asked you about at the Christmas party? Qingdai tried to avoid mentioning the Weasley surname, not wanting to provoke Draco's resistance. However, it was clear she underestimated Draco's focus, which lay not on the Weasley name. What's wrong? Haven't you had enough of the party? He retorted sharply. What do you mean had enough? You're rather prickly today. Clearly, she had not managed to sidestep the Weasley topic, which was a significant trigger for Draco. First it was Parkinson, then it was Abbott. And now you've set your sights on a Weasley. How many sisters do you have? Draco's tone conveyed a hint of displeasure, though it was unclear what exactly vexed him. Yet he surprisingly seemed to know about Pansy. Did he suspect her previous teasing of Pansy? However, his tone seemed off. Pansy, you know Pansy. Zabini mentioned it. They all say you like Pansy and keep smiling at her. Could it be that Qingdai genuinely liked girls? Draco's thoughts spiraled further into confusion. Like Pansy? Qingdai was utterly taken aback by their interpretation. She was merely teasing Pansy. What had gone awry? That's not the case. Besides, I'm not here to discuss that with you, Qingdai quickly countered, awkwardly shifting the topic as if trying to evade the issue. Draco cast a glance at Qingdai, fell silent for a moment, then quietly settled onto a nearby sofa. All right, tell me about your Weasley. What do you mean my Weasley? I meant to ask if you've noticed that something's off with her. Qingdai promptly steered the conversation back on track. We all saw her at the Leaky Cauldron. We know her state, but at the newcomers' ball, I felt something was amiss. She seemed somewhat dazed. At today's feast, when I went to check on her, she looked even worse, like she had been drained of all vitality, gaunt and absent-minded. Qingdai spoke earnestly. Yet she failed to realize that Draco's mind was far from the topic at hand. Perhaps she is just hungry? The Weasley family has never been wealthy. Draco showed little interest in Qingdai's serious observations regarding Ron's sister. Such a notion left him feeling distinctly unhappy. Even if she was indeed hungry, that would only apply before arriving at school. They had been at Hogwarts long enough, and food was always provided for free. How could she have allowed herself to become so emaciated? Draco lazily lifted his gaze, disinterested yet nodding stiffly to indicate he was still listening. What do you think it could be? Is she dieting? Let me say this first. You mustn't get angry. Qingdai felt her speculation would undoubtedly provoke a strong reaction from Draco, so it was best to issue a precautionary note. Given Qingdai's character, she would never utter something unpleasant. She was inherently a smooth individual. Yet, Draco was undeniably a close friend she truly valued. You'd best tread carefully. Qingdai would never suspect that she had instigated the bullying of Weasley, leading to his current predicament. That would indeed be an egregious injustice, and she would prefer not to entertain such thoughts. On that day at the Leaky Cauldron, I witnessed Mr. Lucius slipping something into Ginny's basket, which I suspect is the very object the Ministry of Magic has been searching for. I have my doubts regarding Ginny's condition, believing it may be connected to that item. And even the occurrences at school might be linked to what Mr. Lucius placed in her possession. Qingdai's expression turned exceedingly grave as she solemnly addressed Draco. Draco, however, was clearly incredulous. He could not fathom that his esteemed father would engage in such nefarious deeds. Are you jesting? Little Apple, have you been brainwashed by those Gryffindors? When have they ever been wrong that they must now implicate my father? My father would never stoop to such actions. Draco's anger surged at this remark, unable to believe that his dear friend would dare to direct accusations at his father. He had no desire to listen to Qingdai any further, and was prepared to turn away, convinced that she must have been coerced into such beliefs. Think logically, Draco. If Mr. Lucius is indeed the culprit, discovering it now is not a calamity. There is still a chance for remediation. We are not newcomers to Hogwarts. If the heir of Slytherin were in a position above second year, it stands to reason that the Chamber of Secrets would have been opened during our first year, not postponed to the second. This suggests a possibility. The chamber may very well have been opened by first-year wizards. Among them, I have thoroughly investigated. And the likelihood points to Ginny Weasley. Upon hearing the news of others being petrified, her reaction was not merely one of fear, but also of guilt. Such behavior is not characteristic of an innocent person. Even if she is not the perpetrator, she must possess some knowledge of the events. Draco remained unconvinced. If Weasley were the heir of Slytherin, he would surely possess Slytherin blood, which implies that the entire Weasley family must be heirs of Slytherin. Do you not find that notion laughable? Su Qingdai had indeed contemplated this question, but she also considered another possibility. What if the Chamber of Secrets does not require the heir to open it personally, but rather, it can be accessed through a certain object as a key? Such occurrences are not uncommon in our homeland. Draco, Professor Dumbledore is diligently investigating this matter. Should it be confirmed that it relates to the Malfoy family, the repercussions for your family would be unimaginable. It would be prudent to clarify this now, just in case. Even if it ultimately proves unrelated to the Malfoys, taking precautions is never a bad idea. Su Qingdai sought to persuade Draco, understanding his profound respect for his father. Thus, she had no intention of urging him to confront his father directly. She merely wished for him to inquire whether Mr. Malfoy had indeed placed a dark magical object into Ginny's hands. I do not mean for you to question your father. I simply want you to ask if he has given a dark artifact to that Weasley. If you are absolutely certain, then we can drop the matter. Enough. I see you have truly lost your senses. You've been entirely brainwashed by the Weasley family, Draco retorted, unwilling to engage further with Su Qingdai's words. Su Qingdai was left uncertain whether Draco had absorbed any of her words, observing him turn away without a backward glance. Chapter 60. The Scapegoat Dobby. In the following days, Draco was nowhere to be seen. Even among their small circle, his absence was palpable. Malfoy, what has been going on lately? Why can we never find him? Zabini complained, expressing a desire for Draco to teach him how to fly on a broomstick. In terms of flying speed, Draco had garnered a modest reputation within the Quidditch community. Have you two had a falling out? Yet, even if you did, he should not be avoiding us entirely, Su Qingdai mused, feeling increasingly irritable and disinclined to engage. Why are you asking me? Oh, it's nothing major. A few days ago, Pansy and the others made some cookies, and I didn't pay attention. Draco missed out and got upset. It was true he hadn't eaten any, but that was due to his own clumsiness. Su Qingdai knew she could not divulge the entire truth, as the matter held both minor and major implications. Furthermore, given Draco's background as a Death Eater's son, it was not in his best interest to be too conspicuous. The Malfoys had anticipated such implications. Otherwise, they would not have indulged Draco to such a childish extent. Traditionally, they might have thought him a bit immature, but witnessing Su Qingdai, his closest friend, express disdain for him prompted them to swiftly defend Draco's image. Qingdai, you have known since day one that Draco has a child's temperament. Just soothe him a little. Look, he has been sitting alone in class these past few days, lost in his own thoughts. This is also your fault. With so many cookies, how could you forget about Draco? They took turns chastising her. And Su Qingdai grew impatient with their comments, nodding with a forced smile. I understand. As they continued discussing Draco, he arrived at that moment, head bowed and holding a box whose contents were unknown. Observing Su Qingdai and the group engaged in laughter, Draco's frustration boiled over. Yet, recognizing that this situation stemmed from his own actions, he approached Su Qingdai, softening his tone. This is a collection of chocolate frog cards I've gathered over time. I recall you've been searching for them. Perhaps there is something you need inside. All eyes around them immediately shifted to Su Qingdai. What an injustice. Bullying someone and then expecting an apology. Su Qingdai exclaimed. I am utterly wronged. Thank you. I have indeed searched for these for quite some time. Without hesitation, Su Qingdai accepted the box from Draco. Sensing his discontent, she proposed. Shall we take a walk, Draco? You seem a bit out of sorts. Zabini chimed in. Come on. It's just a cookie. Qingdai, didn't he do it on purpose? Forgive her this once. What cookie? Draco was utterly bewildered. Knowing this was yet another of Su Qingdai's schemes, he chose not to elaborate further, simply nodding in agreement as he followed her to the 8th floor. What would come of this? I hope I am merely overthinking. Observing Draco's expression, it was evident that he had indeed broached the subject with Mr. Lucius. Slowly, Draco settled onto the sofa, gazing at Su Qingdai for a prolonged moment before speaking. My father denied it and scolded me harshly, instructing me not to involve myself in this matter. This was unexpected for Su Qingdai. Could it be that Lucius was not the perpetrator? If not him, then who could it be? The time frame was too brief for her to ascertain who else might be involved. Yet, Draco's subsequent words interrupted her train of thought. He did it. I know him well. Having lived with my father for so many years, I am acutely aware of his character. I am simply struggling to believe that the petrification of so many at school could somehow be linked to him. What do you intend to do? The situation has escalated. And if discovered, it will be difficult to contain. The paths before us are narrowing. Qingdai spoke gravely to Draco. If the Malfoy family were to be implicated, it would not bode well for him either. Having been Draco's closest friend thus far, she did not wish for him to face any peril. I do not know. My mind is in disarray. Draco had never entertained such a hypothesis in his mind. The occurrence of this situation had never crossed his thoughts. He had no strategies whatsoever. Now he found himself faced with only two paths. The first was to let things take their natural course, but the cost of this choice was steep. Should the matter come to light, implicating the Malfoy family, their reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, and they might even be expelled from the Hogwarts Board of Governors. More gravely, the family's enterprises could suffer considerable repercussions. Draco was evidently aware of this path, yet he was equally disinclined to let events unfold without intervention. The second option was to take proactive measures. Do you remember Dobby? Qingdai suddenly recalled a long-forgotten photograph. Dobby. Why do you mention him? He is merely our house elf. Draco could not fathom the connection between this significant issue and the little elf. Do you recall how you lost that Quidditch match? You were overly careless and arrogant, which led to the bludger knocking you down. He candidly acknowledged his flaws, indicating that this match had imparted valuable lessons. Qingdai was taken aback by his self-assessment, momentarily stunned. No, this is not your fault. Any ordinary person could see that the bludger was controlled. But do you know who was manipulating it? It was Dobby. As she spoke, she produced the photograph she had taken at the Quidditch match. This is from the match. The bludger initially pursued Harry. And I thought Dobby was sent by you, but then I saw it knock you down. Qingdai boast. Dobby dared to act in such a manner. She resolved to ensure her father punished him with hunger for a day. Did he not understand how hard she had worked for Quidditch? He had allowed her to lose to that insufferable Potter. Mentioning Draco's sore point ignited his fury, and he vehemently denounced Dobby, the despicable little elf, for causing him to lose the match, particularly to that scar-headed boy. However, Draco was perplexed about how Dobby was connected to the matter concerning the dark magical objects. He could not see the link Qingdai was making. Was it possible that Dobby would become the key to saving the Malfoy family? If Dobby harbored resentment against the Malfoys and stole their precious items at the start of the school year, perhaps he would even harm his master, Draco Malfoy? Everything would fall into place. The magical objects would be stolen by Dobby, for as a house elf, he was more familiar with the locations of the Malfoy treasures than anyone else, and he possessed sufficient motive, harboring disdain for the entire Malfoy family, and even plotting against his young master. Chapter 61. The Dilemma. Even Draco was taken aback by Qingdai's words. Although he did not hold house elves in high regard and considered them his servants, he had spent many years with Dobby and was acutely aware that Dobby was not an ordinary elf. He was still quite obedient. He could not believe that Dobby would turn against him or commit theft. Dobby was simply not that kind of elf, and besides, would he not defend himself against such accusations? Yet, what if he were to die? Dobby was still the Malfoy family's house elf. If Lucius commanded him to take his own life, he would not dare to resist. He would likely comply without question. With no witnesses, the blame could easily be placed upon him. Moreover, Dobby had caused his young master to lose a match in front of many, even landing him in the hospital. It would be hard for anyone to disbelieve that Dobby was a traitor. This logic had no apparent flaws, and it could easily persuade others. Qingdai. Do you realize what you're suggesting? Dobby is a little elf, but he is still a life. Despite Draco's usual mischief, he could not bring himself to directly or indirectly harm a living being. His conscience would not permit it. So what do you propose? Will you forsake the glory of the Malfoy estate? This was ultimately a matter for Draco to decide. Qingdai could only offer her suggestion, and whether to heed it was entirely his choice. Yet, she still hoped Draco would make a wise decision. On one side lay the honor of the Malfoy family, while on the other, the life of an elf. These two burdens weighed heavily upon Draco. He understood the validity of Qingdai's words, yet his conscience could not bear the cost. Draco curled up in a corner, unwilling to lift his gaze or meet Qingdai's eyes. She had no intention of pressuring him, choosing instead to sit quietly beside him on the sofa, silently observing him with a hint of confusion in her gaze. Draco's eyes grew increasingly red, as if he were recalling something sorrowful. He was engulfed in an internal struggle. Upholding his family's honor and legacy was a value instilled in him since childhood. Yet he had never been taught that the price of such glory could be the lives of others. Now he felt utterly helpless, tears welling in his beautiful eyes. He remained silent for an eternity, ultimately arriving at a resolute decision. He could not bring himself to perpetuate his family's glory at the expense of another's life. Furthermore, the Malfoy family had accumulated a significant legacy over the years, one that could not be entirely shattered by this incident. As long as they had not been entirely vanquished, there remained a chance for revival. However, the mere thought of having to verbally renounce his family's honor was too cruel. He hesitated, unable to voice his thoughts. Draco. Su Qingdai suddenly called out to him. Qingdai, it is a life I cannot do it. Draco broke down immediately. It's not as if there are no other options. She conceded that Draco was still the young master she had always known. What do you suggest? Draco lifted his gaze, his eyes red and searching as he looked at Su Qingdai, resembling a pitiful little dog. The Malfoy estate has been robbed. Not just once but twice. The first incident occurred before the start of second year, and the second was recent. As for the rest, I believe Mr. Lucius will handle it well. There were no thieves involved. They will trust us. It's not significant. A little bribery will suffice. Mr. Malfoy has faced far greater challenges. This minor issue will not have a substantial impact. Su Qingdai did not claim there would be no consequences, but the repercussions would surely be far less severe than the notion of killing Dobby. It was better than doing nothing at all. Forcing Draco to make a decision was indeed quite cruel. The young master immediately broke into a smile, his eyes shimmering, perhaps due to the tears, radiating a certain light that made him extraordinarily beautiful. Seeing Draco's smile brought a sense of relief to Su Qingdai. I will write to my father right now, Draco stated, preparing to dash outside. Wait. Look at your red eyes. If you go out like this, people will talk. They will know you were with me. And now you look like you've been crying. They will surely think I've been the one to hit you. Su Qingdai produced a handkerchief from her bag and pressed it into Draco's hands. A young master so conscious of his image would never wish to reveal his vulnerable side. Yet, in his current state of urgency, he could scarcely concern himself with such matters. However, he would likely feel a sense of shame when reflecting on this moment in the future. Do you still want the photograph? Su Qingdai inquired, holding out the picture of Dobby before him. No, just destroy it. Draco suddenly recalled something. Was there a considerable number of people who encountered Dobby that day? This inquiry rendered Su Qingdai momentarily speechless. Perhaps not many. His secluded corner was rather discreet, and everyone's attention was wholly captivated by the match. What's the matter? Are you contemplating setting him free? Su Qingdai knew Draco all too well. She could anticipate the outcome the moment he spoke. As she conversed, she retrieved a large assortment of snacks from her bag and quietly began to indulge in them. Draco had not been eating well these past few days, and seeing Su Qingdai relish her food, he unabashedly helped himself to some as well. I have mentioned Harry Potter at home. He seemed to hold a profound admiration for Potter. I suspect he might have some connection to him. Let us observe further. If such a connection exists, it would be unwise to keep him at Malfoy Manor. Draco appeared to have suddenly matured, and his words left Su Qingdai feeling somewhat unsettled. He seemed a bit tense, as though burdened by some unspoken matter. There's no need to be so anxious. Perhaps we are merely overthinking. The Chamber of Secrets was not caused by the object placed there by Mr. Malfoy. Even they might not be able to uncover it. Furthermore, we have devised a strategy. Even if it were the case, what then? Su Qingdai ruestur Draco. He smiled faintly, uncertain if he believed her, and likely did not. Indeed, it is wise to prepare for the worst while leaving the rest to fate. I haven't been eating properly these days. Would you accompany me to the dining hall? Draco composed himself, straightened his clothes, and addressed Su Qingdai. Where can we find food at this hour? Let us wait a little longer. Mealtime is approaching. I wish to eat what you make. How audacious of you! Su Qingdai retorted without hesitation, only to turn around and find a pitiful expression on his face. Very well. You win. Chapter 62. Inciting Draco to steal chickens. Seeing that Draco was free of pressing matters, Su Qingdai began rummaging through the box he had given her. By the way, what exactly are you searching for? Draco was perplexed as to why Su Qingdai had suddenly developed a fascination with chocolate frogs. She had never been fond of sweets. Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald. Headmaster Dumbledore mentioned there are clues on the chocolate frogs. Let me assist you in your search. Suddenly, Su Qingdai seemed to recall something of great importance. Oh, by the way, I would like you to help me with something. What is it? Draco casually took the disheveled box from her and continued to organize it while lowering his head. Are there chicken coops at Hogwarts? Could you help me steal a rooster? Upon hearing Su Qingdai's words, Draco's eyes widened in astonishment. Why steal a rooster? What on earth is Su Qingdai thinking? Such a peculiar request. What do you need a rooster for? Su Qingdai couldn't articulate her intentions just yet, but she suspected that the rooster might be connected to the monster within the chamber. If this creature were to attack indiscriminately, having a rooster on hand might serve as a safeguard. I don't know. I just feel it will be useful. If it turns out to be of no use, I shall turn it into a meal. Draco frowned but did not outright refuse Su Qingdai's request. Very well. But where shall we keep the rooster once acquired? If we place it in your dormitory, Pansy would surely kill you. That is indeed a pertinent question. Su Qingdai suddenly turned to Draco. Don't look at me. I cannot do it either. I have no desire to share a room with such creatures. Draco firmly rejected this notion. It was a matter of principle. And he absolutely could not agree. Watching Su Qingdai's eyes darting around, it seemed she was contemplating a location, glancing back at Draco. With that look in her eyes, Draco understood she was concocting a mischievous plan. The 8th floor won't do either. I certainly don't want it to become foul-smelling up there. That would be dreadful. Very well. Su Qingdai immediately lowered her head. The pitiful act was effective on Su Qingdai, and it worked on Draco as well. If we could conceal it in its original spot, without being discovered, it would be akin to how we were invisible back then. Draco attempted to offer Su Qingdai a suggestion, and she instantly seemed to have a breakthrough, promptly shoving a few talismans into Draco's hands. This one with the messy writing is the invisibility talisman, and this one with fewer characters is the breath-hiding talisman. Apply both, and remember to find a handsome rooster. Very well. I shall do my utmost. You know, roosters are truly dreadful creatures. Draco frowned, his demeanor one of reluctance. All right, sit tight. I shall fetch you something to eat. Su Qingdai firmly pulled Draco along and seated him at the table in the dining hall. Can't I accompany you? Last time I went along with you. Why must I be left behind this time? Hearing Draco's plea, Su Qingdai suddenly burst into laughter, only to regain her seriousness in an instant. Absolutely not. You stay here. Do not wander off. Draco's culinary skills are as vexing as Su Qingdai's potions. Fine. Seeing that Su Qingdai was resolute, Draco could only obediently nod and watch her depart. Perhaps due to the protracted wait, he pulled out a letter to occupy himself with his responsibilities. The light and shadow played across his face, rendering this 12-year-old boy with a semblance of maturity. His thoughts seemed to drift, quietly gazing in one direction, lost in contemplation. Draco. After a considerable duration of preparation, Su Qingdai finally arrived with 2 bowls of noodles. Noticing the young master in a daze, she called out to him. She swiftly placed the steaming bowls before him, perhaps due to their recent preparation. Even the bowls were slightly hot. It's scorching. Seeing Draco's impassive expression, Su Qingdai took her burned hand and pinched his cheek. The young master's expression immediately transitioned from one of indifference to one of exasperation. Stop pinching. My face will grow large. Draco frowned, appearing somewhat displeased. Yet he made no move to halt Su Qingdai's actions. Understanding the need for moderation, Su Qingdai promptly ceased her antics. She couldn't afford to ruin that handsome face. Hurry and taste it. It's freshly cooked noodles. Mealtime will soon be upon us. Eat sparingly, or you shall be unable to enjoy dinner. Aware that Draco might struggle with chopsticks, she prepared a fork and spoon for him. She then took the other bowl of noodles for herself, picking up her chopsticks and indulging heartily. Why do I have an egg? And you do not? Draco looked at the 2 bowls of noodles in confusion. Su Qingdai was not the type to serve herself an egg while neglecting Draco. Aren't you hungry? I'm merely looking after you. A smile graced her face as she cheerfully said. But before Draco could feel touched, she pulled out a chicken leg from her bowl. Yes, 2 bowls of noodles. One had an egg, the other a chicken leg. I shall trade with you. You need not be so courteous. No need, just eat quickly. Aren't you hungry? By the way, what did Crab and Goyle want with you earlier? You 3 conspired for quite some time. The more Su Qingdai thought about it, the more she felt that Crab and Goyle had been rather peculiar that day. She decided to confront Draco about it. I too sensed they were acting strangely, however. They did not mention anything of great importance. They inquired about the Chamber of Secrets. Draco casually remarked. Noticing that Su Qingdai had shifted the subject, he resumed eating heartily. Although his pace of eating had significantly increased, he still maintained an admirable noble demeanor. The noodles are delightful. Thank you, the chicken leg is quite delightful. The 2 individuals exchanged incredulous glances at each other's childish antics, and once again erupted into laughter. Have you heard if the Chamber of Secrets has been opened before? As they munched on their food, their conversation meandered. My father mentioned that it was opened 50 years ago, and a muggle perished in the incident. Do you know who it was? It was that moaning Myrtle who has been lingering in the girls' restroom. I've heard that just a few days ago, the plumbing in the restroom burst. Do you know who opened it? According to my father's account, it was Hagrid. Hagrid? Su Qingdai's expression was one of disbelief. Yet Draco received the information as it was. Don't dwell on such grim matters, little apple. The end-of-term exams are approaching, and I believe you should be more concerned about your potions class. Draco, please refrain from discussing such terrifying topics. Hurry and eat. Once you're done, we must return quickly. I'll tutor you. Chapter 63, Harry's Invitation. As the final exams drew near, Su Qingdai and Draco had spent several days on the 8th floor, awaiting that last jolt to propel them through their finals. To their surprise, Harry and Ron approached them today. Qingdai, did you know that Hermione is in trouble? She has been petrified, Harry said, anxiety etched on his face. Su Qingdai was already aware of this unfortunate news as soon as Hermione was admitted to the hospital. She had visited Hermione promptly, but the timing had been such that she had not encountered Harry and Ron. I visited her yesterday. The mandrakes are not yet mature, so she will have to wait a while longer for recovery. There's no need to panic. This is not an irreversible situation. As she spoke, Su Qingdai endeavored to soothe their agitated spirits. Do you have any information regarding the Slytherin chamber? Harry's mind was racing with hypotheses, but he needed some clues to substantiate them. Su Qingdai furrowed her brow, recalling that the last time Hermione had misused a potion, she had visited her in the hospital. She was also certain that the troublesome Goyle and Crabbe were merely Harry and Ron in disguise. Hadn't they extracted all the pertinent information from Draco's lips? Why were they asking again today? Malfoy mentioned that 50 years ago, Hagrid opened the Chamber of Secrets and caused the death of a Muggle-born wizard, who was none other than the Weeping Moaning Myrtle. Yes, we are aware of that, and we even inquired with Hagrid for some clues. However, based on what we know, Hagrid is not the one who opened the chamber. Harry immediately refuted Su Qingdai's assertion. This left Su Qingdai perplexed. What exactly were they trying to convey today? So what is it you wish to say? Harry and Ron exchanged glances, and upon receiving a nod from Ron, Harry began to articulate his suspicions. We suspect that the creature in the Slytherin chamber is a basilisk. The moment Harry's words left his lips, Su Qingdai was instantly reminded of the hissing she had heard the night Professor Lockhart had been confined. This indeed suggested a significant possibility of it being a basilisk. And Hagrid had also noted that many of Hogwarts' roosters had mysteriously perished. Why do you think that? Although Su Qingdai internally concurred with Harry's hypothesis, she still sought clarification. We know that the basilisk's gaze is lethal. Anyone who meets its eyes will die. Yet thus far, all the witnesses have not perished. They have merely been petrified. Exactly. It is precisely for that reason. None of the individuals have made direct eye contact with the basilisk. Harry affirmed Su Qingdai's statement and proceeded with his reasoning. Mr. Filch's cat saw the basilisks form through the water on the floor. Colin beheld it through his camera. Justin caught a glimpse through nearly headless Nick. And Hermione saw it reflected in a mirror. None of them looked directly at the creature. Hence they were petrified instead of killed. This line of reasoning was compelling and received Su Qingdai's approval. However, if that is the case, how did the basilisk gain entry into Hogwarts? She could not help but question, but at that moment, she suddenly recalled what Draco had mentioned earlier. The plumbing had burst in the girls' restroom not long ago, causing water to seep everywhere. The pipes. They both spoke in unison, uttering the same term. Precisely. That explains why all the roosters at Hogwarts have perished. The basilisk must fear the sound of their crowing, which is why it eliminated them in advance, Harry posited. Since they had already deduced it was the basilisk, why then were they seeking Su Qingdai's assistance? When did Gryffindors become so timid? Just then Ron interjected. Last time. It was you and Harry who protected the Philosopher's Stone. We know you possess formidable magical abilities, even capable of besting Hermione. So we wanted to invite you to join us on this adventure. Ron spoke somewhat bashfully, feeling that it was indeed a cool endeavor, yet conscious of the dangers it entailed. However, considering the number of people in the school who had already been petrified, he could not afford to hesitate. They could only seek out those they believed might assist them, and who had a certain degree of strength. We realize this may be asking a lot, but please consider our invitation seriously for the sake of the entire school. Noticing Su Qingdai's silence, Harry quickly added, the basilisk presents a significant opportunity. According to the Elder's prophecies, within 2 or 3 years, the Dark Lord of the West will re-emerge. If one lacks sufficient strength by then, the situation will become exceedingly complicated. Furthermore, Draco's family matters are also tied to the Slytherin chamber. It is a mutually beneficial endeavor. Why not embrace it? For the safety of everyone. I am indeed willing to accept your invitation. Now, could you share your plans with me? She hoped these two Gryffindors were not so impulsive as to embark on their escapade without any strategy in place. Observing their bewildered expressions, she recognized their folly. These two Gryffindors truly were reckless lions. Fortunately, Harry still had some sense and began to formulate a plan swiftly. The basilisk fears the crowing of roosters. But I heard just a few days ago that all the roosters at Hogwarts have died. That route may be blocked. However, Professor Lockhart has had adventures with many peculiar creatures, and we wish to invite him to join us on this quest. Lockhart? Upon hearing that name, Qingdai felt a chill run down her spine. Were they jesting? Could his classes not reveal his ineptitude? How could they still hold any illusions about Lockhart? Yet, she refrained from voicing her skepticism. After all, he would merely serve as a means of stalling for time. As for the rooster, Draco had helped her hide one not too long ago. She wondered if it was still alive. I might still have a way with the rooster. Not long ago, I secretly stashed one away because I was craving chicken. I shall retrieve it. That will serve as a safeguard. How about this? We split up. Qingdai, you search for the rooster, while Ron and I will seek out Professor Lockhart. Let us reconvene at the entrance to the girls' restroom. Upon hearing that there might still be a rooster, Harry's face lit up with joy. The three nodded and dispersed to make their final preparations. Chapter 64, The Chamber of Secrets, Part 1. Qingdai arrived at the entrance to the girls' restroom, wondering what had transpired with Harry and the others, but found no one in sight. She waited for quite some time, yet still saw no sign of them. Qingdai could only check Professor Lockhart's office. To her surprise, the three individuals inside were in a standoff, as if something significant had transpired. What are you all doing? Why are you so late? Qingdai remarked. A hint of impatience etched across her face. It's a long story, Ron replied anxiously. Professor Lockhart, he wants to flee. Professor Lockhart, who valued his reputation above all, immediately retorted, What? Who's fleeing? Do not tarnish my name. I merely received an urgent notification to proceed elsewhere without delay. You've known me long enough to know that I am not one to abandon ship at the first sign of trouble. What about my sister if you leave? Ron shouted in distress. Just moments ago, they had learned that Ginny was captured in Slytherin's chamber. Both of them were now in a state of panic, teetering on the edge of reason. What has happened to Ginny? Why am I not informed? I sincerely apologize. I empathize with your sister's plight, but I truly have pressing matters to attend to. Moreover, I am under no obligation to assist you. Kindly step aside. Professor Lockhart maintained his faade, even in the face of life and death. You have chronicled numerous adventures in your books, filled with perilous situations. Do you truly believe that running away is your only recourse in danger? How then did you manage to write those books? Harry said, indignant. The mere thought of the chamber had them thinking of him. Yet Lockhart's instinct was to flee. I assure you, I am not running away. Furthermore, books can be misleading, young man. You are still quite naive. But those books are your own creations, and those experiences are your own. They refused to yield, forming a barrier to obstruct Professor Lockhart's escape. Preposterous. I warn you, should you continue in this manner, I will ensure you learn a lesson. My Obliviate charm is rather effective, after all. It's the reason for my success as an author. Lockhart brandished his wand toward the two young wizards. Professor, perhaps you have forgotten about me, Qingdai interjected, standing at the threshold of Lockhart's office. She raised a two-way mirror, shaking it in front of the professor. I would think you wouldn't want your legion of adoring fans to discover the true nature of their esteemed author. Upon hearing this, Lockhart's demeanor shifted dramatically. Who were you just communicating with? What is it that you intend to do? At this, Qingdai realized that the situation had turned in her favor, and there was no need to invest further thought into it. Why not take a guess, Professor? I dare say you will find it unfathomable. Do not struggle. It's merely a chamber. You've written about it. Why fear such a trivial matter? Qingdai signaled to Harry, who grasped her intention immediately and cast a spell on his professor. Expelliarmus. Once again, the spell struck Lockhart, sending his wand flying. Ron swiftly seized Lockhart's wand. A triumphant grin plastered on his face. At this juncture, there was no turning back. They had no choice but to accompany him into the chamber. As the situation began to resolve, everyone's nerves gradually calmed, when suddenly, Ron noticed something peculiar and stared at Qingdai, astonished. Qingdai, are you walking a chicken? Indeed. Qingdai was tethering a chicken by its leg, leading it as if it were a dog. I have no desire to touch it. It looks like it might bite, she said, wrinkling her nose in disdain at the chicken before her. How did you even hide that chicken? Ron wondered aloud. If she was reluctant to touch it, how could she have concealed it? He had heard Hagrid say that all the chickens at Hogwarts had perished. Any that remained must have been hidden away. Draco helped. Malfoy. He actually assisted? How can I possibly believe that? Ron's forehead creased as if he could crush a mosquito with it. Qingdai, uninterested in addressing Ron's skepticism, cast a spell to untie the chicken's leg. Freed from its constraints, the chicken immediately flailed, attempting to escape. Seeing this, Ron lunged forward, catching the chicken in his arms just as it had regained its freedom, binding it once again. It struggled fiercely. Oh dear, this bothersome chicken. The feathers brushed against Ron, causing him to grimace. Enough with the chatter. We need to move. Let us hurry, Qingdai urged. They all arrived at the entrance to the girls' restroom. You all truly appear rather peculiar, Qingdai remarked uncontrollably. Let us hope there's no one inside. Qingdai, why don't you go check? With a roll of her eyes, she acquiesced to their suggestion. After thoroughly inspecting the restroom and confirming it was empty, she nodded to them. Only then did they dare to enter. Where on earth is the entrance to this chamber? Ron suggested. Harry, why not try speaking Parseltongue? With no other leads, Ron urged Harry to make an attempt. Harry scrutinized his surroundings closely. Just as he seemed to discern something unusual, he approached a tap, when suddenly, moaning Myrtle appeared before them, weeping. This tap never dispenses water, Myrtle said ominously, her tone sending chills down their spines. This only solidified Harry's suspicions. Open. He commanded the tap in Parseltongue. The seemingly ordinary tap immediately sank inward, revealing a large opening. The entrance to the chamber was right there. It looks quite deep. Should we descend? Ron hesitated, eyeing the bottomless pipe. Of course. Ginny is down there, Harry affirmed resolutely. Children, since you have located the entrance to the chamber, I believe you will no longer require my assistance. Perhaps I should take my leave and attend to some matters. Lockhart attempted to slip away, sensing the gravity of the situation. However, this reminded everyone that they were not alone. There were not merely 3 young wizards here. Professor, how could we not need you? Your presence is essential. Qingdai immediately signaled to the others, who understood her implication. Ron stealthily moved behind Professor Lockhart, and taking advantage of his inattention, pushed him down the pipe. Following suit, Harry jumped in as well. Yet Qingdai hesitated, calling down the pipe. Is everything alright down there? Harry's voice echoed back. Safe. The remaining 2 then slid down one after the other. The tunnel's bottom resembled a cavern, dark and damp, devoid of plant life yet littered with the remains of small creatures. Harry Qingdai, look at that! Ron exclaimed, unable to contain his voice. Everyone turned to where Ron pointed. Chapter 65, The Chamber, Part 2. It's snake skin, Qingdai gasped upon seeing the object before her. The size of the snake skin was at least 10 meters long. My goodness! Everyone was taken aback, never anticipating that their adversary would be such a colossal serpent. The sheer size of the shed skin suggested the enormity of the creature that dwelled within. Professor Lockhart, utterly terrified, collapsed to the ground, a picture of distress. Get up! Ron, seeing Lockhart down, assumed he was making a bid for escape, and aimed his wand at the incapacitated professor. A glint of malevolence flickered in Professor Lockhart's eyes, causing the onlookers to apprehensively realize the gravity of the situation. True to their fears, he lunged towards Ron with alarming swiftness and effortlessly snatched the wand from Ron's grasp. Children, he proclaimed, I believe our adventure must come to an end, and I must return. I shall inform them that the unfortunate girl, due to delayed assistance, has been utterly transformed beyond recognition. Out of humanitarian principles, I have laid her to rest. As for you, you are all driven mad by the sight of her misfortune. There is no need to thank me excessively. I was rather gentle. Lockhart, brandishing the wand, appeared insufferably pleased with himself. Perhaps he had not heard the rumors surrounding Ron's wand, for he attempted to cast a memory-erasing spell with it. Alas, the poor child. What use was it to seize Ron's wand? The outcome was inevitable. Before the spell could be properly executed, the wand exploded in his hand, leaving Lockhart momentarily dazed. Ron. Quickly! Harry urged without delay. Nodding, Ron picked up a sizable rock from the ground and hurled it with force at Lockhart's forehead. This was perhaps the legendary physical stunning spell. With that one strike, Lockhart fell silent. The tunnel's myriad of winding paths seemed endless, and despite their prolonged search, they found no trace of the basilisk, let alone Ginny. This left the group increasingly anxious. Ron, you stay here and keep an eye on Lockhart. I will continue searching with Qingdai. If we have not returned in an hour, you must go back to find Professor Dumbledore. We will leave the rooster with you. Take care of yourself. It was a decision born from necessity, for Harry was uncertain how much longer Ginny could endure. They had to take a desperate gamble, And fortunately, Su Qingdai, skilled in spells, was by his side. It was indeed a pragmatic choice to leave Ron behind. His wand had been destroyed by Lockhart, and continuing to accompany them would only lead to his demise. If the basilisk should come, Ron might yet have a sliver of hope with the rooster's protection. Harry and Su Qingdai pressed onward, and along the way, Harry spoke in Parseltongue to unlock one door after another. Eventually, they arrived at a more spacious chamber adorned with a pillar entwined by a colossal serpent. Undoubtedly the heart of the Slytherin's lair. Though they searched diligently, Ginny was nowhere to be found. They ventured forth until they stood before a magnificent statue, and only by glancing upwards did they faintly discern a small figure lying before them. Harry rushed forward, recognizing her instantly. It was Ginny. He set his wand aside and began to shake her. Yet regardless of how fervently he shook her, Ginny did not awaken, instilling a sense of dread within Harry as he called her name desperately. She will not awaken. Do not waste your efforts, a boy's voice interjected from behind them. Su Qingdai turned to see him. The boy appeared quite young, perhaps 15 or 16, with an air of striking elegance, reminiscent of a young nobleman. Tom Riddle, Harry exclaimed, unable to suppress the name that escaped his lips. What is Riddle doing here? Why isn't she waking up? Do you even comprehend what you are saying? Harry did not wish to hear anyone curse his friend. She is still alive, Riddle replied coldly. Even if she awakens, it may not be for long. Su Qingdai added, turning her gaze to Riddle. Her life force is rapidly depleting. If I am not mistaken, it is you who has consumed her vitality. Very astute, Mississippi. You cannot fathom the torment of listening to a young girl lament her troubles day after day. Yet, she is not without value. Her soul, her life force, is precisely what I seek. As Riddle spoke these chilling words, he picked up the wand that Harry had laid aside. Tom, what are you doing? Give me back the wand. I need it to confront the basilisk, Harry demanded, bewildered by Tom's actions. They had previously shared amicable exchanges. What are you afraid of? Fear not. You will not confront the basilisk. It will not come unless it feels the call of its heir. Riddle's mocking tone belied his calm demeanor as he observed the basilisk preparing to strike. You are the heir of Slytherin. All the recent events at the school are your doing, Su Qingdai asserted with conviction. It was not me. Do you not understand? Clever girl. It was all Weasley's doing. She is the one who strangled every rooster in the school, smeared the walls with nonsensical graffiti, and unleashed the basilisk to slay those loathsome mudbloods. All this was her doing. Please do not implicate me, miss. Such accusations are quite impolite. Do you know? After she committed these acts, she even confided in me her suspicions about potential culprits. It was utterly laughable. It took her a long time to realize. And she even attempted to feign innocence. Little did she know, the very moment she discarded that diary Harry picked it up. Truly a stroke of misfortune. For I find you far more appealing than the detestable Weasley. Riddle's face gleamed with pride as he flaunted his accomplishments before Harry. To be honest, I am far more curious about you, Harry Potter. How did you survive Voldemort's grasp all those years ago? How did you evade the killing curse? Why are you so preoccupied with that question? What is your connection to Voldemort? Even a fool could detect the unusual undertones in his words. And Harry immediately voiced his concerns. Voldemort? Such a splendid name. It is rare to find someone with the audacity to utter it. Voldemort is my present and my future. I am Voldemort. As he spoke, he rearranged the letters of his name, transforming it into that of Voldemort. My birth name was a vile mockery of my Muggle father. How could such a filthy name be worthy of me? Thus, I bestowed upon myself a grand new name, one that shall be etched in the annals of magical history as the greatest of all. You are nothing but a murderer. You shall never achieve that, Harry retorted emphatically, struggling to reconcile the notion that the boy before him was the very murderer of his parents. Yet, Harry's defiance seemed to provoke Riddle, who summoned the basilisk. No longer wishing to engage with Harry, with a series of hissing commands, the serpent lunged toward Harry. Harry attempted to use Parseltongue to intervene, but his efforts proved futile. Are you commanding the basilisk? How ludicrous. It will heed only the heir's call, not yours, foolish Harry Potter, Riddle observed calmly as the basilisk prepared to strike. At that moment, a melodious sound echoed from above, and a red bird soared into the chamber. It was Fawkes, Professor Dumbledore's phoenix. Clutched in its beak was the sorting hat, which it dropped forcefully as it flew past Harry. In that instant, Su Qingdai seemed to catch a glimpse of the sorting hat, as if a weapon had tumbled from within. After delivering its cargo, Fawkes did not halt but instead darted toward the basilisk. Upon spotting the bird, the serpent opened its gaping maw, its sharp fangs glistening like poisoned blades, lunging at Fawkes. Undeterred, Fawkes utilized its aerial prowess to evade the attack, and seizing the moment, It pecked fiercely at the basilisk's eyes, blinding the creature, which was a significant weapon in its arsenal. Once a person locks eyes with the basilisk, death is inevitable. Even by utilizing external tools to gaze upon the creature, one would still succumb to petrification. However, with Fawkes having rendered the creature's eyes blind, the threat of being petrified was seemingly alleviated. Yet they rejoiced prematurely. For despite the basilisk's sight being extinguished, it retained acute sensory perception, capable of detecting even the faintest movement. Harry and Su Qingdai found themselves fleeing from the basilisk, darting through narrow caverns as their only refuge. In his grasp was a sword bestowed by Fawkes, while Su Qingdai sensed an enigmatic power emanating from the blade, its nature unknown to her. They exchanged glances, each poised on opposite sides of the basilisk, silently agreeing to strike simultaneously. At that moment, Harry charged forward, sword in hand, prompting the basilisk to open its gaping maw, intent on devouring him whole. Seizing the opportunity, Su Qingdai cast a spell into the creature's mouth, but it was evident that her magic had little effect, merely causing the basilisk to recoil slightly. Harry aimed to plunge the sword into the beast, yet found his path obstructed by its long, venomous fangs. The sword of Gryffindor became lodged between the creature's teeth, immovable as if it were a mere toothpick. Harry, we cannot persist like this. If we delay any longer, Ginny will not withstand it, Su Qingdai urged, glancing at Ginny, who lay unconscious upon the floor, her fate uncertain. Riddle stood beside her, exuding arrogance as he observed their predicament. Do not hesitate, Harry. You must find a way to eliminate Riddle below. The basilisk is surely under his control. I will momentarily distract the creature, and once Riddle is dealt with, the basilisk will follow suit. Su Qingdai's patience wore thin as she witnessed Harry's indecision. The voice in her mind was driving her to the brink of madness. If Harry lingered any longer, the next to act against him would not be the basilisk, but Su Qingdai herself. Very well, take care, Harry replied solemnly, summoning all his strength to extract the sword from the basilisk's fangs. He then leaped into the adjacent cavern, racing toward Riddle's location. The basilisk, alerted by the commotion, attempted to pursue Harry, but was instead drawn to the noise created by Su Qingdai. She gauged the distance between herself and the creature, luring it into a concealed corner of the labyrinthine cave. This cavern twisted and turned, yet offered ample space. Upon discovering an unoccupied nook, she halted. Finally, the charade of vulnerability before Harry was over. It had tested her acting skills to the limit, evident by the tattered state of her robes. She frowned at a small tear in her garment. Meanwhile, the basilisk, oblivious to any anomaly, lunged toward Su Qingdai with its cavernous maw, intent on swallowing her whole. Immobulus. Despite the basilisk's immense size and its millennia of existence, Su Qingdai's spell succeeded in freezing it in place. Aware that her enchantment would not last long, she advanced to siphon the creature's life force. The basilisk's vitality flowed into her, gradually augmenting her magical power. Realizing the formidable nature of the being before it, the basilisk struggled desperately, yet to no avail. The bizarre spell held it fast. Even with its fervent resistance, it could not break free, only marginally delaying the spell's duration. But what did that matter? By the time the enchantment fully waned, the basilisk would be devoid of any strength to resist, lying submissively as prey. After all, it was said that the Dark Lord was among the fastest evolving professions in the world. Absorbing a suitable life force could exponentially amplify one's magic. An irresistible temptation indeed. Closing her eyes, Su Qingdai reveled in the life force of the basilisk, witnessing its once massive form gradually wither. Ultimately, only a remnant of skin, barely clinging to brittle white bones, remained. Just then, a pained cry from Riddle echoed through the cavern. It appeared that Harry's battle had reached its conclusion. A disappointment for her. She was so close to finishing her task, and it felt like a waste. However, there was no time for further hesitation. The immediate priority was to erase all traces, not to indulge in trivial matters. After all, it was merely a basilisk. Where there was a savior, trouble was inevitable. Surely there would be another opportunity in the future. She repeatedly reassured herself, both to quell her thoughts and to bolster her resolve. Hastily, she distanced herself and cast a spell at the basilisk. Incendio exterminatus. The creature's body instantly ignited as if set ablaze, engulfed in fierce flames. Due to the time constraints, the basilisk still retained some awareness, and the searing pain from the fire compelled it to thrash about. Yet, it did not struggle for long before being entirely consumed by the flames, reduced to ash. Su Qingdai approached cautiously, ensuring no remnants of the creature remained. Before making her way to Harry's location, "Harry, you did it!" she exclaimed, excitement illuminating her features as she approached him. Her gaze fell upon the shattered diary in Harry's grasp, a flicker of something inscrutable crossing her eyes. Yes, Qingdai, we succeeded, Harry affirmed, lifting Ginny in his arms. They had also found Ron, though the reason remained unclear. The rooster had met its demise at Ron's hands. Was it a peculiarity of the Weasley family? Nonetheless, this spared Su Qingdai the task of explaining the rooster's origins. The group retraced their steps along the path they had taken. Chapter 67. Assigning Blame. As they exited the girls' restroom, they were met by Mrs. Weasley, who awaited them outside. "Oh, Ginny, my child, is she all right?" Upon seeing Harry cradling Ginny, she rushed forward to take her from him. "It was you who saved her. We are immensely grateful." Yet it was not only Mrs. Weasley who stood there. They also noticed Professor Dumbledore observing them. "Miss Sue, you appear to be in a rather poor state," he remarked, showcasing his astuteness as one of the most renowned white wizards of the 19th century, immediately recognizing something amiss with Su Qingdai. "Indeed, Professor, I inadvertently lost control of my magic while confronting the basilisk," she replied, offering a premeditated excuse to Dumbledore. She had not anticipated his presence. And the question loomed. If Dumbledore had the time to wait for them, why not directly confront the basilisk? With his prowess, vanquishing the creature would have been effortless. Why subject a group of inexperienced young wizards to such peril? Casting a glance at Dumbledore, then at Harry, a thought burgeoned within her mind. Perhaps the elders were correct. Dumbledore was deliberately testing Harry. Yet this also suggested that they may have known from the outset the origin of the dark magical artifacts, hinting at impending troubles for the Malfoy family. "Harry, you must tell us what transpired. What exactly happened?" Dumbledore inquired, evidently uninterested in entangling himself with Su Qingdai. However, given the gravity of the situation, she was determined to speak up and recount the events as they unfolded. All recent events can be traced back to this notebook. Ginny, unable to resist its allure, fell under its control, leading to the demise of all the chickens at Hogwarts, and subsequently unleashing the basilisk, which resulted in the petrification of her classmates as well as Mr. Filch's cat. During our struggle below, we discovered that the owner of this diary was none other than Tom Riddle, the very embodiment of Voldemort. Su Qingdai immediately spoke up, articulating her thoughts with remarkable fairness. Yet it was precisely this sense of impartiality that distributed the blame for these events among three individuals. The one who provided Ginny with the notebook, Ginny herself, and Tom Riddle. Harry nodded in agreement, affirming that Su Qingdai had a valid point. The heir of Slytherin is indeed Tom Riddle, and he is the root cause of all that has transpired, having drained Ginny's life force. Harry harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Voldemort, vehemently attributing all the wrongdoing to Tom Riddle. He began to elaborate on their encounters with the basilisk, detailing their strategies for confronting both the creature and Riddle, including how they deduced the location of the Chamber of Secrets, dealt with the basilisk, and ultimately disposed of the diary, providing a thorough account of their actions. "Isn't Ginny a victim?" Mrs. Weasley appeared somewhat flustered. She had always believed Ginny to be entirely innocent, unaware that her daughter had also become an instrument of the perpetrator. In fact, in some respects, the current predicament at Hogwarts could be attributed to Ginny. "As far as I know, Voldemort is still roaming the forest, and I am more curious about how he ensnared Ginny." Dumbledore mused aloud. "Through communication with the notebook, Professor. I previously experimented with it, and it possesses a uniquely beguiling effect. Once one engages with it, control is easily relinquished," Harry promptly clarified. "It's truly frightening. But if one refrains from communicating with the notebook, would that prevent such control?" Su Qingdai promptly inquired, her question bearing significant weight. Harry pondered this momentarily, recalling that Ron and Hermione had also seen the notebook, yet they had not fallen under Riddle's spell. Harry nodded affirmatively. Clearly, it was the notebook that was to blame. Dumbledore decisively interjected, taking the notebook from Harry and examining it with great scrutiny. "Remarkable indeed, my dear students," he remarked, turning to address everyone present. He began to elucidate the history of Tom Riddle, noting that few are familiar with that name. Most know him by his more notorious title, Voldemort. "Tom was once my student. After he departed from school, he vanished, and I am uncertain whether external influences led him into the depths of dark magic, eventually transforming him into the Voldemort we know today." Su Qingdai gazed at Dumbledore, marveling at his sagacity. It is true that with age comes wisdom. As Dumbledore continued, Ginny suddenly burst into tears. "It's all my fault. I spoke to him through the diary for an entire year. I truly didn't mean to." Her sobs almost overwhelmed Dumbledore, who gently inquired, "Where did you find this notebook?" "I don't know. I discovered it among the books my mother gave me, believing it to be a gift meant for me. I truly didn't intend for any of this to happen." Ginny cried, her eyes red with emotion. "Do not worry. Miss Weasley, perhaps you should visit the hospital wing to ensure your well-being, Dumbledore said soothingly, patting Ginny's head. Mrs. Weasley exchanged a glance with Dumbledore but remained silent, guiding Ginny toward the hospital. Minerva, Professor Sprout's mandrakes are nearing maturity. Perhaps we should host a celebration? He suggested in a childlike manner to Professor McGonagall, who nodded in agreement and promptly set about making arrangements. Suddenly, Dumbledore turned serious, addressing the 3 young wizards present. Do you realize that during this escapade, you have violated at least 100 school rules? His grave demeanor left the trio somewhat bewildered, and they exchanged glances before lowering their heads. However, in light of your exemplary performance, I am pleased to award you the Special Contribution Award from Hogwarts School, along with an additional 200 points to your respective houses. The previously troubled young wizards were instantly filled with joy. Only Qingdai wore a smile on her face while her mind raced through the implications of the house points. Although Gryffindor had gained 400 points, they often lost points as well, and now Slytherin had added 200. It might just be enough to surpass Gryffindor. If Slytherin were to lose the House Cup this year, the members would undoubtedly be in an uproar. Why is Gilderoy so unusually silent today? Dumbledore remarked, having suddenly noticed Professor Lockhart's atypical demeanor. Lockhart was not usually one to remain quiet. Perhaps he felt bolstered by the support of others. Harry and Ron, akin to a torrent, expressed their frustrations and doubts about Lockhart to Dumbledore. The headmaster merely nodded in acknowledgement without offering any commentary. Would you two kindly escort Professor Lockhart to the hospital? I wish to speak with Harry privately, Dumbledore instructed. Miss Sue, you should also visit the hospital to ensure your health. A loss of magical control is no trivial matter. Dumbledore turned to Qingdai and Ron. Qingdai realized that he had dismissed everyone solely to converse with Harry, but she was unperturbed. Her objective had already been accomplished. The pair nodded obediently, leading Professor Lockhart away to the hospital. Chapter 68. Draco's birthday. What transpired between Dumbledore and Harry remained a mystery to Qingdai, for she had her own matters to attend to. Draco's birthday was approaching. It was impossible to forget, as he had started promoting it 2 or 3 days in advance. Initially, everyone assumed that a simple gift would suffice, as he would likely celebrate with his family. However, today he chose to celebrate with his friends instead. Draco mentioned that Mr. Lucius would make a special visit to the school today, and he planned to wait for his father before returning home together. They had coordinated with the house elves in advance, and had prepared decorations in the Slytherin common room. Perhaps due to Draco's prominence, the Slytherin students did not exhibit overt hostility. Some even presented him with gifts. Draco, happy birthday. Let us raise a toast to you, Zabini exclaimed, invigorating the atmosphere. Pansy instinctively scoffed. Yet the others enthusiastically clinked glasses with Draco. Qingdai, you orchestrated this splendidly. Those foolish Gryffindors believe that with an additional 400 points, they can surpass Slytherin and claim the House Cup. They are truly delusional. You should have seen their expressions when they realized Gryffindor had gained 400 points and was still in second place. It was utterly hilarious. Since Draco had fallen silent, Zabini emerged as the most talkative among them, as if all of Draco's loquacity had transferred to him. Thank you, this is a collective effort. Qingdai replied in an official tone, then suddenly turned to Draco. Draco, I have a special gift for you. Would you like to step outside with me? Oh. The people around them immediately began to tease. Draco glanced at Qingdai, likely surmising her intentions, and disregarding the others, he led her to a secluded spot. What's the matter? Draco inquired, looking at Qingdai with curiosity. Yesterday, I ventured into the Chamber of Secrets, where the recent turmoil at school can be traced back to the dark artifact in Ginny's possession, the diary of Tom Riddle. Tom Riddle, as we know, is the heir of Slytherin. Draco, eyes shut, leaned against the wall, exhaling a heavy sigh. It appears that Headmaster Dumbledore summoned my father to Hogwarts specifically for this matter. Ginny mentioned that she discovered this diary nestled within a book gifted to her by Mrs. Weasley. At that moment, Draco and Qingdai exchanged knowing glances, each comprehending the unspoken thoughts of the other. Thank you, said Qingdai. No need for that, Draco replied. Just ensure you save me some of Aunt Narcissa's delightful pastries next time. When have I ever shortchanged you? Draco chuckled resignedly, then addressed Qingdai. I need to step out for a moment. Can you keep an eye on the others inside? Qingdai glanced back at the Slytherin common room, and nodded in agreement. Oh, by the way, are you joining us tonight? Where to? To the headmaster's office, of course, to witness the excitement. Sounds good. With Qingdai's assent, Draco felt no need to linger on other matters and departed, leaving Qingdai to tidy up the chaos he left behind. Qingdai, where is Draco? Zabini inquired curiously. Today is Draco's birthday. How can we celebrate without the birthday boy? He'll be here shortly. He just learned outside that Mr. Lucius doesn't intend to take him home, and he's rather upset about it. Don't dwell on it. We should eat and drink. Sometimes, Qingdai found Zabini's curiosity rather irritating. She took it upon herself to engage the other guests, as if she were the host of this gathering, celebrating her own birthday. Draco returned not long after, and it felt as though the entire atmosphere of the party had shifted in his absence, almost as if a new master had taken charge. Yet, it was a fine day, and he found himself in high spirits. After the festivities concluded, the hour had grown late. They tidily gathered their things, and Draco pulled Qingdai along to meet his father. Mr. Lucius Malfoy retained his usual haughty demeanor, and acknowledged Draco with a nod before striding toward the headmaster's office. The two young wizards trailed behind him like devoted shadows, stepping in sync toward the office. To their surprise, Dumbledore's office was not solely occupied by the headmaster, but also by Harry and the Malfoy family's house elf Dobby. Qingdai and Draco exchanged glances, both clearly discerning the unspoken implications in each other's eyes. Harry, however, was already captivated by the imposing presence of Lucius, oblivious to the two shadows trailing behind him. "Good evening, Lucius," Dumbledore greeted warmly, his smile unwavering. Lucius cast a glance at Harry and Dobby in the corner, before striding directly to Dumbledore. Dobby appeared somewhat terrified, huddling beneath Harry's robes, trembling with fear. "I thought the board had suspended you. Yet here you are, sneaking back to Hogwarts," Lucius remarked with a mocking tone aimed at Dumbledore. Indeed, when the situation in the chamber first arose, Lucius had rallied the board members to suspend Dumbledore, never expecting him to return. "Recently, 11 board members have spoken with me. They still believe I am the only one capable of withstanding the onslaught, that I am best suited for this position," Dumbledore replied, adopting a childlike demeanor in his conversation with Lucius. His expression seemed to convey that no matter the benefits Lucius promised to the board members, as long as he remained, those benefits would hold little weight. This infuriated Lucius. "You claim to have thwarted the attacks, yet where is the evidence? The culprit?" Lucius was already aware that the apparent perpetrator was Ginny Weasley. The Weasley family had always been allies of Dumbledore. He would never betray them. The true mastermind was Tom Riddle, the Voldemort of the Western magical world. If Dumbledore could truly capture him, Harry Potter would no longer be the savior. "Rest assured, we have apprehended him," Dumbledore stated without hesitation, confidence gleaming on his face. The notion of capturing Voldemort seemed utterly ludicrous to Lucius, who clearly did not believe it. If capturing Voldemort were that simple, it would render his followers exceedingly foolish. "Oh, I would love to hear the details," he retorted, eager to hear what explanation Dumbledore might provide. Chapter 69, Confrontation. Just as with the previous perpetrator, this time the villain was still the dark figure of Voldemort, who had ensnared the innocent young wizard through his diary, leading to this calamity. As Dumbledore spoke, he raised the damaged diary he had obtained from Harry, fixing a steely gaze on Lucius Malfoy, as if seeking some revelation from him. "This truly is a clever scheme, is it not?" Had Harry not uncovered the conspiracy, Miss Weasley would bear the full weight of the blame. Dumbledore's piercing gaze bore into Lucius, tinged with a hint of mockery, clearly insinuating something about Lucius. However, Lucius had long since prepared for this, and would not be provoked by Dumbledore's words. "I had no idea my belongings would be here. A while back, a number of items went missing from Malfoy Manor, including this very diary. I assumed it had been stolen by some petty thief, only to find it had made its way to Hogwarts." Lucius boldly admitted ownership of the diary, aware that Dumbledore likely understood this. The Malfoy family was a confirmed victim, and the burden of safeguarding such dark artifacts had already been a heavy burden. To have them stolen was an additional misfortune. Lucius adopted the posture of a victim, attempting to claim the moral high ground. Dumbledore, uninterested in Lucius's feeble justifications, straightforwardly articulated his hypothesis. "Let us consider Lucius. The Weasley family leans toward Muggle-friendly pureblood wizards. If the daughter of the Weasley family were to indiscriminately harm wizards of Muggle descent, their reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Fortunately, the plot was uncovered." Dumbledore's unwavering gaze remained fixed on Lucius. He understood him well, and believed this to be Lucius's original intent. To target the Weasley family? How absurd. Who would even consider harming the unfortunate Weasleys? They can scarcely afford a meal. Lucius chose not to engage, dismissing Dumbledore's words as though they were directed at others. After all, mere words held no weight. No matter how he speculated, it would only amount to slander. Meanwhile, Harry remained oblivious to the unfolding events, while Dobby flailed about, animatedly indicating to Harry that the diary was indeed Lucius's doing, repeatedly smacking his own head in frustration. Suddenly emboldened, Harry addressed Lucius without reservation. "Would you like to know who put that diary into Ginny's hands, Mr. Malfoy?" Harry interjected fiercely. "It was you. You slipped that diary into Ginny's stack of books at Flourish and Blots. I am certain of it," Harry asserted with conviction, while Lucius let out a derisive laugh. "And where is your proof, Savior? No one can substantiate this, but Lucius, do refrain from indiscriminately distributing previous dark magical artifacts at the school. Otherwise, Arthur Weasley will trace them back to you. You are well aware that Arthur recognizes the owners of these dark items," Albus Dumbledore threatened without reservation. Yet, it seemed as if Dumbledore's words had suddenly sparked a realization in Lucius, who chuckled softly before responding, "Old friend, you have indeed reminded me. Not long ago, the Ministry of Magic descended upon Malfoy Manor in a frenzy. Perhaps these items were misplaced during that time. I recall Arthur Weasley also visited Malfoy Manor for a search. It's plausible he pilfered them. Otherwise, what a remarkable coincidence it is that he alone identifies this dark artifact as belonging to Malfoy Manor, and it has surfaced in his family's possession, ultimately ending up in his daughter's hands. It is quite difficult not to believe this was orchestrated by him. My old comrade," Lucius continued, disdain etching his features as he shared his conjecture unabashedly. "It appears that the feud between the Malfoys and the Weasleys has indeed clouded Arthur's judgment. I never imagined he would wield the safety of so many at the school as a weapon against the Malfoy family. Truly, one can know a person's face but not their heart." As Lucius's remarks grew increasingly outrageous, Harry, being a mere young wizard, lacked Dumbledore's composure, and could no longer contain himself. His fists clenched tightly, his visage contorted in a manner that suggested he might charge at Lucius at any moment. "You have no evidence. You are speaking nonsense, spreading slander, Mr. Malfoy," Harry exclaimed, brimming with indignation. He could scarcely fathom how loathsome this man was, attempting to place the blame for his own misdeeds upon the Weasley family. Should this accusation succeed, the Weasleys would face utter ruin. "Isn't this what you taught me, Mr. Potter?" Lucius regarded Harry with a mocking gaze. "Well then, old friend, since the air has been cleared, there is no need for such direct confrontation." At this juncture, Dumbledore intervened, acutely aware that Lucius had come well prepared. If the matter of the Chamber of Secrets were to be raised now, it would not only jeopardize the interests of the Malfoy family, but also those of the Weasleys. Weighing the interests of both parties, it would be a self-destructive endeavor. For the Malfoy family, even if branded with a dubious reputation, the loss would merely amount to some financial and reputational damage. However, for the Weasleys, once accused, it would be catastrophic. They would have no means of escape. In light of the current circumstances, a compromise was necessary. Lucius noticed his house elf, Dobby, hiding beneath Harry's robes, wearing a disgruntled expression. "Dobby, what are you hiding there for? You should leave at once." He struck Dobby's head sharply with his wand, compelling him to depart. Draco and Qingdai, like silent observers, had uttered not a word throughout the altercation, merely watching the exchange. Nevertheless, this experience proved rather amusing to them. Aware that the spectacle was concluded, they felt it was inappropriate to linger further, and promptly followed Lucius out. However, at the foot of the stairs, Harry called out to him, "Mr. Malfoy, please wait. You've dropped your diary." Upon finishing his words, Harry thrust the damaged diary into Lucius's hands. The sight of the ruined diary ignited Lucius's fury, and without a second thought, he hurled it at Dobby. Chapter 70. The holidays are approaching. Be cautious, Harry Potter. I hope you do not meet the same fate as your parents, Lucius warned, suppressing his ire as he addressed Harry. However, he chose not to pursue the matter further with Harry and turned to leave for home. Yet Dobby remained rooted in place. "Dobby, what are you still doing there?" Lucius commanded with evident displeasure, striking Dobby's head once more with his wand. To Lucius's confusion, Dobby opened the diary, revealing a stinky sock tucked inside. While an ordinary person would recoil from such a foul item, Dobby cradled it as if it were a treasure. "My master has given Dobby a stinky sock," Dobby exclaimed joyfully. "What foul sock?" Lucius queried, bewildered. However, Draco and Qingdai, standing nearby, had made a significant discovery. When Harry handed Lucius the diary, it contained a pair of his own stinky socks, intended to grant Dobby his freedom. Dobby, indeed a rebellious spirit, now declared, "Dobby is a free elf." His joy was palpable, yet Lucius's countenance remained stormy. Lucius stood frozen, while Harry erupted in laughter, feeling victorious in this round. "Damn Potter. You've caused me to lose my servant." Lucius seethed, lunging at Harry. However, Dobby cast a spell, sending Lucius flying backward. "Father!" Draco exclaimed, exchanging a glance with Su Qingdai, and both promptly directed spells at Dobby. Dobby was also sent hurtling away, but Draco had no time to dwell on Dobby's plight. Rushing to assist his father. "Father, are you all right?" "We shall see, Savior." Lucius shot a menacing glance at the airborne Dobby and then at Harry, delivering a veiled threat. He realized he had acted rashly by confronting Harry in such a public manner, which was far from a prudent decision. Yet, that wretched little elf must pay the price for his betrayal. Lucius glared fiercely at Dobby, his eyes glinting with malice, but he chose not to linger, leading Draco toward the exit. Draco glanced back at Su Qingdai, who remained stationary, and upon seeing her shake her head, he assisted Lucius in departing. "Qingdai, how can you support Lucius Malfoy?" Harry, unable to comprehend his friend's betrayal, hurried to help the fallen Dobby, directing his ire toward Su Qingdai. "I don't understand. Harry, weren't you the one provoking the situation today? You caused the Malfoy family to lose their elf, and you've injured Mr. Malfoy," Su Qingdai replied. Her brow furrowed, casting a reproachful look at Harry. Harry recognized that, from an outsider's perspective, he indeed bore some culpability. Yet he understood the underlying truth. The reality was not as it appeared to onlookers. Lucius was a thoroughly despicable villain, responsible for all the misdeeds. He was far from innocent and deserved punishment, rather than escaping unscathed as he currently was. They treated Dobby poorly, inflicting suffering upon him. His existence at Malfoy Manor had been one of torment. Harry endeavored to reason with Su Qingdai, despite Dobby's previous antagonism towards him. He could discern from Dobby's actions that he had endured inhumane mistreatment, with the entire Malfoy family as the culprits. Su Qingdai understood this, yet it made no difference. "But have you considered that the root cause of Dobby's mistreatment lies in the fact that he is not a competent elf?" Su Qingdai launched into a tirade, attempting to brainwash the elf-hating Harry with her misguided logic. She produced a photograph that Draco had intended for her to burn, displaying it before the two of them. "This is a photograph from this year's Quidditch season, provided to me by Draco. Would you care to take a closer look?" Su Qingdai placed Dobby's photograph before the two of them and continued. As a house elf, he audaciously attacked his master, leaving him severely injured and necessitating a hospital visit. Without hesitation, Su Qingdai laid bare Dobby's transgressions. Despite the elf's intentions being far from malicious, the truth remained incontrovertible. "Harry, you two reside in someone else's home. Consider this. If your uncle were to discover your intent to harm his son, and you had already made an attempt, how do you think he would react?" Harry was momentarily rendered speechless. Dobby did not wish to harm his master, the elf lamented, striking his own head in anguish. Is this truly from Malfoy? What could he possibly mean by this? According to Harry's understanding, Malfoy is capable of being even more despicable than Dudley. If he were aware of this incident, he would undoubtedly beat Dobby to a pulp. How could he then hand over such a photograph to Su Qingdai? Draco speculated that Dobby might prefer her company, as he had contemplated granting Dobby his freedom, yet he never anticipated that Dobby would act against him first. It was truly disappointing. Harry maintained his own line of thought, remaining largely unaffected by Su Qingdai's influence. However, Dobby, standing nearby, seemed visibly swayed by her words, beginning to engage in self-harming behaviors, as if to prove his worth as a competent house elf. Yet Su Qingdai had no intention of addressing them further. Upon witnessing Dobby's state, she recognized that her objective had been achieved. Having accomplished her task, she prepared to depart. Due to Lucius's presence, they had not ventured far. "Draco, wait a moment." Su Qingdai called out to him. "What were you just doing?" Draco could not fathom what Su Qingdai and Potter, along with that rebellious lad, could possibly have to discuss. Were these two truly worthy of such prolonged attention from Su Qingdai? "I handed over that object you asked me to destroy previously." Draco certainly did not wish for Lucius to learn of this, thus he refrained from articulating it clearly in his father's presence. Draco furrowed his brow, gauging his father's reaction. Before continuing, "Is that object still with you? If so, give it to him. He has already made his decision and intends not to regret it. As for everything else, there is no need to overthink it. Your philosophy of performing good deeds anonymously is not mine," Su Qingdai retorted with a dismissive pout. Moreover, the fact that the little elf had directly attacked Lucius was undeniable. Had she not witnessed it herself, perhaps she would have remained indifferent, but having seen it, how could she not assist Draco? Lucius, overhearing their conversation, was left bewildered, yet he did not wish to intrude upon his son's social interactions. Observing their back-and-forth dialogue, he suddenly turned to Su Qingdai and said, "This evening, Draco's mother has prepared a grand feast. Would you care to join us, Miss Su? Thank you for your invitation. But there is a Slytherin feast this evening as well, so I shall not impose." Su Qingdai decisively declined, unwilling to play the role of a third wheel once more. Draco could enjoy being the lone focus of attention. Moreover, with the holiday approaching, she needed to pack her belongings. With a smile, Su Qingdai slipped a gift box into Draco's hands. Happy birthday, Draco! This is your present. With that, she cheerfully scampered back to Slytherin. This would be their final meeting of the semester. Following Draco's birthday, he would not return, as the next day marked the end of term. And all young witches and wizards would return to their respective homes. Chapter 71. Sirius Black. Time always seems to fly by, and before long, the wizards were set to return to Hogwarts once more. This year, Su Qingdai exhibited considerably more confidence than in the previous 2 years. She did not even personally visit the bookshop, instead enlisting Draco to procure her books. She boarded the Hogwarts Express directly. The familiar train station, the well-known Platform 9, and the beloved group of friends awaited her. Upon reaching the Malfoy compartment, Su Qingdai recalled Draco mentioning that the recent events had left some impact on the Malfoy family. Although the repercussions were not overly severe, certain political adversaries of the Malfoys were eager to seize upon the situation to undermine the family, resulting in some setbacks to their business. However, due to Lucius's formidable business acumen, the family quickly regained their footing. Moreover, the outcome was better than Su Qingdai had anticipated. Despite Lucius's prior attempts to sway the board members against Headmaster Dumbledore, which left many discontented with him, it did not lead to Lucius's ousting from the Hogwarts Board of Governors. A portion of Hogwarts still remained under Malfoy influence. The friends Su Qingdai had not seen in a while seemed to have changed significantly. Pansy and Daphne had both grown taller and appeared much slimmer. Pansy now carried herself with the airs of a haughty aristocrat, while Daphne embodied the essence of a refined noblewoman, seemingly gentle yet decidedly sharp-tongued. Zabini fared even worse. During the break, he had apparently succumbed to the allure of a dandy lifestyle, and his taste had taken on a gaudy flair. Crabbe and Goyle, however, had not changed much, appearing to have simply grown taller. The most astonishing transformation was that of Draco, where once he could have been described as an endearing little boy. He now emerged as a striking young man. His features had become more defined, and the remnants of baby fat had diminished. It seemed that Mr. Lucius had put Draco through some intense training during the break. He appeared leaner, with a more upright posture and considerable height gain. Previously, Su Qingdai had stood just a few centimeters shorter than Draco, but now she found herself at least half a head shorter. Qingdai, it's been a while. You've become even more beautiful, Zabini greeted warmly, high-fiving her. I must tell you, I've met a few lovely Ravenclaw ladies. I believe you would take a liking to them. I'll introduce you to them sometime. Zabini enthusiastically shared. Su Qingdai smiled but chose not to engage, instead handing her gifts to him. She then joyfully embraced Pansy and Daphne. Long time no see. As for Crabbe and Goyle, she had never been particularly close, merely nodding at them. Yet Draco had yet to receive her greeting. Su Qingdai turned to Draco, momentarily taken aback. What's wrong? Don't you recognize me? Why are you just standing there? You can't treat me differently. Draco opened his arms and embraced Su Qingdai warmly. Before you arrived, she asked me to help her buy books. Look at this. Used and discarded, utterly ungrateful. Draco remarked, glancing at Su Qingdai while the others began to joke around. The group chatted amiably for some time before dispersing to attend to their own affairs. Hey Draco, I think you should take a look at this. Pansy suddenly thrust a newspaper into Draco's hands. The headline proclaimed that Sirius Black had escaped from Azkaban. Draco frowned at the news, remaining silent. Su Qingdai had previously taken the time to familiarize herself with the surnames and family trees of her friends. She recalled that Draco's mother had been a Black before marrying Mr. Lucius. Perhaps there was a connection between them. The camaraderie among them was amicable enough that Su Qingdai felt no hesitation in directly inquiring. Is this Sirius Black acquainted with your mother? Draco inquired, nodding toward Qingdai. He was once a member of the Black family, my mother's cousin, which technically makes him my uncle. However, he was sorted into Gryffindor and subsequently disowned by the Black family due to certain individuals and events associated with Gryffindor. It was evident that Draco was reluctant to delve deeply into matters concerning Sirius. This subtlety did not escape Su Qingdai's notice. Draco's demeanor was decidedly peculiar. Typically, one would expect a certain aversion or even disdain towards someone who had been disowned by their family, yet Draco's attitude seemed more awkward than anything else. This indicated to Su Qingdai that his parents held a complicated view of Sirius, leading her to form a bold hypothesis that required validation from Draco. Aunt Narcissa. Does she share a good relationship with Sirius? She tentatively probed. Draco's eyes widened in surprise, his expression almost betraying his thoughts. It was as if he silently questioned. Am I that transparent? My father mentioned that my mother and he were quite close at one time, but as he grew increasingly aligned with Gryffindor, he also became more rebellious. Thus, it is reasonable to conclude that Mr. Lucius surely dislikes Sirius. Your father does not harbor fondness for Sirius, Su Qingdai asserted with a tone of certainty. My father was friends with my godfather during their school days, part of that Gryffindor lot, whom my father claims are not virtuous individuals. My uncle is associated with them, and hence, my godfather holds a strong disfavor towards them. Leading my father to feel the same, Draco articulated vaguely, as if playing a game of charades with Su Qingdai. Are you aware of our new defense against the dark arts professor? He suddenly changed the subject. Rumor had it that the position was cursed by Voldemort, resulting in a succession of professors who only lasted a year. Initially, Su Qingdai had her doubts, but after 2 years, she found there was some truth to the tale. The newly appointed professor of defense against the dark arts was named Lupin. Professor Lupin. I have conducted some research and heard he is a gentle and courteous individual, Draco remarked, furrowing his brow. He was once one of my uncle's closest friends, also from Gryffindor, and neither my godfather nor my father holds him in high regard. As they continued their conversation, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped them outside. Chapter 72. Another year of sorting ceremony. The surroundings seemed to lose much of their vibrancy, and Su Qingdai observed a sudden pallor enveloping everything. What is that dark specter over there? She exclaimed, pointing at a terrifying apparition. Startled, she quickly moved closer to Draco. The Slytherin wizards, possessing a fair amount of discernment, quickly identified it. It's a Dementor. How did they come to be here? A Dementor, an entity she had heard of before but never expected to encounter so soon. Her companions swiftly unwrapped chocolate and popped it into their mouths with such speed that Su Qingdai hardly had time to react. Fortunately, Draco, ever vigilant, remembered her and promptly offered her a piece of chocolate as well. Do not fear, stay behind me, he reassured her. Yet, it was evident to Su Qingdai that Draco himself was frightened. He appeared particularly tense, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead, akin to a vigilant warrior preparing for battle. Fortunately, the Dementor's focus did not seem to be on them, and soon the chilling presence dissipated. However, they dared not relax until they had fully entered Hogwarts, at which point they exhaled a sigh of relief. Before they could disembark from the train, news arrived that Harry Potter had fainted due to the Dementor's presence. This revelation astonished everyone present. Draco, unable to contain his eagerness, immediately made his way towards Harry. Scarhead. I heard you fainted from the Dementor's fright. Surely, that cannot be true. How amusing. Draco's beautiful eyes sparkled with mockery, reveling in the spectacle surrounding the so-called savior. Shut it, Malfoy, Ron interjected, stepping forward. The two had been arch-nemeses. As soon as Ron appeared, Draco's gaze shifted to him. Weasley, what prompted you to act so desperately? Did you also faint on the Hogwarts Express? He taunted. With adversaries emerging from every corner, Draco felt emboldened to retaliate against them all, confident in his station and support. Are you in trouble, Harry? Professor Lupin coincidentally stepped off the Hogwarts Express, immediately questioning the gathering crowd. His gaze remained fixed on Draco, seemingly identifying him as the instigator. Draco observed Professor Lupin's disheveled appearance, clad in tattered robes, and wore a look of derision. No, Professor, we were merely concerned for Harry's well-being. You know? He is the savior after all. Draco's tone dripped with sarcasm, perhaps influenced by his demeanor. Ron, incensed by Draco's shamelessness, was ready to charge at him. Draco merely smiled at them before turning to his fellow Slytherins. Let us hurry inside. We wouldn't want to miss the sorting ceremony. And there's no need to waste time on these insignificant individuals. Behind him, Crabbe and Goyle erupted into laughter, inciting a flush of indignation among the Gryffindors. However, in such a public setting, they could not all rush forward to confront him. They could only watch as Draco and his entourage swaggered through the doors of Hogwarts. Every year, the sorting ceremony unfolded in an identical manner, lacking any semblance of novelty. It was always the case that Hufflepuff had the most members, while Slytherin had the least, rendering it quite tedious. Rather than concern themselves with the sorting ceremony, it was far more captivating to focus on the meal before them. Harry Potter must be utterly terrified. Didn't he even dare to attend the sorting ceremony? Zabini mused, his thoughts far from the event at hand, as he observed the Gryffindor table. After a considerable wait, Zabini finally spotted Harry and his companions. Look, they've arrived. With that stealthy demeanor, one might think they were up to no good. He had been closely watching the Gryffindor table and immediately pointed out Harry and Hermione sneaking to their seats, causing laughter to erupt around them. However, before they could revel in the amusement, Dumbledore took the stage, signaling the need for silence. Dear children, welcome to your time at Hogwarts. Firstly, I wish to announce a few matters. This year, due to special circumstances, we will be welcoming a few Dementors from Azkaban. They are here on official business, and while I assume you are all aware of the reasons, I shall refrain from elaborating further. Nonetheless, I must caution you that Dementors are devoid of emotion. They will not heed your pleas for mercy. Therefore, I implore you to refrain from attempting to leave the school by any means while they are present. I hope all young witches and wizards comprehend this. As he spoke, his gaze drifted towards Harry, almost hinting at the invisibility cloak. Indeed, that was rather an unpleasant matter. However, it bore little consequence for the ever-rule-abiding Slytherin. The group most affected would undoubtedly be the reckless Lions of Gryffindor. Having addressed the disconcerting topic, let us turn our attention to more enjoyable matters. This year our school will welcome 2 new professors. He gestured towards Professors Lupin and Hagrid, who were seated in the classroom. In the forthcoming academic year, Professor Lupin will assume the role of the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor, while Professor Hagrid will take over the Care of Magical Creatures class. Following the previous teacher's departure, as Dumbledore concluded his announcement, only a smattering of applause echoed through the hall. Apart from a few bewildered first-year Slytherins, the rest remained silent, and upon noticing the absence of enthusiastic clapping around them, they too ceased their efforts. Qingdai observed Professor Snape intently, noting that his gaze was fixated upon the new Professor Lupin, bearing the same hostility he often directed at Harry. It seemed Draco had been correct. A deep-seated personal animosity existed between Professors Snape and Lupin dating back to their school days. In contrast to Gryffindor's jubilation, Slytherin maintained an air of profound silence. Yet, due to the presence of the faculty, no complaints were uttered. However, once the feast concluded, a collective lament arose. What on earth is Hogwarts thinking? Allowing that clumsy giant Hagrid to teach us care of magical creatures? What qualifications does he possess to be our instructor? Draco was the first to voice his grievances. Don't forget, his acromantula was hardly well kept. Zabini chimed in immediately. Indeed, that very creature effectively ended Hagrid's academic career. They exchanged knowing glances and burst into laughter. Chapter 73. Care of Magical Creatures. Though they found amusement in their banter, they could not escape the reality that the first class of the semester was the Care of Magical Creatures course alongside Gryffindor. Despite the students' discontent regarding Hagrid's appointment, there remained a sense of anticipation for the subject itself. They arrived early at the door of Hagrid's hut. Perhaps due to his inaugural teaching experience, Hagrid appeared particularly enthusiastic. He looked at the gathering young wizards, nodding his head as if counting them. Hurry up, children. Today I'm going to show you something fascinating. His eagerness seemed to surpass that of the other young wizards. Once everyone was assembled, he led them towards the Forbidden Forest. Surely not to the Forbidden Forest. Their last encounter there had been far from pleasant. Qingdai and Draco exchanged glances, both furrowing their brows. Fortunately, Hagrid did not possess the audacity to lead them directly into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Instead, he guided them to a fenced area. All right, everyone. Please stand in front of this fence and open your Care of Magical Creatures textbooks, Hagrid instructed earnestly. The textbooks were far from ordinary. Once opened, they appeared to snap at the reader as if to bite. Previously, Draco had tied Qingdai's textbook shut, leaving her puzzled. Upon returning to her dormitory, she had unwittingly untied it, only to be chased about in a panic. How do we open this? Qingdai inquired, prodding Draco with her finger, her expression one of confusion. She wished to avoid a repeat of that ordeal. Draco shook his head but immediately called out to Hagrid, asking how to open the book. Just stroke its spine, Hagrid replied, demonstrating with Hermione's textbook. See, just like this. The once unruly textbook settled peacefully in Hagrid's hands, resembling an ordinary book. You all didn't know that? No matter. I believe this will be quite an amusing experience. Hagrid seemingly forgot to inform everyone how to properly open the Care of Magical Creatures textbook, yet he indeed believed it to be a source of great amusement. Interesting? Do you find it amusing that this wretched book nearly tore our hands off? Draco's tone dripped with sarcasm and inquiry. He certainly did not view being chased by a raucous textbook as an enjoyable experience. A mere keeper of a hunting ground had the audacity to pose as a teacher at Hogwarts. This first lesson already revealed the cracks in his qualifications. Not everyone is suited to be an educator. The Slytherins, rallying behind Draco, stepped forward in unison, exuding an air of intimidation. One might mistake them for a band of bullies harassing a hapless instructor. Silence, Malfoy. Harry interjected, wishing for Hagrid's success in this class, reprimanding Draco directly. Harry, I think you should open your Care of Magical Creatures textbook first. Harry's comment unsettled Su Qingdai. The failure to inform the students about the usage of the textbook was, in itself, Hagrid's oversight. Observing the students' books bound in various creative manners, it was evident that all had suffered the torment of the Care of Magical Creatures textbook. Even Harry's own book had been similarly secured. One wondered what right he had to admonish others. Harry immediately lowered his head, attempting to untangle his textbook. Hagrid appeared somewhat flustered, unsure of how to respond. Clearly, he cared deeply about the success of his first teaching experience. Yet it was evident he had already stumbled on the very first day. Since you all have your textbooks and have learned how to open them, I shall go fetch the magical creatures, Hagrid mumbled, departing towards the Forbidden Forest. Draco, evidently dissatisfied with Hagrid's remarks, scoffed audibly. Oh dear, I fear Hogwarts is doomed. Draco turned to his fellow Slytherins, exclaiming, Look, they've allowed this fool to teach our Care of Magical Creatures class. If my father finds out, he'll certainly come here for a good talking to. Draco's expression was one of disdain, as he regarded Hagrid's departing figure as one might regard refuse. Different strokes for different folks, he mused. Not everyone is fit for every role. It's quite clear, so why force someone into a job for which they are ill-suited? Be quiet, Malfoy. Harry spoke up once more, emerging from the throng of Gryffindors and standing defiantly before Draco. Seeing Harry, whom he had not encountered in some time, Draco laughed at his self-righteous demeanor. Suddenly, he adopted a fearful expression, pointing behind Harry and exclaiming in terror, A Dementor! A Dementor is coming! Harry, already haunted by his own shadows of the Dementor, instinctively turned around, taking a few steps back. Yet there was nothing behind him, no Dementor, nothing at all. Anger surged within him as he turned to confront Malfoy. Meanwhile, the Slytherin students donned their robes hoods, mimicking the appearance of Dementors. Oh, look at our savior, so timid! Draco jeered, leading the other Slytherin students in mockery of Harry Potter. Just then, an eerie cry erupted from the direction of the Forbidden Forest, shattering the tension in the air. The young wizards immediately turned their attention to that direction, entirely forgetting the commotion behind them. Recently, Hagrid had brought along a creature that resembled both a chicken and a horse. This creature was massive, so much so that even Hagrid, with his giantess blood, looked almost small standing beside it. Come on now, don't be shy. Have a look, this here is a hippogriff. Hagrid called out cheerfully, clearly in good spirits. It seemed the Forbidden Forest had indeed lifted his mood, and he greeted everyone with his usual enthusiasm. But none of the young wizards dared to approach. Not even the Gryffindors, who were normally known for their courage. Come now, don't be shy. Isn't it beautiful? But do mind one thing, hippogriffs are very proud creatures. If you provoke them, they'll attack. The moment those words left Hagrid's mouth, any faint thought of stepping closer was completely snuffed out among the students. Chapter 74. Draco Gets Hurt. Anyone want to give it a go first? Hagrid asked eagerly. The clearing was silent. Not a single student responded. All right then, if anyone wants to try, just step forward, Hagrid adjusted, realizing that if no one volunteered, the whole lesson would be a failure. Perhaps some students were curious but lacked the courage to speak up. Yet as soon as Hagrid finished, nearly everyone took a synchronized step backward. Two figures were instantly left exposed. Harry, who stood frozen in surprise at the group's retreat, and Su Qingdai, who was rooted to the spot out of sheer fright. Seeing the eagle-like creature before her, Su Qingdai was instantly dragged back into an old memory. Her family lived in the mountains and kept animals. But she had never been good with them. Once, when she was little, she had managed to raise a chick, only for a wild eagle to swoop down and swallow it whole before she even had the chance to boast about it. From that day on, creatures resembling birds of prey left a deep scar on her heart. Oh, two brave volunteers. Hagrid beamed, spotting Harry and Su Qingdai standing out so clearly. Only then did Draco notice Su Qingdai still frozen where she stood. He quickly tugged her back a step. What are you thinking? Why are you just standing there? Do you actually want to go near that monster? Draco demanded. No, of course not. Su Qingdai shot back immediately. She had no intention of going anywhere near it. Whoever wanted to could go ahead. It certainly wasn't he going to be her. Hagrid noticed Draco's tug, but said nothing, continuing instead to warmly introduce Harry to the hippogriff. He spoke at length, though Su Qingdai barely absorbed a word. The only thing that stuck in her mind was the name, Buckbeak. Draco, meanwhile, seemed eager to see Harry make a fool of himself. He edged closer, ending up beside Su Qingdai, and nonchalantly bit into a crisp green apple. Share one with me, one to you? Su Qingdai muttered irritably. If he wanted to eat. Fine, but why right beside her? As if anticipating her, Draco pulled another apple from his robe and shoved it into her hand. Over on Buckbeak's side, Harry wasn't having an easy time. His cautious movements startled everyone watching, making all the young wizards gasp. "Look, Draco, over there," Qingdai whispered, lightly tapping his shoulder and pointing toward Hermione and Ron. The fright from Harry's close call seemed to push Hermione and Ron into clutching each other's hands. Even Draco was surprised. It seemed natural that Granger would be closer to Potter, but unexpectedly, it was Ron, the great savior, outshone by a Weasley. Who'd have thought? Poor Potter, reduced to a third wheel, Draco smirked, whispering to Qingdai. Meanwhile, Harry soared high into the sky on Buckbeak, circling for quite a while before landing. His nerves were replaced with exhilaration after such a thrilling ride. "Well done, Harry. Now it's Qingdai's turn," Hagrid called, his impression of her still favorable. She had been one of the two who stepped forward. Surely she must have some interest in Buckbeak. Unfortunately, he couldn't have been more wrong. Qingdai's expression twisted with hesitation, her face practically wearing a mask of torment. But seeing Harry return unscathed and cheerful, she forced herself to take a step forward. Slowly she approached Buckbeak. Yet her mind replayed the scene of that childhood eagle snatching away her chick. She could handle watching from afar, maybe even a brief encounter. But standing this close for so long, who could guarantee this eagle-headed creature wouldn't snap her up whole? Her steps faltered, perhaps sensing something familiar in her. And emboldened by Harry's earlier success, Buckbeak stepped forward eagerly. But those few steps were enough to make Qingdai instinctively stumble back. "It's not about to attack. Is it?" She froze, paralyzed, while Buckbeak continued to approach, seemingly friendly. "Don't be afraid. Get behind me," Draco said firmly. He could see clearly that she was terrified, and without hesitation pulled her behind him. His protective instinct turned quickly to anger at the creature before him. If Potter can do it, then it must be easy. "Don't worry." He tried to soothe her before boldly stepping forward himself. "It's nothing to fear, you ugly beast," Draco declared, striding toward Buckbeak. "No, don't, Malfoy," Hagrid shouted, shocked at Draco's reckless words. But it was too late. Buckbeak was enraged. With a furious screech, it reared up and lashed out with its talons, sending Draco sprawling to the ground. "Draco!" Qingdai cried, rushing past her fear to his side. While Hagrid scrambled to calm the creature, Qingdai paid no attention. Her mind burned with one thought only. "You almost killed him. You monster." "He nearly killed me," Draco groaned, clutching his arm, his voice tinged with a sob. Hagrid hurried to soothe him. "Don't worry, it's only a scratch. Hagrid, you need to get him to the hospital wing first. Not waste time here. Can't you see he's in pain?" Qingdai snapped, fury blazing in her eyes. Yes, of course. I'm the teacher. I'll take him," Hagrid stammered, quickly scooping Draco into his arms. Class dismissed. Draco was clearly in bad shape, stiff and trembling in Hagrid's hold. "You'll regret this. You and your blasted bird won't have a good end," he snarled through gritted teeth. Qingdai didn't follow immediately. Instead, she turned back toward Buckbeak. In an instant, the creature was hurled backward as if struck by an unseen force, crashing through several trees before finally coming to a stop. It let out a pained cry, then bolted into the forbidden forest, as if fleeing from something far more terrifying than itself. "Pansy, I shall go see Draco. Please reserve a seat for me in the next potions class." Qingdai found it exceedingly difficult to relinquish her concern for Draco, yet with another class looming, she had no choice but to request Pansy's assistance in saving a spot. Draco's absence could be justified. Even if he chose not to attend the next lesson, it would bear little consequence for him. However, for Qingdai, the stakes were much higher. She genuinely feared Professor Snape's wrath, which could result in a deduction of points from her own house. Upon seeing Pansy nod in agreement, Qingdai hurriedly made her way towards Draco. When she arrived at the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey was in the midst of treating him, while Hagrid had already vanished from sight. "Pray tell, what have you been up to today? Just look at your arm. How has it come to this?" Madame Pomfrey exclaimed, her frustration palpable. A promising student had managed to reduce himself to such a state. His hand was on the verge of being rendered useless. Draco lay on the bed, appearing still in shock from the ordeal. "Draco, are you all right?" Qingdai inquired softly, her eyes reflecting a flicker of concern as she cautiously seated herself beside him. It was entirely her fault that Draco had provoked that monster earlier. "Miss Sue, I would appreciate it if you could keep an eye on Mr. Malfoy while I prepare his potion," Madame Pomfrey instructed, her brow furrowed as she addressed Qingdai upon noticing her presence. "Make sure he remains still. It took great effort to mend his broken bones." Draco was not known for his compliance, a fact of which Madame Pomfrey was well aware, prompting her warning. "Understood, madam." Qingdai replied politely before turning her attention back to Draco. Does it hurt? She queried, noting his frozen demeanor. Draco's expression bore a hint of grievance. Yet he feigned strength, insisting it did not hurt, claiming that the creature was inept. He wished to shield Qingdai from unnecessary fright. Knowing she already harbored fears of eagles, he feared that further alarming her would deter her from approaching him again. Qingdai found his bravado amusing. Enough of your jesting. I just taught that wretched bird a lesson. Were it not for the crowd, I would surely have avenged you properly. Draco visibly brightened at her words. It does hurt. Quite a bit, in fact. Madame Pomfrey mentioned that had I arrived any later, my hand would have been irreparable. Draco's demeanor shifted to one of petulance as he considered the implications of his injury. I must inform my father of this incident. That oaf Hagrid is utterly unfit to teach. Such dangerous creatures should never be allowed in a classroom. Draco's frustration mounted. Look at me. My hand will require days of recovery. I am absolutely infuriated. I wonder if this will affect my Quidditch training this year. I have prepared for so long. Last year's Quidditch match weighed heavily on Draco's mind, as he plotted ways to reclaim his lost glory. The recent mishap, however, would certainly impede his training for the time being. Do not fret, with your speed. No amount of practice will allow them to catch up to you. Focus on healing. The Quidditch match is still a ways off, Qingdai reassured him. After some contemplation, she refrained from offering him any of her Chinese remedies, as Madame Pomfrey had already prepared the necessary potions. Any potential interaction between the two could prove detrimental to his health. Madame Pomfrey finally returned after a considerable time, approaching Draco with the potion. Take this. It may sting a little, but bear with it. Draco accepted the potion with his uninjured hand, his brow furrowing in apprehension. He glanced at Qingdai, his expression conflicted. The next class should be potions and it commences shortly. Little Apple, you should return. I will join you after I finish this. Qingdai understood that Draco likely wished to shield her from witnessing his current predicament, and nodded obediently. She retrieved a few candies from her pocket, placing them by his bedside before dashing off to the potions classroom. Timing proved fortuitous. She settled into her seat just as the potions class commenced. Due to Draco's circumstances, Professor Snape had reassigned her a new partner, likely aware of Qingdai's lackluster potion-making skills. Draco returned midway through the lesson, his hand wrapped in bandages. His pallid face set in a grimace that suggested he was not to be trifled with. With insufficient seating available, he reluctantly approached Qingdai. Apologies, Professor. I am late. Draco murmured, bowing his head respectfully, mindful of the authority his godfather wielded. Very well, take your seat, Professor Snape commanded, casting a discerning gaze at Draco's nearly ruined hand. His brows knitted in concern. While he typically disdained tardiness in his classroom, the sight of Draco's condition softened his demeanor, permitting him to sit. The potions classroom was rather cramped, with Draco seated adjacent to the Weasley twins and Harry. Ron, dissatisfied with Snape's preferential treatment towards Draco, remarked, Madame Pomfrey's healing skills are exceptional. Your hand is perfectly fine now. Draco chose to ignore Ron's indignation, merely smiling before raising his hand. Professor, I require assistance with chopping these ingredients. As you can see my arm. He trailed off, casting a pointed glance at Ron. Professor Snape assessed Draco, then shifted his gaze to Qingdai. Noticing her lack of reaction, he followed Draco's line of sight and addressed Ron. Mr. Weasley, you shall assist Mr. Malfoy with those ingredients. Ron, visibly agitated, clenched his fists tightly. Had it not been for his affiliation with Gryffindor, he might have stormed out in anger. Draco smirked at the situation, signaling to Ron, I appreciate your help, Mr. Weasley. Draco's tone dripped with sarcasm, inciting Ron's ire further. It seemed as though he was slicing the ingredients with the same ferocity he felt towards Draco, creating a cacophony as he vented his frustrations. Only when Professor Snape shot him a warning glance did he cease his racket. As Snape turned his attention away, Ron raised his knife, seemingly attempting to intimidate Draco, who remained unfazed, promptly addressing Professor Snape. Professor, Mr. Weasley has made a mess of these ingredients. Very well, then give your portion to Malfoy, Snape retorted without hesitation, clearly enjoying Draco's vindication. Ron's face turned a shade of indignation, and even Harry could no longer remain silent, defending Ron. Professor, that's not how it happened. Snape, however, had no interest in their bickering. Noticing Harry's intervention, Draco seized the opportunity to further provoke Snape. Professor, I also need someone to peel some dried figs. Snape, fully aware of Draco's intent, displayed no subtlety in his disdain for Harry Potter. Then Mr. Potter shall assist Mr. Malfoy with the figs. Observing the ire on their faces, Draco reveled in his triumph. Chapter 76, Provocation. Before long, another incident arose involving Hermione, who seemed oblivious to the cause of her troubles, resulting in Professor Snape deducting 5 points from Gryffindor. Hermione, bewildered, hurriedly exited the classroom as soon as the lesson concluded. That Muggleborn has been acting rather peculiar lately, hasn't she? Draco would occasionally wander over to Qingdai with curiosity and inquire. Having achieved his objective, he no longer fixated on Harry and Ron, instead drawing closer to Qingdai once more. Rumor had it among the other students that she had enrolled in every single course, though how she managed it remained a mystery. Some Hufflepuff students mentioned that numerous classes were scheduled simultaneously on the same day. Stranger still, a friend of his claimed she attended every single lesson. Qingdai herself was equally baffled, her brow furrowed in deep thought. Attending multiple classes at the same time on the same day? Draco, coming from a wealthy and deeply rooted family, immediately recalled a certain magical artifact. It must be a time-turner, he mused. My father mentioned it to me once. With such a device, one can travel back in time. But there are limitations. You must retrace your steps exactly, avoid being seen, and never alter history. Draco patiently explained this to Qingdai. I see, she replied. How is your hand feeling now? Has it improved? Qingdai asked, her gaze still fixed intently on Draco's arm. It will probably need to be bandaged for another day or two. Tomorrow we have defense against the dark arts. Let's hope our new professor doesn't follow in Lockhart's footsteps and present us with some grand gift right at the start of term. Draco sighed deeply at the thought of the peculiar experiences they had in that class. Qingdai nodded in agreement, and the two chatted amiably as they made their way back to the Slytherin common room. The next morning, news broke that Hagrid had been suspended pending investigation. It was likely that Draco had informed Mr. Lucius, although Draco might be seen as something of a nuisance in his father's eyes. The Malfoy family prioritized blood above all, and Lucius's affection for his son was genuine. Once Mr. Malfoy learned of the incident, given his influence at Hogwarts, he would ensure Hagrid was thoroughly suspended. Even if Dumbledore himself attempted to intervene, it would be futile. Mr. Malfoy was not one to abandon his goals easily. Dumbledore's involvement would only delay the inevitable. Perhaps because he knew Hagrid and that beast were in trouble, Draco seemed much more at ease. He waited early in the Slytherin common room for Qingdai, ready to attend their first defense against the dark arts class of the term. However, before they could reach the classroom, they were intercepted by the Gryffindor trio. Malfoy, you're the one who got Hagrid suspended, aren't you? Ron stepped forward, his face flushed with anger. He was certain it was Draco's doing. No one else would stoop to such measures. Yes, but what of it? After my father learned of the incident, he was deeply displeased. He convened the Board of Governors, and after thorough deliberation, this decision was reached. Draco replied with a sneer, his tone icy, as if Hagrid were utterly beneath his notice. Weasley, are you questioning Hogwarts' decision? Shut up. The contrast between the two sides was stark. Ron appeared increasingly flustered and enraged. You must realize, because of that monster, there has already been an injury at Hogwarts. Who has to say there won't be a second? The school is acting to protect all young witches and wizards. Draco's tone was dripping with sarcasm, his gaze contemptuous as he looked at Ron. You brought this upon yourself. You provoked Buckbeak. This was all part of your plan to get Hagrid fired. Harry could no longer contain himself. He stormed up to Draco and confronted him directly. This provoked not only Draco but Qingdai as well. Do you have any idea what you're saying, Potter? Are you suggesting that Draco would risk his life just to get Hagrid suspended? Doesn't that sound utterly absurd? Qingdai challenged Harry. Who would endanger their own life for such a risky endeavor? That sounds more like something a Gryffindor would do. Draco is a Slytherin. Self-preservation is what we excel at. How could he possibly do such a thing? Harry, you're so concerned about Hagrid that you've lost all sense of reason. Perhaps you should worry about yourself instead. I heard Sirius Black has been spotted near Hogwarts, and a Muggle saw him. Aren't you afraid he might come for you? Draco did not bother to conceal his malice, speaking to Harry with a hint of intimidation. You can barely protect yourself, yet you have the audacity to meddle in others' affairs. How pathetic. You wouldn't simply hide in Hogwarts and wait for the Dementors to handle him, would you? If I were you, I'd confront him directly and settle it with a duel to the death. Draco planted this idea with ill intent. Although his father and godfather had little regard for this estranged uncle, from what his mother had said, his uncle possessed considerable magical talent. A half-competent wizard like Harry Potter wouldn't stand a chance against Sirius Black. What are you implying? Why would I seek out Sirius Black? Harry was utterly confused. Ever since he learned of Black's escape, everyone had warned him to stay away. It was as if his very existence was intertwined with some deep-seated grudge against Black. But he was an orphan. How could he have any connection to someone he'd never met? And why had no one told him anything? Oh, my apologies. I forgot you're an orphan. I suppose no one bothered to inform you? Draco chuckled, glancing back at his companions. The Slytherins found this jest highly amusing and joined in the laughter. You probably aren't aware, but Sirius Black is the one responsible for your parents' deaths. That's why he was sent to Azkaban in the first place. Upon hearing this, Harry was enraged. He hadn't realized the extent of his connection to Sirius, let alone that it involved his parents' demise. He lunged forward, grabbing Draco by the collar, demanding answers. What did you say? Is that true? Say it again. Seeing Harry's frantic state, Draco only laughed harder, his expression thoroughly malicious. I'll say it 100 times, Potter. It's true. Now we have class. Stop blocking the way. With that, he roughly shoved Harry's hand away and, taking Qingdai's hand, strode toward the classroom, leaving Harry seething behind them. Chapter 77. Defense Against the Dark Arts. When everyone had gathered in the classroom, Professor Lupin had not yet arrived. They took great delight in observing Harry Potter's distracted and troubled demeanor. Nothing pleased them more than seeing Potter unhappy. After a considerable wait, Professor Lupin finally appeared. He was still dressed in shabby attire, but he seemed to be faring better at Hogwarts, likely having enjoyed a few decent meals, as his complexion had improved somewhat. Good afternoon, everyone. Today's lesson will be practical. No textbooks are needed. Please put them away. Professor Lupin addressed the young witches and wizards in a gentle tone. Given the disastrous tenures of the previous two Defense Against the Dark Arts professors, the mere mention of a practical lesson sent a shiver of apprehension through the students. They could only hope this professor wouldn't greet them on the first day with a swarm of Cornish pixies. Now that everyone is ready, please follow me. Professor Lupin cast a gentle gaze upon the assembled students before gradually exiting the classroom. Their destination lay in a different realm, specifically within the confines of the staff lounge. Professor Snape, having no classes to attend, was conveniently situated in that very lounge. Upon observing Professor Lupin accompanied by his students, he promptly offered a suggestion. You may not be aware of a gentleman named Lockhart. Entrusting him with any task would surely lead to disarray, unless, of course, Miss Granger is willing to whisper in his ear. Yet Professor Snape seemed to have forgotten that their relationship had been less than amicable during their school days. How could one accept advice from an adversary? Those with even a hint of rebellion would naturally choose to defy it. Clearly, Professor Lupin was such a person. As he cheerfully responded to Neville, I still hope Mr. Lockhart can assist with my inaugural lesson. I believe he will excel. Observing this, Professor Snape chose to disregard the matter, departing swiftly from Professor Lupin's teaching space. Following his teaching plan, Professor Lupin approached the wardrobe, from which an unidentifiable noise emanated, akin to the sounds they had experienced in Professor Lockhart's class. Instantly, the young wizards present were gripped by a sense of déjà vu. Surely, not all Defense Against the Dark Arts instructors could be so similar. That would be frightful. Professor Lupin, evidently sensing the students' apprehension, swiftly reassured them. There is no cause for alarm. Within resides nothing dangerous, merely a boggart. His tone was relaxed, yet all eyes turned to Neville, anticipating the spectacle. After all, he was the first to be selected for this experiment by Professor Lupin. Were it not for Professor Lupin's presence, they would have undoubtedly relished the opportunity to mock Neville. Boggarts thrive in dark, confined spaces. You might find them in wardrobes, cupboards, or even behind old grandfather clocks. Professor Lupin casually recounted his experiences, aiming to ease the atmosphere and mitigate the students' concerns about the boggart. This particular boggart was specially requested from the headmaster to serve as an assistant for the third-year students' Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson. Now, can anyone tell me what a boggart truly is? He initiated an inquiry, adhering to the customary practice of engaging the students. As the foremost responders from their respective houses, Qingdai and Hermione promptly raised their hands. Very well, let us hear from Miss Granger. Qingdai found herself once again deprived of the opportunity to answer. A boggart is a shape-shifting creature that can perceive one's innermost fears, transforming into the most terrifying form imaginable to instill fear. Hermione articulated with remarkable clarity. Excellent answer. Professor Lupin praised her generously before elaborating. The boggart currently residing in the wardrobe has yet to encounter anyone else, and thus lacks a definitive form. No one can ascertain what shape it might take when alone. He continued, in a moment, I shall release this boggart, and I will instruct each student on how to confront such a creature. This exercise will be conducted one by one, for when all are faced with the boggart simultaneously, it cannot accurately discern their deepest fears, rendering it incapable of transforming correctly. Ah, indeed. This is one method for dealing with a boggart. Professor Lupin paused, evidently dissuading the students from employing that tactic, as many encounters with boggarts occur in solitude. Nevertheless, his words bolstered the students' confidence, painting him as a commendable educator. It was his hope that this defense against the dark arts class would impart valuable lessons. In truth, the primary method for vanquishing a boggart is through laughter. If one possesses a sufficiently strong will and envisions the boggart as a comical object, they can triumph over it. Now, without further ado, I invite all young wizards to ready their wands. Let us practice the spell to defeat it. Ridiculous. The young wizards dutifully recited the incantation repeatedly, committing it to memory. Splendid. However, merely knowing the incantation is insufficient. Professor Lupin's tone shifted, causing the hearts of all present to race. Neville, why don't you give it a try? You shall be the first, he proclaimed, recalling his earlier decision. At that moment, Neville appeared somewhat flustered. He had not anticipated facing such a daunting scenario. Confronting a boggart alone was a terrifying prospect. Neville, what is your greatest fear? Professor Lupin gently inquired, aiming to guide him. Professor Snape, Neville stammered, as if uttering the name alone instilled dread. I remember you live with your grandmother. Picture her in your mind. When the boggart emerges, it will undoubtedly take the form of Professor Snape, and you need only use the spell to transform it into your imagined version. Professor Lupin patiently reassured him. Oh, and Neville, after you complete this task, remember to step aside and allow space for the others. With Professor Lupin's calm demeanor instilling him with courage, Neville tentatively opened the wardrobe. As predicted by Professor Lupin, when the boggart emerged, it instantly morphed into the likeness of Professor Snape. Despite his lingering fear, Neville followed Professor Lupin's guidance, and in an instant, Professor Snape transformed into the visage of Neville's grandmother. The other young wizards erupted in laughter, though the Slytherin students felt a wave of misfortune. Chapter 78. Suindees inner demon. Elated by his success, Neville danced with joy and hastily vacated a spot for others to take their turn. Witnessing the typically timid Neville triumph, the other young wizards felt emboldened, one by one stepping forward. However, Qingdai hesitated, acutely aware of the source of her own fear, and terrified of others discovering it. She dreaded that the boggart would unveil her secret. Watching the boggart shift forms before various individuals, transforming into an eight-eyed spider before Ron, a full moon before Professor Lupin, and an assortment of shapes before her peers, she could only hope it would not reveal her truth. By some stroke of misfortune, the exuberance of her classmates led to an accidental shove, propelling Qingdai directly in front of the boggart. Instantly, it adopted an unexpected form, not that of another person or creature, but of Qingdai herself. A figure clad in a wizard's robe, devoid of white in her eyes, her face marred by black cracks, one hand clutching a bloodied wand while the other grasped a shattered jade pendant resembling a taiji symbol. A faint, eerie smile graced her lips. The boggart fixated on Qingdai, radiating a chilling, bloodthirsty aura, as if ensnaring her with its gaze. This manifestation was not grotesque. To an onlooker, it might even possess a certain alluring beauty, yet for Qingdai, it was utterly terrifying. The boggart advanced step by step towards Qingdai, while she desperately retreated, hastily stepping back until, with a resounding thud, she found herself on the floor. It seemed that those around had also noticed Qingdai's discomposure, as if they wished to prompt her. Qingdai, quickly recite the spell, Pansy and Daphne urged anxiously from the side. However, Qingdai was entirely engulfed in her own thoughts. This was the second time Draco had witnessed such vulnerability on her face, and disregarding his own bandaged hand, he hurriedly positioned himself in front of her. How absurd, he declared loudly, casting the incantation. The boggart, which had still resembled Qingdai, instantly transformed into Harry clad in women's attire. At the sight, everyone burst into laughter, turning their gaze towards Harry, who appeared as though he had been scorched red. If he could, he would certainly have delivered a solid punch to Draco. Yet, Draco did not join in the laughter. Instead, he swiftly lifted the fallen Qingdai and led her to a secluded corner. To his astonishment, he found her face streaked with tears, leaving him somewhat flustered. Don't cry, don't be afraid. It's merely a boggart, he murmured, clumsily attempting to wipe her tears away. In his flurry, he could not find a handkerchief and resorted to using his sleeve to gently pat her face. Observing their classmates, he noted that all attention was focused on the boggart. Ignoring the others, he embraced Qingdai, gently patting her back as his mother once had done for him, trying to soothe her. What is there to fear? It's all a fabrication, simply a boggart. You who fear neither heaven nor earth. How could a mere boggart frighten you so? Just moments ago, Pansy had remarked, astonished that the image conjured from her innermost dread was of such a strikingly beautiful self. Draco endeavored to divert Su Qingdai's attention, joking, "Did you know that when I cast the spell, the boggart morphed into Harry in women's clothing? How hilarious! 2 Harrys in one class, one in male attire and the other in female attire." Upon hearing this, Su Qingdai couldn't help but chuckle, rubbing against Draco and inadvertently transferring her tears onto him, before playfully shoving him away. "How outrageous! You smeared my tears on your clothes, and then pushed me away as if I were a mere inconvenience." Draco, unperturbed, bantered back with her. Su Qingdai smiled and made a silly face at him. "Nonsense," she teased, then gleefully squished herself beside Pansy, noticing that Su Qingdai's mood had stabilized. Draco refrained from further entanglement, as it was, after all, class time, and he began to observe the lively commotion around them. Meanwhile, Su Qingdai had completely retreated into her own world. She scrutinized Professor Lupin, seemingly searching for something in his eyes. Professor Lupin, sensing her gaze, exchanged a brief look with her without displaying any signs of concern. It appeared that he was unaware, which relieved Su Qingdai immensely. The manifestation conjured by the boggart depicted a future where Su Qingdai was entirely consumed by dark influences, her eyes devoid of white, her visage marred by cracks from malevolent energy. The family heirloom meant for suppression had been wrenched away, now clasped in her hand, and her wand had transformed into an instrument of murder. This signified that her family's years of scheming had all come to naught. Su Qingdai had initially feared that this revelation might attract unwanted attention. After all, the Eastern Dark Lord bore such traits, and should she be discovered, it would bode ill for the East. No one would wish to have the dangers of others thrust upon themselves. Throughout the entire class, she appeared distracted and distant. Pansy, believing Su Qingdai was affected by the day's events, refrained from engaging her in conversation, hoping to allow her some peace to regain her composure. To her surprise, Su Qingdai retreated to the dormitory and did not emerge again. In truth, everyone had sensed that something was amiss with Su Qingdai. They were seated in the corridor chatting. Crabbe and Goyle were currently bullying a younger Ravenclaw student, pushing him back and forth like a ball. Meanwhile, Draco, Daphne, Pansy, and Zabini sat nearby, discussing various matters. "Qingdai has been quite off since we finished Defense Against the Dark Arts," Pansy remarked. "But you must admit, the boggart's transformation into her was rather striking. It's quite my type. I can't fathom how she could be so frightened by such a beautiful version of herself. She seems utterly disheartened." Dragging Draco's mood down with her, Zabini complained, having never anticipated such an occurrence. Upon closely observing her fear, I noticed that the boggart held a broken jade pendant. Could it be that the pendant is a family heirloom she shattered? Zabini speculated nonsensically. This directly prompted Draco to grow somewhat impatient. "Enough of this nonsense, Crabbe Goyle. Are you not tired of this?" Rather than venting his frustration at Zabini, he shouted at Crabbe and Goyle, who were still toying with the Ravenclaw student. Upon hearing Draco's voice, Crabbe and Goyle immediately ceased their torment. The Ravenclaw student shot a glance at Draco before fleeing without a backward glance. "Stop speculating about trivial matters. The boggart is not infallible. It may have made an error," Draco declared before storming off in irritation. Chapter 79. Another Prophecy of Death. Rather than idly speculate here, it would be better to find a time to inquire with her directly. However, Draco himself was reluctant to ask. Judging by Su Qingdai's demeanor today, he sensed her aversion to the topic. He had intended to find some amusement for her that evening to lift her spirits, only to discover she had hidden away in her dormitory the entire day. Though somewhat disheartened, Draco was relieved that the following day, they would both attend the divination class together. The classroom for divination was particularly peculiar, distinct from their usual classrooms, adorned with an array of eccentric decorations. The instructor, Trelawney, was equally strange, exuding an air of eccentricity and adorned with an abundance of jewelry, likely her usual instruments of divination. "Hello, children. It brings me immense joy to see you all in this material world," Trelawney warmly addressed the young wizards below. Although the class appeared somewhat frivolous, everyone was required to select certain courses as electives. Slytherin students would certainly not consider enrolling in Muggle studies. "All right, children. Let us not waste time. Find a seat quickly," Trelawney beckoned. The young wizards appeared somewhat uncomfortable, or perhaps disdainful, as the classroom lacked proper seating. Instead, cushions used for chanting in Eastern temples were prevalent. Zabini, quick-witted and agile, swiftly claimed a spot and urged everyone to sit. "Dear students, I am delighted to welcome you to the divination elective. I am your instructor, Trelawney. I presume you have not encountered me before, as I prefer to avoid the noisy confines of this school. Such a filthy environment clouds my vision," Trelawney declared, straightening her attire and adopting a poised and noble demeanor, as she continued addressing the young wizards. The art of divination is primarily reliant on innate talent and aptitude. Without sufficient observational skills, one would find it exceedingly challenging to glean profound knowledge from this course. Therefore, I would advise you to depart at the earliest opportunity if you lack these qualities. It was as if she had forewarned them with a stark declaration, fervently dissuading the young Slytherins. Indeed, many of the little wizards were already beginning to feel a twinge of regret. During the first semester of this academic year, our initial project revolved around the interpretation of tea leaves, and in the second semester, we would embark on the study of palmistry. As Professor Trelawney spoke, she patrolled the classroom, intermittently offering foreboding warnings to the surrounding students, leaving them somewhat unnerved. Now, I require you to form pairs, with each of you retrieving a teacup. I shall fill them with water, and after you have consumed your tea, pass the remaining dregs to your partner for interpretation. Of course, you may refer to your textbooks for guidance, and should you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I will assist you. Upon concluding her instructions, the young wizards hastily paired off, the Slytherins having already established their customary partnerships. Draco with Qingdai, Zabini with Pansy, Crabbe with Goyle, and Daphne with a boy named Theodore. Draco was somewhat familiar with Theodore, while Qingdai was less so. Under normal circumstances, her social acumen would preclude such a pairing. However, Theodore was rather reticent, often refraining from participating in their discussions. They obediently followed the professor's command, sipping the scalding tea and subsequently exchanging the dregs. Let me take a closer look at yours, Draco urged, a hint of mischief in Qingdai's expression as she picked up his teacup to scrutinize it. Wow! Qingdai exclaimed, drawing the attention of their peers, who eagerly gathered around to observe Draco's tea leaves. Draco's ears flushed a shade of crimson. Let me see what this means, Zabini interjected, flipping through the textbook with an air of curiosity. Oh Draco, your romantic prospects seem to be thriving. He added with a mischievous grin, casting a sidelong glance at Qingdai. Noticing her slight frown, he found it amusing but chose not to expose their unspoken tension. What are you babbling about? Show me your cup if you're so confident, Draco retorted, attempting to seize Zabini's teacup. Pansy, protect it. Don't let Draco snatch it away, Zabini exclaimed, rushing to Pansy's side for protection. Qingdai hasn't he even finished examining yours? And you're already eager to see mine, what a cad. Zabini hastily redirected the conversation. Draco scoffed lightly before returning his attention to Qingdai's teacup. The more he observed, the more his expression darkened, as he repeatedly consulted the textbook, his countenance growing increasingly troubled. Trials, tribulations, what is this nonsense? Not a shred of accuracy, Draco exclaimed, his frustration culminating in an outburst that drew Professor Trelawney's attention. She fixated on the teacup in Draco's hands, her eyes widening with alarm, as though they might pop from their sockets. Then, she turned her gaze with a penetrating stare towards Qingdai, her expression chillingly intense, pupils constricting as if she had encountered something truly dreadful, unfavorable, ominous. This is a terrifying portent, the most dreadful omen of death among all prophecies, Professor Trelawney declared, her voice rising in pitch and fervor. You must beware, leave Hogwarts at once, flee from Britain, the farther the better. This place is not safe for you. You will meet your demise here. Qingdai's heart tightened, yet her visage remained impassive, devoid of any emotion, even in her eyes. In stark contrast, Draco could scarcely contain himself. He seized Qingdai's teacup and smashed it onto the floor, shattering it into several pieces. I believe you have misinterpreted this. The murky environment of Hogwarts has surely clouded your clarity. Perhaps you should take a moment to compose yourself, Draco remarked, his demeanor increasingly strained as he endeavored to maintain his noble decorum. No, I am not mistaken. She is dangerous. Darkness envelopes her, Professor Trelawney insisted with unwavering conviction. Her obstinacy ignited Draco's fury to its zenith, and disregarding all else, he grasped Qingdai's hand and exited the classroom in haste. Madwoman! Professor Trelawney must be insane. As it was during class hours, there was no one around, and they effortlessly made their way to their secret sanctuary, the room of requirement on the 8th floor. You need not worry, Qingdai. Trelawney is merely a madwoman. My father says she is delusional and possesses no true prophetic abilities. Hogwarts is simply so desperate for professors that they have employed her to teach divination, Draco remarked, unable to fathom that a professor would utter such a prophecy concerning Qingdai. What was this if not a curse? Yet Qingdai settled calmly onto a nearby sofa, her demeanor far more collected than Draco's, even bordering on indifference, as if she were untouched by the ominous words that had just been spoken. Life and death are fated. Wealth and nobility are determined by the heavens, she quoted, a phrase often uttered by her father, whether it be true or false. I cannot allow her words to sway me. Su Qingdai articulated this sentiment with a tranquility that seemed directed at both Draco and herself. I've heard that Professor Trelawney predicts the death of a student each year. She recently foretold the demise of Gryffindor's savior. It seems she has resumed her fabrications this year, Draco mused, shifting the narrative to cast Trelawney in a discreditable light, as though disproving her claims would nullify the potency of her curses. Potter, after all, is the savior of Gryffindor. How could they allow him to perish? Professor Trelawney must be a charlatan, Draco continued, rambling as he settled beside Su Qingdai. The shadows danced across his profile. The third-year boy was no longer the naive child he had been in his first and second years. Su Qingdai suddenly recognized that the young boy beside her had matured into an exceptionally handsome young man. Little master, you look exceptionally dashing today, she declared. A sentiment she had long wished to express since their journey on the Hogwarts Express. Draco was taken aback by Su Qingdai's compliment, utterly astounded. Hmph. I have always been quite dashing, he replied with a haughty air, as if to say, did you just now come to this realization? How disheartening that it took you this long to notice. Come now, who had your attention before? Draco teased, eager to lighten the mood. Knowing Trelawney's words had left a deep impression on Su Qingdai, and wishing to dispel that shadow. Such a misunderstanding. Look at me. I have only a few acquaintances around me, Su Qingdai countered, joining in the banter. At that moment, she lifted her gaze, and was startled to see what appeared to be a plant growing atop Draco's head. What is that? Su Qingdai, her Eastern heritage rendering her somewhat unfamiliar with Western flora. Nevertheless, her curiosity piqued. She eagerly inquired of Draco. Yet, the usually generous Draco now found himself blushing furiously, stammering as he revealed the name of the plant. This plant is called mistletoe. There is a legend surrounding it in urban lore. Draco stammered, appearing somewhat embarrassed. His almost deliberate reminder only heightened Su Qingdai's curiosity. What sort of urban legend could transform our unruly young master into such a demure figure? Tell me, what is so special about mistletoe? Su Qingdai inched closer to Draco, leaning against him, their faces nearly touching. Suddenly, Draco met her gaze, and Su Qingdai caught her own reflection in his eyes. This unexpected connection made her feel a bit bashful, and after a few seconds of mutual staring, she chose to avert her eyes. Noticing her withdrawal, Draco furrowed his brow, his eyes betraying a hint of grievance as he recounted the urban legend. According to the tale, a kiss was mandatory for any couple beneath the mistletoe, lest they incur its curse. Upon finishing his sentence, Draco's pretty face flushed crimson. His naturally pale complexion made the redness all the more pronounced. Su Qingdai, who had been smiling moments before, was suddenly struck dumb, her laughter freezing on her lips, leaving her feeling somewhat flustered and at a loss for what to do. Did she have feelings for Draco? Indeed she did. She could not pinpoint when it began, but seeing him brought her joy, and if he suffered, her heart ached for him. When he was hurt, she felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate the source of his pain, and in his presence, she found herself second-guessing her every move. Yet, she had never imagined herself falling for someone like Draco. She had always favored those who were composed, elegant, and rational, rather than a pampered young master prone to impulsive behavior and occasional bad temper. While she had encountered her fair share of calm and rational individuals, none could compare to Draco now. Noticing Su Qingdai's prolonged silence, Draco appeared disheartened, the flush on his face gradually fading. His gaze towards her carried a sense of grievance, as if he were sulking. Seizing the moment when Su Qingdai remained unresponsive, he gently pressed his lips against hers, taking a small bite, expressing his dissatisfaction in a playful manner. It was a fleeting, teasing gesture. He then turned away, visibly annoyed, unwilling to meet her eyes, and declared, "All right, the curse is lifted." As he spoke, he attempted to stand and leave. "Draco, wait. Sit down." Su Qingdai called out to him. Though Draco felt somewhat aggrieved and wished to walk away, he obediently seated himself beside her. However, he still avoided looking at her. "Turn around, young master." Su Qingdai firmly pivoted him to face her. She then playfully licked the spot where he had bitten her. "That was a bit harsh. Your bite hurt," she pouted, feigning innocence. Draco, feeling increasingly helpless, countered her complaint with one of his own. "You're the one who is making a fuss. I barely bit you. How pitiful. Not even a mark left behind," he huffed, echoing her earlier words. Just then, Su Qingdai suddenly hugged him tightly, and in that instant, she felt Draco's body tense up. "You were fooled, weren't you? After taking advantage, you think you can run away? You're mine now." Su Qingdai held him tightly, adopting a mock serious demeanor as she declared. Deep down, she was still nervous. "Really, you said so? Nota que vax." Draco had not anticipated such a response from her. He hastily replied, anxious that she might change her mind. His heart felt as if it were bursting with fireworks, thumping wildly in delight, and he held her tightly, as if trying to melt her into himself. Draco, you're going to suffocate me, Qingdai exclaimed, her words tumbling out. Yet Draco did not respond. Instead, he lowered his head and resumed that tentative, clumsy kiss. Just one more time. If they find out, you'll be in trouble. No worries, they're oblivious. Chapter 81 Discovered. Upon returning to their common room, the divination class had long since ended, and Zabini and the others were seated in the Slytherin lounge, engaged in discussion. As they noticed the newcomers, they immediately inquired, "Are you both all right?" Professor McGonagall came by earlier to ask about this. She mentioned that Professor Trelawney's abilities have long since waned, and her predictions of death are never accurate. Zabini offered comforting words to Qingdai, though his gaze remained fixated on Draco, as if he were the one in need of solace. "It's fine, Draco has already informed me about it," Qingdai replied nonchalantly, taking a seat beside Pansy. Pansy scrutinized Qingdai and Draco with a puzzled expression and asked, "Did you two not go to the kitchen for snacks?" Noticing the rosy hue of their lips, she speculated, suspecting they had gone off to enjoy themselves without including anyone else. Qingdai and Draco exchanged an embarrassed glance, their faces flushing, which only served to reinforce Pansy's assumptions. "I also believe they would do something like that," Zabini chimed in. "If it were me or Pansy, I would certainly think they went out on a date, or even to kiss. Just the two of them, undoubtedly seeking something to eat." After finishing, he burst into laughter, prompting the others to join in. "What's wrong? Can't we go out on a date?" Draco, feeling indignant, confronted Zabini directly. "What's the issue? Do we not appear to be a couple?" He found their laughter excessive. "Just you?" Zabini retorted, his words cutting yet not particularly harsh. "If you could attract someone, would you still be single after 2 years?"
Absolutely impossible.
Draco's focus was solely on Qingdai, while she seemed oblivious to the teasing. "You've disappointed me," Qingdai declared, suddenly throwing her arms around Draco. "Draco is mine now." The group across from them fell momentarily silent, before Pansy erupted into laughter, while Zabini appeared despondent, as if the revelation of Draco and Qingdai's relationship was a significant blow to him. "Blaze Zabini, what's with that expression? You'd better explain yourself," Draco demanded, irritated by Zabini's downcast demeanor. Could it be that Zabini has feelings for Qingdai? It doesn't seem likely. Didn't he just start dating a Ravenclaw girl a few days ago? Money, 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 Blaze, you better not try to back out," Pansy teased him with a grin. Zabini looked as if he were on the verge of tears. Turning to Draco, he lamented, "Why couldn't you two just hold off for another year?" "Draco, what on earth is happening? You must be deceiving me, conspiring against my money. It's painful." Upon hearing this, Draco quickly grasped the situation. "You've turned my love life into a wager? How outrageous. Can't we just be good friends? If I truly don't end up in a relationship, wouldn't you all lose?" Draco, unfazed by the antics of his friends, held Qingdai's hand and took a seat, looking curiously at the group before him. The others felt somewhat uneasy under his gaze. Surely, even the naive Goyle and Crabbe had been involved in that wager. Upon hearing Draco's words, the group exchanged knowing glances and could not help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, such a thing is utterly impossible. There is no way we could lose," Zabini declared emphatically. Draco's circle of acquaintances was indeed limited, and his interactions with girls were few. Anyone with discerning eyes could perceive that there was something distinctly different between him and Qingdai. In their first and second years, they were still young and oblivious, and it was understandable that they had yet to embark on any romantic endeavors. However, now that they were in their 3rd year, "I see, Blaze. You are betting on 4th year, while Pansy is wagering on 3rd. What about the rest of you?" Qingdai inquired, intrigued by their little gamble as she approached them. Pansy and Daphne hesitated, aware that making someone's romantic life the subject of a bet was hardly a commendable practice, though they refrained from voicing their concerns. Zabini, unable to contain himself, continued, "Daphne, Theodore, and Pansy all firmly believe it will be 3rd year. I personally think it will be 4th year. You should know about Crabbe and Goyle, they are betting on 2nd year." Zabini, still feeling unsatisfied, wanted to mention others as well, disparaging Crabbe and Goyle in the process. "Oh, so you've been betting since 2nd year? You're not the one running the game, are you?" Qingdai asked, her gaze fixed intently on Zabini, who felt a twinge of guilt under her scrutiny. "Don't run away. Pansy, Pansy, save me," he exclaimed. "Haha, I won't." Pansy laughed heartily from the side, then turned to Qingdai. "Professor McGonagall just handed out a permission slip. Are you planning to visit Hogsmeade on Halloween?" Pansy placed the slip before Su Qingdai and glanced at Draco beside her. This requires a family signature, and Draco's won't count. Your family is far away in China. Will it even reach you in time? Su Qingdai immediately halted her actions and picked up the permission slip Pansy had handed her. Zabini quickly hid behind Pansy. It's no problem. It's manageable, Su Qingdai assured as she retrieved a small teleportation disc and placed the permission slip upon it. In no time the disc vanished. What is this? Draco asked curiously, picking up the teleportation disc. It resembled a vanishing cabinet, but was considerably more convenient. This is a teleportation disc, used in China for sending items and messages. You wouldn't know how inconvenient it is to rely on carrier pigeons for communication. While two-way mirrors are handy, they are cumbersome to carry. If only there were something that could facilitate quick message delivery and be easily portable, she explained. The others nodded in agreement, the gravity of their shared background evident in the silence that followed. They all possessed a keen sensitivity towards economic matters. Su Qingdai boldly proposed. Why don't we find someone to research this? To her surprise, all her companions nodded in unison. They exchanged glances and simultaneously declared, I'll contribute. Ha ha ha. You shouldn't have asked us, Zabini laughed, unable to contain his amusement. Ha 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 ha, I agree. Zabini, be quiet. Qingdai, hand me the permission slip. I will submit it to Professor McGonagall shortly, Pansy asserted with an air of authority. The slip had already been returned and set aside. Upon Pansy's command, Zabini dutifully handed it over, as if it were his own. However, their friends were not as unreliable as they had portrayed themselves to be. Chapter 82 Help. I bumped into my parents while out. The group hailed from ancient pureblood families with considerable assets. From a young age, they had been instilled with some business acumen. Within a couple of days, they had compiled a list of all the usable individuals and channels. They exhibited a remarkable commercial mindset, clearly sensing that this would be a significant highlight in the future wizarding world. Whoever could seize this opportunity would undoubtedly amass considerable wealth. Yet, being children, they did not fully invest their hopes in this notion. With Halloween fast approaching, they all planned a trip to Hogsmeade. Draco, keen to avoid the lingering presence of their companions, immediately took Su Qingdai's hand and led her away from the crowd upon arriving in Hogsmeade. Slow down, he cautioned, concerned she might struggle to keep up. Once he noticed that the shadows of their friends had disappeared, he came to a halt. The weather is splendid today, so bright and sunny. The last time I was here with my father, it was snowing, Draco reminisced, reaching out as if to grasp the sunlight. I recall one time I was out with my father when I was little. I could barely walk straight. He had made my mother angry and was walking ahead, ignoring me, and I ended up tumbling into a snowbank. He didn't even notice. It was Uncle Flume who happened to pass by and pulled me out. As Draco recounted some childhood mishaps, a smile danced in his eyes, the sunlight casting a halo around him, as if every beautiful word in the world were meant for him. Su Qingdai momentarily lost herself in thought before quickly regaining her composure. Ha ha ha, I must tell on you. Did you report it? She asked, her curiosity piqued by his story. Her mind conjured an image of little Draco chasing after his father, only to inadvertently fall into a snowbank, both adorable and amusing. Yet to her surprise, Draco lowered his head. No, I was too easy to please back then. My father bought me a jar of fizzing honey candies, and I forgot all about being upset. I even defended him, but who knew? What? You were that easy to appease? And there's a twist? My mother said children shouldn't eat too many sweets, so she took the candy away. Ha 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 ha. Su Qingdai could hardly contain her laughter, leaning against Draco as she did. Draco, taking advantage of the moment, rested his head on her shoulder and continued, looking back now. I think they both conspired against me on purpose. If they didn't want to buy me candy, they could have just said so. His tone held a hint of indignation. Observing Draco's adorably pouting demeanor, Su Qingdai playfully leaned closer. After a moment of intimacy, they both felt a bit bashful due to the small wizards bustling around them. Draco hastily shifted the topic. Let me take you to buy some sweets. You know, Uncle Flume is the owner of Honeydukes. He has so many delicious treats you simply must try. He took Su Qingdai's hand and led her toward Honeydukes, the shop renowned for being the favorite of young wizards in Hogsmeade. The store was crowded with little witches and wizards eagerly selecting their treats. Unfortunately, the owner was not present that day, but Draco remained cheerful as he enthusiastically introduced Su Qingdai to the various candies. These chocolate balls have fillings. They are absolutely delightful. And that pink one is coconut ice cream, also delicious. Su Qingdai, perhaps possessing a rebellious streak, tugged Draco toward a less frequented section of the shop. What candy is this? Draco frowned. That is a sour lollipop. I once saw Ron Weasley eat one and he cried terribly. I don't want you to eat that. Nor do I want to. After saying this, he led Su Qingdai to a selection of other candies. They purchased a plethora of sweets, intending to explore the next shop. But unexpectedly, upon stepping outside, they encountered someone entirely unforeseen. Father. As Draco instinctively called out upon seeing Lucius. He lowered his head and positioned himself in front of Su Qingdai, almost obscuring her presence. Lucius acknowledged Draco with a nod, being aware that he was also a student at Hogwarts. Moreover, he was not surprised to see Draco, as he had personally signed his application. Lucius cast a glance at Draco before shifting his gaze to Su Qingdai, noticing the hands they had been holding together. Miss Su, it has been quite some time. Lucius greeted her directly. Good morning, Mr. Malfoy, she replied, unable to evade the encounter any longer, and complying with the need to acknowledge him. Your mother has been thinking of you. She prepared a gift for you a few days ago, and it is fortuitous to see you today, Lucius remarked, producing a small box. Without waiting for Su Qingdai to respond, he turned to Draco, advising him to be cautious with his hands and not to sustain any further injuries. I have matters to attend to. Remember to return to school early. Understood, father, Draco replied as Lucius strode into Honeydukes. Once his father had departed, Draco led Su Qingdai to another location. Let me see what my mother prepared for you. Draco was genuinely unaware of its contents and was indeed curious. Su Qingdai, not one to hesitate, opened the gift in front of Draco. Inside was a bracelet composed of exquisite gemstones. This was undoubtedly something Narcissa would appreciate. Among the gems was a unique green bead, adorned with distinct engravings. Having studied runes in the past, Su Qingdai was particularly sensitive to this symbol, and holding the bead, inquired of Draco, what is this? Why does it bear a design? Have you seen it before? Upon hearing her words, Draco immediately turned to look, momentarily taken aback. He then glanced toward Honeydukes and replied, Oh, this is the emblem of the Malfoy family. As he spoke, he retrieved a necklace from around his neck, which bore the same insignia. Quickly, put it away, we must return. It is getting late, and we shall come back another time. The two hurried back to Hogwarts, realizing indeed that time was not on their side. After a day of amusement, they felt somewhat fatigued and prepared to return to their dormitory. However, unexpectedly, they encountered Zabini on the way. Where are you headed at this hour? Aren't you returning to the dormitory? Draco inquired. Everyone knows. Dumbledore has summoned everyone to the Great Hall, Zabini replied, his expression sour. What has happened? Upon arriving at the Great Hall, they discovered that all students were gathered there, including all the professors, and Dumbledore wore a serious expression. Silence, please. My colleagues and I need to conduct a thorough search of Hogwarts. I apologize, young witches and wizards, but it seems you may have to sleep here tonight. Although his words were uncertain, the firmness in his tone was unmistakable. For your safety, I kindly request that the heads of houses secure the Great Hall doors to ensure the safety of the students. And I implore the heads of the student councils to report any incidents to me immediately. With that, Dumbledore departed swiftly, his hurried demeanor indicating the urgency of the matter. It was only after conversing with a nearby Hufflepuff that Su Qingdai learned of the situation. Sirius Black had infiltrated Hogwarts, and everything was a consequence of his presence. The Slytherin students, who had previously held disdain, instantly became compliant upon hearing his name. After all, Sirius had once been imprisoned in Azkaban. Who could predict the extent of his actions? The heads of houses busied themselves with calming the students, while Zabini was fervently signaling to Su Qingdai. What is it? Did something get in your eye? Draco asked, growing impatient at Zabini's frantic blinking. Zabini was nearly exasperated to the point of fury and finally stated, Look over there. That is the individual we previously identified for our research group. A Ravenclaw student from a pureblood family, quite gifted in scholarly pursuits. Zabini was still fixated on their earlier discussion regarding a communication tool. Draco, you should speak with the head of Slytherin to ensure they grant us some leeway, and then we can converse with that Ravenclaw student. Zabini began to strategically leverage his connections. Why must it be me? Draco protested, not wishing to leave Su Qingdai's side. As a newly blossomed couple, he simply desired to remain together. It's us few, you should know that among us. You and Qingdai are the ones with the best rapport with the Slytherin head. Would you have Qingdai approach them instead? This reasoning indeed held merit. Within their little clique, each individual possessed a considerable amount of pride, and their tempers were equally formidable. Draco's temperament, while notable, paled in comparison to the prestige of being a Malfoy, which earned him deference from others. His father, being a board member, ensured that the heads of houses treated him with particular courtesy. Acknowledging Zabini's mention of Su Qingdai, Draco reluctantly acquiesced. By the way, not just mentioned he wishes to partake in this endeavor. Daphne noted that Not excels in research, and both Pansy and I concurred. We should seek your opinion as well. Given that they were to collaborate, it was crucial to reach a consensus. Qingdai glanced at Draco, uncertain of Theodore, only knowing that he was not particularly talkative. However, being equally ambitious, she could discern the ambition in Theodore's eyes and did not doubt his sincerity. Draco nodded. Not as a reliable individual. Where have the others gone? It then dawned on Draco that his companions and the two ladies were unaccounted for. While Daphne's absence was noteworthy, Pansy had been with Zabini the entire time. Where had she disappeared to? They consulted another Slytherin upperclassman regarding the matter. Daphne mentioned that Pansy seems to have an affinity for that upperclassman. I have seen that upperclassman. He looks utterly disheveled. How could Pansy possibly be interested in him? Even I look better than he does. Zabini lamented, disparaging the upperclassman as attributes from lineage to appearance and academic performance. Alright, enough already. We know you are better than that upperclassman and that Pansy's taste is questionable. Now shall we commence? If the professors arrive, it will be troublesome. Draco expressed his growing impatience directly to Zabini. Zabini, unable to vent his frustrations, wore a sour expression but ultimately nodded, recognizing the importance of their undertaking. This was their first venture as young wizards, distinct from the familial legacies they were accustomed to. If successful, they could prove themselves capable of inheriting their family's legacy. Not every family, unlike the Malfoys, had a single heir. Draco swiftly engaged his social skills and sought out the head of Slytherin for a conversation. True to his lineage as Lucius Malfoy's son, he retained an air of superiority, particularly towards Gryffindors and Muggles, yet he maintained an aristocratic demeanor among the Slytherins, navigating the situation with ease. Come along, I'll lead and you follow. Qingdai summoned Zabini and strode towards the Ravenclaw student. With a commanding presence that far surpassed that of Blaise, he walked ahead, emanating the aura of a school bully ready to dominate the streets. Yet, the Ravenclaw student exhibited a degree of wariness towards Slytherin. Upon their approach, he instinctively recoiled a few steps. However, they were tactful in their approach. Having already informed a few of his friends who were on amicable terms with him before coming to see him, thus alleviating some of the tension the Ravenclaw student felt. They reached a secluded corner where they cast a spell to obscure their conversation, and began to conspire. As time passed, both Qingdai and the Ravenclaw student developed a sense of camaraderie, engaging in an unusually lengthy discussion. Zabini, growing impatient, patted Qingdai on the shoulder. Qingdai, we should head back. Just look at Draco's expression. He's about to murder me, he exclaimed, his face etched with urgency. Qingdai turned to glance in Draco's direction, and indeed found his countenance less than favorable. Sensing the gravity of the situation, he hurriedly exchanged names with the Ravenclaw student before rushing back to appease the young master. How could you talk to him for so long? Draco inquired, his brow furrowed, yet still offering a sleeping bag to Qingdai. Isn't this a test of your worthiness to join us? This is our young master's first initiative. We cannot afford to mishandle it. Having spent considerable time with Draco, Qingdai understood the nuances of placating him. All you need to do is present our unrivaled charm, and any issue will resolve itself, he stated, stepping forward to envelop Draco in a warm embrace. Our little dragon, it's so delightful to hold you. The moment the words left his lips, Draco's face flushed crimson. Leaning closer, he whispered in Qingdai's ear, don't call me little dragon. That's what my mother used to call me. I've grown up now. His awkward demeanor prompted Qingdai to burst into laughter, nestling into his embrace. Coincidentally, Professor Snape was passing by, his gaze fixed intently on the two, his expression betraying a myriad of unspoken emotions. Draco, come here for a moment, Professor Snape commanded. Draco glanced at Snape, nodded, and turned to Qingdai. My godfather may have something to discuss. You can sleep without waiting for me. Chapter 84, Draco's Paper Crane. Qingdai nodded obediently, and lay down to sleep. Draco and Professor Snape moved to a nearby alley, where Snape solemnly inquired, are you two involved romantically? Does Lucius know? Yes, godfather, father is already aware. Qingdai was unaware of when Draco had returned, only knowing that classes would resume the following day. However, she recalled that the first lesson was supposed to be taught by Professor Lupin, and was expected to be engaging. To her surprise, it was not Professor Lupin's class, but rather Professor Snape's. This was unlike the scenario in China where a PE teacher's illness would result in a mathematics lesson. Instead, this was a shift from potions to defense against the dark arts, with Professor Snape at the helm. Poor Potter, for reasons unknown, dared to arrive late to Professor Snape's defense against the dark arts class, resulting in Gryffindor being penalized further due to his personal oversight. Please turn to page 394. Professor Snape announced, drawing the curtain above the blackboard. He then resumed his usual demeanor, expressionless as he addressed the gathered young wizards. Perhaps due to the frequency with which he attended Snape's classes, Harry had grown bolder, directly asking, "Sorry, Professor, but what happened to Professor Lupin today?" He preferred Lupin's lessons, as the latter was less prone to arbitrarily deducting points from Gryffindor. "Your Professor Lupin is unable to attend today due to illness. Please turn to page 394. Snape replied flatly, clearly disinclined to elaborate, as he began to set up a PowerPoint presentation in the background. Weasley clearly was not paying attention. Continuing with the syllabus set by Professor Lupin, which prompted Snape to angrily assist him in turning to the correct page. Werewolf. Ron frowned. To his astonishment, they had skipped so much content that they had arrived directly at the chapter on werewolves. Qingdai glanced back at Professor Snape, recalling the lesson on boggarts and Professor Lupin's fears. The full moon, in conjunction with today's lesson, made it difficult not to speculate about Professor Lupin's true identity. This also fostered a sense of admiration for Headmaster Dumbledore's audacity in allowing a werewolf into Hogwarts. If this information were to leak among the young wizards, it would spell disaster for Dumbledore's reputation. Qingdai was unaware of when Hermione had arrived, only noting that Hermione abruptly raised her hand to question Professor Snape. "Professor, it seems we haven't covered this material yet. We just finished discussing the red cap. This lesson should focus on the Chispurfles." However, it was evident that Snape had his own agenda, completely disregarding Hermione's reminder. "Can anyone tell me the difference between an animagus and a werewolf?" Hermione raised her hand once more, and simultaneously, Qingdai did as well. Unlike her previous attempts, this time, Snape pointed to Qingdai, allowing her to stand and respond. "You may proceed, Miss Su." At last, she had seized an opportunity. An animagus is a human who can consciously choose to transform into an animal, whereas a werewolf cannot. During the full moon, a werewolf involuntarily transforms, losing all memory of their identity, succumbing to primal instincts, and may even harm their loved ones. Furthermore, werewolves respond to the calls of their pack. Qingdai diligently consolidated her knowledge, articulating it with clarity. Gryffindor's members wore sour expressions, seemingly still mourning Lupin's absence, which sparked Draco's playful side. He mimicked a wolf's howl towards the Gryffindors. Crabbe and Goyle exchanged mischievous grins as they glanced at the Gryffindor cohort. Had anyone else dared to disrupt Snape's class in such a manner, they would surely have been expelled. Yet Draco, as Snape's protege, enjoyed a modicum of privilege. "Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Malfoy. Miss Sue's remarkable response will earn Slytherin 10 points, Snape declared, noting Weasley whispering discontentedly to Harry about Snape's favoritism towards Malfoy and Slytherin. "Mr. Weasley, what are you doing during class? For your Gryffindor, 5 points will be deducted." Upon hearing this, Ron promptly sealed his lips, his gaze fixed on his book, fearful that a mere glance could result in further point deductions. Draco found the situation amusing. While doodling, he caught a glimpse of Qingdai turning around just in time to see Draco folding a paper crane and sending it soaring towards Harry Potter. This left Qingdai utterly perplexed. Suddenly, she recalled a phrase that Stella had whispered in her ear previously. "Draco? Harry? Am I being greened?" Harry caught Draco's paper crane effortlessly, but the contents left him with a grim expression. "Everyone, please write 2 essays on how to identify a werewolf after class." Professor Snape commenced assigning homework. However, this task caused Harry to frown, as he addressed Snape, "But their essay Quidditch match in a few days. If we have to write this essay, we won't have enough time to practice." How could Professor Snape possibly heed his words? "Very well then, take care, Mr. Potter. Even if you were to lose an arm or a leg, you must complete your assignment." Professor Snape remained utterly indifferent. As for Draco, he had a Quidditch match approaching. Yet he exhibited none of Harry's anxiety. Had he already completed his work? Qingdai immediately leaned closer to Draco and inquired, "Why are you so unconcerned? Aren't you playing Quidditch?" Draco furrowed his brow at Qingdai, then quietly leaned in to whisper in her ear, "No need to write. The Godfather is only substituting for one class." His words left Qingdai in a state of bemusement, caught between laughter and tears. After reprimanding Potter, Professor Snape commenced a lecture on werewolves. Harry cast a glance at the origami crane's design, glaring fiercely in Draco's direction. Draco, however, remained unfazed, wearing a defiant expression as he stared back at Potter. The recent weather had been dismal, with persistent rain. Flint had initially considered delaying the match due to Draco's injury. But if the match were postponed, Slytherin would miss the opportunity to face Gryffindor immediately, which entirely contradicted Draco's intentions. Thus, he decisively rejected Flint's suggestion. Once class concluded, he dragged Su Qingdai to the room of requirement on the 8th floor. Chapter 85, Training Before Quidditch. Why do you keep bringing me along? Su Qingdai genuinely disliked Quidditch. I truly need your help. Just look at the weather outside. This year, I must defeat Potter, Draco implored, his sparkling eyes fixated on Su Qingdai, almost like a child seeking affection. Ever since his defeat last year, Draco had been exceedingly dedicated to Quidditch. Su Qingdai pondered carefully. Among all the Quidditch players from the 4 houses, few could rival Draco's level of effort. Moreover, he had gone to the hospital early that morning to have his bandages removed. Madame Pomfrey had suggested he keep them on for a few more days. But faced with Draco's adamant insistence, she had relented. If this storm were to lead to another failure for Draco, Su Qingdai thought he would undoubtedly be heartbroken. Yet, with the ongoing thunderstorms, it seemed that mere training would not suffice to prepare for the upcoming Quidditch match. Draco nodded in agreement, thus planning another special training session. Look, I have everything set up. I had my father arrange for an alchemist to help me prepare these 4 machines. They will continuously spray water into the air, simulating a torrential downpour. Draco was thoroughly prepared. But if they spray all night, won't the room of requirement flood? Su Qingdai questioned, catching him off guard. No. I've tested it before, he replied, genuinely invested in Quidditch. I have a brilliant idea. You see, as a seeker, not only do you need speed, but also keen eyesight. In the rain, finding the golden snitch is much more challenging than in fair weather. Do you remember the spell I taught you last time? Try applying that technique to your eyes. I've tested it before, and if the magic flows within your eyes, it can broaden and clarify your vision. Draco's yearning for victory was palpable, and as his girlfriend, Su Qingdai felt compelled not to hinder his progress. The last time she had taught Draco the spell, he had merely grasped the basics, and since he rarely practiced, he had not fully appreciated its potential. With the Quidditch match approaching amidst such dreadful weather, if the spell proved useful, it would validate his extensive training. All right, I'll try it right now, he declared, activating the 4 machines with a flick of his wand. Rain cascaded into the room, yet some areas remained dry. You stay here, don't get drenched. I'll go train. Stay with me and don't run off. Draco instructed with a serious expression. His handsome face was taut, exuding a hint of an authoritative air. He grabbed his broom and prepared to take off. Wait, Draco. Take a potion first. Catching a cold on match day would be disastrous, Su Qingdai said, producing a pill from her pocket. Draco, considering her words, complied and promptly chewed the pill. Unexpectedly, the bitterness made his face contort. So bitter. There are no tasty options. Good medicine is often bitter. Just make do with it. Su Qingdai chuckled, playfully nudging him towards his training. Yet, Draco turned and pulled her into an embrace, kissing her directly on the lips. It's not bitter now, he teased, seizing his broom and soaring into the downpour as if fleeing. Aw, so bitter. He was better off staying up there, waiting it out. Draco laughed heartily at Su Qingdai's reaction from atop his broom. All right, next time I'll bring him something sweet. Too familiar, everything he did was predictable. And it lost its charm. The golden snitch darted swiftly through the rain, and Draco struggled to discern its whereabouts. Only fleeting glimpses of shadows betrayed its presence, making it impossible to pinpoint the snitch's exact location. He could only adhere to Su Qingdai's advice, employing that unique spell to channel magic through his eyes. Gradually, his vision indeed sharpened, allowing him to locate the golden snitch. Yet a more troubling predicament arose. His entire focus was on his eyes, leaving him less aware of the broom beneath him. The broom began to wobble. Draco, are you flying a kite? Pay attention to your broom. Try to distribute your magic evenly throughout your body, Su Qingdai hurriedly cautioned, her concern mounting as she observed Draco's flight. Just days ago, he had injured his hand. What if he were to suffer another mishap? He truly should refrain from Quidditch. However, Draco remained unresponsive, utterly fixated on his eyes. Due to his lack of familiarity with the spell, his vision became unstable. He disregarded the broom beneath him. With his years of experience, he reasoned that if the broom lost control, he would simply fall, and it wouldn't be a significant issue. After all, it wasn't his first time. Thus, when he spotted the golden snitch, he charged towards it, heedless of how low it flew. The moment he grasped the snitch, he tumbled fiercely to the ground. Su Qingdai disregarded the rain entirely and rushed in. What are you doing, Draco? Do you genuinely not want to play Quidditch? Your hand has just healed. Don't you realize? She yanked him up and meticulously examined his injuries. What are you doing here? Draco, startled by her sudden appearance, was taken aback. Why don't you listen? You didn't even take your potion. he said, leading Su Qingdai to a sheltered area free from the rain. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. I've already found my rhythm. This year, I will win decisively. And he will know that his victory last year was merely due to Dabi's assistance, he said, taking the towel from Su Qingdai's hands to dry her hair. Su Qingdai wished to advise Draco that he need not exert himself for a Quidditch match, but she struggled to find the right words. You really frighten me, she exclaimed, pulling out another towel to dry his platinum locks. Hurry up and take your medicine too. I certainly do not wish for my Quidditch match to unfold without my girlfriend by my side, Draco declared with a haughty expression, his gaze fixed intently on Su Qingdai, as if her refusal to take the potion would prevent her from departing. Feeling the weight of his stare, Su Qingdai had no choice but to retrieve a pill and place it in her mouth. Little did she know, Draco leaned in for another kiss. I knew you had something sweet, he exclaimed before darting back into the rain, commencing their training. You should head back, it's getting a bit late. I'll remain here for a while, he suggested. I'll wait for you, she replied. All right. Chapter 86. The Battle of Redemption. Draco trained tirelessly for several consecutive days, fervently hoping that rain would refrain from gracing the day of the Quidditch match. Despite his rigorous preparation, the rain had a significant impact on him. However, it was evident that the weather would not heed his wishes. The day before the match, fierce winds howled, and the rain fell more heavily than ever. This incited a wave of complaints among the Slytherin Quidditch team. No one desired to compete under such dismal conditions. Yet Draco had already removed his bandages, leaving them without an excuse to postpone the match, signifying that there was no turning back. As anticipated, on the day of the Quidditch match, the rain fell torrentially, yet this deluge could not dampen the fervor of the students and faculty, all of whom flocked to witness this monumental clash. One team was the reigning champion from the previous year, while the other was Slytherin, a team that had claimed the title for 7 consecutive years. The mere mention of such a rivalry made it impossible for anyone to resist attending. Flint, ever the composed leader, endeavored to soothe the nerves of the team, drawing upon his considerable experience. Despite the tumultuous weather, he did his utmost to maintain the morale of the players. As they entered the field, the fierce wind nearly knocked them off balance. Draco glanced towards the Slytherin supporters, whose cheers were more fervent than in previous matches. With a massive banner dedicated solely to him, Quidditch, being a game played in the air, saw few wielding umbrellas, as spectators were loath to miss any captivating moments of the match. Draco's gaze fell upon Su Qingdai, who stood resolutely without an umbrella, her hat perched atop her head, watching him intently. He gestured towards the sky, signaling her. She nodded in understanding, and he redirected his focus to the game. As the players lined up for their pre-match handshake, the long-standing rivalry between Slytherin and Gryffindor ignited palpable tension. Once the players received Madame Hooch's signal, they soared into the sky. The players ascended rapidly, but the fierce winds caused some to veer off course. Within mere minutes, Draco was drenched through and through. However, he had long acclimated to such intensity, and was determinedly searching for the elusive golden snitch, employing the techniques he had perfected during practice. In contrast, his adversary Harry appeared rather disheveled, occasionally nearly colliding with the bludgers or other players. Yet this time, Draco refrained from mocking Potter, focusing intently on locating the snitch instead. Nothing was more paramount than the outcome of this match. There would be ample time for laughter later. Just as Draco spotted the glimmer of the golden snitch, Madame Hooch's whistle pierced the air. Damn those cunning Gryffindors, Draco thought, feeling a wave of despondency wash over him as he observed that they had called for a timeout. He approached Flint, his expression grim, yet eager to ascertain the current state of the game. What's the situation? He inquired. Flint furrowed his brow, murmuring, We're currently trailing by 20 points. We must locate the snitch quickly, otherwise, none of us will withstand the pressure. Their limited experience training in the rain had resulted in numerous errors, and if they failed to find the snitch, the match could drag on for days. Leave it to me, Draco reassured Flint, attempting to quell his own tumultuous emotions while offering calm support. He understood that this was Flint's final year of competition, and no one felt the weight of expectation more acutely than he. Draco noticed Hermione rushing down to Harry, speaking urgently to him. However, he paid little heed, instead turning to wave at Su Qingdai. She, ever the defiant one, had chosen to stand without an umbrella, which vexed Draco. An umbrella, he signaled to her, and she obediently nodded, though he remained fixated on her until he saw her move to a less crowded area to shield herself beneath an umbrella, before he finally turned away. As the halftime intermission approached, all players soared into the air once more, each bearing the weight of fatigue. Draco recognized that he needed to conclude the battle swiftly. He scrutinized his opponent, Potter, who appeared to be benefiting from some unexpected assistance, flying with greater steadiness than in the first half. Draco disregarded this, continuing his search for the golden snitch, and soon enough he spotted it hovering near the Gryffindor goalposts. He surged towards it at breakneck speed. Harry, noticing Draco's sudden burst of energy, instinctively followed in pursuit, well aware that only upon detecting the snitch did Draco exhibit such extraordinary swiftness. As Draco accelerated, he successfully grasped the golden snitch. However, upon turning he was met with the alarming sight of Harry Potter seemingly fainting, plummeting towards the ground. What a ruse! Was the first thought that crossed Draco's mind. Looking up, he was horrified to spot several Dementors floating ominously above the pitch. Weren't they prohibited from entering the grounds? How could they have appeared here? Disregarding his own trepidation, Draco dashed towards Qingdai, recalling her fear of such creatures. Reaching her side, he was surprised to find her remarkably composed, fixated on the Dementors. Are you all right? Draco asked. Qingdai nodded silently, pulling him beneath her umbrella. Yet, today Dementors behaved unusually, rarely glancing at the other young wizards and primarily fixating on Harry. The situation appeared to be spiraling out of control. Fortunately, Headmaster Dumbledore swiftly intervened, casting an incantation that illuminated the field with a blinding light. The terrifying Dementors scattered in response to the radiance. Dumbledore calmed the frightened young wizards present, and checked on Harry's condition, offering a few words to Madame Hooch before departing. The Gryffindors quickly encircled Harry, attempting to ascertain his state, but alas he remained unconscious, offering no response. Madame Hooch, what will happen to the Quidditch match? Wood inquired, his gaze fixed on the direction of Draco, seemingly having witnessed him capture the golden snitch. Chapter 87. The Patronus charm. Despite harboring a glimmer of hope, Madame Hooch remained silent, her eyes directed towards Draco. Draco nodded at Madame Hooch and opened his right hand, revealing the golden snitch resting in his palm. I obtained the snitch before Potter fainted. Surely, you wouldn't resort to dishonesty? He descended from the stands, approaching Wood. Wood remained silent, acutely aware that Slytherin had triumphed in the match. Without question, even if Potter had not succumbed, he could not have altered the outcome. Moreover, it was indisputable that Malfoy had indeed captured the snitch prior to Potter's collapse. Setting aside Malfoy's Slytherin identity and irritable temperament, his talent in Quidditch was undeniably admirable. This match belongs to Slytherin, Madame Hooch declared, sealing their victory. The Slytherin wizards erupted into cheers, their jubilant voices dispelling the earlier dread instilled by the Dementors. This marked yet another triumph for them in Quidditch. They chanted Draco Malfoy's name, while the prodigious seeker himself had whisked away his girlfriend, disappearing from sight. Where's Qingdai? I still have some questions for her, Zabini remarked, patting Pansy on the shoulder. Draco took her away ages ago, it's too late now. Just tell me what you need. Pansy replied, her expression one of annoyance at his incessant inquiries. Zabini, however, was not dismayed. He laughed more heartily, and together with Pansy, they ambled off, plotting their next move. Contrary to everyone's assumptions, Draco and Qingdai did not venture to any extraordinary place, but returned to the Slytherin common room instead. Wipe off the water on you first, no hugging. Qingdai handed him a towel. You should change into dry clothes. Let us meet at our usual spot later. I have some matters I wish to discuss with you. She frowned slightly at Draco's drenched appearance. What about you? Are you heading straight there, or will you wait for me in the common room? Draco inquired, gazing at Qingdai. I'll return to my dormitory to change as well. I got soaked watching your match, and I don't want to wear these wet clothes, she replied, scrunching her nose in disdain at her attire. Had this occurred in her homeland, her mother would have certainly scolded her soundly. Hearing her words, Draco's spirits brightened unexpectedly. Qingdai, puzzled by his sudden elation, found herself enveloped in his embrace. Since we're both changing, let me hold you for a moment. I won today. I'm quite impressive, he teased, holding her tightly. I played exceptionally well, leaving Potter no chance for a comeback. He even tried to feign unconsciousness to gain sympathy. I didn't give him an inch. Now everyone knows Slytherin has won the match. Qingdai listened quietly to Draco recounting his exploits, a smile gracing her lips. They chatted a while longer until the arrival of others in the Slytherin common room prompted them to separate. After changing, Qingdai made her way to the room of requirement on the 8th floor. Draco, do you know what spell Professor Dumbledore used at the Quidditch pitch today? This inquiry held significant importance for Qingdai. Through her encounters with the Dementors, she had uncovered a terrifying truth. They could not affect her in any way. Strangely, even the voices in her mind urged her to approach the Dementors, which felt profoundly unsettling. Should anyone discover her immunity to their influence, unforeseen complications might arise. Thus, learning the spell to dispel Dementors became exceedingly crucial, as it would shield her intentions from exposure. I've read about it in a book. It's called the Patronus Charm, a highly advanced spell that we haven't learned yet. I've heard it's too difficult for young wizards to master at this stage, Draco replied, sensing Su Qingdai's fervor regarding the Patronus Charm. He wasn't particularly curious about her sudden inquiry, understanding that the presence of Dementors, who had previously infiltrated Hogwarts, would instill fear in anyone. It felt as though Hogwarts were transforming into Azkaban. Do you know it? If Draco possessed this knowledge, it would be ideal. It was better to ask him than anyone else, ensuring that he wouldn't betray her. I don't. My parents never taught me. And I've tried on my own without success. If you wish to learn, I can fetch the book that contains the Patronus Charm. Draco recognized Su Qingdai's passion and determination regarding the matter. Don't worry, Dementors don't dare to enter Hogwarts lightly. If such incidents become frequent, my father would certainly advise the board. He attempted to reassure her, seeking to alleviate her fears about the Dementors. Yet he too felt a twinge of uncertainty. After all, Dementors were the guards of Azkaban, and the fact that only one, Sirius Black, had escaped in all these years underscored their formidable power. Very well, when you acquire it, let us try it out together. We can't let these Dementors continue to encroach upon us without any means of defense, Su Qingdai insisted, striving to fortify her rationale. Oh, by the way, Zabini just informed me that our research group has gathered all its members. Daphne used her connections to procure some communicative samples from the Muggle world. Zabini wants to know when and where we will commence our project. Su Qingdai perceived Zabini's eagerness. He was more anxious than anyone else. She understood his family circumstances, an orphan raised by a single mother. Realizing that without some means, it would be challenging to safeguard such substantial wealth. However, she couldn't shake the feeling that Zabini harbored ulterior motives, provided they didn't involve her and Draco. Are you asking if I'm willing to disclose the room of requirement to them? Draco, more attuned to Su Qingdai than anyone else, grasped her meaning as soon as she spoke. If this place were revealed, it would no longer remain their secret haven. Yet if they kept it hidden, finding another suitable location for their research would be difficult. Draco and Su Qingdai were indifferent to the matter, but others had already invested considerable effort into it. This place was discovered by you. What do you think? Draco posed the question, and Su Qingdai understood his agreement. Without uttering a word, she merely pouted. Chapter 88. The Marauder's Map. There's a celebration dinner for the Slytherin Quidditch team tonight. Will you be joining? Su Qingdai asked Draco. Flint had just come by, failing to find Draco but spotting Su Qingdai instead. Knowing she was one of Draco's closest friends, he asked her to relay the message. I'm not sure. What are your plans for tonight? Draco hesitated, internally yearning to attend the Slytherin celebration, yet reluctant to be apart from his girlfriend. You should go. I plan to spend some time in the library later, researching the Patronus Charm. Su Qingdai, stubborn as ever, had made up her mind, and Draco refrained from further persuasion. Don't stay too long. I'll come to fetch you. Su Qingdai resolutely rejected Draco's suggestion. No need. I might not be out for long. And I heard Flint brought some candies made by Mrs. Flint. Please bring me a couple. Su Qingdai simply decided to give Draco something to do, to divert his attention. Draco immediately lit up with joy, wrapping Su Qingdai tightly in his arms and secretly planting a kiss at the corner of her mouth. I'm off then. Though he said he was leaving, he dawdled for quite a while before finally parting with reluctance. And not only did he leave, he insisted on taking Su Qingdai along, escorting her safely to the library, before heading off to the victory feast himself. After borrowing a few books on the Patronus Charm, Su Qingdai returned to the room of requirement. She stayed inside for a long time, only realizing the curfew had already fallen when she finally came back to the Slytherin common room. The Patronus Charm was indeed just as Draco had said, difficult. Su Qingdai practiced for an entire night without managing to produce it even once. It was clear this was a spell that required a specialized instructor. In the following days, she and Draco studied the Patronus Charm together. Normally, both of them had talent with spells, but when it came to this one, neither of them could successfully cast it. That night, Su Qingdai and Draco had worked at it until very late, well past curfew, in order to avoid being caught by Mr. Filch and to prevent Slytherin from losing house points. The two resorted to their usual method, each attaching an invisibility talisman and heading back toward the Slytherin dormitories. But Draco suddenly remembered he had forgotten something. He turned back to retrieve it and refused to let Su Qingdai wait for him. Su Qingdai had no choice but to continue alone, only to unexpectedly run into someone. Harry Potter. He was holding what looked like a map, wandering about the corridor. What was surprising was that he seemed to be able to see Su Qingdai's position, his eyes staring directly toward where she stood. And yet, he also looked as though he didn't want to be noticed, as if trying to avoid her. If not for Su Qingdai's strong spiritual sense, he really might have slipped away. Su Qingdai simply pulled the invisibility talisman from her head, tucked it neatly into her Qingkuan bag, and stepped forward to block him. Harry, what's the matter? Why are you wandering around here so late at night? Although Su Qingdai was also out wandering, that didn't stop her from taking the initiative. Harry stammered, unable to give an answer. So instead he changed the subject with a question of his own. Qingdai, why are you here tonight? Did you get bullied by the Slytherins again? To Harry's eyes, Su Qingdai was still the sort of person who would be bullied by a group of Slytherins. This made Su Qingdai feel both amused and exasperated. Was it that she had played her role too well? Or that Slytherin's reputation was simply that bad? No. What are you holding? I feel like that thing can see where I am. Su Qingdai's gaze drifted to the Marauder's map clutched tightly in Harry's hands as she spoke. Though she kept talking to him, her spiritual sense was already probing the contents of the map. To her surprise, it displayed the movements of everyone in the castle. She could even clearly see Pansy inside the Slytherin dormitory. Draco, however, was nowhere to be found, likely because the room of requirement didn't appear on the map. That realization left Su Qingdai feeling uneasy. And no, it's just a gift from George and Fred, Harry said hastily, clearly unwilling to reveal the truth. Su Qingdai didn't press further. Instead, she took advantage of his distraction and cast a spell over the Marauder's map. She blurred out both her own and Draco's names from appearing on it. After all, Gryffindor and Slytherin had their share of grudges. If Harry ever lost his head and gave them away, or discovered something unusual between her and Draco, it would be a huge problem. More importantly, Su Qingdai disliked the idea of anyone being able to track her whereabouts so easily. All right then. Just be careful not to get caught by Mr. Filch. I'm heading back, Su Qingdai said cheerfully, giving Harry a quick wave before vanishing into the shadows. She dared not linger in conversation. She could already feel Draco's aura drawing closer. If he accidentally exposed something, the spell she had just cast would have been for nothing. As for whether to destroy the Marauder's map, Su Qingdai hadn't considered it. If it were destroyed, Harry would easily suspect her. She had ways to erase it without leaving a trace, but she was more curious. Would the so-called savior, armed with this weapon, fall into darkness? Besides, the parts that threatened her had already been erased. The map no longer posed much danger to her. Once she was sure she had gone far enough, she reapplied an invisibility talisman to her forehead, and obediently returned to the Slytherin common room. The next day, nothing unusual happened. Even Gryffindor's jewels remained untouched. It seemed that item had given Harry Potter quite the advantage. But Su Qingdai didn't pay it any more mind. Rather than fuss over that, she cared more about the new product she and Draco had been working on. Yes, the final decision was to make the room of requirement's location public, and to swear an unbreakable vow with everyone. In just a short time, they had managed to create a simple prototype. It was a wristwatch-shaped bracelet, capable only of one-way communication between two people. It could transmit voice, but not receive replies. Far from their ultimate goal. Yet for a group of young wizards, producing something meaningful in such a short time was already enough to cause excitement. So they decided to go to Hogsmeade for a bit of relaxation. A reward for themselves. Chapter 89, Zabini out of nowhere. The moment they arrived in Hogsmeade, everyone scattered with their own goals. They didn't all stick together. Su Qingdai and Draco headed straight for Honeydukes. She had long since finished the jelly slugs she bought last time, and had been craving them ever since. The moment she entered, she immediately asked the clerk. But the shop was out of stock. The clerk had to send a woman to fetch more from the storeroom. In the meantime, Su Qingdai and Draco began wandering about. Draco, come here, I want some butter almond toffee too. Su Qingdai called, waving him over. Unable to resist her request, Draco quickly came to join her in choosing sweets. But Su Qingdai suddenly froze, staring fixedly in one direction. What is it, Apple? What are you looking at? Draco asked, puzzled, glancing toward where she stared, but saw nothing. Harry Potter is here with his invisibility cloak. Right now he is standing in front of the counter, just ahead of Neville looking at sweets. Su Qingdai's spiritual sense was too sharp to be fooled. She could easily detect him. Draco didn't doubt her words for a moment. Harry Potter? How could he be here? Didn't he fail to get his permission slip? Could it be he snuck along with the crowd? Draco scanned the shop, but saw no trace of Harry. His expression was full of confusion. If Harry had come to Hogsmeade without authorization, it would certainly mean a lot of points docked from Gryffindor. A smug grin spread across Draco's face. Clearly, He was already planning how to make use of this. He obtained a rather extraordinary object, resembling a map filled with enigmatic inscriptions, capable of tracking each individual's location and revealing secret passages. Qingdai was earnestly recollecting the incident she had witnessed earlier at Harry's place. This was truly a formidable tool, one that could easily become a double-edged sword in anyone's possession. What is that thing? Draco inquired with a furrowed brow, evidently as perplexed as she was about the nature of the object Qingdai described. Given his family's profound legacy, it was almost inconceivable that Draco would be unaware of such an artifact. Yet, that was precisely the case. I don't know. Harry Potter didn't tell me, Qingdai replied, her brow creasing in thought. She contemplated whether she ought to report the matter. If she brought it to Professor Snape's attention, he would undoubtedly deduct points from Gryffindor, and might even confiscate that mysterious object from Harry. However, with Headmaster Dumbledore overseeing everything, even if Snape seized it, the artifact would likely end up in Dumbledore's hands eventually. Given the headmaster's well-known favoritism toward Harry Potter, it was easy to surmise that the object would find its way back to him. Alternatively, if it remained with Dumbledore, it could potentially cause even greater harm than if Harry retained it. Her own position was quite delicate, and she and her friends were secretly investigating certain matters. If it fell into Dumbledore's control, the repercussions for everyone could be far more severe than if Harry kept it. Moreover, there was a risk that Dumbledore might discover the alterations she had made to the mysterious object. When I return, I must tell my father, Draco muttered instinctively, pursing his lips. No, I don't think that's wise, Qingdai countered. Last time, I tampered with the object in Harry Potter's possession to obscure both our traces. If you report this to the school, the mysterious artifact will likely end up with Headmaster Dumbledore. With his years of experience, he might detect my interference and even undo it. Having it in Dumbledore's hands would impact us far more negatively than if it stayed with Harry. Draco nodded reluctantly, then reached into his pocket and produced a piece of candy. He tossed it in Harry Potter's direction, and surprisingly his aim was true. It flew straight toward its target. However, the candy seemed to hit an invisible barrier midair, abruptly changing course. Harry immediately turned to look in their direction, and Qingdai could sense the sheer alarm in his eyes. Meanwhile, Draco was rather pleased with himself. He smiled and waved at Harry Potter. Even though he couldn't see Harry clearly, he refused to back down in terms of demeanor. Based on the candy's trajectory, he could roughly guess Harry's position. He then cheerfully mouthed the words, "You're done for." This frightened Harry Potter so much that he bolted, desperate to flee Honeyduke's sweet shop at once. Qingdai imagined that such a scare would likely haunt him for years to come. That's too much. You're going to cost Honeydukes a customer, she teased Draco, standing by his side. Nonsense, Honeydukes isn't lacking patrons over one person. Seeing Potter made my day. Come on, let's go find the others, Draco replied with a grin, taking Qingdai's hand as they set off to look for their friends. They had been out for quite some time, yet hadn't encountered anyone. They wondered what the others might be up to behind their backs. Before they had taken more than a few steps, they spotted Blaise Zabini sitting alone in front of Zonko's joke shop, lost in thought. Blaise, what are you doing here? Where are the others? Draco asked, somewhat amused by Blaise's solitary appearance. Since when had Blaise become so alone? He was usually surrounded by a flock of girls, wasn't he? This was unlike him. Daphne left with Nott, and Pansy is with that Slytherin prefect, Blaise replied listlessly, clearly in a foul mood. That was quick. I only just heard that Pansy met that prefect not long ago. And they're already together? When did this happen? How come we didn't know? Qingdai chimed in, eager for gossip as she moved closer to Blaise. However, Blaise was in no mood for chatter, and answered succinctly, they just got together. I saw that idiot confess to Pansy, and to my surprise she accepted. What was she thinking? How could she agree to his confession? Blaise grew increasingly agitated as he spoke, unable to fathom Pansy's decision. Oh, I see. Pansy went off shopping with her boyfriend, so she left you here all by yourself. But your girlfriend is in Hogsmeade too, isn't she? Why don't you go find her? Draco looked at him puzzled, not understanding what he was so upset about. After all, it was just a matter of being left behind. He had a girlfriend of his own to turn to, didn't he? Chapter 90. How could I possibly like Pansy? I broke up with Perdita, Blaise stated calmly, his expression betraying no particular attachment to the relationship. Draco wasn't even sure what Blaise's girlfriend's name was. He assumed Perdita was the current one. Given how frequently Blaise changed partners, it was impractical to keep track of each introduction. When did all this happen? It feels like we only stepped out for a moment, and so much has occurred, Draco remarked, frowning slightly as he regarded Blaise with a hint of disdain. He didn't necessarily view Blaze's revolving door of relationships as a bad thing. After all, matters of the heart were consensual. If both parties were willing, there was little to object to. But for someone usually so cavalier to be this despondent, was it really just because of a breakup? Couldn't he simply win her back? His skills in pursuit were among the top 3 in Slytherin, after all. We all came out together earlier. Then not called Daphne away. Pansy ran into that idiot and left with him, and I went to find my ex-girlfriend. While we were talking, I saw Pansy being confessed to, Blaze summarized briefly. His brow furrowed as if recalling something distasteful, clearly unhappy. What does Pansy being confessed to have to do with your breakup? Nothing, I just felt like breaking up. Blaze replied. At this, even Draco couldn't help but roll his eyes, feeling that Blaze's current state was entirely self-inflicted. As they chatted intermittently, they noticed Pansy walking toward them alone. Pansy, why are you by yourself? Did that idiot leave you behind? Blaze immediately stood up and approached her as soon as he saw her. Pansy frowned and corrected him. He has a name. It's Raoul. Don't call him an idiot. He had something to attend to and went elsewhere. Blaze snorted in displeasure but didn't argue further. He had always been obedient to Pansy. If she said one, he would never say two. Raoul's birthday is coming up soon, and I want to pick out a gift for him. Qingdai, could you help me choose? Pansy asked Su Qingdai, her entire demeanor radiating the bliss of being in love. This prompted another disgruntled snort from Blaze, his expression darkening further. Blaze, what's wrong with you today? Are you in a bad mood? After all, they had been friends for many years, and Pansy quickly discerned that something was amiss with Zabini. She immediately inquired of Su Qingdai beside her. He is heartbroken today, just ignore him, Draco replied impatiently. Pansy nodded and promptly snatched Su Qingdai from Draco's grasp. Qingdai, let us depart. Hmph. Upon seeing Su Qingdai nod, Draco looked over in confusion, a hint of petulance adorning his face. What about me? I am her boyfriend, and you just whisk her away right in front of me. Is that appropriate? Be good. Wait for me by the Scream Shack, and I shall join you shortly. Su Qingdai cheerfully reassured Draco before ultimately deciding to accompany Pansy. Rather than lingering with Draco, she was far more curious about the gossip surrounding Pansy and that senior role. Moreover, it was obvious that Zabini intended to follow Draco. The thought of his dreadful demeanor was already giving her a headache. Draco's expression soured instantly, transforming the scene from 3 jubilant individuals and 1 sulky face to 2 merry souls and 2 glum visages. Pansy was akin to a love-struck girl, chattering incessantly about her affairs with that senior role. You know, that role is rather romantic, at least more so than Draco. Yet, Su Qingdai could still distinctly sense something awry with Zabini regarding Pansy. Did Zabini harbor feelings for Pansy? It seemed unlikely. What on earth is wrong with Zabini today? I have known him for so long and have rarely seen him like this. Could it be that his previous girlfriend was his true love? If so, why part ways? Pansy was inundated with questions and turned to Su Qingdai, who might hold the answers. Clearly, her inquiry was in vain. I don't know. I noticed he seemed a bit down a few days ago. Who knows with him? Perhaps he will be fine once he finds a new girlfriend. Su Qingdai could not fathom Zabini either. However, based on her understanding of him, given his penchant for switching partners, it wouldn't be long before he found solace in a new romance. What no one anticipated was that Sabini's new interest would take an unusually long time to appear, to the point where everyone began to suspect something was amiss with him. Meanwhile, Pansy diligently selected gifts for Roll, and just as they finished, they spotted that very senior waiting for her at the shop's entrance. Su Qingdai, not wishing to be a third wheel, bid Pansy farewell, and set off to locate Draco near the Scream Shack. Little did she know Draco, Crab, and Zabini had congregated, and Draco was inquiring about the very matter. Blaze, what is going on? You're not developing feelings for Pansy, are you? Draco asked. His brow furrowed as he voiced the only reasonable suspicion he could conjure. Like Pansy? Absolutely not, Zabini instinctively replied. How could I possibly like Pansy? What a ridiculous notion. Yet, Zabini fell silent, lost in thought for a prolonged moment. Unexpectedly, Draco himself dismissed the notion. I must have been overthinking it. It's impossible for Pansy to fancy someone like you, a notorious flirt. Zabini stared blankly at Draco before lowering his head and chuckling softly, as if in agreement with Draco's assertion. Indeed, Pansy does not fancy me. Come to think of it, she and that Roll are quite well matched. Both Pansy and Roll hail from the esteemed 28 sacred families. Their familial backgrounds are perfectly aligned. Sabini's voice trailed off as he spoke, growing so faint that even Draco, standing beside him, could scarcely hear. What are you saying, Zabini? I didn't catch a single word, Draco remarked, his expression one of confusion. What's going on? A heartbreak has rendered you mute? Love, it seemed, was indeed a formidable force. Thankfully, he only had eyes for Qingdai. No, I was merely contemplating a few matters. Zabini, wishing to evade further discussion on the topic, swiftly shifted the conversation. He glanced into the distance and spotted the red-haired Weasley conversing with that Muggle-born from Gryffindor. He promptly pointed it out to Draco. Look at that Gryffindor. They must not be discussing romance, right? Who would have thought that the red-haired Weasley had someone interested in him? Who would be attracted to such a pauper? Perhaps due to his foul mood. Zabini's remarks were particularly sharp. Yet, they perfectly resonated with Draco's sentiments, and he signaled to Crabbe and Goyle to follow him toward Weasley. Chapter 91. Stirring up trouble again. Have I previously introduced you to this haunted house, the most notorious in the entire wizarding world? Hermione enthusiastically conversed with Ron. Ron stammered in response to Hermione's words, yes. You've already mentioned it twice. Would you like to get a bit closer? Is the Scream Shack within reach? Hermione awkwardly inquired of Ron. No, this is fine. They appeared as if they were a couple on a blind date, exuding an eerie ambience tinged with a hint of flirtation, which was underscored by an endless layer of awkwardness. However, to Draco and Zabini, the situation looked quite different. The two, devoid of girlfriends, appeared especially irritable, and could hardly stand to witness others engaging in flirtation before them. Particularly galling was the sight of the traitorous pureblood Weasley, and a filthy Muggle-born. Look. Isn't that the infamous Weasley? What are you two up to? Planning to buy a new house? Zabini, thoroughly displeased, decided to directly taunt Weasley. Upon seeing this, Draco immediately chimed in, buy a house? Zabini, don't jest. The Weasley family is so impoverished that they all live in one room. A house would be far too extravagant for them. His expression bore a mocking tone, though he pretended to advise his friend Zabini, all the while ridiculing the Weasley family. Shut your mouth, Malfoy. Ron could not bear to hear disparaging remarks about his family, especially from the loathsome Malfoy, and he retorted sharply. This only fueled the playful spirits of the opposing group. Don't be so rude, Weasley. That is quite impolite. We ought to teach you how to treat your classmates properly. Draco wore a fa of counsel, yet his smile dripped with malice as he motioned to the two behind him. They advanced toward Hermione and Ron. Unbeknownst to them, several snowballs were hurled from a concealed location, landing squarely on the three of them. Qingdai had been watching the unfolding drama for a while. She had no desire to intervene in the conflict between Draco and Ron, as it was a matter that belonged solely to them. Besides, Draco was merely a haughty young lord. He wouldn't resort to anything truly malicious. Qingdai acknowledged that she was being protective, but what of it? However, Harry's entrance clad in an invisibility cloak was indeed his misstep. Wouldn't it be far more delightful to engage in a fair fight? If one opted for a sneak attack, they ought not to blame others. Moreover, it was only natural to defend her boyfriend. Qingdai scooped up several snowballs from the ground and hurled them vigorously in Harry Potter's direction. Each snowball struck him accurately, instantly revealing his location. Some snow even splattered onto his invisibility cloak, making his position all the more conspicuous. This prompted the already irate trio surrounding Draco to converge around him with renewed fervor. Draco, in particular, landed a couple of forceful punches in Harry's direction. I should have taught you a lesson back at Honeydukes if Qingdai hadn't stopped me. I didn't expect you to come right to me. And that invisibility cloak is quite handy. Hermione and Ron, witnessing Harry being struck, rushed forward to attempt to rescue him. It seemed that both sides were on the brink of another altercation. Qingdai decided to step forward. The altercation involving Draco has concluded, and tempers have flared sufficiently. It is time for matters to settle. Draco, refrain from such impulsive behavior. Upon the emergence of Qingdai, the tense atmosphere between the two factions dissipated instantaneously. Draco, I have heard that the butterbeer in Hogsmeade is rather splendid, yet I have struggled to locate it. Would you assist me in my quest? Qingdai deftly provided a pretext, granting Draco an opportunity to retreat gracefully. After all, they were wary of Harry Potter's Marauders map. Should they engage in a brawl, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of Professor Dumbledore. Consequently, Draco did not linger on the matter, accepting the exit strategy presented by Qingdai. He was acutely aware that Qingdai possessed a cunning nature. While she appeared amiable to all, she harbored many nefarious schemes in private. However, he was unperturbed by her penchant for such games. Very well, Blaise. I believe you are in dire need of some butterbeer today, Draco remarked to Zabini, halting his actions and preparing to depart. Harry, revealing himself from beneath his invisibility cloak, cast a glance in Qingdai's direction. She returned his gaze with a reassuring look before following Draco away. Why does Malfoy heed Qingdai's words so readily? Ron inquired, furrowing his brow as he addressed the two others. Harry, equally perplexed, found himself in a state of confusion. Nevertheless, it was anticipated that Qingdai would offer her assistance. They had always been close friends. I heard from the Hufflepuffs that the two of them are together now. When they first started dating, Malfoy was even reprimanded by Professor Snape. Hermione remarked, her frown deepening, as if Qingdai were an unfortunate victim, forcibly taken by the bully Malfoy. How tragic. Poor Qingdai must have been relentlessly tormented by the Slytherins, compelling her to act in such a manner. If I were with Malfoy, I would surely go mad, Ron lamented. His brow knitted in dismay. He wondered how many filters Qingdai had employed to cleanse her image so thoroughly. Meanwhile, Qingdai and Draco remained blissfully unaware of the gossip surrounding them. Even if they were to learn of it, they would likely scoff at the absurdity. Though Draco's temperament was indeed notorious, within their private interactions, he proved to be quite amiable. Wealthy, well-connected, fiercely loyal, and possessing an endearing arrogance. He was undeniably handsome as well. This flavor is truly delightful. This marked Qingdai's inaugural experience with butterbeer. Despite its name, it bore no trace of alcohol, merely resembling a soft drink. Yet beside her, Zabini consumed bottle after bottle with reckless abandon, leading Qingdai to suspect he had not truly savored a single sip. Draco followed Qingdai's gaze and furrowed his brow at Zabini. You are acting rather strangely today. Butterbeer won't intoxicate you, so what is the purpose of consuming so much? Aren't you concerned about potential toothaches? If you are truly unhappy, Potter and the others are still at the Shrieking Shack. We could return and deal with him again. Draco found Zabini's exuberance to be excessively conspicuous among them. After all, even Crabbe had had the sense to step away, leaving only Zabini clinging to their company.